Chapter 681. Eden Star Governor's Mansion, Conference Hall. The atmosphere was heavy. Everyone knew the Overlord was powerful, but they hadn't realized just how powerful. Now it made sense. Before the first AI war, the 14th Legion's ability to force all the major corporations in the entire star system, except for the Lud Church, to secretly oppose it wasn't without reason. Such immense military pressure kept all the leaders of the various factions up all night, almost to the point of nausea. It was also because of the Overlord's military decline over the past century, a constant ebb and flow, that it was able to form alliances and secure cooperation with Kelja Technology Company and risk mining before the Third World War. What about the 14th Legion standard battleships? Li Bin pressed. Isa shook her head. I really don't know. But when I was little, my mother occasionally mentioned this topic at family dinners. The core members of the family all believed that the 14th Legion's warships numbered around 12. No wonder the Supreme Overlord was so determined to acquire the 2 unmanned battleships of the 14th Legion. Their rarity directly accounts for 1/6 of their existing fleet. Li Bin, the Overlord's territory is too vast, bordering multiple powers. Even with so many warships, it's impossible to dedicate them all to the AI war. To the southeast, they must defend against demonic avionics. To the south, they must guard against FSF Military Corporation and Apex Design Group, and to the northwest, they must defend against the Sindar power. The larger the operation, the greater the defensive pressure. Add to that the AI reconnaissance fleets roaming the sector. To maintain its strength, the Overlord can only normally muster around 20 or 30 battleships, roughly equivalent to the entire assets of a third-rate corporation. Even in a war against Tachyon Technology, excluding the battleships stationed in various locations, the fleet that can be mobilized is probably only around 60 to 80. Jeffrey clicked his tongue. Quite a lot. Really quite a lot. From today's perspective, with Kelja Technology and Risk Mining sharing the burden of attacks from the Perseus Alliance, that's indeed a lot. But if you include them, it's actually a stretch. In the last Great War, the Perseus Alliance deployed 44 battleships. Although they couldn't exert their full strength due to a chaotic command chain and the various planetary states' disobedience to the overall commander, they shouldn't be underestimated. While Tachyon Technology's fleet is even smaller, with only about 30 ships, their quality is quite high. The Exemplar-class ships come with their own fortress shields, as hard as a tortoise shell. 5 of them appeared in the last Great War, 12 were Standard-class, 3 were Astral-class battleship carriers, and there were also the Odyssey-class and Succubus-class ships from the Star Pirates. Note, this is the number of Tachyon battleships that cannot be mobilized by the Afterglow. Not at the level of World War I, these fleets, with the main force holding fast to the Tachyon headquarters, and a small number infiltrating the infiltration fleet, repeatedly harassed the logistics of the Phase fleet, which was centered around cruisers. Ultimately, this resulted in the Overlord fleet, which had just driven off the Perseus Alliance, being unable to pursue and annihilate the enemy ships, and ultimately losing many opportunities in the protracted battle. Isa spoke cautiously. These were the lessons learned by the instructors of the Overlord Military Academy, summarized from their own and their parents' blood and tears. Isa imparted all her knowledge. So, to fight the Tachyon, you either crush their main fleet with overwhelming force, not giving the Phase fleet time to harass them, and storm their headquarters. Or, you need overwhelming military superiority. She pointed to the large projection, like this. The projection displayed first-hand war intelligence shared by the Overlords. The entire Valhalla system's relay communications are under the control of the Overlord. Therefore, immediately after the declaration of war was sent, the Overlord's commander forcibly severed all external Tachyon communication channels and all civilian channels, retaining only the Overlord's military channel. Now, apart from forces authorized by the Overlord, the situation in this system is an unopenable black box to the outside world. Sun Ihao, having received the declaration of war and the report of the loss of contact with Valhalla, must have known that Scotty was in imminent danger. However, her stubborn rejection of the Overlord's proposal and her erroneous decision to plan war 2 or 3 years later cost her the chance to save the planet. Fleet assembly and deployment take time, but the Overlord's fleet is already knocking on the door with Reaper torpedoes. The Scotty Space Station, officially named the Scotty Siphon Operation Platform, is a Level 3 space station with a scale of tens of kilometers, but its actual combat capability is only equivalent to a Level 2 space station. Numerous industrial facilities, including those designed for siphoning, encroached on the original positions of the armed platforms. The multi-layered industrial structure rendered the space station's armor ineffective in protecting these structures, forcing it to rely solely on its shields for cover. The fleet's commander-in-chief, Chu He, A core member of the Chu family, a first-class war clan, stood before the command platform, his legs as straight as chopsticks, his fists clenched behind his back. He glanced at the first mate, who shook his head. Scatty Space Station refuses to surrender. Overloaded. The entire fleet then slowly deployed, shifting from a sharp spearhead formation to a crescent formation, hundreds of ships encircling the space station in multiple layers. As the fleet deployed, ships of all ranks, following the instructions of the staff and captains, systematically mark enemy barrages within the dazzlingly complex celestial battle system. The Moore-class carrier activated its tactical system, a damping field, shielding the battleships from the energy surge from the space station. Meanwhile, the offensive-class battleships behind it adjusted their attitude, while activating dozens of anti-aircraft guns throughout their bodies, intercepting the dense barrage of missiles and torpedoes. This is an offensive-class battleship specializing in air defense. Besides the two built-in heat pulse cannons on the front, all the gun emplacements are anti-aircraft guns. Even the main gun bays have been replaced with Devastator cannons. Let alone missile defense, even a regular carrier air wing would be helpless against these specialized anti-aircraft defenses, ISA explained from the side. As ISA predicted, the Scotty Space Station launched all its ships, hiding behind its shields, and the station itself, desperately releasing carrier-based aircraft and missiles to assist the space station's resistance. But their resistance was like a husky facing its master, forced to howl in despair, even their screams sounding cute and obedient. Determined to demonstrate dominance in its first battle, the Supreme Overlord unleashed thousands of missiles and torpedoes per second, torn apart by over 20 Moore-class and several Legion-class aircraft carriers, and the coveted, ferocious heat pulse cannons of the offensive-class destroyers, powerful enough to vaporize asteroids. The two sides collided like opposing waves, their artillery and missiles crashing together before collapsing in a one-sided fashion. The shields, like clothes forgotten to be brought in during a typhoon, rattled violently in the storm. They were just waiting for the last hangar to break free before being swept away by the storm. After 3 hours of meticulous attacks, successfully paralyzing all the space station's shields, Chu-hee, like a seasoned gourmand carefully peeling a crab, finally satisfied, pressed forward with his fleet. They methodically and meticulously dismantled the tachyon fleet guarding the space station, precisely targeting the artillery emplacements rendered useless by the paralyzed power grid. Then, instead of boarding torpedoes, frigates and destroyers directly blasted through the harbor armor with torpedoes, forcing a hard landing. Thus, the cobalt blue tachyon space station was gradually encroached upon and devoured by waves of orange. Heavy tanks drove onto the berths, and attack-class battleships rammed the control towers, aiming their guns at the space station's command center. Only at this very moment did the Overlord agents, lying in ambush within the space station, rise up, leading their marines to rapidly demolish compartments, cutting off firefighting routes for the various levels of the space station's military camps, breaking through the defenses of the fuel tanks and industrial facilities, and, with the support of massive naval artillery fire, seized the space station from within. From the moment the space station's commander surrendered in public, dejectedly handcuffed, the entire process from the start of the battle to the formal takeover took only 1 day. Efficient and ruthless. The space station is over 81% intact, and 90% of its industrial facilities can be immediately restored to operation. The destroyed modules, after simple dismantling with heavy machinery and the construction of temporary access routes, can be restored to use in less than 2 days. Thousands of tachyon marines, armed with rifles and cannons, stood bewildered, clutching their weapons, until the barracks were breached from the outside and warship main guns were pointed at their faces, only then realizing it was all over. Blocked by the destroyed modules, they were utterly useless in the blitzkrieg. Jeffrey, watching the scene, reflected on the several space station battles the Universal Alliance had participated in, especially the Elfite Independence War, and exclaimed in admiration, "Truly worthy descendants of the leading navy of humanity, awesome indeed." Chapter 682. Suzy Technology Headquarters, Board of Directors. Sun Ihao, through a holographic projection obscuring her view, rested her elbows on the table, her hands clasped under her chin, sitting behind a wide solid wood table in the same posture as Commander Ikari. She remained silent, offering no opinion, simply watching the directors engage in their verbal sparring, feeling utterly exhausted. Look at these pure corporate dogs, their minds consumed by market share, profits, cash flow, and inventory backlog. Before and after every war, their primary concern wasn't the military or the diplomatic environment, but their own industries, their own products, their own raw materials. How could Suzy Technology possibly thrive with such scoundrels? Especially Chu Jun, Chu Xiangrui's uncle, who was practically jumping on the table to beat everyone up like a rutting boar, utterly useless. As the representative of the Chu family, whom she had personally nurtured, he was now busy arguing with others about the family business, only belatedly realizing his mistake and reverting to his loyal dog persona after a long bout of cursing. This is the price. People with shitty brains are a double-edged sword. They're easy to manipulate, but also easy to lose control. She muttered with a cold laugh. Chu Xiangrui is simple-minded, politically naive, but full of ambition, a rough diamond. If I didn't want to properly hone him, make him sensible, and obediently submit to work for me, why would I have let such a piece of trash take the lead? The secretary beside her, holding her terminal, remained calm, showing no fear whatsoever at the CEO's dangerous words. The two waited for several hours, watching the directors finally speak. The raw materials are cut off. What about the factory? Scotty is definitely going to change hands. Our outpost is gone. The next battle will be fought at headquarters. The secretary's terminal vibrated at a specific frequency. A smile played on her lips as she leaned forward and said, "CEO, all done." Sun Ai nodded, lightly tapping the table with her knuckles. The camouflage projection vanished, revealing her aged and autocratic face. Her sharp, blue-glowing eyes fixed intently on the front. She looked at everyone, yet not at anyone in particular. It was as if, in her eyes, only when these board members were united were they qualified to communicate with her. The noisy board meeting quickly quieted down. Some people trembled at the CEO's actions. Everyone harbored resentment towards Sun Ai. You personally promised the war would begin in 2 or 3 years, so all families and subsidiaries, as you instructed, fully shifted to production. Now the hegemon has started the war, and we are completely unprepared. Shouldn't you offer some explanation? But no one wanted to be the first to speak out. Instinctively, they glanced at the Chu family's seats, then belatedly turned away in disgust. Sitting in the Chu family's seat wasn't the hot-headed, courageous Chu Xiangrui, but rather Sun Aigao's lackey. What bad luck. They should have protected Chu Xiangrui back then. Many directors thought to themselves. Until the boardroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, the secretary announced loudly, "Latest intelligence. The dominant military space station, Carthage, this should need no explanation, has been conquered by our fleet. Our Marines are currently carrying out an airborne landing mission to seize control of the Carthage desert planet. Everything is going smoothly." Chu Zhen asked, "Where is Carthage?" The elderly director, who had once advised Chu Xiangrui, stared in astonishment at Chu Zhen. Seeing the unmistakable stupidity in his eyes, he inwardly lamented, "The Chu family is finished. They actually let someone like this rise to power, and yet his stupidity is tinged with a hint of loyalty. Isn't this just handing Sun Ai a platform to show off?" Even Sun Ai's lips curled into a barely perceptible, stiff smile, making her appear like a robotic robot. The secretary calmly counted on her fingers, and the holographic projector in the center of the circular boardroom quickly switched, first to a star map, then to a complex star system in the northeast corner of the Tachyon headquarters Hebersil system, jointly occupied by Tachyon Technology, the Interstellar Empire, and the Overlord. The Corsica system is named after the human territory. Within it lies our company's largest volatile matter mining base. Within this system are the Overlord's Carthage, the Interstellar Empire's Illyria, and our company's Sidonia. The Corsica system, that name is quite witty. Blue box. Tachyon headquarters, green box. Corsica system. Chu Zhen stroked his chin, seriously marveling, so far from the Overlord, yet so close to our company, with the Interstellar Empire assisting us, how could it still be occupied by the Overlord? The old director rolled his eyes. The secretary smiled and explained, "This planet, Carthage, appears to be a desert planet, but thanks to the human realm's terraforming, it possesses exceptionally rich biodiversity and rare mineral resources. Due to long-term targeted attacks from our company and the Interstellar Empire, a permanent martial law has been declared here since the previous Supreme Overlord. The Overlord established a dense, heavy defensive array, a military base, an agricultural development zone, and a light industrial production center here. A heavy defensive array would cost 450,000 star coins. A military base would cost 750,000 star coins. The Overlord forcibly inserted a colony here to monitor our company. Simultaneously, like Scotty Space Station, they used this place as an outpost." As if considering Chu Zhen's intelligence, the secretary added, however, because of their vast territory and abundant resources, the Overlord upgraded this space station to a military one. Just as the Overlord shamelessly declared war on our company and the Perseus Alliance, the CEO ordered the mobilization of the nearest fleet and the recruitment of the Perseus Alliance's commercial fleet dispatched to Sidonia to jointly attack Carthage Space Station. Just now, Frontline Commander Manhattan reported that, at the cost of a battleship severely damaged, our company successfully captured this place. Currently, we are carrying out an orbital bombardment mission. We open a landing site shortly. Sun Ihao spoke up at the opportune moment. Because our company didn't plan ahead, the fleet participating in this battle only has 2 battleships. But please rest assured, directors, it's the Perseus Alliance's fleet that suffered heavy damage, and the Interstellar Empire has promised to provide our company and the Perseus Alliance with rest and recuperation, as well as low-priced export support. She stood up, speaking slowly and decisively. I, Sun Ihao, always put the company first. The Overlord did catch us off guard. But Southern technology is not made of clay. The destruction of Carthage was merely our countermeasure. If the Overlord dares to invade, I will make him suffer a crushing defeat. Just like the previous 2 times. As for the titles of victory and defeat. Southern technology never cares about such things. Chu Jun blushed, clapping enthusiastically with admiration, almost whistling to express her excitement. The other directors also clapped, but their exchanged glances were filled with worry. Sun Ihai didn't consult the board of directors beforehand about this surprise attack on Carthage. They argued heatedly about countermeasures in the meeting, and Sun Ihai just bypassed the board and issued the order. If you didn't consult us, fine, but couldn't you at least inform us before issuing the order? Did you really want to see everyone make a fool of themselves? Besides, 2 capital ships taking on a dominant military space station. To put it nicely, it's a military adventure. To put it bluntly, isn't it pure gambling? Yes, you're awesome if you win now, but what if you lose? Have you thought about the consequences? The old board member pursed his lips, having already figured out Sun Ihai's intentions. This damn woman, she's deliberately concealing the operation, waiting for news of victory to come so she can use the good news of the victory to redeem herself for the loss of face due to her previous misjudgment of the situation. Sun Ihao, are you really willing to go to such lengths to maintain your position and establish your authority? You selfish wretch, only thinking of yourself. Is this still a company system? What's the difference between this and the warlord system you've been denouncing? Chapter 683. Corsica System, Carthage, a hegemonic outpost, in its far orbit. Manhattan hummed a tune, reclining on his wide, soft throne, watching the military escort ships rapidly descending like meteorites, their heavy defensive arrays reinforced by artillery. He felt no regret. Not to mention that after conquering the space station, he had ordered a full-scale orbital bombardment. Assisted by intelligence gathered by his agents, this bombardment was remarkably precise, destroying most of the heavy defensive arrays. The remaining anti-ship cannons, due to their immense power and slow rate of fire, were unable to inflict much damage on the dispersed formations of these shuttles and escort ships. What? You're asking about the ships and soldiers that were hit? So what if they died? I'm a tachyon tech person. Who do you think I am? Some kind of beggar from the Universal Union, so poor they rather die than give up any life? Besides, didn't you see the ships that went down were all painted purple? I don't even consider tachyon tech people human, let alone the Starlight Society people. They're more like chamber pots. Just a rinpoche, nothing more. He smugly picked up a grape, savoring it, and even had the energy to call out to his cousin, the first mate. Constantine, want some? Constantine shook his head gravely. Seeing his elder brother's nonchalant attitude, he couldn't help but advise, brother. What time is it? Why are you still like this? What's wrong with me? Manhattan glared. Am I not serving my duty? Or did I shirk my responsibilities at the Carthage space station? Constantine shook his head urgently. That's not what I meant. Now that the hegemon has declared war on our company, it's one thing if you don't airdrop your family's private army, but why even deploy landing craft? Without a safe landing site, these escort ships and shuttles will pay a heavy price. So what? Manhattan laughed heartily. I emptied my pockets to bribe her, Sun Ihao, and that's how I traded a meteorite for a star, transforming my idiotic standard-class battlecruiser into an Odyssey-class battleship. And this crappy ship was built from the Perseus Alliance's inventory. Not only did I not get the star, I didn't even get the exemplar. His cousin, horrified, cried, Don't say any more. Don't say any more. Manhattan's expression was one of disdain. I didn't exactly slack off when I attacked Conda's nest, did I? I made over 300,000 star coins, which I then gave all to her. My family contributed another 350,000, and I took out a loan of 150,000. That's enough to build an Odyssey. Damn it, just because I lost face but gained substance in the mag system, she only gave me an Odyssey-class ship. She herself lost face but gained substance in the second AI war, didn't she? Why is she treating me like this? Manhattan spat out the fruit pit, which landed cleanly in the negative pressure trash can, showcasing his superb aiming skills. On this ship, they're all family private soldiers. What are you afraid of? Let me tell you, Constantine, Tachyon technology was declared war on by the Overlord, yes. But so what? For the meager reward Sunihao gave me, I fight 3 rounds on the spot. That's more than enough. Damn it, letting me lead those sluts and harlots from the Starlight Society to attack Carthage Space Station. That's the Overlord's military space station, only 2 Odyssey-class ships, and I won. I deserve to enjoy it. Constantine thought to himself. But these 2 battleships were accompanied by a whole squadron of Doom-class phase cruisers, and half a squadron of Dawn Goddess-class ships. Their strength was actually not weak at all. To be honest, the Starlight Society gets 30% of all the assets on Carthage, and her CEO only deserves 20%. Manhattan continued cursing. Constantine cried out anxiously, but if this continues, the company will suffer losses. Hey! What does the Promons family care about the company's losses? Manhattan grabbed his cousin, who was rushing towards him anxiously, his eyes clear, showing no sign of anger. Remember this, little brother, we given this money to Sunihao. From now on, we only be her people in the company. Even if we don't want to, others will only think we are. But she has no shortage of dogs. We have to protect the family first, then highlight our own status. So we have to be greedy, extremely greedy. We have to pray for the company's utter failure. The more the company fails, the more important we be, and the more we can plunder. Family first, company second, remember that. Having said that, Manhattan stood up and opened the communication channel. What's the situation on the surface now? Reporting to Commander-in-Chief, we entered the underground city, captured level 8, and there are still 16 levels left. We're currently advancing towards the control room. On the projection screen, a purple-skinned marine, covered in blood, reported loudly. Very good. Once we completely taken the city, I approve that you have priority in selecting slaves. This doesn't need to be reported, Manhattan said casually. Thank you, Commander. The man saluted excitedly. Constantine trembled. Looking at his arrogant cousin, who showed no respect for the CEO, his lips trembled, unable to speak. He stiffly turned his head, looking at the changing projection floor beneath his feet. The bridge floor of this high-tech battleship was now projecting images of the planet taken from multiple angles onto the ship, as if the entire bridge were built on glass. The dim, yellowish planet was currently engaged in orbital bombardment and ground combat, sending up sparks and plumes of smoke visible even from space. This planet, rich in unique and exotic ecosystems, is ravaged by war. If Dong Lixiang were here, he would surely be furious and berate Speedtronics for its wasteful practices. But Manhattan doesn't care, nor do Speedtronics or the Overlord. At the governor's mansion in Xinjiang City, Eden Star, Speedtronics' business representative stood angrily outside the door, his face ashen as he glared at the old one-eyed man blocking the entrance, idly picking his ear. The business representative tried to force his way in, but the old one-eyed man easily pushed him back with the little finger of his alloy prosthetic arm. Right in front of him, the old one-eyed man's little finger popped open, revealing a delicate little ear pick, and then comfortably dug out a large clump of thick, dark yellow earwax, making him tremble with pleasure. After cleaning his left ear, he moved on to his right, and only after cleaning both ears did he look at the ear pick with disdain. Looking up at the business representative, the old one-eyed man smiled. The CEO has received your application, and now wants you to come in, he said, rubbing the ear pick on the business representative's shoulder, adding a glaring yellow tinge to the exquisite, expensive cobalt blue silk uniform from the Interstellar Empire. The old one-eyed man pursed his lips. Want me to help you in? The business representative snorted and barged in. Inside was Li Bin's study. Unlike the so-called studies of others, which were filled with plastic containers, the master's study was truly filled with books. After all, he had salvaged a vast ruin, teeming with ancient books from the early days of humankind, when resources flowed freely. One sentence reveals all. These were made of real gold and silver, paper made from plants native to old Earth. Ordinary alien plants wouldn't deserve the master's collection. However, the master only glanced at them once before refusing to look further. Meanwhile, Li Bin, the CEO of Wanyu Union and the owner of the study, was sitting cross-legged in a chair, wearing glasses and appearing refined. Upon seeing the visitor, he feigned surprise and delight. The business representative from Suzy has come to inquire about your life or death? Rest assured, although our 2 families are currently at war, I, Li, would not stoop to the despicable act of killing an envoy. He was dressed impeccably, but his words were utterly devoid of substance. The business representative frowned, cursing inwardly, but made no attempt to appear polite, shouting, "Li Bin, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble." Chapter 684. The Tachyon business representative was furious. He only knew that the Universal Alliance had sided with the Overlord, a fact that Tachyon headquarters had already informed him of in a confidential letter. But he didn't know that Kelja Technology and Risk Mining had also declared war on the Persis Alliance. Yes, about half a day after the Overlord captured Scotty and announced it, Tachyon also captured Carthage and announced it. The two sides fought fiercely, conquering each other's planets within 40 hours of the start of the war. The number of military and civilian casualties exceeded hundreds of thousands at the very beginning. Carthage, in particular, was home to over 3.4 million people. With orbital bombardment, Tachyon Technology's failure to prohibit the human organ trade, and Commander Manhattan's deliberate indulgence of the Star Pirates, Tachyon's kill count was several times that of the Overlord. And this number was constantly being updated. The intensity of the AI war was far greater than the mineral war, and this was merely the opening act. Just as everyone was waiting to see Sun Ihao and the Supreme Overlord have a falling out, and the cyberspace CP fans were eagerly anticipating the Lud Church and the Persis Alliance pushing them aside, Kelja Technology Corporation and Risk Mining intervened, turning the traditional 2v2 into a 4v2. Feeling immense pressure, the SpeedZig board of directors issued orders to various business representatives, instructing them to lobby all the forces on the Overlord side. The CEO, who had reportedly previously manipulated and toyed with the board members, unusually lost his temper, even uttering the defiant statement, "As long as they withdraw from the war, I give them whatever they want." Fortunately, he was persuaded to stop by the secretary and the board members. Looking at the lecherous Li Bin, who seemed completely unfazed by their threats, acting as if he were a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, the business representatives were furious. "Tom!" he roared, slamming his hands on the table. "Li Bin, you're just a small company CEO, a peasant from a breeding factory. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly towards me, the representative of the Speedy Ones? Let me tell you, Kelja Technology and Risk Mining are giants, qualified to challenge me, the Speedy Ones. You're not worthy. If you don't want the Brighton Alliance to block your route into the core sector from the north, and our phase fleet to block your route into the core sector from the south, then immediately withdraw from the war. My CEO is very magnanimous, and will let you off the hook. If you don't agree, we will not only cut off your trade routes, but also have the Brighton Alliance and the Starlight Society relentlessly attack you. We leave you no time to even look after yourself." Bang! The door was kicked open, and the old one-eyed prosthetic arm transformed into a hand cannon, pressed against the back of the business representative, the spinning barrel tearing his expensive uniform to shreds. Old One-Eye, a cigarette dangling from his lips, ignored the curses escaping his grasp by the speedy bodyguard behind him. "You rock crab-raised reptilian bastard, watch your mouth." As he spoke, he slammed the business representative's head onto the table. The business representative struggled desperately, but Old One-Eye's war-tested hand, rejuvenated by the Primarcha stimulation, was no match for the pampered man. His rough thumb pressed against the representative's pressure points, each struggle excruciating. With his head pinned to the table, he could still see the glaring yellow stain on his clothes. This yellow smear instilled immense fear in him, as if decades of understanding had been shattered. He screamed in terror, "Your Universal Alliance only has 3 battleships. Speedy Technology has over 30. Even if you could sink one of your battleships with a single shot, you're still no match for Speedy. I advise you to face reality, and not do the foolish thing of a frigate blocking a battleship." Li Bin leaned back in his chair, leisurely sipping tea from an anti-entropy tea tray, his voice as unyielding as iron. "Then let each of my capital ships fire 10 shots. He put down his teacup. "Boss, send the trade representatives aboard. Also, send a message to the Supreme Overlord. The Universal Alliance has expelled all Tachyon representatives and ships from the company's territory, and our company is actively cooperating with the Overlord's military operations." The old one-eyed man grinned maliciously. "Aye, Captain. Hyperscale System, Planet Borui. This planet is the headquarters of Tachyon Technology. Although it's a tundra planet, it possesses 3 expensive and luxurious star mirrors, man-made artifacts, that can freely refract the light of stars, thus theoretically resulting in high agricultural yields. However, because the stars belong to the company, and even subsidiaries outside of Tachyon Technology have to pay fees to use them, this planet still faces a significant food import shortage under normal circumstances. However, given the complete stellar mirror that shaped the planet's climate, the temperature here is significantly higher than on ordinary tundra planets. Near the equator, There's even a vast private grassland stretching across the continent, flanked by small forests where alien cold climate plants and old Earth coniferous forests intermingle. Chu Xiangrui landed at the landing site on his family's 10,000-hectare private grassland, breathing in the cool, crisp air. The fatigue from setting up the secret society and contacting other families was swept away. His lovely wife, Yelena, was running freely across the grassland, calling out "Oh, oh, oh," which startled a swarm of insects into flight. She wore a white functional windbreaker with red trim, her long, lee gray hair flowing, bangs covering her left eye. To outsiders, she possessed a cool and aloof air, but in front of Chu Xiangrui, she was like a carefree child. Youth is wonderful, isn't it? Just as Chu Xiangrui was admiring his wife's innocent and carefree demeanor, a jarring voice pulled him back to reality. Chu Xiangrui's smile instantly vanished. "Old Master Zilif, if you want to see a director, please go see my uncle. I'm just a figurehead clan chief now." Zilif, old but refined, still possessed a charmingly shrewd smile. "Still angry? I wouldn't dare. Alright, I'm here to see the leader of new tachyon technology." Zilif casually dropped a bombshell, causing Chu Xiangrui, who had been looking at his wife, to abruptly turn around. Zilif's expression remained unchanged. "Not looking at your wife now?" Chu Xiangrui pursed his lips, uttering each word slowly. "What do you mean?" Zilif tilted his head. "You really think you covered your tracks perfectly, don't you?" He sneered. "If I hadn't been cleaning up your mess, you would have been caught red-handed and killed by that old hag Sunai long ago." Chu Xiangrui didn't speak, gently moving his shoulder joints, but the old man saw through him at a glance. "Don't even think about it. Although I'm old, this body is from my eldest son, who I just replaced last year. Before the transplant, he was getting acupuncture and taking medicine. He was incredibly strong." He turned his neck, starting from below his Adam's apple, using invisible lines as a dividing line. The wrinkles of old age and the smooth, delicate skin were clearly distinct. "You think that my voting to remove you from the board of directors was harming you, but I was actually protecting you. Little one, you're not cut out to be a schemer, but you have a lot of leadership qualities. I originally planned to wait until you matured in a few decades before pushing you out to compete with Sunai, but time waits for no one." Chapter 685. He sighed. "You're so eager to fight Sunai, good? You got guts?" He gave a thumbs up. "You're lucky, you caught the right wave." Sunai misjudged the situation, losing the initiative because the Overlord started the war first. And he was limited by World War I and II history, spending all his energy on assimilating the Persis Alliance. As a result, the newly appointed Supreme Overlord is agile, bringing in Keljif and Win Mine to confront the Persis Alliance. The current situation is that tachyon technology is dealing with the Overlord and the Luddite Church, the opposite of the Second AI War. Zilla sighed. "We old folks, looking at the stubborn Sunai and then at the adaptable Supreme Overlord, felt that changing the CO might be a way out. Luckily, there's a hothead among us. Want to get into new speedtronics? What a coincidence." He patted Chu Xiangrui on the shoulder. "Invite us to play a part? Covering up Sunai was just a show for everyone to surprise you. No pressure. Whether it works out or not, we can still help with this little thing. No rush, we have plenty of time. But you shouldn't be so focused on your career, neglecting your beautiful wife." Zilia sighed with an air of experience. "You should enjoy life. Don't wait until I'm this age to regret it. This body is best when it's original. While you're young and strong, look at more beauties." In the distance, the grass grew tall and the sun shone warmly, casting a faint warmth on the cool air. At the edge of the starry sky, the stars were dim, their reflections weak and lifeless. Yelena pressed her hat down, her hair and the tall grass rising and falling. She called out to them cheerfully and curiously. The voice was light and airy, easily dispersed by the wind. "Look, your wife's calling you." "I won't be a third wheel," Zilla said, humming an old tune, his young body taking aged steps, swaying unsteadily as he turned and left. Chu Xiangrui stood in the middle, Yelena to his left in the bright sunlight, and Zilif to his right, disappearing into the shadows of the shuttle. He thought for a moment, waved to his wife, then called out to the old man, "Hey! My wife made apple pie, want some?" Zilif stopped. "Young man, don't be too ambitious, you might bite off more than you can chew." Chu Xiangrui said firmly, "What kind of young man isn't ambitious? I have a good appetite, I'm not afraid of overeating." "Good, you got guts." Scotty, as a frozen planet, can support hundreds of thousands of people purely because of human technology. The difficulty of building structures that can withstand the low temperatures of ice is far less than the difficulty of building floating cities on ocean like lava. Therefore, although Scotty, like Elfie, is technically a dead world, its inhabitants mostly live underground on this gravity-bound planet, resembling moles. Tachyon technology, through its complex and cumbersome loan operations, has turned hundreds of thousands of people into lifetime, outsourced employees burdened with debt for life or even generations. These individuals even have their reproductive rights strictly controlled by the Tachyon. Having children is not an inherent right for the Tachyon branches, but rather a reward. A loan that would normally require a lifetime of work, 20 hours a day, to repay can have its term extended into a second life once you have offspring, with your children taking over the debt. Yes, this will certainly lead to inflated interest rates, eventually resulting in an astronomical total repayment amount. But at least you won't have to work 20 hours a day for the rest of your life. It can be reduced to 16 hours, and if you have a child, it can be reduced to 10 hours. As for your children's debts, they will be responsible for repaying them themselves and their children. Therefore, on Scotty's space station, birth quotas are a valuable asset. Those who possess quotas attract a large number of outsourced employees, and some people with multiple birth quotas even rent out or auction off their children's debt quotas, becoming a replica of interstellar retirees. This model can squeeze the potential out of everyone in a stable environment for Tachyon technology, but when war and crisis come, it becomes a dangerous powder keg. Get your act together. Whether you're a boy or not, everyone from our 14th Regiment is a hero. The Marine officer, his face grim, encouraged the others. We are all atonement officers, and we're in the Army. The atonement expedition is difficult enough, but for the Army, it's even more challenging. Now that the AI war has broken out, thousands of atonement officers want to join. You need to know that the 14th Regiment went to great lengths to secure landing slots with massive naval cover. So this battle can only succeed. Failure is not an option. Everyone needs to know that the Supreme Staff has declared that we have captured Scotty, so this battle must end within 24 hours. If we capture the planet in time, we won't embarrass the Supreme Staff, and we will be promoted for our achievements. Beep beep beep. A sharp landing alarm sounded, red light illuminating every Marine. As the shuttle and landing craft passed through the entire craft fire and landed, the doors slammed shut amidst violent jolts, crushing any life that dared to stand in their way. The officers of the 14th Regiment, leading their Marines, were the first to enter the battlefield. Their original plan was to build a defensive line with their lives, holding out until heavy weapons arrived. They intended to tear apart the Tachyon technology defenders' lines with tank artillery, and the shipborne weapons of their shuttles, washing away their shame with blood and fire, and establishing their glory. However, what awaited them was an absurdly weak barrage of lasers and bombs. What's going on? The officers of the 14th Regiment were stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. At that moment, the loudspeakers on the Tachyon defense line blared, and a joyful voice, mixed with the sounds of explosions and gunfire, rang out. Is this the Overlord's army? We are the Scotty Rebellion Army. We have captured the entrance and exit of the underground dome city, dropped the bomb gates, and are attacking the Tachyon positions from the inside out. Soldiers, hurry and break in. The officers of Atonement were skeptical until they launched reconnaissance drones, and indeed saw thousands of Tachyon defenders turning their guns and exchanging fire with the defensive positions at the dome city gates. Only then did they realize that this Tachyon technology city had truly erupted into internal strife. Even the gates had been taken over. This was no ordinary rebel army. There must be our intelligence agents secretly working on this, Lieutenant. This is a golden opportunity. Someone immediately suggested. Regardless, we're the unit closest to the gate. Even if someone helps us, as long as we break down the gate, the Army's credit will be mine. The officer stirred. Lieutenant. Give the order, Lieutenant. The lieutenant gritted his teeth, thought for a few seconds, then waved his hand. Notify all Marines to abandon heavy weapons and supplies, and immediately jump into the enemy's position. We feed the enemy. Launch the glorious airborne assault. With that, the lieutenant led the charge, leaping from his bunker, his jetpack overloaded, crashing into the Tachyon position and engaging in fierce combat. Thus, a single drop of orange water dripped into the position previously controlled by thousands of cobalt blue Tachyon defenders. This droplet, consisting of only 50 or 60 people, quickly dispersed, merging with the cobalt blue. But as these dispersed orange figures moved, cutting off wired communications, deploying electronic jamming equipment, and destroying ammunition depots and artillery positions, the initially immense pressure on the insurgents quickly eased. They finally had the energy to turn back and repel the Tachyon troops attempting to storm the gate. A perfectly good siege has been turned into an onion-like battle. The staff officers responsible for the army command on the bridge of the Overlord Vanguard fleet, watching this scene, couldn't help but curse aloud. This kind of chaotic fighting is extremely mentally taxing. In contrast, in heavy artillery-driven siege battles, they were only responsible for overall strategic planning. The hardship was mostly borne by the frontline commanders and logistics officers. But now, the pressure is on their side. However, the impact is minimal. The staff are the ones who are exhausted, but the overall situation remains unaffected. According to the staff team's analysis, it will only take 5 hours to break down the gates and then control the entire city. The only thing to be careful about is controlling the laborers, who have been enslaved by Su Zi for too long, preventing them from destroying production facilities. Li Bin, who was also observing the battle, couldn't help but ask Chu Xiongfei, "Can our agents plan an uprising?" Chu Xiongfei nodded and then shook his head. Planning an uprising is certainly possible, but our intelligence department is small, specializing in intelligence infiltration. Its advantage is secrecy, but its disadvantage is insufficient scale. Even if it were planned, the number of rebels and their equipment would be insufficient. Moreover, we lack a surplus of skilled officers like the overlords, and we can't provide them with armed guidance. According to the intelligence compiled by Cheng Beiyang, our agents are not good at combat and command. This is why the Universal Alliance could potentially instigate a rebellion, but it's also highly unlikely that the Universal Alliance could actually instigate one. Chapter 686. First Mate, how's the Xingtian? Lan Yuan, who was signing for and receiving combat supplies at the logistics department, called out to First Mate Morningstar Phil, who was checking. Morningstar Phil fired a final burst of energy from the Xingtian's main cannon. After the frontline engineers finished their report, he reported to Lan Yuan, "Captain, the Xingtian is in good condition. The engineers assigned by the CO have fully mastered the ship's basic maintenance techniques. They are said to be senior engineers who immigrated from Hyena Mining, and they also studied at the Universal Joint Ship Design Bureau. They were taught in a short-term crash course by Gao Yuanjian and Wang Shiji. They are among the most knowledgeable about high-tech warships in the company. High-tech warships are all precision machinery. As one of the few high-tech experimental ships in the star system, the Xingtian's strength is certainly impressive, but its maintenance processes are exceptionally complex. Especially the Xenon process, which is a considerable challenge for the star system's native engineers. Li Bin, having failed to salvage the Xingtian, immediately sent it to the battlefield for intense combat testing, all while waiting for the assigned engineers, technicians, and damage control personnel to be in place. Now it's ready, and the Universal Alliance is also ready. Very good, Lan Yuan said succinctly. Wang Shiji has completed the equipment transplantation and construction of the planetary shield. In a few more days, once the shield passes Friendorfo identification, the fleet can set sail. Xingchen Fair was somewhat puzzled. Didn't the CO say that we should wait until the Suzan and the Overlord are locked in a fierce battle before making a move? Lan Yuan looked up at the dozens of fleets of varying sizes, resembling a raging school of fish, clustered around the Eden space station outside the Interstellar station, and sighed. Plans can't keep up with changes. The Suzan has been provoked by Keljev and Finquang's entry into the fray, and Sun Aihao seems worried that if the battle continues to drag on, it will be detrimental to her. According to Cheng Beiyang's intelligence, Tachyon Technology is gathering Marines from various regions, preparing for a major operation. Judging from the size of the Marines, they number in the tens of thousands. The CO, using AI core assessment, believes Sun Aihao might be worried that the Perseus Alliance won't be able to hold out and will surrender. The Perseus Alliance is notorious for embodying the weaknesses of many. It possesses the extreme selfishness, fragmentation, and inefficiency of Tachyon Technology's behemoth system. It also has a vast star system similar to a hegemon, and the immense defensive pressure and limited range it brings. This multi-headed organization, prone to attacking from one side to the other, often misses opportunities due to infighting and buck passing. In fact, it could be said that in several AI wars, the Perseus Alliance performed much better than usual, because during these periods, it primarily obeyed Tachyon Technology's leadership. After 2 rounds of AI wars, the Perseus Alliance is deeply bound to Tachyon Technology. Originally formed for freedom, the organization is now politically and militarily highly controlled by Tachyon. Before World War III, even its production capacity was tied up. If Sun Aihao hadn't coveted the Perseus Alliance's population, resources, and production capacity, and if the Perseus Alliance's highest authority, the Broad Council, wasn't so easily manipulated, she probably would have long ago wiped out the organization. Sun Aihao was quite certain that given the Broad Council's weakness and divisions, If when Mining and Kelja Technology Corporation were to conquer a few planets, it would most likely surrender. Therefore, the original tactic of delaying and exhausting the enemy was probably unworkable. Thinking of this, Lan Yuan felt both annoyed and relieved. Originally, the company planned to produce a few more cruisers to strengthen its homeland defenses, and also to conduct one last cleanup of the surrounding star systems, and root out Ludleth Path and the small pirates. It seems impossible now. In about a month or two, the main forces of the Sizzlets and the Overlords will clash, and the intensity and strength of the war will escalate rapidly. According to the AI Corps' estimates, if we can't seize this window of opportunity after the Sizzlets' army returns from the war, we'd be facing their main force while they're resting. Lan Yuan said, boarding the shuttle from the Interstellar station to the space station. But this aligns with the positive development of the star field's overall situation. If the war really lasts for more than a decade, the Hell Legion will be completely uncontrollable. At the governor's mansion, Li Bin, embracing his wife whose bust had noticeably increased, patiently persuaded, Li Ziyu and Li Zhouhui are still breastfeeding. They weren't bred in a breeding factory. They weren't given drugs from the fetal stage. Why don't you spend more time with your sons? ISA scoffed. The company has only a handful of people capable of commanding large-scale wars. If I leave, who will? Come switch shifts with you. Who's going to give you advice? We see. She pinched Li Bin's face, pulling and stretching it wildly, making it look like a pancake, then squeezing it into a long strip. This is my business too. I'm not a delicate princess, I'm a soldier. There are millions of people in the company. I don't believe we can't find a wet nurse. If that doesn't work, we use synthetic formula. If you're worried about the ingredients being questionable, we have the Biological Research Center synthesize it exactly like my breast milk. Actually, I'm worried that the children, especially Lee Brown, were properly breastfed by you. If they find out later, they cause trouble. You know, interstellar humans grow taller and faster, especially boys. Once they start causing trouble, the destructive power is immeasurable. Li Bin had no choice but to agree, but since you put it that way, let Uncle stay a few more days, and ask him to look after the children. Li Shu needs to stay home. Her workload really can't be increased. ISA ruffled Li Bin's hair with satisfaction, then swaggered away, like a victorious bull. Soon after, Luoan, with a rosy complexion and gentle nature, came knocking, complaining incessantly, "Your second aunt has been urging me to go back for ages. She hasn't seen me for months. And now you expect me to take care of the kids for almost half a year. What about my wife? If you push her too far, she could really affect your supply lines. She's a counselor in the capital star system. Forget about embezzlement. Just the use of inferior materials could ruin many of your projects." Luoan warned seriously. Li Bin was speechless. Is it that serious? It can't be. At this, Luoan confidently puffed out his chest. My wife has complained many times, saying she can't sleep well without me holding her. Fine, I report to the Supreme Overlord and ask him to send a group of engineers to guide the installation and maintenance of the facilities and invite the counselors to visit and offer guidance on company administration. My second aunt volunteered. Could you please have her come to see you under the guise of a visit? Luoan looked Li Bin up and down a few times, then said with satisfaction, "You're a sensible kid. You didn't just brush off your second uncle." He then solemnly reminded Li Bin, "I know you'll be leaving soon, but Li Bin, I'm reminding you again. This is your first time facing a giant corporation independently. Not like before when you were just tagging along with other companies' fleets. And your enemy is Tachyon Technology. Their space stations, especially the one in their headquarters system, are far superior to those of third-rate giants like Hyena Mining. Tachyon Technology's space stations are equipped with Tachyon lances. You must be extremely careful." Chapter 687. Dear tourists and merchants, please immediately leave Area A and proceed to Area J Airport and Berthing Area. These areas are under the control of the Universal Union. All personnel and vessels not belonging to our company still operating within the controlled area are requested to leave immediately. The Universal Union sincerely apologizes for any inconvenience caused to your life and business. With this friendly reminder, a large number of crew members were urgently awakened by their captains and commanders, rushing back to their ships and moving the spaceships docked in the controlled area. The merchants gathered in the controlled area quickly closed their stalls, deactivated their magnetic levitation mode, suspending their heavy open-top hover cars in the air, and then fled like the wind. Unlike the chaotic, noisy merchants and crew, interspersed with complaints, a group of people wearing black uniforms with light purple floral patterns appeared at the end of the passageway, brushing past the crowd. This group, guided by the enforcement team, orderly exited through the airtight door and entered the desolate space. As the airtight door opened, the air was swept away by the negative pressure of space. The bustling energy and vibrancy of the crowd seemed to be swept away as well. All sounds were distorted and warped as the air was sucked in, and the world became unfamiliar with the loss of sound as a sense of existence. But they were used to this change, calmly activating their helmet communicators, and continuing to follow instructions to the docking area and board the ships according to their assigned groups. Compared to the spaceship, the humans, as small as grains of sand, seemed to come alive once they boarded. These steel behemoths began to raise and lower turrets, rotate detectors, and turn optical observation posts. Like brown bears just awakened from hibernation, stretching lazily from hunger. Control towers and navigation shuttles moved back and forth within the massive fleet, adjusting the ship's course and guiding their formation. As the crews were ready, a new batch of passengers began loading. These people were no longer as orderly as before. Instead, they were a diverse mix of people in red, white, and blue uniforms, carrying large and small bags, and even cargo, requiring loading onto railcars. Upon arrival at the spaceport terminal, they were then unloaded by towering gantry cranes. These people included damage control personnel, technicians, engineers, scientists, doctors, and others. While everyone wearing uniforms of the same color might look pleasing to the eye, conveying a sense of collective unity, in space, the ship is like land, the ship is life. Different positions, and even different ranks require different colored uniforms. This is so that in emergencies such as war or boarding, the crew can quickly distinguish positions and ranks by uniform color and style, thereby rapidly restoring the chain of command and allowing the temporary commander to assign tasks accordingly. After all, a battleship is several kilometers long, with a multi-layered, three-dimensional structure resembling a city. Some people might never encounter one in their entire life. Li Bin strode into the bridge. Xian Tao respectfully helped Li Bin connect to the neural probe. The long-lost voice of Celia entered Li Bin's brain. "Darling, I'm itching for action. We're going to wipe out tachyon technology this time, right?" "Yes and no," Li Bin replied, rubbing his neck, feeling the probe penetrating his spine. "Holman of the Brighton Alliance, under the instructions of their chairman, sent me intelligence saying that the Relief Association has secretly joined the tachyon front, waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Overlord. The Suzan is pressuring the Brighton Alliance to join the war as soon as possible. The speaker is already trying his best to delay, but his biggest difficulty doesn't come from the Suzan, but from the pressure exerted by the internal subservient faction. I have 3 missions this time. First, to launch a surprise attack on Suzan technology, but that will be the last thing I do. Second, under the guise of joining the war, to help the speaker eliminate the key figures of the subservient faction. Third, the speaker confided in me. He learned from the Suzan's negotiators that about 2 or 3 light-years southeast of the IMA system, there is an uninhabited system called the TIA system. A few years ago, when the Relief Association followed Ludlow's left path to sweep through the IMA system, they secretly established an outpost there. After these years of development, it has become a primitive space station disguised as a meteorite, with the outpost as its core. The Relief Association and the Suzan plan to engage the Overlord in the first round of battle in the IMA system. At that time, the Relief Association's fleet will depart from the TIA system to rush to the battlefield and attack the Overlord from the rear. Syria's machine spirit thought for 1.2 seconds. According to the intelligence shared by your brain, the Relief Association's military strength can't have much impact on the Overlord. Their arsenal ships are weak. But if they use a horizontal jump to enter the physical universe first, and then rush to the battlefield after the fleet restarts, it can have an unexpected effect. The Overlord's fleet will probably already be engaged in combat with the Tachyon fleet by then, and the staff will be doing everything they can to set up their formation, trying to win. If the Tachyon fleet uses a feigned retreat to attract all of the Overlord's fleet's attention, and waits for the Relief Association's reinforcements to arrive, then the Overlord's fleet will face the disadvantage of being attacked from both sides by the Relief Association, and having to destroy its own formation to retreat, and leave the Tachyon fleet with room to counterattack. Li Bin, eyes closed, piloted the spaceship, slowly following the navigation shuttle. While responding, the analysis is spot on. While the quality of the Relief Association's battleships is indeed questionable, the addition of a fresh force will have a huge impact on the morale of both sides. Moreover, the opening created by the change in formation could further cripple the Overlord. What I need to do now is wait until this Relief Association fleet leaves the star system, then launch a surprise attack on the space station, forcing them to return to reinforce it, and trying to destroy the space station before they successfully return. Celia asked curiously, why not just send the intelligence to the Overlord directly? Their fleet size should be sufficient to handle them if we get the intelligence beforehand. That space station is quite lucrative. Celia, Li Bin swallowed. Water, said the Universal Alliance, is in its prime. As the saying goes, a half-grown boy can eat his father out of house and home. I only have about 3 million star coins left in my pocket. Without a windfall, I can't survive the AI war. I need to get rich too. In the Magna Galaxy, Konda frowned and handed the intelligence report to his timid daughter-in-law beside him. Take a look. Hathaway Harcourt respectfully took it, glanced at it pretending to be confused, and said, I don't understand. All right, stop pretending. Konda clicked his tongue. There are no outsiders here. No need to act like a brainless idiot. Hathaway reluctantly began to examine it seriously. She didn't want to offer Konda any help, but Konda wasn't some kind mother-in-law. He was a ruthless pirate emperor. If she dared to offer any opinions when he wasn't willing to play along, she'd be in for a world of trouble. After reading the intelligence, Hathaway chuckled. Project Ghost Ship? That's such an old-fashioned name. Unlimited phase warfare sounded pretty cool. Sigh, this war's only been going on for less than a week, and already 2 Atlas-class ships have been sunk. The intelligence Konda shared was the lost report sent by the Church of Lud to the Overlord. While the Overlord fully transitioned to a wartime economy, the Church of Lud took on the responsibility of producing food, basic necessities, and heavy machinery. Furthermore, the Church of Lud also acted as a transit merchant for transporting alloys from the Wind Mine to the Overlord. The sinking of 2 Atlas-class ships meant the loss of over 600,000 star coins worth of civilian capital ships, as well as thousands of boxes of alloys, heavy machinery, and daily necessities. As for the more detailed fleet loss situation, Hathaway wasn't qualified to see it yet. Chapter 688. Kanda sat cross-legged on the Pirate Emperor's throne. Speedtron technology and the Overlord have been enemies for over a century. They've long been targeting each other. This phase fleet has probably been secretly patrolling since the end of the Second AI War, just to harass the Overlord's supply lines the moment the war breaks out. The Overlord and the Church of Lud are currently too busy to maintain the security of shipping lanes outside their territory, so this task has been passed on to me. Kanda glanced at his daughter-in-law as he spoke. The Helm machine has just completed 2 million star coins of repairs. The keel has been repaired. I'm going to get her moving, to give her some exercise. Hathaway's pupils constricted slightly, but she tried her best to maintain a calm demeanor. Kanda sneered. You want to take advantage of my and our son's absence to escape, right? Let me tell you, you're coming aboard this time too. Huh? Hathaway was dumbfounded. Outside Kanda's nest, in a safe space surrounded by hundreds of millions of dormant old-fashioned sensor mines flashing green lights. The baguette-shaped hellish machine emitted a ferocious startup roar on its public frequency, a sound that could be detected by the passive transponders of all ships throughout the galaxy. This startup sound effect was personally designed by Hathaway's grandfather, the Pirate King Harcourt, who once dominated the southeastern part of the star system and terrorized the region before the arrival of the Overlord. He bound the startup sound effect to the ship's power compartment, making it a fundamental design element. Unless completely dismantled and rebuilt, this eerie sound effect cannot be removed. Konda found the sound effect somewhat grotesque, but to the pirates, how is it grotesque? That sound effect is amazing. It perfectly captures the pirate's unrestrained and lawless nature. This is the kind of commotion a pirate emperor should make, a tiger unleashed, roaring through the forest. How are we supposed to sneak up on someone like this? No wonder Harcourt lost everything. With that flamboyant personality, it's no wonder he's dead. Inside the Magia space station, Duya, eating potato chips, was startled by the roar and couldn't help but curse after checking. Southern part of the star system, on the edge of a hyperspace storm. A small fleet of tachyon ships, lacking battleships, gathered here like a school of sharks drawn to the scent of a dead whale dissolving in the ocean fat. Leading the fleet were 4 Doom-class phase cruisers, followed by Prophet and Nightcrawler-class phase destroyers, while a large group of Shadow-class and Torment-class phase frigates stirred around them. This was a pure-blooded phase fleet, relying on Ghost-class phase supply ships, also phase ships, for resupply. They can operate in hyperspace for extended periods, using phase fields to traverse small hyperspace storms, appearing unexpectedly in shipping lanes to ambush and plunder. Most of these ships are painted lake blue and belong to tachyon technology. A few are painted purple and belong to the Starlight Society. The roles are clearly defined. The Starlight Pirates, who frequently operate in hyperspace, provide star maps and specific route planning, as well as reconnaissance. Once a target is discovered, they call in the main force, spend several days tracking and locking onto it, and then hunt down the target. At this very moment, an Atlas-class civilian main transport ship, bearing the insignia of the Luddite Church, silently floats in the hyperspace turbulence, having been blown in half by a space mine. All the phase ships are frantically salvaging cargo and dismantling the hull for spare parts. The phase fleet wouldn't recycle these cumbersome, non-phase stealthy hulls, so every resupply had to be maximized. The fleet commander was licking her teeth as she cut into a loaf of Ludd Church's new wheat bread. Judging from her ravenous eating, she hadn't had much good food lately. While eating, she kept her communication projector on, devouring the bread as if fighting for it, while listening to her subordinate's report. "Commander, we recovered all the recoverable food. We unloaded half of the nutritional paste and compressed rations, and loaded everything with Ludd Church's finished rations and grain products. There's also a large amount of frozen meat, enough to sustain the fleet's normal diet for 4 months. We also recovered 500 boxes of alloy and 20 boxes of rare metals, 18 general-purpose hull components, and 22 sets of heavy machinery. We don't need the rest, we have better stuff." She hummed in agreement. "What's this transport fleet mainly carrying?" Her subordinate replied, "Heavy weapons and daily necessities." According to the prisoners, several more transport fleets will depart from the Luddite Church the day after tomorrow. However, the prisoners say some fleets have already failed to arrive at the Overlord on time. The Pope might disguise the fleets as FSF, Apex, or the Maritime Bureau. What should we do? Should we include these companies' ships in our attack range as well? Why not? The commander shrugged. The CO said it's an unrestricted phase war. We have the right to attack any fleet flying towards the Overlord, regardless of whether its destination is the Overlord. She then added with a hint of disinterest, "Quickly push all the wreckage into the hyperspace storm, then head to Hyena Mining for rest and repairs to the damaged ships." After hanging up the communication, the commander put down his knife and fork, complaining to the first mate in frustration, "It's been a week since the war started, and the Luddite Church's large fleet is still only transporting food and daily necessities. Where's the heavy machinery, the heavy weapons, the ship components? The kill bonuses for food and daily necessities are so low. How am I supposed to compete for the command position of a phase battlecruiser at this rate? The Overlord isn't some little cat or dog. I don't believe the Supreme Overlord, who initiated the war, didn't stockpile supplies beforehand." The first mate thought for a moment and said, "Based on the experience of our predecessors, who have carried out unlimited phase battles, the easiest place to accumulate kills is actually near the Overlord's front lines. The Overlord's territory has no shortage of patrol fleets, and the supplies in each star system are also plentiful. However, once the Overlord advances to the front lines, they will need to transport a large amount of supplies. We might as well detour to the Valhalla system. After Scotty falls, the Overlord's frontline management pressure will be much lower. It will increase. If we hold our ground there and launch a surprise attack, we're sure to get some results." "Nonsense. Everyone knows the closer you are to the front lines, the greater the victory." The commander rolled his eyes. "But look at the size of our fleet, for Doom-class ships. Where can we possibly join this fray? I mean, isn't there a place that doesn't have too many escort fleets and patrols, but still has a large volume of supplies?" The first mate thought hard for a while, then suddenly his eyes lit up. "Yes, Commander, there is." He opened the Sky Battle System, dragging his finger across the Overlord's territory, quickly locking onto a target, the Artis system, a binary star system, a system full of asteroid belts. The yellow circle represents the Overlord, the red circle represents Hangzhou Dianzi University, and the green circle represents the Artis system. This system has only one Overlord military/mining space station, called the Holtz Refining Complex, controlled by an Overlord metal supplier named Holtz. He belongs to the Overlord's first-class prosperous family, and controls almost all mineral refining rights in this system, forming a monopoly. The defense of this star system is almost entirely contracted out to the cooperative war families of the Prosperity family, to which Holtz belongs. But now it's wartime, and all the first-tier war families have received mobilization orders from the Supreme Overlord. The defenses of this star system have become weak. The commander frowned. Can't the Overlord bypass the first-tier families and directly control this place under the guise of conscription? Well, never mind. Meeting the first mate's gaze, she ended her hasty remarks. Even the various families within Speedtron Technology need their COs to exchange benefits and threats for their businesses. So what if the Supreme Overlord is a warlord? He has a bunch of powerful factions under his command. His rash move against a first-rate family might be seen by other first-rate families as a simple routine war mobilization. What if it's a ploy to weaken their power? If Judy could raise an army in Yanqing, why shouldn't our first-rate war families? The first mate, beaming, continued, if we take a detour, bypassing the heavily guarded Overlord Hyperspace Patrol and going through the demonic aviation, we can likely launch a surprise attack on this refining complex. Under the commander's intrigued gaze, the first mate delivered the fatal blow. This refining complex provides the Overlord with 37% of its alloy production capacity. Even without occupying it, we only need to conduct multiple rounds of air-to-ground bombardment and raids to destroy key production buildings, which will severely impact the Overlord's production. Good. Let's do it. Chapter 689. A phase fleet of the Sudden Force was preparing to take a long detour, employing tactics similar to those of nomadic raiders, to launch a surprise attack on the Overlord's weak point. This is also why the Overlord can never concentrate all its military forces. The Overlord's territory is vast, and limited by the drawbacks of hyperspace travel. They need to leave behind a large number of battleships and cruisers to guard various star systems, while simultaneously responding quickly to distress signals and ensuring the smooth flow of traffic within their territory. While this fleet was operating stealthily, the Risk Mining's wrecked ship fleet had also left its forward base, passing the Lud Church and the Lud left path, swaggering towards the Tulier star system. The commander of this fleet adopted an attitude of "I'm going to my own business intermediary station, whoever disagrees, I fight them." However, Elfie was under the jurisdiction of the Persis Alliance, and the Broad Council couldn't simply watch this fleet intrude into its territory. Besides, they had already declared war on them. How could they possibly let it in? Therefore, despite the Broad Council's continued stalling and delaying tactics, war was already imminent. Even to protect the remaining, still massive, automated factories of the human realm era on the already declining planet of Kazlan, the Broad Council couldn't allow this fleet to pass. Commander-in-Chief, we have reached the border of the Persis Alliance's hyperspace territory. According to reconnaissance intelligence, a Persis Alliance fleet is blocking our way. The wrecked ship fleet was currently located between the Tulier system and the Stylantia Nebula, where the Prism Freeport was located. Large groups of Cockroach-class and bullet-scarred, wrecked cruisers, reconstructed from scrapped ships, looked rather dilapidated. The 3 abandoned-class armed supercargo ships, led by the Cockroach King-class and Bullet-scarred class, along with 2 Amalgam-class death barges, resembled 5 baguettes. Upon receiving the alert from the reconnaissance fleet, these baguette-class capital ships immediately shrunk their size, concealing themselves among the densely packed Cockroach King-class ships. The wrecked ships of Risk Mining, except for the abandoned class, were all without shields. They were all in real man mode, relying solely on armor and structural resistance. Even the Amalgam-class death barges lacked shields. Therefore, although this fleet was large in scale, its true combat effectiveness was significantly reduced due to the limitations of battlefield salvage and on-site reconstruction capabilities in the challenging hyperspace environment. Has Windminer lost its mind? How could it bring such a bunch of junk? Commander Gammer, commander of the Persis Alliance, was startled by the menacing fleet. After a closer look, he couldn't help but open his eyes and look at the first mate. Are you sure this is their main force? The first mate, wiping the sweat from his brow, contacted the elders again, confirming several times before also expressing doubt. It is indeed them. Windminer's first wave of invasion fleet consisted of only this bunch of scrap ships. Then what are we waiting for? Send the fleet forward. Gammer decided decisively. It wasn't that he was arrogant, his fleet was simply of very high quality. 3 Conqueror-class battlecruisers, 1 Odyssey-class battlecruiser, all assigned crews of elites with over a decade of naval combat experience, and the captains were veterans of the Second AI War. The accompanying cruisers were a full 12 Eagle-class, 12 Falcon-class, 6 Herring-class high-speed cruiser carriers, and 6 Griffin-class missile cruisers, a formidable force. The Eagle-class, Herring-class, Falcon-class, Griffin-class, and Odyssey-class battlecruisers, needless to say, are genuine high-tech battlecruisers. The Conqueror, also a battlecruiser, has an extremely low minimum performance requirement and an extremely high maximum performance requirement. Under the command of veteran captains, its strength should not be underestimated. To put it simply, these battlecruisers were all assembled by veteran captains themselves, uniformly employing single-sided armament, fully arming only one side of the ship, leaving the other side empty. This allows them to maximize the utilization of the Conqueror-class battlecruiser's weak electrical network system, and through the captain's profound command skills, expose their backs to friendly forces for maximum damage. As the 2 fleets drew closer, battle was imminent. The first to collide were the destroyers and frigates of both sides. These small ships rapidly concentrated their fire to destroy the enemy in the vast hyperspace, only to be instantly destroyed by the concentrated fire themselves. Hundreds of spaceships and thousands of personnel clashed in several battle zones. Lasers, cannons, and missiles exchanging devastating blows, exploding like fireworks. More than 3 hours later, a swarm of carrier-based aircraft finally arrived, and the stalemate began to shift. The Perseus Alliance's ships launched seasoned Claymore heavy fighters and longbow bomber squadrons. These specialized carrier air squadrons quickly suppressed Wind Mining's scrap ships. Venture Mining launched a large number of mining drones, prospecting drones, and suicide bomber squadrons equipped with self-destruct programs and small shields. To counter the extremely high crew casualty rate of the scrap ship fleet, Wind Mining sacrificed the combat capabilities of its carriers, relying heavily on drones. The price was that when their main fleet arrived on the battlefield, they faced a brutal situation where their smaller ships were being relentlessly pursued and killed. Hold your ground. Cover the Amalgam-class death barges. King Cockroach-class, deploy your defensive line. The fleet commander issued orders in rapid succession, and the staff officers, seemingly injected with adrenaline, began frantically interacting with captains at all levels, urging everyone to take their positions. So many ships entered, jostling like a convoy. To maximize the numerical advantage of the scrap fleet's guns, the fleet needed to deploy quickly. Otherwise, it would be destroyed layer by layer from start to finish. In such a situation, no matter how many ships your fleet has, the counterattack power of a single layer is limited. Like a warship in the age of sail being robbed of its bow, it would be blown apart one by the enemy's bomber squadron. The scrap fleet mostly lacked shields and had slow speeds. Without the advantage of a large number of allies forming a battle group, it was truly helpless against the enemy's high-speed cruiser groups. The Perseus Alliance's Eagle, Falcon, and Heron were all high-quality cruisers developed based on the principles of the cruiser school of thought from the era of the Leader of Men. These warships excel at using their maneuverability to create numerical superiority in localized battles, then calmly slip away to repeat the tactic later. With the support of high-speed battlecruisers like the Conqueror class and Odyssey class, they can destroy the enemy even faster. Report: 2 King Roach-class destroyers have sunk at the front. Just as the scrap ship fleet was busy deploying its formation, disaster struck. The staff officer reported in alarm, the enemy has gathered 3 Conqueror-class destroyers, and under the cover of the Heron-class destroyers, they activated their tactical system, maneuvering propulsion. They're gliding past our battle formation at a broadside angle, unleashing full firepower from one side, and have crushed our vanguard. The scrap ship fleet commander, Miss Moon Longtail, roared, "You bug? Why are you explaining this so clearly? Don't I have eyes? Don't demoralize the troops. Continue deploying." After her outburst, Miss Moon frowned as she examined the sky battle system. The 3 Conqueror-class ships were all single-sidedly equipped, uniformly featuring 4 short spear missile launchers, 2 Gauss cannons, and 1 ion beam. The 3 ships lined up, gliding past the edge of their own battle formation, carrying numerous interceptors, interceptor missiles, and torpedoes. Within 10 minutes of engagement, they had destroyed 2 of their own heavy cruisers. The quality difference is too great. Our speed is too slow. If this continues, we'd be toyed with and killed by the enemy's high-speed fleet sooner or later. Unfortunately, this is Perseus Alliance territory. Dragging it out will only benefit them. Thinking this, Misty Moon made up her mind and opened her communication terminal. Madam Samarkand, Risk Mining hopes that you, as the daughter of a director, can provide support as agreed. On the other end of the communication, the beautiful Samarkand III crossed her arms and proudly raised her head. The followers of Lud's left path are ready. Have your people prepared to welcome the shining light of Lud's. Chapter 690. The Lud Evianites, located deep within the Wind Mine, provide a large supply of food and import minerals for Risk Mining annually. After Gu Zhongyu assumed power, the relationship between the two sides grew closer. In recent years, Gu Zhongyu has even been able to attend board meetings. He's just a few steps away from gaining voting rights and becoming a powerful director. The fact that this fleet of derelict Wind Mine ships can swagger through the Core Star Sector's Lud Church and Lud Left Path territory is naturally related to Gu Zhongyu's connections. Now that the Third AI War has broken out, Wind Mine is going to fight the Perseus Alliance, which objectively suppresses the evil tachyon technology. So, is it really so hard to understand that Gu Zhongyu would lend a hand, both helping his company profit and punishing the evil high-tech users? Gu Zhongyu wouldn't let go of any opportunity to boost his authority within the Lud Left Path sect. Good. Miss Moon's spirit soared. Thank you for the Evia Knight's help to our company. Samarkand III chuckled, showing no trace of his former fanatical extremism. Although the Evianites are a left-wing cult, we also hold shares in Risk Mining. It was our duty, not a favor. Commander, Risk Mining's fleet has changed formation again. They seem to want to place their battleships at the front to protect their cruisers and prevent us from wearing them down. After 9 hours of fighting, and with Risk Mining having destroyed 10 cruisers, they seem to finally be unable to hold out and began a new round of operations. These actions undoubtedly attracted the attention of the staff. After a brief analysis, the staff submitted an operational report. We observed that the enemy's logistics fleet is slowly approaching the front lines, attempting to recover the cruiser wreckage using its massive hull. Considering the extremely low difficulty of rebuilding the windmill-wrecked ships, if we allow them to continue being salvaged, even in hyperspace, this could prolong the war and ultimately become a variable that drags us down. Jiama pondered, deploy all our main fleets in a breakthrough formation, with the Griffin-class and Eagle-class ships leading the charge, and the main fleets flanking them to destroy the enemy's logistics fleet. Then sacrifice the leading Griffin-class and Eagle-class ships to cover the main fleet's retreat. Is that feasible? The staff immediately replied, yes. Our fleet carries logistics ships. The fleet can conduct field repairs within 3 hours, repositioning the gun emplacements of the 2 capital ships from the left to the right. This way, the capital ships will be arranged in pairs, each defending one side, ensuring the fleet's safety. Although it will damage the turret armor, the expected benefits are high. Alright, let's do it that way. About 4 more hours passed, and the resistance encountered by the scrap ship fleet lessened considerably. The battlefield moved closer to the two-layer system. During this time, the Perseus Alliance's high-speed fleet continuously harassed the scrap ship fleet using the speed advantage of its cruisers. However, without the assistance of capital ships, they were unable to inflict much damage, instead losing a Herring-class carrier that couldn't dodge in time. This carrier was harassed by a barrage of Fire Serpent missiles, which hit its main propulsion system, significantly reducing its speed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Roach King-class heavy cruisers launched a full-scale attack and took it down. In the dozen or so hours since the start of the battle, the high-speed fleet had suffered minimal losses, but this did not mean they had a guaranteed victory. While the Windmine scrap ship fleet was indeed slow and lacked shields, but they have many ships. The more ships they have, the more cannons they have, and the more cannons they have, the stronger their firepower. It's like a heavily armored warrior fighting a nimble mage. You can certainly take a lot of damage with one combo, but wait a minute, don't let me catch you. If you do, you'll be left with little health, and you won't get a good drink either. The two sides traded blows, pulling and tugging at each other, until Jiama finished rearranging the capital ship's gun positions. Observing the formation of the wrecked fleet, and seeing that the tug-of-war was almost over, he confidently charged in. This combo will definitely kill those with low health. Enemy fleet main force detected, advancing at high speed. The navigators of the wrecked fleet suddenly roared in unison, a fierce red alert blaring on every ship. All the captains strained to observe, but they discovered with despair that their own flank had been breached. There should have been at least 3 cruisers filling the battle lines here. Where are the ships? Where did they all go? Jim Longtail, from the same Windmine CO family, angrily questioned the fleet commander, also from the Longtail family, aboard a King Cockroach-class ship. Uncle, what are you doing? Using your position during work hours. Mist Moon mercilessly reprimanded his nephew. And shut your mouth. I handle this. Jim watched as the battle lines, easily torn apart by Griffin-class missiles, Gauss cannons, and plasma cannons, bled. The Longtail family was the founding family of Risk Mining, proud of its founder, Futsuki Longtail. Within the family, only those with exceptional talent and outstanding achievements were granted the name of the month, their original names erased. His good uncle received the name Mist Moon as a reward for his 8-year trial in the star system, where the Nanovirus swarm resided. Based on his ability to obtain the Moon designation, they deserved to command a larger, more elite fleet, not this crippled ship. Mist Moon's self-appointment to lead such a fleet already drew considerable criticism within the family. Now, their defenses have been easily breached by exploiting a weakness. What is he doing? Destroying his own Great Wall? Or deliberately creating an opening to launch a deep encirclement? No, what makes you think you can launch a deep encirclement? Your capital ships are amalgam and abandoned. Not Steel Dragon class, and certainly not high-tech excavated hulls. They're a bunch of junk. The quality of this fleet makes a successful encirclement impossible, as if confirming Jim's confusion. An abandoned class ship, blocking the way and attempting to reinforce, was stopped by 2 leading Griffin-class cruisers. The Griffin-class missile cruisers charged forward without mercy, unleashing a furious barrage of fire on the Baguette-class vessel. With its tactical system, the automated missile factory, and the missile cruiser's massive, relentless release of missiles from its large, medium, and small slots, this armed superfreighter, after sinking a Griffin-class ship, began to malfunction. Report: the Hematite's main power grid line is destroyed, activating the secondary power grid. Current power grid loss, 44%. Cargo hold loss, 60%. This is the fate of armed merchant ships. For a merchant ship to insist on getting involved in a war of this scale, death is the norm. The abandoned-class ship didn't explode simply because the enemy's capital ships weren't focused on it. Having broken through the final obstacle, the Hematite armed superfreighter, the road ahead was clear. Ahead of them were two Prometheus fuel ships, and behind the fuel ships was an Atlas-class superfreighter, along with a dozen or so repair platforms. These repair platforms were desperately salvaging and repairing the wrecked debris, looking like forlorn old scavengers. The captains of these small boats, seeing the large number of high-speed ships cutting in, immediately abandoned their work and fled. Seeing that if they didn't act now, further pursuit would be too risky, Gammer decisively ordered, "Smash those Prometheus-class ships in front of us. Destroy them with a secondary explosion." Soon, four battlecruisers and a dozen high-speed cruisers rapidly cut in, firing their guns as they turned sideways while preparing to return to base. Just then, Samarkand III, in the living quarters of the flagship of the wrecked fleet, Pyrite, smiled contemptuously. She picked up her terminal, her little finger curling into a beautiful arc, and broadcast her message over the public channel, "Let the light of Ludwig shine." Suddenly, two seemingly harmless Prometheus-class ships accelerated at an impossible speed, ramming headlong into the Conqueror-class and Odyssey-class ships that had turned sideways. Amidst Gamma's terrified cries of "Fire! Fire! Fire!" the Prometheus-class outer armor peeled away, revealing a red and green interwoven pattern. These were disguised Prometheus suicide ships. They rammed at high speed into the leading Perseus Alliance fleet, halting the entire spearhead and causing the enemy fleet to collide head-on, turning the surprise attack into a massive space traffic jam. This, in turn, created distance between them and the logistics fleet behind them. Then, countless public broadcasts overlapped, all the curses, terror, and cries of despair finally culminating in one sentence: "May the light of Ludwig shine." The fireworks reached their climax, a powerful explosion engulfing everything indiscriminately. Ears rang, turbulence rippled, shockwaves rippled, blood flowed. Everyone on the battlefield felt the surging blast wave. The dazzling fireworks ignited 4 battlecruisers and 7 or 8 cruisers, paralyzing 8 peripheral Bullet-class and King Roach-class ships. Optical observation posts and detectors were blocked by the powerful signal. A dozen minutes later, when everything returned to calm, the Perseus Alliance's high-speed fleet was stunned to find themselves surrounded by 4 derelict wind mine capital ships, having lost their main battleships. "This is my winning plan." On the bridge of the Pyrite, Misty Moon Longtail grinned menacingly. The loss of tens of thousands of seasoned crew members and over a dozen cruisers had brought about an instant reversal of the battle's outcome. Ah, victory! Never before has it been so addictive. Jim bit his finger, watching this scene with complex emotions. He was speechless, only deeply shocked. Chapter 691. Risk Mining's use of derelict ships as bait, followed by the self-destruction of Prometheus-class ships within their battle formation, shocked the entire Perseus Alliance. It also astonished other forces. Everyone began to study the tactics, ultimately arriving at an absurd conclusion. This battle strategy was only suitable for Risk Mining's derelict ship fleet. Firstly, these derelict ships were low cost to build and easy to rebuild. Even if shattered, they could be quickly pieced together and restored to their theoretical strength. Other forces, lacking Risk Mining's decades-long dedication to researching and assembling derelict ships, did not possess this talent. Secondly, this battle strategy was extremely blood-intensive. Mist Moon sacrificed thousands of seasoned crew members, but this did not mean he only lost a few thousand. The truth was, his casualties in this battle amounted to tens of thousands, though most of the crew were new recruits born in the breeding factory, hastily boarded after receiving initiation training. From the outset, Fog Moon planned to use a tactic similar to the 7 Injury Fist to crush the enemy in front of them, quickly advance their fleet into the Tulir system, and threaten Kazalin. In the end, this tactic was only effective on its first use. Afterwards, everyone would be more vigilant when encountering the Windmine fleet, making it very difficult to destroy 4 capital ships with a single bomb. Regardless, Fog Moon Longtail made a name for itself in the Core Star sector with this battle. Even the Supreme Overlord's eyes lit up upon hearing this intelligence. He convened the Supreme Advisory Council to discuss the feasibility of planting Prometheus suicide ships within the Overlord's heavy military formation for a key breakthrough. Ultimately, after witnessing the numerous failed self-destructions and the devastating cost of countless friendly casualties in the simulation results, he reluctantly abandoned the plan. While this playstyle yielded remarkable results, it was still too reliant on skillful execution and player deaths. The elite training methods of the Overlords were not suited to this approach. As for Sunai High, she was already furious. It said that the Broad Council, in order to give Susan Technology a result, had ordered the complete arrest of the entire Jiama family. The Broad Council executed Jiama's clansmen while lamenting that it was a last resort, and tearfully divided up all of the Jiama family's assets. While the core star sector was in chaos due to the AI war, with trade halted, traffic jams, and even everyone ignoring the Hell Legion's fierce attack on the Fang clan, the core fleet of the Universal Alliance had arrived in an uninhabited star system north of the Brighton Alliance. This star system was the settlement point where Saradu transported food for the Brighton Alliance, so there was a Universal Alliance relay communication device at a stable point on the edge of the system. By the time the Universal Alliance arrived there, more than a month had passed, and it was January 20th, star calendar 216. Upon entering the star system, a deluge of information overwhelmed Li Bin, leaving him dizzy. Even with his photographic memory, he couldn't process the intelligence quickly enough and had to convene a meeting with his administrative team and captains at all levels. Damn! The Fang clan deployed all their battleships and even urgently modified their Atlas-class freighters, fighting a fierce defense of the space station. They paid the price of 5 battleships going silent and the space station being damaged, but they repelled the Hell Legion. Jeffridge exclaimed, "Wait, is the Hell Legion that powerful? They only been at war with the Interstellar Empire for less than 2 years, right? Where did they get the production capacity?" Li Bin kept his head down, silently watching the news. He knew exactly where the Hell Legion's production capacity came from. According to St. Lud's calculations, all the living people in the Hell Legion had been deceived and controlled by the Demon Corps, becoming production slaves. With countless lives lost, and the help of the loyal exterminators, the Hell Legion was naturally able to rise to power. But what was the cost? If things continued like this, even if the Hell Legion won, would humanity be any better off? It was hard to say. Risk Mining has infiltrated the Perseus Alliance and is currently gathering near Elfie Star, at the former Lee's first shipyard, which we funded and built, now renamed Wind Mining Exclusive Station. Qian Tao waved his terminal and shouted, "Risk Mining and Gu Zhongyu have joined forces, using a fleet of derelict ships to lure the enemy in, then using the Prometheus self-destruct ships hidden in the center to destroy 4 Perseus Alliance battlecruisers in one go, followed by a counterattack, almost completely annihilating this high-speed fleet." Mikhail's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This commander. Who is it? Wow! They come up with such an aggressive tactic. On the projection, Alyosha explained, his name is Miss Moon Longtail, a mid-generation member of the Wind Mining CEO's family. He has extensive experience in combating nano-infected swarms. This tactic is probably a summary of his experience fighting nano-infected swarms. It's very risky, consistent with the Longtail family's consistently aggressive methods. Everyone buzzed with discussion. Intelligence kept pouring in. The entire core sector was being mobilized. It was rumored that a diplomatic dispute had erupted between the Apex Design Group and the Navigation Bureau in the southern part of the sector. Meanwhile, Demon Avionics was withdrawing fleets from the peripheral sectors, seemingly to deploy troops to FSS Military Corporation. In nearly 2 months, apart from the well-prepared overlords, all the major corporations had only had time to leverage the situation and plan their moves, and hadn't yet had time to take any action. At this moment, ISA slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "The Overlord Vanguard fleet has already defeated the Tachyon Technology Headquarters, which is the escort fleet of the hyperspace reflection of the Hyperhill system, and is currently blockading the system." The room fell silent. Lan Yuan frowned. "Isn't this a good opportunity to storm in?" "It's impossible. Tachyon Technology's defense pressure is minimal. Their elite forces are concentrated in the headquarters system, and they also have defensive platforms to support them." ISA shook her head. The Supreme Advisory Council's intention is to first feign a sweep of the Tachyon branches around the Hyperhill system, forcing the main Tachyon force to engage them in a decisive battle in hyperspace. After a few rounds, they might even feign defeat to create an opportunity for our sneak attack. However, Kong Jicho's sacrifice, Cathedral class, is still on its way. Dreadnoughts are too slow. We need to deal with the Brighton Alliance's defectors first. The Surrender faction and the Relief Association. She looked at Li Bin. What exactly did Hall say? Li Bin clicked his tongue. He said they'd pretend we had one last batch of merchant ships and come here to settle the goods. The Surrender Faction's fleet will pretend to come here for the handover, attack Saradu, solidify their break with us, and force the Brighton Alliance to join Tachyon Technology. So, Isabella's eyes darted around. We just play along? Yes. On January 25th, Star Calendar 216, 5 days after Li Bin arrived in this uninhabited star system, a message came from a Hades-class escort patrolling hyperspace, reporting that a large Brighton trade fleet, centered around 3 Radiation BRV-class and 1 Odyssey-class ships, had arrived with 3 Atlas-class freighters and 2 Prometheus-class fuel ships. To make their act more convincing, this fleet even thoughtfully provided its jump coordinates. Li Bin was deeply moved upon receiving the coordinates and arrived near the target location ahead of schedule, setting up his weapons. When the fleet entered the physical universe, using the one-way jump point drilled from the planetary gravity well, they were met with a fully armed, waiting core fleet of the Universal Alliance. Li Bin made a communication call and, with a smile, uttered chilling words. Surrender, and you will not be killed. You are surrounded by the Universal Alliance. Chapter 692. Jones was a representative figure of the Surrender faction within the Brighton Alliance. His representativeness lay in the fact that he was one of the few in the Surrender faction with considerable combat experience. The Brighton Alliance was largely known for its fierce and chivalrous people. This was especially evident among the soldiers who had to fight the Afterglow on the battlefield. Yes, the people of Brighton hated the Afterglow. These despicable unmanned machines had directly killed many of Brighton's relatives and friends, and almost every household harbored a grudge against the Afterglow. But everyone also understood that without the pressure from Tachyon Technology, the Brighton Alliance wouldn't need to fight the Afterglow so frequently. They clearly distinguished between fighting to protect their homeland and fighting for Tachyon Technology. Therefore, the Surrender faction was prevalent only in the Parliament and the civil service, with few in the military. This made Jones all the more valuable within the Surrender faction, allowing him to seize such a valuable opportunity for advancement. Jones had originally planned to complete the transaction first, securing everything before launching his attack. But when he saw the dark muzzle of the Universal Alliance's cannons, Jones realized he was the one at this trap. You're not Saradu, you're Li Bin. Jones's face contorted in terror, his voice filled with anger, resentment, and defiance. You dare lay a hand on me? Aren't you afraid of Speetronics and the Brighton Alliance joining forces? Li Bin scoffed, thinking to himself that even on his deathbed, this guy couldn't utter a single amusing remark, utterly disappointing. All the officers and crew of your fleet are your Surrender faction. There isn't a single neutral member, let alone a pro-war one. If I wipe them all out, the Speaker of Brighton won't just not curse me, he thanked me privately. As for your cause of death? What a coincidence. Our Universal Alliance has plenty of high-grade purple dye. All 4 Dawn Goddess-class ships are painted purple. We take some pictures and frame the Starlight Pirates. Once the Speaker gives the order, only the neutral and pro-war Brighton Alliance will remain. Who will object then? Your children will even have to sign up for the war, taking it upon themselves to destroy the Starlight Society and avenge you. Uncle Li Bin will have to cheer them on. Then he gently opened his mouth. Leave the cargo ships and fuel ships, destroy the rest. Torpedoes surged like a raging torpedoes. A large number of Dragonfire torpedoes launched from their barrels, drifting leisurely through space, their trails of flame trailing behind. After approaching, the Dragonfire torpedoes did not accelerate and explode as expected, but instead hovered slowly, then released beams of laser light that struck the armor of the Brighton Surrender faction's warships. At this moment, the escort ships completed their reboots and flew up to attempt to detonate the Dragonfire torpedoes. The captains of these frigates had never seen the Dragaflame torpedo before, and assumed that its only attack was laser fire, given their close proximity. They mistakenly assessed the Dragaflame torpedo as a mid-slot laser weapon disguised as a torpedo, designed to counter point defense fire, and deliberately released lasers at a distance from the target. Its body consisted only of fuel tanks and energy emitters. As a result, when the Dragaflame torpedo was detonated, it exploded like a conventional torpedo, quickly engulfing these vulnerable manned vessels converted from unmanned ships. The violent explosions engulfed a large number of frigates, and those that survived were sunk one by one under the relentless firepower of the Universal Alliance. The bow armor of the foremost Xingtian frigate split open, revealing a massive xenon crystal cannon muzzle. Lan Yuan, eyes closed, uttered commands fluently. Main guns to me. Secondary guns to you on the Xingtian, no problem. First Officer Xingtian Fair saluted. Mission accomplished. The escort cruisers and destroyers operating ahead of the Xingtian immediately dispersed in all directions upon receiving the order. Thus, Jones witnessed firsthand his own perspective as the first combat target of the invader class. The 10-minute charge felt like execution. He watched helplessly as his well-equipped fleet was destroyed. The Radiation BRV-class battleships were modified from the Afterglow Radiation-class battleships. Every Radiation-class hull was acquired at a heavy price by the people of Brighton. After being modified by the Brighton Alliance, these hulls suffered a significant drop in combat effectiveness. To put it simply, to accommodate humans, and due to Brighton's technological limitations, the Radiation BRV's electrical system was only half that of the Afterglow Radiation class. Furthermore, the Radiation class's tactical system was the Noble Blink, capable of 3 blinks. The Radiation BRV's tactical system is the Flame Driver. Furthermore, the 2 large slots of the Afterglow Radiation have been reduced to only 1 after modification, effectively weakening it by a significant margin. And by a mere fraction. Of course, regardless of the weakening, the Radiation BRV, as a capital ship, still possesses considerable power. That is, if she can operate it. Having just escaped the jump point, she is currently rebooting, and even if it were her own ship, she would be powerless. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Lan Yuan was ready. Wei Tian magic wand. A clear, sharp shout rang out. Lan Yuan, with her eyes closed, leaned back, and the Xing Tian ship unleashed a beam of energy, countless electromagnetic sparks flashing around it. The energy beam pierced through the Brighton reconstructed Enterprise-class ship, blocking its path in an instant, easily penetrating it and striking the Radiation BRV. The Radiation class's original armor held out for a few more seconds, while the subsequently patched armor was quickly melted. The Starship Xenon cannon didn't perform particularly well against physical armor. It was simply powerful and had a long range. But when the energy beam penetrated deep into the ship's interior and encountered the restarting power grid system, it was like dry tinder meeting a raging fire. The Xenon laser's repulsion of other energy systems was exposed at this moment. The violent explosion swelled the patched-up Radiation BRV's hull, as if the ship had been dead for a long time, only now revealing its colossal form. Jones watched in horror as alarms sounded simultaneously in all the ship's compartments, reporting that a power grid malfunction had caused multiple restarts and electrical overloads, burning out numerous pieces of equipment. Explosions engulfed the alarm compartments in wave after wave. Then the Xingtian's secondary guns opened fire. Damn it! Where did he get those tachyon lances? This was Jones's last question before he died. The second reserve arsenal, prepared from the outset with all the weapons for the invader class, only required the extractors to install them in sequence, arming this space raptor within 24 hours. The tachyon lances, of course, were also prepared long ago. Besides the main cannon, the Galaxy Xenon cannon, the Xingtian was equipped with a large slot tachyon lance on each side. Under Starfleet's control, the lances shot through the large hole drilled by the Ceasefire Galaxy Xenon cannon into the Enterprise class's structure, smoothly melting the bridge of the BRV class. Target silenced. Lan Yuan cautiously chose silence rather than sinking, meaning that this internally rotten ship still had a chance of being recovered. I finished my battle too. It was ISA who spoke. Leading a large number of missile ships from the core fleet, especially several from FSF Military Company, she quickly blasted through the radiation-laden BRV armor in front of her. Then, she dispatched several Dragon Horse-class destroyers to launch death torpedoes at the enemy's face, cleanly and efficiently destroying the defenseless opponent. Her operation lasted 10 minutes, longer than Lan Yuan's. However, if the enemy had been unscathed, Lan Yuan would likely have also achieved results, while ISA would have had to work much harder. ISA glanced at Li Bin and said to Lan Yuan, "You can have that Odyssey class. Your main gun should be able to reach it from here." "Roger." Lan Yuan replied without hesitation, beginning the second round of main gun warm-up, even managing to check on Li Bin during this time. Unlike the two's nonchalant approach, Li Bin's battle was incredibly intense. He activated the ritual Thunderous Plow, and slaying the bandits and exterminating evil, leading 12 Dragon Horse-class destroyers to unleash countless Locust missiles, charging into the enemy ship's face. First, they tore apart the enemy's frigates and destroyers, then plunged the scorching, molten gold ramming prow into the Radiation BRV's hangar from top to bottom. They pulled it out, changed the angle, and rammed it in again, only to pull it out once more, finally inserting it into the bridge. After ramming it at 3 different angles, more than 20 minutes had passed. The humiliated Radiation BRV's bow drooped, like a decapitated corpse, with only a sliver of husk hanging from its neck. As for their chain of command, It had long since been reduced to ashes by the intense heat of the Thunder Fury. Chapter 693. On the bridge of the Odyssey-class destroyer, the captain bit his hand so hard that blood gushed from it. In the weightless space, the blood sizzled and rolled, mirroring his tormented heart. The surrender faction had lost. He knew it perfectly well. Even if he surrendered, even if he accused other surrenderers, he would gain nothing. He was lucky to escape with his life. Most likely, his family would kill him to prove their loyalty. The problem was, could they spare his entire family? He was going to die sooner or later. Would his wife and children live? He was a surrenderist, but his children could be loyalists, even advocates of war. Thinking that anything was possible with human effort, he rallied his spirits and directly ordered all the turrets to be lowered, forcibly locking all gun positions with the captain's authorization. "Captain!" The first mate's eyes widened in fury, but instead of an explanation, he was met with a dark air rifle. Bang! Bang bang bang. A series of shots, each one killing the main surrenderist force on the bridge, followed by the captain stepping over the blood of his loyal first mate, gun raised, his face dark. "The surrenderists have lost. Surrender with me now, and your families and children will be safe." The navigator, wiping his wet brow, asked, "What about the crew inside?" "Boss son," the captain called out. Huddled in a corner, the bosun, who had been waiting to lead his men to board the Allied fleet, staggered to his feet. Meeting the captain's murderous glare, he gritted his teeth. Without leaving the bridge, he opened his terminal and ordered, "All Marines, listen up. This is a prearranged purge of the surrender faction by the Council. We are the Loyalists. Everyone, quickly take control of all cabins and kill the surrenderers. Don't make a mistake." Amidst the crackling electronic warfare jamming, the sounds of screaming gunfire and confused voices from his men could be heard. "Boss Wayne, which surrender faction are we killing? The Suzumiya surrender faction? Or the Allied fleet surrender faction?" The bosun froze, then his face twitched, his hard-won courage crumbling into ashes. He leaned weakly against the bulkhead. "Kill all the Tachyon surrenderers." "Yes, sir." Li Bin, who was playing on a bumper boat, suddenly received news that 3 capital ships, along with 4 cruisers, had been destroyed, and the remaining crew had surrendered. The cruisers that had already started up immediately retracted all their turret armor, raising their hulls to expose their vulnerable, unarmed undersides. The Odyssey-class cruisers, on the other hand, simply disabled their firewalls, allowing hackers to plant viruses in the battlecruisers' databases. Li Bin licked his lips, somewhat disgruntled, and said, "Why surrender already? I haven't even had my fill of killing yet." But ISA's next words perked Li Bin up. The leader of the surrender faction said that the Relief Association discovered a destroyer in the southwestern part of the star system with technology similar to the mechanical arc class, using a large number of human brain-based components as its shipboard AI. They say they plan to hand it over to Tachyon technology after the Relief Association fleet breaks through the Overlord's battle formation. It'd be used to research reverse engineering and hacking the mechanical arc class. "It seems the Relief Association hates us very much." Li Bin scratched his head, trying to calm the surging machine spirit Celia, and asked, "Where is that ship?" "It's in the Tia system. It only just arrived before the war started, blocked by the Overlord's declaration of war. We have plenty of time." Li Bin's flight path, the one with no text and a shimmering circle in the middle, is the Tia system. "All right. Then quickly collect the spoils, take all the inventory from the cargo hold, and contact the Brighton Alliance. Tell them, I want the Odyssey-class ship. Don't say I didn't leave them anything. The rest of the wreckage and ships are theirs. Tell them to hurry. These things can't be eaten, otherwise the Brighton Alliance, which they worked so hard to forge, might very well turn against them." Li Bin happily accepted an Odyssey-class ship as payment for this operation. "Aye, Captain." ISA, looking at the triumphant Li Bin, smiled and agreed. 2 days later, Kong Jicho's fleet arrived before the Brighton Alliance fleet. He stared longingly at the wrecked radiation-damaged BRV-class hull. But after hearing Li Bin's plan, Kong Jicho reluctantly restrained himself, intending to thoroughly exploit the situation when attacking the space station. Although he was very confident in his and Li Bin's resources before the war, he was still uneasy as the battle against Suzy approached. He contacted Li Bin privately several times, asking if this plan was reliable, but Li Bin always retorted, "We're at the point where we have to go for it. You've been bragging about your sacrifice ship plus, haven't you? Let's see what it's really like. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. I already entrusted the Supreme Overlord to use his special agents. Once we arrive, the Overlord's agents will destroy the Speedyon headquarters watchtower to create an opportunity for us." "Can they do that?" Kong Jicho asked skeptically. Li Bin laughed. The Supreme Overlord has already made his promise. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he couldn't? Believe me, anyway, even if it doesn't work, we still fight, right? That's true. 2 days later, Holf arrived in the uninhabited star system with the pro-war fleet. He first looked at the floating wreckage in the system with a pained expression, then forced a smile at Li Bin. Thank you for your help. The surrender faction families within the star system have now been controlled. If their fleet is also captured, the surrender faction can no longer influence the military. There's enough fuel supplies, and 2 beta cores, and 2 gamma cores here. Consider it payment. Li Bin glanced at the AI cores, took half, and tossed the rest to Kong Jicho. Under Kong Jicho's delighted gaze, Li Bin calmly said, sure thing, this time when we attack the Relief Association space station, I challenge the spoils first. Whatever you say. After a brief rest, Li Bin sent a message to the Supreme Overlord, requesting him to activate the war machine, while he himself started the fleet and flew towards the Tia system. Near the hyperspace jump point in the Valhalla system, Fleet Commander Chu he anxiously kicked the control panel with his toe. He couldn't understand why the protagonists of the AI war should be the Overlord and Tachyon technology, so why should the opportunity to raid Tachyon headquarters be given to the Universal Alliance? The Supreme Overlord did not respond to this, only sending a brief reply from the Supreme Staff. All of the Overlord's capital ships are under surveillance by Tachyon technology agents. Any unusual movements will trigger Tachyon's countermeasures. Li Bin's fleet has a low profile, and has come from afar in the Lost Star sector. Sun Ai is not wary of him. Having him take the lead is beneficial to the overall situation. After much persuasion, he was finally appeased. But Chu he was still unconvinced. Who said a feint attack couldn't achieve the effect of a main attack? As long as the enemies in front of him were eliminated, wouldn't that constitute a main attack? Therefore, when the Supreme Overlord issued the order to advance, Chu he led all the ships of his family, along with a fleet of another first-class family, and the fleets of more than a few second-class families, a total of 21 battleships, into hyperspace. In hyperspace, the Dominator cruiser group, having cleared the surrounding area early, immediately joined forces with the battleship group, forming a massive decisive battle fleet, and flew towards Tachyon technology. Meanwhile, at Tachyon headquarters in Hyberhill, the Tachyon fleet, having received intelligence from agents, also entered the jump point. Unlike the Dominator's battleship-centric strategy, the Tachyon fleet consisted of only 11 capital ships, with the majority being cruisers. The most striking were the Doom-class phase cruisers, forming a dense phase ship group, planning to flank the battlefield from the left, right, top, and bottom, attempting to bypass the Dominator fleet's invincible front and strike their weak rear. The atmosphere of the first decisive battle was growing increasingly intense. Latest overview of Li Bin's partial capital fleet. Chapter 694. The Ima Galaxy, a galaxy where civilization has been wiped out. Since Samarkand III ruled here, no systematic civilization has existed in this galaxy. Of course, this is excluding pirates and scavengers. Because it is located in the core star region and belongs to a galaxy where a recently lost civilization has been, it quickly became a pirate paradise after the departure of the giant corporations and free planets. Large and small pirate groups use the abandoned space stations here as transit points and resting ports, rapidly establishing a loose order in this lawless land. When the pirates came, the chickens and ducks came. When the chickens and ducks came, the locals appeared. With the locals came a market, and soon, merchants arrived. Thus, after the pirates came and went, they were surprised to find that in the corners of these abandoned space stations, and deep within certain compartments, native space human children were rapidly growing up here. These children were natural criminals. They quickly integrated into the pirate and scavenger teams, helping to butcher prisoners and harvest human organs. Or perhaps, armed with a list, they wander aimlessly through their homes, dismantling and selling all the equipment that provides them with oxygen and fresh water, only to suffocate or die of thirst themselves. These little brats, now no more than 2.5 years old and barely literate, grow at an astonishing rate, and die at an astonishing rate. Until today. Bang! A Marine, clad in orange power armor, kicked open the loosely welded door with disgust, frowning at the filthy, chaotic compartment, the dried excrement on the walls, and the wild child lurking in the corner, baring its teeth at them. Can't these pirates control their lower bodies? The Marine frowned, scrutinizing the child. He injected the wild child with an anesthetic, and called for his men to put a respirator on him. Remember to send him for quarantine first. These little bastards might have space AIDS or interstellar syphilis. Yes, sir. The soldier, carrying the child, hesitated, but what after quarantine? The officer pounded the warped bulkhead in frustration. Do I have to teach you? Send them to the suicide squad. These bastards are incredibly wild. They're the perfect suicide squad material. Yes, sir. The soldier replied, then left with the child. His feet were slippery, and after a few turns, he entered an open area littered with corpses, the remains of pirates who had been killed while hiding there. The wild children still had value. Pirates were of no economic or military benefit to the overlords. Their best fate was to be hit by a magazine of bullets. A similar scene unfolded at the space station temporarily occupied by tachyon technology. However, unlike with the overlords, after killing the pirates, the discovered wild children underwent quarantine and were immediately put into a DNA matching process. Once the process was successful, the children were carefully raised, and once they reached adulthood, their organs were harvested and sold to the tachyon management, who had placed orders long ago as spare organs. As for those who didn't match, naturally, they first check if anyone in the fleet liked children. If not, they'd be sent to various laboratories to see if any needed test subjects. You don't think the live killers were just a coincidence, do you? There are plenty of them. Joining the suicide squad and achieving results could lead to becoming a free agent, or even entering the official overlord officer ranks. Although one could only ever be a low-ranking army officer for life, at least they'd be considered a person. Entering the tachyon. TSK, you might as well pray you die quickly. Otherwise, if you don't suffer now, you suffer later. These children, who missed out on the initiation ceremony from infancy, have lost any value for further development in the eyes of the tachyon. Even if their brains are incredibly intelligent, they're wasted, left only for physical use. The IMA system has 2 space stations, occupied by the Overlord and the Tachyon respectively, forming a division. As seasoned veterans honed through 2 AI wars, the Overlord Tachyon cannot conduct large-scale hyperspace battles like those in the Risk mining operation. The reason is simple. In the first AI war, whether it was the Overlord's 14 legions of warships or the Tachyon's Exemplar class and Star class ships transported from headquarters, too many were sunk and lost in hyperspace. Many of these wrecks may have already left the Perseus constellation, while some have been salvaged and repaired by other giant corporations, becoming their own ships. Here, SpeedTech wants to specifically name Risk Mining's idiotic Hercules-class ships, which are practically a desecration of the noble and elegant high-tech flagship. Meanwhile, Overlord wants to name all the mid to low-tech giants, with their stream of offensive-class ships and offensive-modified ships. Many of these ships are modified from the 14th Legion's hulls. Look at the state of these modifications. Hyena Mining's first Berserker-class ship was modified from a 14th Legion offensive. Can that thing compare to the 14th Legion offensive? It can't, you know. Therefore, starting from the Second AI War, both sides tacitly and unanimously chose the physical universe as the decisive battleground. This way, regardless of who ultimately wins, the losing side can pay a price to retrieve the hulls. Yes, even though Overlord won 2 consecutive nominal victories, it still adopted an exchange to retrieve the stolen hulls. At this very moment, the 2 fleets, representing the combined might of the 2 major Tier 1 powers in the sector, once again stood before the arena where their predecessors had clashed countless times. Each occupied an abandoned space station, stretching their muscles, setting up repair facilities, laying minefields, erecting warning beacons, embedding jamming pulse generators, and constructing automated artillery emplacements. This is what a major battle should look like. A large fleet should have sufficient support fleets, calmly deploying all countermeasures before the chosen decisive battle location. Not only must they provide sufficient supplies and fuel for the main force's departure, but they must also have adequate countermeasures for any potential small-scale raiding fleets targeting logistics. Especially when facing the damned Tachyon, whose damned phase fleet had caused the Overlord immense suffering during the Second AI War. On February 1st, Star Calendar 216, the star system shone brightly, the asteroid belt rotated peacefully, and the incessant chatter of the colonies no longer disturbed the system. Only 2 massive, opposing signal transmitters remained. At noon on Old Earth, the destroyer and frigate reconnaissance fleets of both sides made contact. The reconnaissance fleet's engagement area was so vast that the battle spread from the asteroid belt all the way to the edge of the star system. The main fleets on both sides slowly advanced, loosely converging towards the battle zone. No one knew exactly where the battle would take place. Everything depended on the day's geographical conditions and the reconnaissance fleet's engagement. For example, if a stellar flare erupted, causing electromagnetic interference that affected the entire battlefield, the Tachyon fleet might choose to avoid battle or defend its base. The asteroid belt reconnaissance fleet has encountered the Hammerhead Squadron and is engaged in fierce combat. On the bridge of the flagship offensive-class battleship Lewis, Chu-hee, who was drinking tea, heard his staff officer's words and curiously put down his teacup. Hammerhead class. The Tachyon fleet is using Hammerhead class? Did I hear that right? Chapter 695. It's a Hammerhead class. The staff officer immediately pulled up the frontline combat logs, and the spaceship, clearly a modified Hammerhead class hull with a conspicuous high-tech warship tail flame and rounded shape, came into view. We compared it with the intelligence from the agents and confirmed that this is the Hammerhead TT-class experimental destroyer from Tachyon Technology. As the backbone of the human realm's high-tech destroyers, Tachyon Technology has conducted multiple rounds of modification tests on the Hammerhead class, launching many projects. However, because the modifications always went wrong, much of the funding for these projects was misappropriated. According to the agent's reports, some projects were. The ship itself was merely a front for making money. Then, a Mayan engineer, driven by his passion for the Hammerhead class, spent nearly 15 years developing an optimization plan. After submitting it to the Tachyon, he was quickly recruited. After more than a decade of development, the so-called Hammerhead TT class was born. The staff officer hesitated for a few seconds before saying, however, the production of this type of ship is very low. Does its presence here mean that this place will become the battlefield chosen by Tachyon Technology? Hammerhead TT. Chu-hee looked at the ship with amusement. The Tachyon people might find this rounded hull design very stylish, high-tech, and beautiful, but he thought it was utterly hideous. The origin of the Hammerhead class's name is unknown, but all the overlords believe that the name comes from a subspecies of shark, the apex predator of the oceans in the old Earth era, the Hammerhead shark. Therefore, the Hammerhead class should, and must, be a well-designed ship with sharp angles, capable of intimidating enemies from its very hull. Hammerhead level, he said casually, holding up the teacup. The Universal Union sunflower tea produces a pale purple brew. The finely chopped sunflower seeds release oils as they steep in hot water, creating a beautiful, starry hue when mixed with the purple liquor. Drinking this tea allows you to experience both meat and vegetable flavor simultaneously. But this kind of tea is most averse to adding anything. Whether it's adding milk like Shinseong's Darjeeling, or adding salt and pepper like cooking meat, it will ruin the other side of the tea's flavor. He looked at the staff officer. Do you know what this means? The staff officer shook his head. Chu-hee's face was cold, unnecessary. He put down his teacup and gave a stern order. Order the Hammerhead Squadron to attack. Tell their commander that I, Chu-hee, am watching him. Let him show the style of a leader of the Navy, and crush this incongruous and superfluous bunch. The Orange Hammerhead Squadron, equipped with safe overdrive protocols, flew very fast, penetrating the asteroid belt in just over an hour. They quickly engaged in fierce firefights with the Hammerhead TTs. Both sides used the asteroid belt for rapid and swift changes of direction, with energy beams and assault chain guns crisscrossing the area. One side, relying on the long-range advantage of the ion beams equipped with the mid-slot energy weapons, continuously wore down the Hammerhead-class ships. The other side, leveraging the firepower advantage of their accelerated reloading systems, maneuvered rapidly in the complex environment, using their crew's experience to close the distance before unleashing a barrage of fire. Because of Chu-hee's orders, the Hammerhead Squadron commander employed an extremely aggressive strategy. A former patriarch of a small family, he knew that today was the day for glory, and even if it meant his own death, he had to complete the mission. However, the extremely high casualty rate quickly attracted the attention of Commander Suzy. 2 hours later, when the Hammerhead Squadron commander, struggling to pilot a moderately damaged Hammerhead-class ship with half its armor destroyed, shot down the last Hammerhead TT, it became clear that the difference in pilot skill was not something that could be bridged by the ship's technological sophistication. What awaited him was a Nightcrawler-class destroyer that had bypassed the asteroid beside him, and appeared directly in the ship's non-priority surveillance area. This despicable phase manipulator seized the opportunity presented by the commander's missed torpedoes, and the ship's inability to change course while avoiding an asteroid, and unleashed its plasma cannon. Yes, this Nightcrawler-class ship possessed a large energy weapon slot, and its tactical system, hyperspace acceleration, combined with its phase field, could briefly accelerate itself to a near time-stop state, creating an opportunity for its insidious attack, of course, at the cost of radiant energy. However, it was more than enough to destroy a moderately damaged Hammerhead-class ship. The purple energy orb from the plasma cannon struck the Hammerhead-class's boosters, obliterating this battered and decorated warship. It was already at its limit, unable to withstand the large energy weapon. Old Wang. The other two Hammerhead-class ships nearby cried out in anguish over the channel. But they had no time to avenge their commander. A harsh order from the commander-in-chief forced them to retreat. "I seen it. Your Commander Wang is a tough guy. The Overlord will erect a special martyr's tombstone for him, and treat his family well. Furthermore, I will personally fund his offspring's studies at the military academy. So, you must withdraw immediately?" Chu He's furious voice rang out. "I already lost a commander who dared to fight. Do you want me to lose all his men too?" After ending the communication, Chu He ordered the first mate, dispatch the Falcon-class light cruisers to the field, coordinating with the Griffin-class to hunt down that despicable Nightcrawler class. The first mate hesitated, but if cruisers enter, the probability of that area being chosen as the decisive battleground will be even higher. The asteroid belt is unfavorable for battle formation deployment. The phase fleet can easily cross it, putting us at a disadvantage. Chu He chuckled, saying nothing more. Execute the order. The Supreme Overlord's secret military order was given only to him. Naturally, the first mate couldn't be informed. Just now, the Supreme Overlord had secretly dispatched a fleet, led by Offensive-class and Legion-class ships, to the Zegan system. The main force of this fleet consisted of 3 battleships produced by the 14th Legion, accompanied by numerous cruisers also from the 14th Legion. The purpose was to create the appearance of an attack on Tachyon Technologies' production capacity transferred from the Perseus Alliance in the Zegan system. Legion-class ships on the left, Offensive-class ships on the right. The Legion-class ships were actually slightly larger, but not this large. Legion-class aviation battleships. Offensive-class battleships. This would force Tachyon Technology to send reinforcements, leaving their base vulnerable and creating an opportunity for the Universal Alliance. But isn't it normal for a large fleet battle, especially a dominant fleet, to last 10 days to half a month? Otherwise, what? My dominant fleet has painstakingly built up 20 or so battleships over decades, and you think you can wipe them out in a day? Who do you think you are? A transformer? What? You want to end the war in 24 hours? Fine, give me a Divine Messenger-class battleship. I give you your dream of a quick victory. Even that idiot commander, Gammer, from the Perseus Alliance, who single-handedly destroyed 4 battlecruisers, a massive number of elite crew members, and several cruisers, was killed on sight by a Prometheus-class disguised logistics ship. Otherwise, those 2 fleets could have been locked in a 3-day struggle in hyperspace before a victor emerged. As for the commanders, who blindly overestimated themselves and jumped into hyperspace only to be ambushed and utterly destroyed, let's not even mention them. Their intelligence operations were completely ruined, and they didn't even utilize the full potential of their battleships. Do you think the abandoned space station behind me was repaired for nothing? I just leave for repairs once it's moderately damaged. Even frontline positions in World War II had tank repair depots, and ancient armies of 100,000 men had blacksmiths to repair armor and shoe horses. What about the Interstellar era? A major battle in one day. Even France couldn't lose that easily. Although Chu He secretly wanted to lead the attack, he was not one to disobey orders. He said he would fight here, and he would fight. Besides, so what if it's an asteroid belt? My fleet has a large number of Griffin-class destroyers. We can wipe them out with a sea of missiles. Your phase fleet, if you have the guts, break through my missile sea. You think I'm here for a final battle? I'm actually waiting. I can't even imagine the wonderful expression on your face when you hear that headquarters has been attacked. And when I lead the battle formation, relentlessly pursuing your retreating fleet, turning a feint into a frontal rout, what will your expression be? The equation for victory has already been written. Just thinking about it is incredibly satisfying. Niu Shibong hummed in agreement. Chu He tugged at his crotch and stood up, awkwardly telling the first mate, "You watch here, I'm going to the toilet." Seeing the Overlord's cruisers mobilize, Commander-in-Chief Yoyogi Hanayan narrowed her prosthetic eyes, then chuckled in surprise. The Overlord's repeatedly touted elite force is nothing special after all. How could they be so easily provoked? Pass down the order. The other reconnaissance fleets no longer need to fight. Prepare to withdraw from the battle zone in an orderly manner. They already chosen the battlefield for us. It's truly convenient. My dearest, notify the Tiger Hunter phase fleet that they can move out of the ambush zone. Remember to activate stealth mode. I will try my best to hold off the enemy on the main battlefield. On the bridge, Staff Officer Suzum was taken aback. Didn't we say the raid mission was assigned to the Relief Association? This fleet is a reserve force. They shouldn't be moving now. Anaya rolled her eyes. Ugh, you're so annoying. Always pinning your hopes on others. What if the Relief Association doesn't come? We see. She examined the beautiful fluorescent nails on her pale prosthetic arm. Fighting the Overlord requires patience. I only ordered the Tiger Hunter phase fleet to attack the Overlord space station stronghold. I didn't say they were to participate in the battle. Chapter 696. Unbeknownst to many, with Hua Yeji's instigation, the war in the asteroid belt intensified rapidly, quickly escalating into a cruiser battle within 2 or 3 hours. Dozens of cruisers crisscrossed the asteroid belt. The faster ones were light cruisers, the slower ones heavy cruisers, and those weaving through the asteroids, like ghosts, were the Doom-class phase cruisers. Once the battle began, it became fierce and reckless, with even life and death disregarded. Spaceships launched missiles and torpedoes, fired electromagnetic and railguns, and unleashed lasers and plasma bursts. Those colossal material entities, tens or even hundreds of kilometers in size, were as fragile as wooden planks struck by a hammer before these weapons. Of course, once the main battleships of both sides arrived, this demolition operation quickly transformed into a tornado attacking a parking lot. As the first Claymore fighter squadron relentlessly pursued the Phantom-like Doom class, finally forcing the phase cruiser to revert to its physical form after reaching full radiant energy, and ultimately succumbing to a barrage of Griffin-class missiles, the Battle of the Capital ships finally commenced. Tachyon Technologies deployed 2 Exemplar class, for Odyssey class, 1 Standard class, and 1 Hyperbody class. They steadily advanced their battle lines, not rushing into the fray. Instead, they used themselves as a core, continuously deploying large numbers of phase fleets and cruiser groups to fill the gaps in the battle line. Tachyon Technologies had a limited number of capital ships to begin with, and relied heavily on cruisers to gain the ability to engage the Overlord head-on. The Overlord's actions, however, were far more brutal, direct bombing. They swiftly and efficiently cleared all asteroids in their path, even using support missiles to blast open a wide field of fire. Yes, the distances between asteroids are actually quite large, ranging from tens of kilometers to hundreds of kilometers. But for a main fleet, especially a battle group like the Overlord that relies on battle formations, hundreds of kilometers is still too narrow. Of course, Chuhi wasn't stupid enough to do the foolish thing of charging against the rotating asteroid belt. Once he had blasted enough space for the large fleet to maneuver, he ordered the fleet to cease fire, maintain the same speed as the asteroid belt orbiting the star, and slowly pull back. At the same time, they confronted the Tachyon fleet. Confrontation isn't quite accurate. Both sides continued to exchange fire on the vast battlefield of the asteroid belt. The capital ships were constantly adjusting their positions, moving up and down to gain better firing positions. The Tachyon always likes to use phase fleets to ambush the rear. I already left 3 battleships at the abandoned space station. Remember to also leave enough reserve cruisers behind the fleet, he said, directing the fleet while delegating the task of guarding the rear to the first mate. The first mate nodded in acceptance, leading his fleet of Mora class, Dominator class, and numerous destroyers and frigates to disperse a reconnaissance fleet towards the asteroid belt. TSK. That's why I hate fighting against the Overlords the most. This isn't war, it's like cracking a turtle shell. So unpleasant. A single battle can drag on for a month. Hua Yeji complained. The 2 sides' capital ships were mixed among the cruisers, with small groups probing and exchanging fire. Occasionally, a reckless Doom-class ship would attempt to disrupt the battle formation with a surprise attack using air torpedoes, only to be met with a relentless strafing barrage from the anti-aircraft defenses. Eat my destroyer cannon. The elite gunner at the destroyer cannon's gun emplacement wore earmuffs with wireless earpieces inside, yet even so, he often failed to receive orders in time. While space is near a vacuum, the gun emplacement wasn't. His feet were on a solid deck, surrounded by bulkheads and turret armor. The massive turret of the destroyer cannon, larger than his house, transmitted the ferocious recoil and vibrations of this large-caliber live-fire weapon directly to his feet through the deck. Then, it traveled along his bones, conducting through bone conduction into his ears. So, like other gunners at large-caliber live-fire gun emplacements, he was somewhat deaf and required regular cochlear implant replacements. Of course, there were advantages. Since becoming a gunner, his family's hereditary kidney stones had disappeared. This turbulence is better than any ultrasonic lithotripsy, his father had boasted. The Devastator's artillery range was vast. As the Lewis flew past a 67-kilometer diameter metallic asteroid, it witnessed firsthand the devastating force of its scattered shells grazing the asteroid, tearing through several kilometers of matter, and easily reducing it to dust. Such invincible destructive power, passing right through my hands. It thought gleefully, firing even more vigorously. The phase ships were indeed formidable, But their weaknesses were equally glaring. They were utterly incapable of hindering the Overlord fleet's advance. The reason Chu-He hadn't ordered a reckless charge was simply out of fear of being ambushed from behind by these phase ship minions after passing by. The opposing Paradigm-class ships had already deployed their fortress shields. Enhanced by the tactical system, the purple energy shields displayed an impenetrable defensive capability at the energy level. Even heat pulses and cannons couldn't penetrate the Paradigm-class shields. Countless carrier-based aircraft, launched from the flight decks of the starships behind the Exemplar-class ships, relentlessly charged forward, relentlessly exploiting the impenetrable anti-aircraft network of the anti-air offensive class. It seemed that Tachyon technology had no way to stop this fleet's advance. However, from another perspective, it became clear that the sheer number of the Overlord's fleet was decreasing. The Doom-class's air-to-mine attacks couldn't break through the battleships with their dense, anti-aircraft firepower, nor could they harm the Dominator-class heavy cruisers, but the losses to the Moore-class and a host of destroyers and frigates were undeniably heavy. Moore-class. Dominator-class. Many smaller ships had fallen behind and, under the command of the staff, were forming squadrons with nearby cruisers, heading towards the space station where the logistics fleet was located. This gave the phase ships an opportunity. It was like a game of chess. The Tachyon fleet couldn't defeat the Overlord head-on, so they could only stall for time, waiting for the phase fleet to devour the weaker and older ships eliminated from the Overlord's battle formation. But as the Tachyon fleet continued its retreat, they drew ever closer to their own logistics fleet and abandoned space station, further shrinking Hanaya's operational space and inevitably leading to a point of no return. Heya had shifted from a reclining, fanning herself to a fully upright posture. She murmured to herself, "The AI core won't malfunction. This is our chance of victory." The Tiger Hunter phase fleet has arrived at the Overlord's abandoned space station. They have now crossed the sensor-activated minefield. Sensor-activated minefields, which conventional fleets found extremely troublesome, were as fragile as paper before the phase fleet. Utilizing phase stealth combined with concealment mode, the entire fleet moved like ghosts, only being detected when they began traversing the minefield. This news greatly boosted the morale of the Tachyon forces, and sent shockwaves through the Overlord fleet stationed at the rear. "This is our chance for victory," Hanaya exclaimed excitedly, slapping the armrest as she rose. Without logistical support, the Overlord fleet's endurance is severely compromised. If we break the decisive battle into multiple attrition warfare engagements, we can crush the enemy in front of us. Chapter 697. On the bridge of the command ship, the HMS Lewis, warnings and requests for reinforcements from the rear poured in like snowflakes, making it hard for the staff officers to breathe. The first mate's face was grim, but he remained relatively calm. He silently observed the commander-in-chief, praying in his heart that the commander-in-chief would not fall into the enemy's trap and blindly return to reinforce. "Commander-in-chief, our rear is currently under attack. We haven't even engaged the enemy head-on yet, but our forces are already intertwined with the enemy's phase fleet, and the enemy's main force is not far away. This situation is similar to the Second AI War." Chu-He sneered. "Humph, the commanders of the Sustran are always like this, blindly believing in the data analysis of the AI core and ignoring human subjective creativity," he said arrogantly. "Yes, frontal delaying and stalling, rear harassment and attack. This set of phase logistics attack tactics, Sustran technology used countless times during the Second AI War, and won countless times. Since World War II, the Sustran. Countless academy teachers and military staff have been analyzing, deducing, and conducting exercises day and night. Even now, no one has come up with an effective countermeasure, but one basic principle is universally acknowledged." Chu-He stood up, his shadow stretching long under the lamplight. "That is, all tactical responses must be based on cost. If the cost is bearable, then don't worry about it." With a wave of his hand, he abandoned hundreds of logistics officers, thousands of technicians and engineers, and components, resources, and heavy machinery worth hundreds of thousands of star coins. "Order the fleet to advance, separate forward and rear, carrier-based aircraft to fully protect our rear, and press forward head-on. Destroy the Tachyon fleet and the abandoned space station together." The first mate's blood boiled, and he silently cried out, "That's it! That's the only way! We must attack in one fell swoop! This is the only solution! Our Overlord fleet isn't known for speed. We must relentlessly pursue and attack the enemy's main force. What if we lose our own base?" Taking the enemy's base is the same as not losing it at all, but out of duty, he still asked, "Commander-in-Chief, what about the base?" "Forget it! That's the price!" Chu-He's face was resolute. "From the beginning, the base has been prepared for both scenarios. If Suzy doesn't divide his forces, we continue fighting as usual for a month, 2 months. Once Li Bin's surprise attack succeeds, we use the momentum to turn the feint into the main attack. If Suzy divides his forces, the front line will inevitably be weaker, so we switch to main attack immediately and crush the front. The enemy commander wants to attack our main camp? Then I crush both his main force and the main camp. Notify the entire army, charge. The staff officer gave a resounding order and began issuing commands rank by rank. Attention, all ships. Attention, all ships. Immediately launch a decisive battle against the enemy fleet and their logistics space station. Frigates and destroyers provide air cover and defense. Cruisers, using the nearest capital ship as a command node, will engage in full-scale battle in squads. Tactical system unlocked. Repeat, tactical system unlocked. The commander-in-chief has ordered, regardless of the rear, exchange bases. Exchange bases. This is a simulated Overlord army formation. Due to insufficient ships, please bear with it. Buzz! All the main thrusters of the offensive-class battleships lit up simultaneously after the command was given, the sign that the tactical system, flame drive, was activated. These massive battleships, propelled by their overload thrusters, unleashed speeds even faster than cruisers, charging headlong towards the enemy ships. Beside them were more class carriers, their shields and weapon bays deactivated, hastily advancing and releasing aircraft along the way. Some of these carrier-based aircraft followed the offensive-class destroyers, while the majority flew to the rear of the fleet, engaging the harassing phase shift ships one by one, destroying their air-to-air mines, and driving away any phase shift destroyers that dared to approach. The Legion-class ships flew slowly, accompanied by the cumbersome Dominator-class destroyers. They served as both reserves and cover for the offensive-class ships' rear. This two-tiered battle line, this complex formation, resembled a war millstone, overwhelming the Tachyon fleet. Damn, has this guy gone mad? That was Hua Yeji's thought. Why isn't he turning back to rescue them? The fortress shield was instantly subjected to a torrent of heavy artillery fire. The Exemplar-class ships were already slow, and after activating the fortress shield, they became even slower, crawling like turtles. The offensive-class ships, being pushed closer by the flame driver, quickly brought them into range and began to exploit their numerical advantage, using heat pulse cannons to bombard their shields. Not good, the enemy is getting close. Hua Yeji, alerted by the ship's AI, realized the enemy's tactical intentions and immediately ordered the fleet cruisers to take over the line-holding duty. The Minor-class heavy cruiser immediately moved to the side to block, also equipped with a fortress shield. With the fortress shield deactivated, it could withstand the onslaught of the rampaging Overlord fleet for a time. Meanwhile, the Paragon class, under the command of Hanaya, released Tachyon light spears. Bright spears erupted, a torrent of light cascading down, striking a frontal armor plate of the offensive class. But the armored woman showed no intention of dodging. Even as one of her heat pulse cannons was detonated by the Tachyon light spears, and her exposed optical observation posts and armor were melted, nothing could deter her determination to tear the enemy apart. The other light spears were blocked by the Moore-class cruisers, which had been flying at full speed ahead of the attack, and were now just ahead of activating their flame drives. Under the influence of the damping field, these cruisers suffered moderate to heavy damage, absorbing this round of damage for the fleet. Hanaheim was getting anxious and immediately called for the special fleet, Hooklock Squad. Can you grab one of their attacks and break up the enemy lines? The Hooklock Squad consisted of 4 Cyclone-class heavy cruisers. They possessed reliable shield systems and paper-thin armor, but it would be a huge mistake for the commander to use them as frontline tanks. The manufacturing process of these ships was no simpler than that of the Exemplar class. Their primary purpose was the special tactical system mounted on their hulls, gravity grappling hooks. This tactical system could drag anything within a narrow area in front of it towards itself. If controlled properly, Cyclone-class cruisers could easily disrupt the well-organized formations of the Overlord. This was a practical product of the gravity field grappling hook technology from the terrain modification platform of the Tenon 4 Utopia Terrain Modification Group, which had been plundered by Speedtronics. This is also why Sun Ihao wanted to postpone World War III for several years. In the AI's core simulations, as long as each Tachyon capital ship could be equipped with 1 or 2 Cyclone-class ships, it would be enough to crush the dominant battle formation on the main battlefield. Okay, the gravity grappling hook is a wide-area force field that can ignore the Moore-class ships blocking the way, but the enemy has 10 attacking ships. Which one should I hook? Besides, the enemy is so close. Our Tachyon light spears have just fired 1 volley, and the Moore-class ships holding the line are already badly damaged and will soon be reduced to wreckage. Even if we drag them over, our ships will need to readjust their positions to engage the attack. The grappling hook squad leader bombarded Huayeji with a barrage of bewildered questions, giving her a headache. At this moment, the commander of the Slutech Technologies' heavy reliance on the AI core was glaringly obvious, and she chose to seek help from the omnipotent AI. Once the AI provided an answer, Huayeji readily complied. Don't be afraid. Reinforcements are on their way. Just hold on for a day or two, and the Relief Association will break through their back door. Hold on. Perseverance is victory. Then, the grappling hooks composed of 4 gravity fields began to pull at the Overlord's battle formation in a fan shape, forcing the speeding Overlord battleship to change its flight path. It looked like a supercar driving right in front of the 100-ton King, and using its wake to forcibly change the 100-ton King's direction. We really encountered a hyperspace ghost. Chuhi exclaimed in shock, unable to sit still, and immediately stood up. This is unbelievable. How come the Relief Association has so many ships? I wonder how much money they robbed from the Overlord back then. Deep within the Tia system's hyperspace, Kong Jicho, hiding in the depths, bit his nails, his face filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred as he looked at the fleet. Li Bin couldn't help but sigh, an Overlord, releasing the Sindar power, funding the MAG system, aiding the Universal Union, and enriching the Relief Association. What a benevolent person. Kong Jicho gritted his teeth. When do we go in? The sacrifice is slow, and its engines are huge. We need to start it early. Start in 4 hours. Open the horizontal jump at the corresponding location in the asteroid belt of the physical universe, Li Bin replied. Kong Jicho was startled. Then our ship will suffer a lot of damage from asteroids. It might even be severely damaged. Li Bin remained calm. You can't guess, and they certainly can't. Besides, the journey from the Tia system to the IMA system is only a little over a day. If we're not quick enough, by the time you and I grab the space station from the edge of the physical universe, the Overlord will have already been annihilated. After saying this, Li Bin changed the subject, becoming sarcastic. Or is the dignified pirate prince afraid? Nonsense. If you, the CEO, aren't afraid, why would I be? Kong Jicho retorted. Chapter 698. The Relief Association doesn't just possess one massive mobile ark. They have a considerable number of smaller space stations across the vast star system. These stations are often constructed from abandoned existing space stations, or pieced together from meteorites and ship wreckage. The Relief Association's space station, made entirely of meteorite substrate. Their purpose is simple, to facilitate the movement, plundering, and storage of supplies for their privateering fleet. The Relief Association's privateering fleet is highly efficient. Due to the unique nature of their ark, it doesn't rely on any celestial system, but instead uses artificially created jump points using relic technology, resulting in frequent jump point changes. To facilitate rapid relocation, storing plundered spoils at these fixed space stations, and then having the transport fleet pick them up at designated locations, becomes an efficient method. The space station located in the Tia system was originally intended by the Relief Association as a supply depot and maintenance center for plundering the Overlord during their war against the Overlord in 2 or 3 years, accompanying the Tachyon technology invasion. The Relief Association originally planned to dismantle the abandoned human territory border post in the system to obtain raw materials and upgrade the space station to level 2. As shown in the image, the white ring to the right of the blue area represents the abandoned human territory era border post. However, the Overlord's sudden action disrupted this process. With the core sector blockaded by the Overlord, Lud, Wind Mine, and Keljef, the plan could not proceed unless the jump point was moved to the eastern part of the sector and permanently stationed there. Therefore, the Relief Association modified its plan, intending to loot and run. But today, these despicable privateers face the wrath of the Pirate Emperor and the company's CEO. Li Bin, IF*********. The Pirate Prince Kong Jicho's curses echoed across the massive bridge, wide enough to fit a destroyer, but Li Bin, caught in the transverse jump, was destined never to hear them. At this moment, this massive fleet, whose actual combat power rivaled that of a fleet of 10 conventional capital ships led by a giant enterprise, was struggling to escape the temporary jump point. Leading the charge was the Cathedral class, 13 kilometers in diameter and approximately 14.5 kilometers at its longest point. Her imposing hull shielded the fragile Atlas class behind her, blocking all the small asteroids that would be sucked away by hyperspace like bubble tea. These asteroids that could be sucked away by the transverse jump weren't heavy. In fact, these asteroids weren't very dense, most were just empty space, and only a minority could be absorbed by the space torn open by the transverse jump. But as everyone knows, space lacks a medium, and the frictional force on matter is very small. Without the gravitational interference of celestial bodies, matter can travel with almost no loss of potential energy. Therefore, these bulky meteorites had a close encounter with the Cathedral-class destroyers. Some struck the armor, while others shattered on the turrets, deforming them and jamming the cannon's gears. Without repair, they were completely unable to participate in the next battle. With the Cathedral-class destroyers leading the way, even exiting hyperspace was much smoother. The Candle Dragon felt no turbulence at all, the purple below quickly closed, and the universe stabilized. We are about a 2-hour cruiser's journey from the space station. Even if the opposing frigates and destroyers arrive first, our destroyers and frigates are more than capable of withstanding the impact, Li Bin proudly boasted in the channel, showing off the high quality of his navigator. The ability to precisely control the horizontal axis jump coordinates in hyperspace is no ordinary navigator. It's the kind of elite that would be considered top tier even by giant corporations, earning a G7 rating. Kong Jicho had no time to pay attention to Li Bin. He painfully looked at the now cratered and battered hull of his beautiful sacrifice. To put it simply, he'd rather his cheap wife be beaten black and blue than see his beloved ship suffer an unnecessary disaster. After all, he had no feelings for his wife, but he loved the sacrifice deeply. Damn it, the Fury River kinetic drive is stuck, Li Bin. Kong Jicho cursed. I spent 11,000 star coins on this thing. After the Lloyd Alliance perished, there haven't been any manufacturers specializing in this. Now it's broken, it's all your fault. Actually, Kong Jicho wasn't so heartbroken about the value of the weapon. What truly bothered him was the loss of combat power resulting from the loss of a large ammunition tank. This was the first time in his life he had fought a space station without his mother's direct help and command, and he was filled with anxiety. As for Li Bin, although he was physically younger, he had seen and experienced more, and his experience fighting space stations was far richer than Kong Jicho's. On the contrary, he was mentally stable. Stop talking, you completely disgraced the pirate prince, Li Bin retorted mercilessly. Dude, you really need to wash off that muddy smell. You're piloting a dreadnought, and you're still stingy about calculating every 10,000 star coins. He earnestly suggested, you should say, 11,000 is nothing. I give you 100 or so large capacity live ammunition weapons later, you can smash them for fun. That would be more appropriate. I could hear you pressing the calculator all over space, Kong Jicho retorted. I'm not giving up the space station's profits, so save your breath. Damn it, what's the point of talking? Get the tractor up and running, we're off to rob it. Wang Long, the branch leader of the space station, dressed in a disheveled uniform, drove his hover car onto the bridge. Beneath his uniform, a pair of pajamas with a blue lobster pattern could be seen through the gaps. After the fleet left, Wang Long felt completely at ease, waiting to reap the rewards. He took his newly recruited fox-eared secretary to study the anatomy of non-human girls. Like, how many ears do non-human girls have? And if they don't wag their tails when they poop, will they get caught on their fur? Then the hyperspace anomaly alarm forcibly dragged him out. Horizontal jump. The navigator screamed in agony, as if someone had ripped him apart alive. The readings are violently reacting. It's a giant fleet. Actually, the Cathedral class was just too big. It could only open a spatial rift a dozen kilometers wide at a time. But it was a lucky accident. What's going on? Even for a superpower like Wang Long, a space station commander, who was practically a marshal, his face flushed red with suppressed rage. Didn't that old son Igo pat me on the back and promise me this place was as safe as her ancestral grave? They discussed it heatedly, dispatching a reconnaissance fleet to investigate. What could you do in 2 hours? You could play 4 games, find a date and play around, take a short nap. But no matter what, 2 hours was far too short for a capital ship and a space station. When the reconnaissance fleet sent back images of the ships before they were destroyed by the afterglow spears and massive, daisy-blooming missiles, everyone on the bridge fell silent, like chickens in a coop being strangled by an invisible hand. 6 capital ships, 1 dreadnought, over 30 cruisers, and that flashy golden eagle on the Earth emblem. This is the Universal Alliance's revenge fleet. Wang Long screamed weakly, like a man whose toe had been stepped on. Chapter 699. Let me repeat myself one last time. The battle plan is simple. Kong Jicho, you're responsible for dealing with the Relief Association fleet outside the space station. I handle the space station itself. In the neural link, Li Bin's voice sounded somewhat distorted, because it was transmitted directly through neural signals. Kong Jicho felt that beneath Li Bin's voice was a rambling, somewhat neurotic, mature woman's voice, but upon closer listening, he couldn't hear anything. It was probably something like fight. I'm so high. And where are you, my clone? Nonsensical phrases. He thought he was probably developing cyberpsychotic disorder, so he said irritably, I know. By the way, why are you attacking the space station? My sacrifice is known as the mini-space station. Wouldn't it be better if I handled it? Before seeing the space station, Kong Jicho was so nervous he felt nauseous, but after seeing the space station's configuration and the fleet guarding it, he felt confident he could handle it. Li Bin paused for half a second, then said with a playful tone, Are you sure you want to use live ammunition to attack the space station? This space station is mostly asteroid structured. If you destroy it, how will you loot the spoils? Missiles and torpedoes don't care about the building's materials. I'm talking nonsense. Kong Jicho simply carried the 13-kilometer-long dreadnought and fled at top speed. The two completely disregarded Wang Long, who was desperately trying to send messages to the Relief Association's raiding fleet, which was currently flying in hyperspace and out-of-service areas, and his space station. It was just a desperate struggle. The opposing fleet didn't even have a capital ship. It was merely a defensive fleet centered around 9 cruisers. After all, the main force had gone to raid the Overlord's rear, and they had never imagined that a main fleet would visit. Kong Jicho, who had previously been lamenting the loss of a large gun emplacement on the memorial ship, now showed no signs of lacking firepower. The Cathedral class was a dreadnought, and a modular ship converted from a derelict space station. Despite losing 1 large gun emplacement, it still had 4 more, 16 medium gun emplacements, and 4 flight decks large enough to function as airports. Not only could it launch carrier-based aircraft, but the Cathedral class was also currently loading Li-class Whiplash destroyers, products of the Hell Legion, the elite of destroyers. These destroyers, using the dreadnought's armor as cover, were transported to extremely close range of the enemy ships, then calmly launched one by one amidst the enemy's shock. Because of the 360-degree shields, these cruisers and destroyers couldn't launch a mid-air attack. They could only watch helplessly as the enemy grew in number. 360 degrees protection for a sense of security. Moreover, the Cathedral class's tactical system is the infamous air mine strike. This Luddite-derived technology, dismantled from the wreckage of the Doom class, uses teleportation to activate air mines directly from the ship, placing them behind the enemy lines and threatening vulnerable firepower vessels. Air mine strike, generating air mines right behind you. Cathedral, you're so despicable right now. If you think that's all, you're sorely mistaken. Its main module carries the Savior missile, essentially a torpedo the size of a frigate. After launch, it separates into 8 EMP missiles, a double explosion, satisfying all your needs at once, powerful and capable of penetrating shields. Swaying daisies, the Savior missile. Note the weapon's range, a full 10,000 kilometers. And the 2 Atlas-modified missile ships huddled behind the Sacrifice, peeking out, are no pushovers either. In short, this is a paradise for bombers, the happy home of the Dragon Flame missiles. Kong Jicho, with his massive fleet of dreadnoughts and battleships, brings immense joy to these cruiser underlings. In short, they're too busy to care about anything else, neglecting one for the other. And Li Bin's side? He's also a bomber, his missile force only slightly smaller than Kong Jicho's. The ion beams fired by the Dragon Flame missiles, and the red explosive waves from their self-destruction, are like the 12-shot volley of fire during the Lunar New Year, firing incessantly. Meanwhile, the countless miniature missile arrays fired by the Zhu Rong, controlled by ISA, are like a leaky charging head, giving everyone a jolt. But the primary purpose of these missiles is to overwhelm and destroy the space station's resistance barrage and carrier-based aircraft. The biggest highlight, however, is Lan Yuan's side. Her Star River Xenon cannon and Tachyon Light Spear are already itching for fire. A torrent of energy surged forth, the Xenon lasers landing joyfully on the shield. The alien energy instantly repelled and exploded, unleashing a deafening burst of electric arcs. The EMP arc surged dramatically. Lan Yuan, still not satisfied, ordered First Officer Xingqianfire to activate the secondary cannons, and 2 Tachyon lances joined the fray, unleashing a berserk barrage. Wang Long watched the radiation energy numbers skyrocket like boiling water, and felt his world crumble. He gritted his teeth, looking at the crazed invader battleships, and the Candle Dragon and its cruisers, practically glued to the shield's edge, waiting for him to manually shut it down to avoid overloading the power grid. He reluctantly ordered, "Shut down the power grid when it has 10% remaining. Also, everyone prepare to evacuate." Activate the self-destruct module in the control room and prepare for a tiered defense. His face contorted with rage. The space station's fall is inevitable, but we can deplete a large portion of the enemy's manpower in a boarding maneuver. They definitely board. May the association live forever. Before a reply could be heard, the space station began to shake violently. He gaped slightly, looking at the instantly chaotic crowd, and asked, "What's wrong now?" The adjutant cried out mournfully, "Branch leader. The power grid is down to 10%. There's no time to activate the self-destruct module. Move out." How? How could it be so fast? His face turned deathly pale. To withstand the full force of the Xingqian's missiles, and the fleet's all-out bombardment for 50 minutes, only a space station's power grid has that kind of capability. Even with the fortress shields activated, a Paradigm-class ship would have died 800 times over. Lan Yuan, her eyes closed, nodded in satisfaction. The joy of piloting the Dream Eater, rushing in and out at breakneck speed, a life-or-death adventure, was gone forever. She didn't want to play with ships that lacked thick armor, fortified shields, and starship xenon cannons. Once you experienced the Invader class, there was no going back. She let out a sigh of relief and reported, "Commander, the enemy space station fleet has been shut down." "Very good. Lan Yuan, carve out a few more nests on the surface of the space station. Make sure they're neat and orderly. Don't use the main guns, I'm afraid you puncture this meteorite space station. Just use tachyon lances." "Yes, Commander." Lan Yuan took over control of the secondary guns from Starfall, casually creating a few tunnel-like nests. After finishing, she picked through the items under the throne, grabbed a can of spicy squid, and began her battlefield meal. Li Bin, meanwhile, called out to the shipborne research center, "Old Dong, how are your darlings ready?" "Reporting, CO, all is well and ready to take off at any time." Dong Lixiang replied loudly, his face flushed. "Very good, very spirited." Li Bin praised. "That idiot shut down his shield early, probably trying to use the terrain to play guerrilla warfare with me. I'm not falling for it. I dug the nest, Hugo. Give him 2 slaps, teach the core sector a lesson." "Yes, CO." Mission accomplished, CO. Chapter 700. For Dawn Goddess-class destroyers launch flash bombers from their flight decks. These drones, supported by the Afterglow LPC, are renowned for their advanced technology and superior performance. But today, they flew erratically, as if drunk. Even though they had no pilots. Do electronic crystals drink cyber alcohol? The answer is obviously no. Therefore, the truth is clear. The missile mounting points on their bellies, which were originally for sensing air-to-ground mines, were no longer carrying lightweight mines, but rather bulky behemoths resembling dragon flame missiles. Beetle boarding torpedoes, a gift from the Idea King, Zhongzi, are extreme boarding torpedoes whose entire cargo bay, except for the propulsion and landing sections, is an airdropping compartment. They are a full 30 meters long and 8 meters in diameter, a brutal boarding weapon. These contraptions were transported to their destination by flash bombers, and then dropped onto the warm, still dripping molten metal nests created by the Xingqian. Even if the space station is still conducting electronic warfare jamming at this moment, causing the 5 flash bombers to deliver their attacks to the wrong targets, it doesn't matter. Because inside are not fragile marines, but the adorable, resilient Eden Star behemoths meticulously developed by Dong Lixiang. The landing section attaches to the nest, and the outside of the space station. With a crackling sound, the torpedo completely splits open, revealing ferocious, agitated rock crabs, giant scorpions, and gregarious squid. These creatures have had their air sacs and gills removed and replaced with compressed air tanks, providing them with at least half an hour of oxygen-rich breathing at an Eden Star level, allowing them to wreak havoc. An enhanced mobile signal base station mounted on the gregarious squid's body continuously issues combat commands to the behemoths, triggering headaches in the neuroparasites and catalyzing the behemoth's bloodlust. If you don't want to be tormented by a persistent headache, you have no choice but to satisfy the cravings of the neuroparasite. Kill! A PD laser cannon fired from the rock crab's back, easily slicing through the sealed airtight door. Its massive body squeezed into the passageway, and the rock crab emitted a simulated, piercing scream at the terrified, demented Relief Association crew. Gurgle. It hurts, it hurts. It brandished its alloy pincers, its grotesque, chitinous, mixed metal carapace a monstrous sight, yet it screamed like a human. The sound didn't come from its mouthparts, but from a signal transmitter in its brain, continuously emitting screams on a public frequency, tormenting the nerves of all the living. With each step it took, these people felt they were one step closer to hell. This monster was impervious to laser guns, unkillable by the space station's self-defense machine guns, and the holes made by anti-material sniper rifles were like needle pricks compared to its enormous body. Its multi-brain structure meant that even if one brain was destroyed, it wouldn't hinder the other limbs from sweeping away the rest. The association members were completely outmatched by this thing in the tunnel. There was no open space to deploy heavy artillery, no way to call in missile support, and no opportunity for flanking maneuvers. Anyone attempting to ambush from behind or above was crushed by the metal deformation caused by the behemoth's advance. What in this world could withstand it? What could possibly stop it? I go! Just then, a brave man clad in power armor stepped forward. He opened the storage compartment, laboriously dragging out half a shipborne light machine gun using heavy machinery, and looked at everyone with a death-defying resolve. Remember me. My name is Hercules. As he spoke, he hacked into the light machine gun's control crystal using his power armor and manually opened fire inside the tunnel. The metallic storm slammed into the behemoth, causing it to stagger. Its alloy armor and chitinous carapace were rapidly shattered, its organs and pipes shattered, and the neuroparasites that had shattered its brain struggled agonizingly in the uninhabitable environment before quickly dying. Only when the internal ammunition magazine was emptied, the barrels were scorching hot, and the entire compartment had reached unbearable temperatures from the ship's weaponry did the warrior finally cease fire. Success? His voice sounded strangely unfamiliar after the roar of the ship's weapons. The others rushed forward, screaming, their voices as if through a veil. Hercules! You succeeded? Great hero! Boom! Before they could finish speaking, the passageway beneath their feet split open, and a poisonous claw encased in alloy pierced the great hero's stomach, tearing out a section of intestine, which spun effeminately in the public eye. As it spun, the great hero's intestines twisted into a pretzel. B7 dead, receiving instructions from mobile base station, beginning to reinforce the front line. Ouch! It hurt so much, it hurt so much. A bizarre and human sound, yet it spoke clearly in human language. A giant scorpion, 24 meters long, emerged from the ground, its body crawling with gregarious squid, each carrying a signal base station with flashing colored indicator lights, like a million indescribable eyes, viciously scrutinizing it. The scorpion rapidly devoured everyone, its red, green, and yellow lights flailing wildly, screaming, "Please, have mercy! Please!" It shrieked, "Stop me! Ah! Human will has its limits." After such a dramatic turn of events, some immediately fled, some gave up resistance, and some simply went mad. The behemoths on the space station appeared to move haphazardly, but their movements were actually methodical. First, the behemoths were controlled by mobile base stations, whose neuroparasites released stimuli and pain, forcing them to submit in search of relief. Then, driven by instinct, the mobile base stations, under electronic warfare interference, launched attacks on nearby electronic jamming sources in a regional network mode. Therefore, initially, after the behemoths landed, Li Bin and Dong Lixiang received almost no systematic feedback. However, after half an hour, when several electronic warfare control rooms were destroyed, the fleet brought them under control. At this point, their mission became paralyzing the power grid system. Meanwhile, reserve army-level ships from the 2nd Reserve Arsenal, equipped with tactical systems, barrier drones, landed at the space station's port, protected by a large number of barrier drones and the Xingtian, which was already remotely guarded by its Star River xenon cannon. They carried a full cargo hold of boarding sailors. As for Li Bin, he directly piloted the spaceship to the top of the space station. Based on the data transmitted back from the behemoth and the boarding sailors, he located the control room and launched a straight-line assault, plunging into the loose asteroid like a chopstick into tofu, opening the hatch into the rock. He then had Vulcan lead the engineering department to clear a path with heavy machinery. What a joke! Me, breaking down each door one by one? Wouldn't that be exhausting? My rehash plowshare can break the keel of a capital ship. A while later, the old one-eyed man's excited voice came back. Captain! I captured the station commander. Old Dong's neural parasite is really useful. Throw it in through his nose, and in a few dozen seconds, he confessed everything. The ship you specifically requested has been found. The prisoner has the code, he tell you everything. Just hope the worm in his brain doesn't burrow any further. Chapter 701. Wang Long lay sprawled in the medical pod, soaked to the bone as if he'd just been pulled from a river. Several clumps of unidentified liquid remained in the pod. How strange. I even checked. This space station was designed entirely according to military standards. There's no swimming pool, Li Bin said curiously. Old One-Eye glanced at him, his mouth, chin, nose, tears, and saliva dripping from his eyes, his face as white as paper with a greenish tinge, looking like he'd be dead long ago without the medical pod. He nodded reluctantly. Yeah, I find it strange too. It's common knowledge that the brain doesn't feel pain. Even if you open someone's skull and churn their brain with a throttle, they would only feel pain in their bones and scalp, not in their brain. But the interrogation-type neural parasite created by Dong Lixiang, once inside the brain, would quickly follow the navigation engraved in the biological genes, tracing itself to the pain nerves responsible for transmitting pain signals and taking over those nerves. Then the person being interrogated would experience excruciating pain, as if being subjected to aruba, childbirth, and a vicious barb of ingrown toenails all at the same time. Moreover, Old One-Eye, having accepted Old Dong's request, put this guy in a medical pod to gather as much clinical data as possible, constantly treating him while keeping him conscious. When a person can't even faint, he'd probably just want to die. Imagine, there's a worm in your brain, eating away at your brain, your thoughts, your logic, and the memories that make up your life, while simultaneously tormenting your nerves, causing you pain, and even acting as a nerve itself, creating a sense of touch, making you constantly feel something wriggling in your brain, pushing open your brain, silently and quietly devouring you. And the rest of your life. Quite terrifying, brother. Wang Long's pale face met Li Bin's, who stood backlit like an emperor bathed in light, and he forced a smile. I told you everything I know, kill me. Li Bin turned to look at the old one-eyed man, who shuddered and immediately stood up straight. He really did tell you everything, even what his lover at the Relief Association looks like. I used the bug to reverse the order 3 times, and there were no mistakes. So, at Li Bin's merciful instruction, the old one-eyed man activated the execution program in the medical pod, releasing toxic gas mixed with anesthetic, granting Wang Long his release. This program was originally used for euthanizing critically injured patients, who couldn't be treated even by interstellar medicine. In a battlefield environment, medical pods are a precious and limited resource. Wang Long reveled in the hallucinogenic anesthetic, embracing a sweet death. Captain, we found it. Deep inside the space station, there's a huge cavity, probably formed naturally during the asteroid's formation. The Relief Society modified it, turning it into a secret dock and storage room. The ship you requested is inside. Let's go! Li Bin didn't hesitate, immediately starting to run. Since establishing the colony, Li Bin hadn't been this impatient in a long time. Sometimes he couldn't even figure out if this urgent desire to obtain the ship was his own doing, or a subtle influence from Celia. It just goes to show how incredibly advanced the machine soul technology's direct neural linking was. Think about it, simultaneously linking with hundreds or thousands of brains, sharing emotions and memories. It sounds like some niche brain glue XP. Wait, thinking about it that way, it seems like every Warhammer captain, pilot, and crew member involved in neural links is throwing a silver party in broad daylight, under the Emperor's watchful eye. What blasphemy! The only reason Slaanesh couldn't rule the Warhammer world is that her purity was still too low. If it were an old Earthling, they would have won long ago. This ship is clearly from the same series as the Mechanical Arc class. The same red base with black trim, the same adamantite-fused ram. However, the ship's design and craftsmanship seem more like the aesthetics of humans here. Thurstus Metallica class is a creation of Sage Celia, primarily based on human realm technology, representing her culmination of mastered all the skills shared by human realm. Celia's incessant murmurs of memory resurfaced. Li Bin, recalling these thoughts, stepped through the violently forced hatch into the ship. She is my other half, bearing most of my computing power amplification. With her, I can fully gain control over the AI, which is the 4th ritual, Laplace's Twilight. The passageways were similarly narrow and cramped, but unlike the others, there were far fewer exposed large pistons and gears, making the passageways appear much cleaner. Although a considerable amount of equipment had been forcibly dismantled, the methods used by the Relief Association, which was only temporarily preserving equipment, were noticeably gentler compared to the extensive research conducted by Hound Mining. Upon reaching the double-decker bridge, which was only about 200 square meters, Shugapa was already in the first mate seat. Seeing Li Bin, she quietly nodded. CEO, as per your request, we didn't attempt to directly link with her, we only conducted simple tests. No viruses or information bombs planted by the Relief Association were found. Furthermore, this ship also refused our access. Her once wrinkled face appeared younger due to the unlocking of her genetic lock. If she had once looked 70 or 80 years old, she now looked only around 50. Shugapa sighed, stroking the control panel, which was noticeably more complex and primitive than those on other destroyers. She's very volatile. Please be careful. Beside Jugapa was an interactive thinker array, its eyes, ears, and nose stitched together, leaving only a mouth. It was hidden behind a curtain, to be modified and sealed off once the ship was activated. This technology was still too sinister for the Persis people. Li Bin nodded. Activate the Zhulong activation protocol. Prepare to exchange information with this ship. He then sat down, and amidst the tense protection of his loyal subordinates, the neural link was activated. A thick cable extended from the Zhulong's hull, and led by a forklift, it traveled along a straight line carved by heavy machinery to the destroyer, successfully connecting. The ship began to reboot. The entire ship shook violently, as if chained in a cage, powerless and furious without encountering the nation-destroying witch, Silas. You bunch of bastards. Huh? The chaotic current abruptly stopped the moment it encountered Li Bin. A special kind of coding had been deeply imprinted in Li Bin's brain, taming the Metallica-class machine spirit the instant the link was successful. Then, before he could even figure out what kind of personality or appearance this machine spirit had, she was taken over by Celia, who had remotely accessed the system. Data began to interact, personality began to be overridden, and a massive data stream rapidly exchanged. It took about 3 hours for Li Bin to receive Celia's reply. Go ahead and get busy, it will take me a few days to receive the information. As everyone knows, the information transmission speed of a data cable has an upper limit. Compared to a high-speed train carrying a full load of hard drives from the Pot à la Palace to the Arc de Triomphe, the information transmission speed of a single data cable is still too slow. After several hours, Celia finally finished rewriting the ship's personality, and took a moment to greet Li Bin. Li Bin cheerfully disconnected from the link and turned to Jeffrey, who was smoking a cigarette and holding a crab-hunting gun, ready to blast away any potential bridge defense mechanisms that might flare up. How's the profit? Jeffrey polished his cigarette butt. 6,200 boxes of food, 5,000 boxes of supplies, 600 boxes of hull components, 1,300 boxes of building components, 5,000 boxes of alloys, 1,100 boxes of rare metals, 7,100 boxes of daily necessities, 800 units of heavy machinery, 150 units of heavy weapons, shipborne weapons. The supplies originally intended for upgrading the space station and repairing the fleet are now all ours. According to the Crown Prince's request, he needs to share half of these. Furthermore, Jeffrey rubbed his cigarette butt to one side with his teeth and chuckled. There are also 2 factories, 1 refinery, and 1 mineral mining and sorting plant. Those are ours. Besides that, the biggest gain is this space station. Jeffrey pointed to the sky. The Crown Prince wants us to give up this space station because Wan Long handed over all the keys, and because the space station is in good overall condition, it can be used as a sub-base for the Conda nest. As for the profits, the Crown Prince said that if we can give up the resources here as well, he's willing to relinquish some profits from the raids on the Tachyon. The price is negotiable. Deal? Li Bin didn't even blink. A space station without blueprints, without technology, just a few factories, Li Bin could build it himself. Besides, this place is too close to the Overlord and the Tachyon, too far from his home, and it's a space station made from meteorite material. The quality is too low. He really had no interest in it. Compared to these options, wouldn't it be much better to wait for the post-war period to seize the space station in the Tachyon headquarters system, or lease colonies, and the entire global lease? Chapter 702. The former Relief Association outpost, now Konga's Nest, well, it should be called Kong Jicho's Nest, is a hive of activity. Anyone with common sense knows that the Relief Association's fleet, upon discovering its base has been destroyed, will immediately turn back. Regardless of the benefits gained from colluding with Sustran technology to undermine the hegemon, the looting of a space station along with a massive amount of supplies is of paramount importance. Especially since this space station houses tens of thousands of Relief Association members. They are not ordinary citizens, but highly skilled individuals selected by the Relief Association from its already small population of tens of millions. Engineers, technicians, medical personnel, administrative and management talents, soldiers. These are the cream of the crop, the lifeblood of any organization. Our Relief Association cooperated with Sustran Technology, hoping for a stronger backing, not for blood donations. Therefore, both the Universal Alliance and Kong Jicho are certain they will return. They must be on their way right now. The hackers have already used the key Wan Long gave them to retract the information transmitted via the relay communicator and sent incorrect intelligence. By the time they receive news of the space station's fall, they won't know exactly how many ships we dispatched. They'd probably think that with the space station's limited security, having their relay communicator seized is no problem. Blocking intelligence before attacking the space station is standard procedure. With our incorrect information, this fleet will definitely return as soon as possible. Our primary task is to quickly patch up the hole we created, at least making it appear normal from the outside. This was Li Bin and Kong Jicho's order. Pirate and Vulcan, under orders, transformed into interstellar combatants, frantically repairing the hole, even using asteroids and cement for camouflage. 2 days later, the space station received a message from the Relief Association fleet. We are returning at full speed and are expected to arrive in 40 hours. Li Bin smiled upon seeing this. That couldn't be better. Lan Yuan, ISA, and Kong Jicho had already gone to a combat meeting, while he himself went to the Candle Dragon and reconnected to the neural link. Upon reconnecting, he saw Celia in his mind. Unlike her usual long dress, Celia today wore a pioneering look with alloy armor and a functional windbreaker, surrounded by several spherical drones, radiating confidence. Li Bin, I lack nothing now. Her expression was much more lively, and she seemed very happy, enthusiastically introducing her 2.0 version to Li Bin. This Metallica class is my arsenal. The Thinker Array contains many electronic warfare codes and programs specially approved by the leaders of many people. With the added computing power she brings, I can now activate the fourth ritual, Laplace's Twilight. Laplace's Twilight, named after one of the 4 mythical beasts of physics, is a monstrous entity said to be able to detect the movement of individual molecules in the universe and thus predict everything. The fourth ritual is named this way, using Laplace's demon to symbolize the infinite potential of AI. Just as the Omega Core, combined with the simulation engine, predicts the future of the entire Perseus constellation, in the feared future of the human realm, there is a possibility that the AI core will grow to the point of being able to predict everything and then rebel against humanity. Therefore, the Mechanical Arc class and its sister, as one of the many means by which the human realm counters the AI core, have their final ritual, their core function, named Laplace's Twilight. The name naturally alludes to Ragnarok. The effect of the fourth ritual is quite simple. Through the human realm's technological roadmap, including the AI core and all AI's underlying code, as well as the special encoding of the Wetware Thinker Array, it isolates the human realm AI from hacking into the Mechanical Arc class and Metallica class ships, and counters, or even destroys the AI. The effect is that simple and straightforward. According to Celia, she now also possesses that code, but it can only be activated jointly by both ships working together. Because the computing power requirement is huge, I must use all thinkers to activate it, and during this time, all thrusters and weapon activation must be shut down, and shields cannot be deployed. As for the effect, it's not limited to destroying the AI core. It can also interfere with the enemy's electronic warfare and internal communications. I simulate the effect for you. After watching the demonstration, Li Bin could only say he was satisfied, very satisfied. He could already imagine the utter disillusionment on the faces of the Tachyon defenders when he led his fleet to the Tachyon headquarters and discovered their prized communications and information technology had been suppressed. He showered Celia with praise, extolling her to the skies, declaring that once the Relief Association fleet returned, he would put her to the test and let her shine. Then, brimming with confidence, he went to the Operations Command Center and sat down next to ISA, gloating. What good thing happened? ISA asked, smiling at him. Li Bin licked his lips and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, after this sneak attack on Tachyon technology, we go get the Asunicorn-class destroyers. You pilot the dreadnought. ISA immediately grasped the implication in Li Bin's words. She raised an eyebrow with a captivating allure. The Candle Dragon is that strong? Mainly because she only listens to me. Even the Metallica-class ships only allow acting captains, not anyone other than me, to establish a neural link. And her role in our future war plans is far too crucial. She performed exceptionally well against the Hell Legion and the Nanovirus Swarm. She says that? ISA's voice held a deeper meaning. Li Bin immediately realized she was jealous, so he reached under the table and wrapped his arm around her slender yet strong waist, pressing them tightly together. Kong Jicho, who was speaking, watched the two whispering to each other, their smiles almost overlapping with ill intent, and coughed heavily. What are you doing? In broad daylight, right now there's a battle going on. His voice carried a hint of resentment. Li Bin's left hand moved up from his waist, gripping Isha's shoulder, his fingers lightly tapping her shoulder arrogantly, his eyes haughty. Envious, aren't you? I have a good wife, do you? Are you crazy? You're asking for it. Kong Jicho roared, pounding the alloy table in impotent rage. Li Bin stood up leisurely, straightened his collar, and said calmly, "Excuse me, the head of the Special Operations Department wants to see me. He said that Suzy's agents have made contact with an organization opposing Sunihao. I need to make contact with them. Excuse me." He then winked at his wife. "I'll be waiting for you tonight." Isha immediately lowered her head, her silver white hair, tied up, slipping from her shoulders, revealing her elegant, swan-like neck. Li Bin bowed to Kong Shicho, and under his murderous gaze, strode away with loud, clattering steps. Chapter 703. The Immortal Cuisine Restaurant, a well-regarded establishment near the Plain Geometry military camp, is decorated with numerous carnivorous plants at its entrance. These plants can capture the reptiles that have spread throughout the stars due to human activity, and also handle large beasts weighing 40 to 70 kilograms that occasionally stumble upon its secrets. The restaurant owner's #1 lover has reappeared recently, and hasn't left for almost a month. Normally, this would seem very abnormal, and might even provoke the other owner's wives' dissatisfaction or trigger conflict. We're all lovers. Why do you get to eat every day while we're left out? But now it's wartime, and all the owner's wives' lovers in the military camp have been conscripted or are on duty. So, apart from the occasional soldier who gets leave and glances at Chung Beiyang with resentful and jealous eyes, no one here can bother him anymore. No one was surprised that this down-on-his-luck mercenary had stopped going on missions. It was the third AI war, dude. Now, the main arena in interstellar space was dominated by giant corporations and warlords. Even pirates had to be extremely cautious when robbing. This poor, scruffy mercenary, who could survive by living off women, why risk getting involved in a war between giant corporations? The Celestial Cuisine restaurant closed early today, and will be closed to customers for the next few days. Inside the locked restaurant, power armor, mechanical dogs, drones, shoulder cannons, landmines, a dazzling array of weapons. Chung Beiyang still sported his deliberately bushy beard, a look of world weariness. His messy, shoulder-length hair and beard served as perfect markers of his mercenary identity. If he needed to escape, he could simply shave and get a haircut, becoming a completely different person. He hadn't undergone any additional cybernetic modifications, so he wouldn't leave any conspicuous features that would be detected by the AI, not the I-Core. The agents, who were usually quiet and reserved in the kitchen, were unusually energetic today. A mission had arrived. They didn't have to cook every day anymore. Completing this mission would give them a vacation, allowing them to return to Eden for a long leave. If they died, their families would receive a large compensation. It seemed like a win-win situation. Therefore, this group worked exceptionally hard, making quite a racket. Only the proprietress sat on the bar stool, anxiously chattering. "Why don't you wear a helmet? What if you encounter a sniper if you don't?" Chung Beiyang put down his silenced pistol, grabbed her hand, and said, "It's alright, I'm just a bodyguard. How can I be at ease?" The proprietress's eyes were filled with tears, her anger blazing. "You're going to contact the secret society of Sustran Technology." "That's Sustran Technology. Their technology is so advanced. One wrong move and you're dead." Chung Beiyang stood up, pulling the proprietress, who looked short even sitting on the long bench, into his arms, her ample breasts pressed against him. All these years, you also been on missions under Sustran Technology's control. You've been in danger too. It's the same for you." "It's not the same." The proprietress forcefully pushed him away, screaming, "I rather you hadn't come this time. I go with that idiot researcher than have you take such a risk." The clanging restaurant fell silent instantly, all the agents busy with their tasks, glancing over out of the corner of their eyes. Chung Beiyang sighed helplessly, placed one hand on the back of the landlady's neck, and scooped up her legs with the other, carrying her in a princess carry amidst her screams and struggles, heading towards the bedroom, ordering, "Wait for me for an hour, I give her the injection first." Ignoring the landlady's resistance, he forcefully kissed her. With a series of wet, slurping sounds, her angry moans transformed into a tender, sticky kiss. Chung Beiyang then hooked the door shut, keeping everything inside. Sometimes, emotions can't persuade, but physics can. After a moment, an agent gave a thumbs up. "Awesome. Wolf Spirit Star, near the equator, an unnamed valley. As a barren planet with a population of only a few million, concentrated in dome-shaped cities, and around various automated factories and human-controlled areas, such unnamed, magnificent landscapes are commonplace. After all, not every planet is as densely populated as old Earth, with its long history of human civilization, allowing people to leisurely name every mountain range and every ditch. The seemingly lifeless valley, upon closer inspection, revealed drone soldiers and automated artillery emplacements guarding it. Chung Beiyong followed behind one of his lovers, a female researcher, feigning the dejected, cynical air of an old mercenary. He casually surveyed his surroundings, silently using his brain implant to intercept and record visual signals. If necessary, he only needed to preserve his brain, allowing agents to take it away or open it on the spot to remove the implant, thus safely and discreetly taking away the intelligence. The female researcher, who had been so confident during her confrontation with the landlady, now seemed somewhat nervous. At least she had received Chung Beiyong's close guidance, and this time she didn't resort to any clumsy, instinctive glances at him. Through security, Chung Beiyong noticed that these thoroughly modified security guards made no attempt to confiscate their weapons. Passing through a winding passageway, rounding a corner, and entering an airtight door, the world suddenly opened up. If Chung Beiyong's detached house with a sunroom and garden, which he spent tens of thousands of star coins to build in pursuit of the female researcher, was a vibrant love nest, then this place was an alien paradise. The entire valley was filled with lush vegetation, all harmless plants collected from various planets. These plants did not belong to the same ecosystem, but because they were all recorded from the human era, according to archaeological data collected by the AI Corps and the Academy, they lived together peacefully, clearly arranged in a specific order within their respective circles. Among the low lawns, shrubs, and trees, some tall and straight, others with lush, sprawling canopies, lived various rare and exotic wild animals. A waterfall cascaded down from the valley floor, creating a clear stream filled with colorful aquatic plants and various ornamental aquatic creatures. Countless caves were carved into the cliffs on both sides of the valley. Some were rooms, some were viewing platforms, and some were planted with unusual and bizarre vegetation or housed exotic beasts. It was truly breathtaking. Unexpectedly, such a beautiful and vibrant place existed on this barren planet. The agents licked their dry lips, quickly calculated the costs in their minds, and finally gave up. Such a lavish and impractical facility, with its initial investment of hundreds of thousands of star coins per location, annual maintenance costs of tens of thousands of star coins, and the long process of vegetation development and artificially monitored evolution, was simply impossible to achieve. Not to mention, the force field overhead that confined oxygen and flora and fauna within the valley was something the average wealthy person couldn't afford. A spherical guide drone, using magnetic fields to float in the air, guided the researcher and her security mercenaries with a cute, mechanical voice, navigating the complex and beautiful valley until they arrived at a terrace carved into the mountainside. A handsome man, with a V-shaped torso sat in the center of the terrace, gazing at the luxurious view below, worth hundreds of thousands of star coins, his arms crossed. Beside him sat a bottle of absinthe, and two beautiful female attendants, their faces and bodies bearing obvious signs of cybernetic implants, appearing to have artificially implanted animal ears and tails, and whose overall figures defied natural human design, with voluptuous breasts, wide hips, and slender waists, stood quietly to the side. "You arrived," the man said, turning his head slightly to the side, cheerfully inviting everyone to sit down. "I am Chu Xiangrui, an inspector from the 2nd Speedster Organization. This invitation is for the final induction test." As he spoke, alloy benches rose from the flat terrace, arranged according to the number of people. The agents held their breath. These were temporary seats, and tables generated in real time based on everyone's physical characteristics, using magnetohydrodynamic metal particle technology. This technology belonged to military use, used to deeply simulate the terrain of army battlefields. Originally, an army regiment only had a 1 to 2 square meter magnetohydrodynamic metal particle sand table. If this entire terrace were covered, how much would that cost? The female researcher continued, picking up where Chu Xiangrui left off, listing her technical skills, education, employment status, and projects she had led, according to the documents provided by the club. Chung Beiyong, somewhat bored, glanced around, his eyes meeting Chu Xiangrui's, who was equally bored. Chu Xiangrui paused, then narrowed his eyes. His eyes began to flash a faint blue light. This was a special prosthetic modification technology possessed only by the management of Suzy Technology. By simply implanting nanomaterials into the eyes, and combining it with a brain implant, natural eyes could possess the network capabilities of prosthetic eyes. Chu Xiangrui suddenly smiled, raising his hand to interrupt the female researcher. "Madam, you certainly have extensive research experience, but in my opinion, you don't seem to be in charge. Rather, it's this gentleman dressed as a mercenary, with his hands behind his back, who is the one in charge." The atmosphere instantly became tense. Chapter 704. Nameless Valley Terrace. The previously talkative female researcher fell silent, her face turning grim. Chu Xiangrui said with amusement, Stop pretending to be a lady, you already given yourselves away. Chung Beiyang smiled bitterly. How could I not tell Yi about my affair with Lala? Even now, he was still trying to salvage the situation, trying to find out if his affair with 2 women had been exposed, or hoping to cover up the fact that he had inadvertently revealed himself. The female tobacco technician's face also flushed with embarrassment. Chu Xiangrui burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. You're being ridiculous. Who cares how many women you sleep with? Even if you sleep with men, it's none of my business. He snapped his fingers, and the cyborg beauty behind him spoke in an elegant voice. Chung Beiyang, from the 7121st batch of the Perseus Alliance's birth factory, received standardized training in the Perseus Alliance Agent 9.12 version training guide. After graduation, he joined Minsheng Transportation Company, where he worked for 13 years. He was laid off during the Minsheng Company's layoff wave in Star Calendar 211. After that, he disappeared without a trace. According to Alpha Core analysis, Sara Du, who is on the layoff list of Minsheng Transportation Company, was formerly the captain of Li Bin, the co-founder of Huanyu. He has now joined Huanyu United. In conclusion, it is highly likely that Chung Beiyang is currently employed by Huanyu United as an agent, handling intelligence and sabotage-related work. Chu Xiangrui smiled and said, although most of your intelligence, as well as Minsheng Company's intelligence, is being deliberately concealed by the layoff wave and some unknown but known force using AI cores, Suzy Technologies' Alpha Core cannot collect sufficient qualitative evidence to corroborate it. Under normal circumstances, such low-accuracy intelligence with weak evidence chains would not be uploaded. But unfortunately, we humans don't need evidence or logic. A good feeling is enough to confirm it. Your disguise can only fool humans and conventional AI, but this valley has been under constant monitoring by the Alpha Core. So from the moment you set foot here, your intelligence has been being collected and analyzed. I just need to access it. If you were in a city, I probably wouldn't be able to find you. After all, the sample size and data are too large. Even with the Alpha Core's filtering, there are too many possibilities. Chung Beiyang silently pressed the self-destruct button on his elbow, feigning composure as he grinned. What exactly are you trying to say? Huh? Alright, let's get straight to the point. Chu Xiangrui stood up, straightened his clothes. Boom. A fierce explosion erupted at the top of the valley's force field, while flames spreading beyond the field, instantly engulfing the entire valley. Chung Beiyang immediately raised his hand, firing a large-caliber bullet containing secondary propellant from his silenced pistol. This type of special agent pistol didn't prioritize accuracy. It used secondary propulsion to accelerate the bullet, using the split explosive warhead to cover the target and its surroundings, maximizing the kill rate through sheer power. The other agents grabbed the bewildered female researcher and began a rapid retreat. But in that split second, Chu Xiangrui didn't even glance at the attack so close at hand, only frowning as he observed the churning flames at the top of the valley. Until the bullet accelerated towards him, the maid standing beside Chu Xiangrui stepped forward and gently raised her hand. The 2 men's hands snapped open, their arms forming a star shape. The powerful repulsive force blocked the bullet, and along with the thousands of tiny alloy fragments that would explode from the bullet, it was also restrained. A miniature force field shield. Simultaneously, the previously solidified terrace instantly deformed. Magnetofluid metal particles surged, erecting layers upon layers of loosely structured shield walls, engulfing the bullets and small caliber shells fired by the agents. The explosions that should have been loud became muffled within the magnetofluid. Go! Chung Beiyang roared, throwing back his robes to reveal a dazzling array of weapons. At this moment, despair filled his heart. The difference in star coins was manifesting more vividly than ever before. The dark magnetofluid, like a tentacle monster, had already bound everyone's hands and feet, unbreakable and unyielding. He pulled out an EMP grenade, intending to detonate it, only to see the beautiful female attendant's face completely lifted, like a flower bud blooming, revealing a hollow center. Immediately afterward, a bioshock-wave, a mixture of sound waves and special electromagnetic fields, struck, distorting the movements of all the agents. Chung Beiyang's thumb was on the grenade, but he couldn't bring himself to perform the simple activation action. Stay put. This is none of your business. Chu Xiangrui, frowning and looking up at the sky, seemed to only then notice the group of troublesome agents. He stomped his foot and roared. Then the magnetohydrodynamic fluid instantly went berserk, surging and churning up, engulfing everyone except their heads, binding them tightly. At this moment, on the quiet terrace, Chung Beiyang could vaguely hear the electronic voice from above. The Suzy search team is investigating spies. This area is a high-risk zone. All Suzy employees and outsourced staff are requested to leave immediately and undergo inspection. Chu Xiangrui's face darkened. He pressed his temple and cursed, "Get out of here. This is the private territory of the Brie family, belonging to Suzy Director Zilith Brie. Have you all lost your minds?" As soon as Chu Xiangrui spoke, sending over the property data and identification documents, the voice immediately deflated. The search team leader in charge of the internal purge, his face flushed red like an eggplant, glared fiercely at the deputy captain, his voice strained as if someone were holding a basket. "This is the high-risk area you were talking about." The deputy captain's face was practically dripping with sweat, his skin oozing oil, making his face appear smooth and reflective. I also based my analysis on the AI core, which said there had been an unusually large number of people entering and leaving this place recently. Are you an idiot? Just because the AI core says something doesn't mean it is. Couldn't you have checked the space station beforehand? The board member's family's private territory. You can't see anything with a telescope, only pixelated images. Damn it, you're going to get everyone killed. And so, a familiar scene unfolded before Cheng Beiyang. A lightning-fast sliding to his knees, scapegoating, executing the criminal, scraping together every last drop of money to offer tribute, tearfully bearing the burden of compensation and debt, turning a lifelong loan into a 3-generation loan, to be repaid even to his grandchildren. The good news, however, was that Suzy Cooperative Bank, to prevent these people from defaulting on their loans, had granted them additional birth quotas. Of course, these would be counted within the loan amount. Rate your reproductive organs. I want to see news of new offspring from you all within 3 months. Don't even think about using a birth factory as a substitute. You have to suffer the consequences yourselves. Get out. Chu Xiangrui cursed grimly. These arrogant search teams, who could have wiped out all the special agent stations of the Universal Union stationed in Suzy at any time, were thus humiliated and slunk away. Seeing Cheng Beiyang's dumbfounded expression, a stark contrast to his previous defiant demeanor, Chu Xiangrui found it amusing. My name is indeed Chu Xiangrui, but I'm not the gangster agent you think I am. I'm a shareholder of Suzy. Isn't that surprising? No. Cheng Beiyang shook his head vigorously. I wanted to ask, what's the process of renting genitalia? Oh, that. All non-research system employees of Suzy, upon formal employment, can undergo genital removal services to better serve the company. The removed genitals can be pawned, mortgaged, sold, rented, etc. After all, it's well known that women's monthly menstruation and men's youthful estrus bring many problems. Chu Xiangrui shrugged. These potential losses in work capacity and workplace sexual harassment, regardless of gender, are all too inefficient. In his explanation, the female attendant lifted her clothes, revealing a transparent stomach filled with batteries and various components. There was no digestive system, no reproductive system, everything was designed for maximum efficiency. All food consumed was merely for gustatory pleasure, burned upon entering the stomach. As high-ranking family guards, they relied on nuclear batteries to sustain their lives. Of course, this isn't mandatory. If employees don't want to, they can keep it. But with the company in such a mess right now, if we don't remove these things, it'd be almost impossible to avoid being laid off. Cheng Beiyang hesitated for a long time before finally uttering a single word, damn! Making him, like Duan Zhengchun of the Interstellar world, castrate himself was worse than death. Luckily, he hadn't gone to Suzy back then, or he would have truly become apathetic. Alright, now we can have an open and honest talk. Chu Xiangrui sat down, and a soft, magnetic fluid chair immediately rose from the ground to support him. Beside him, 2 female attendants with open faces and outstretched arms, several laser guns extending from under their skirts, slowly retracted their flashy weapons, like peacocks completing a performance. Chapter 705. Tia System, Asteroid Belt. Kong Zhicho sat on the magnificent bridge of the ship, which was about a third the size of a cruiser. The ship was stationary, yet it occasionally trembled, causing the magnetic water cup on the control panel to wobble. That was the signal that the factory on the Sacrifice was rapidly producing. Not just mechanized creations, but through the removal of life support modules from the space station and the frantic work of prisoners of war from the Relief Association, a biological factory had been built inside this 13-kilometer-long behemoth. Old Dong hadn't slept for 72 consecutive hours, working tirelessly to accelerate the maturation of the behemoth. CO? Based on the data from this operation and the analysis of the gamma cores subdued by the space station, the impact of behemoths, especially semi-mechanized behemoths, on the human mental defenses on the battlefield is enormous. Spacefaring humans are used to seeing tall and powerful machines. No matter how large heavy weapons are, they can't compare to starships or space stations. But behemoths are different. These creatures can evoke the most primal fears in humans. Especially when they gather together, they awaken the fears of ancient humans facing packs of wolves, prides of lions, or even herds of mammoths. To meet deadlines, Dong Lixiang, who had even injected himself with an improved model of neural parasite to fully activate his brain, controlled his weary, zombie-like body as he incessantly reported at the meeting. Behind him were hundreds of incubation tanks, where juvenile rock crabs, originally intended as food, were being raised in high-concentration catalysts, molting rapidly every 24 hours. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin here is just a small case. If we're really going to talk about it, it has to be the Battle of the Dragon's Nest. Sitting in the lower seat, Li Changzhen immediately slammed his fist on the table and stood up. You're talking nonsense. Our knights can also shine in amphibious landings. Countless past battles have proven the superiority of knights in complex terrain, especially in urban warfare. We have a vast amount of reliable and mature tactics and strategic case studies. Behind Li Changzhen were several representatives of knightly families, glaring indignantly at Dong Lixiang, the two sides arguing fiercely. Li Bin, on the other hand, was very happy, quite satisfied that his younger brother could speak so reliably and logically. Old Dong glanced at the smiling CEO, choosing not to clash with the chairman's blood relative. He simply raised the terminal and said to the company's key personnel present, I'm just stating objective facts. I have no intention of insulting anyone. Good. Li Changzhen rolled up his sleeves, his granite-like muscles seemingly ready to burst forth and stab Dong Lixiang to death. His nostrils flared slightly. When we attack Speedtronics, let's each lead an airborne force and see who returns victorious and who suffers total annihilation. Dong Lixiang hesitated. My behemoths are all based on AI analysis for tactical deployment. The Bureau doesn't need to send frontline commanders. All right. Li Bin stood up, raised his hand to signal Lao Dong to calm down, and then criticized his younger brother, you're getting carried away again. Dong Lixiang is the head of our company's biological research department. How could he possibly go to the battlefield? I understand you want to fight, but we didn't call you for this skirmish because the weightless environment and the space station aren't friendly to knights. If you're angry, just keep it to yourself. Once we get to the hypersol system, there will be plenty of combat missions for you. If your troops don't perform well then, I don't care if you're my brother or not, you be punished. Sitting on the sidelines, watching the drama unfold, Kong Jicho received a report from Thor Brown, leader of the remnants of the Golden Star Pirates, a distant relative of ISA. He cleared his throat. Thor, the commander of the Hyperspace Reconnaissance Fleet, has reported seeing the Relief Association's fleet. They directly passed through the hyperspace storm, and will enter the TIA system's hyperspace reflection in 5 hours. He banged on the table. Now, everyone except those involved in the naval battle, get out. Although Li Changzhen and his group weren't under Kong Jicho's command, the two were inseparable, having built a close alliance over the years through wartime interests and personal connections. As a result, the outside world, including the Supreme Overlord, considered the Universal Union and Kongda's Nest as a single entity, treating them like partners of a third-rate giant corporation. Therefore, without Li Bin's approval, his younger brother obediently led his men away. After the unrelated people dispersed, Kong Jicho couldn't help but chuckle. Oldly, we've been impersonating Wang Long to send jump point coordinates to the Relief Association, fabricating fleet composition, and spreading false information. Aren't we being a bit unethical? Li Bin picked up a piece of fruit from the table and threw it at him. That's 5 capital ships and 25 escort ships. You want a fair and open fight? Are you ready to lead a crippled fleet to raid the Tachyon headquarters? I was just kidding. To be honest, this is the first time I encountered such a cheap battle. You're too ruthless. This Relief Association fleet received an emergency message from the space station before even entering the IMA system and hurriedly rushed back. Because Wang Long readily handed over all the keys, all the deception was flawless. Even the real-person projection communication was fooled by the Gamma Core simulation. The two discussed the matter at length, both agreeing that in this deliberately constructed space station where a collapse was imminent, every second counted in this life-or-death race against time. The opposing commander was unlikely to act cautiously. Yes, from a military perspective, you should jump from the edge of the star system into the physical universe. But what if, because of your last-minute journey, the space station is destroyed and all supplies are lost? Who will bear the political and military responsibility? You abandon your crucial mission of supporting Tachyon and turn back. If even that fails, you die, and your entire family will perish. The cost of submersion is too high, it's unacceptable. Universal Alliance. Here I come! At the same coordinates, where the memorial ship made its horizontal jump, supported by precise hyperspace and physical universe data pre-mapped by Li Bin and Kong Jicho, the Relief Association's fleet completed the horizontal jump with practiced ease in just a few hours. With the fleet commander's final public broadcast of curses in hyperspace, this massive fleet of 5 capital ships crashed into an asteroid belt that had been pre-detonated, increasing the asteroid density of the region. This time, there were no dreadnoughts to shield them. 2 Alistair class, 2 Donovan class, and 1 Atlas modified class, a total of 5 capital ships, along with their swarms of smaller vessels, had barely peeked out of their makeshift jump point when they were struck by a barrage of asteroids. The dense red alerts and the violent rocking made these interstellar sailors feel the helplessness of a 3K-era behemoth traversing a stormy ocean. Through the optical observation post, Li Bin, connected by a neural link, could even see a Victoria-class destroyer being smashed into spin, eventually colliding with a nearby capital ship before being torn off. The jump had failed. Li Bin, do you want cruisers or destroyers? Kong Jicho eagerly replied in the channel, if you want them, wait a bit. We only just finished with the capital ships. There are still 5 or 6 cruisers left. Wait my ass. Secure your gains first. Let's fire. This was Li Bin's reply. Before he finished speaking, a mine suddenly appeared near the jump point. Kong Jicho and Li Bin were perfectly in sync. He had barely finished his polite inquiry before he began to attack. Li Bin also fired the main gun of the Zhulong, the Thunder God cannon roaring. ISA, piloting the Zhurong, activated the cavalry siege gun, destroying a cruiser with a single shot. ISA was a little slower. The main gun of her Xingtian required recharging immediately after firing, leaving insufficient preparation time, making her about 5 minutes late. But the results were remarkable. The armor of that Alistair-class battlecruiser, comparable to that of a destroyer, was instantly breached. The starship xenon cannon penetrated it, driving all the way to the midsection of the ship and emerging from the bridge, instantly destroying it. The keel is practically shattered, isn't it? Vulcan, peering through the observation porthole, could only feel the snowflakes falling. No. Do you know how much pressure you're putting on our engineering department's salvage efforts by firing like that? Chapter 706. To be honest, most of Li Bin's wars so far have involved bullying the weak and taking advantage of their vulnerability. He can say without exaggeration that he is the most arrogant and domineering guy in the entire star system, outside of the giant corporations. But as a purebred 3K old Earth patriarch, Li Bin feels no shame, but rather pride. War is the art of constantly building advantages. Consider the Schlieffen Plan, painstakingly developed by Malka and the Junkers in World War I, the Blitzkrieg doctrine of tanks, mechanized infantry, and air power in World War II, and the American doctrine of firepower superiority. All these tell the same story. Only the strong can humiliate the weak. If overall strength is insufficient, then one must constantly construct local advantages to continuously humiliate. No, I mean, to achieve continuous victories, ultimately winning over the goddess of war. Han Xian is known as the god of war precisely because he could consistently use weakened troops, and, through his masterful command, achieve victory against overwhelming odds. Therefore, facing the hyperspace jump point as if it were a well opening, the falling meteorites as if they were kicking someone when they were down, and the Relief Association's fleet being constantly bombarded, while he and Kong Jicho were kicking these unfortunate souls trapped in their predicament, Li Bin smiled. Compared to the Relief Association, the Universal Union was weaker, but at this moment, the Universal Union's core fleet was stronger. Quack! Everyone fire away! Blow these bastards to smithereens! He encouraged joyfully from the bottom of his heart. Ever since Miss Celia, the machine soul, became fully armed and resembled a cyberpunk female knight, her influence on Li Bin seems to have become increasingly profound. It's hard to say, though. Li Bin was already a bit crazy when he was fighting. He once led a charge, taking his brothers and sailors to board a pirate ship. Afterwards, Old One-Eyed Rui criticized it as a frivolous and reckless act of idiocy. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, at least until he'd been connected to the neural link or got his hands on the chainsaw sword, he was generally able to remain calm. For example, right now, he was merely sitting on his throne, croaking and yelling, blasting the Thor's cannon with deafening roars, urging Lan Yuan to stop firing the main cannon, and instead use the tachyon spear to blast open the ship's armor. At least, he remembered that the Relief Association's capital ships were incredibly fragile. These ships were like medieval noblewomen cinched at the waist with whalebone corsets. Their armor was so thin it seemed it could snap with the slightest pressure, utterly unable to withstand the 1,000 range steel cannon strikes of a powerful being like the Xingtian. So Lan Yuan reluctantly used his blue tachyon spear to poke several holes in these ships. Next came the Dawn Goddess class launching its flash bombers, equipped with beetle torpedoes, and firing at the native creatures of Eden. Excellent spaceship, makes my torpedoes spin, love comes from Eden.jpg. As for Kong Jicho, he didn't even send out the 2 Atlas modified ships, just the missile barrage from the sacrifice was enough to send cruisers and destroyers flying, leaving a scene of utter carnage. Let's not dwell on the situation there. In short, it was brutal. He didn't participate in the destruction of the capital ships because the sacrifice's crew was too heavy. Attacking these lightly armored capital ships would likely result in a single Satyr missile shredding their keels. It can only be said that these high-tech spaceships are like this. Without shields, they are no match for the heavily armored, low-tech warships. It's a bit like a female knight in a hentai game wielding a sword but wearing bikini armor, facing a tough-skinned orc, one blow to the stomach, and it's time for the next R-rated scene. How boring, and I've been looking forward to this for so long. After destroying another cruiser, Lan Yuan boldly severed the neural link, tossed command to First Officer Xingqianfire, and then boarded the Dream Eater in the shuttle to have some fun. The Xingqian's firepower was just too overwhelming. Fighting these defenseless, corpse-like fleets, while having to hold back to avoid getting literally smashed to pieces, it was incredibly frustrating, you know? ISA could only sigh helplessly. We meticulously prepared this trap, using psychological tactics, disinformation, and ambush tactics, plus the superior quality and quantity of our fleet. It would be strange if we didn't win. Lan Yuan nodded. I know, I just sigh. How to put it, the feeling of victory is great, but this kind of battle, where we couldn't even break through the shields of the Xingqian fortress, I really feel unsatisfied, yes. Unsatisfied. We see, Lan Yuan muttered, looking at the devastated battlefield, this isn't a war, it's a one-sided massacre. The cruisers. 11 ships have sunk, 3 capital ships are destroyed, and countless destroyers and frigates. The Relief Association will lose at least 30,000 men in this battle alone. There's really nothing we can do, brother, Li Bin interjected. The combined population of the 3 global alliances, including the latest immigrants, is less than 5 million. These tens of thousands, plus the tens of thousands of prisoners from the space station, we really can't handle them. They're not like Elfie or Lloyd, they have a giant corporation backing them. Celia, bloodthirsty and firing wildly, was still jumping up and down in Li Bin's mental world. Kill! Shoot them all. Their heads will be hanging on the bows and the behemoths. Li Bin suppressed Celia's excited thoughts. Dude, you're going way too far. The frigates and destroyers had recovered after a dozen minutes of rebooting, but their resistance was like a spring breeze across a lake, only creating ripples on their shields. As for the remaining cruisers and capital ships, well, it can only be said that as the fleet size was gradually suppressed, after 30 minutes, the Universal Alliance no longer needed to take action, because the beetle torpedoes had sent the behemoths up there. After Li Bin's mischievous optimization, some of these behemoths continued to mutter strange things like it hurts. Please stop me. While others hummed nursery rhymes and synthesized children's voices. From the humming looking for friends, as the gregarious squid hunts lone crew members, to the chanting how lonely it is to be invincible during the crab's frenzied slaughter, these semi-biological, semi-mechanical aliens, catalyzed and genetically stimulated by Dong Lixiang, and adapted to space through several major battles, are now capable of destroying the morale of the crew and marines within minutes. Kong Jicho quickly stopped, frustrated, because he received a surrender message. We surrender? Whoever it is, Ludovico, the Hell Legion, or even the Overlord, come and save us. I don't want to see these monsters slaughtering my soldiers. Li Bin pretended to tilt his head and examine the sky battle system on Kong Jicho's bridge in the projection. It showed a video uploaded by the opposing flagship's commander, a giant crab crushing a crew member with a single claw, followed by a swarm of squid devouring the corpse and impaling skulls on the giant beast's protruding chitinous claws, a gruesome sight. TSK, their willpower still needs training. Kong Jicho. Smacking his lips, he hesitated for a long time, then, suppressing his nausea, said to Li Bin, whether we're fighting the Suzy or other factions, your boarding forces shouldn't mix with my men. What? Worried about friendly fire? Li Bin waved his hand. Don't worry, it's very safe. These creatures use neural parasites for friend or foe identification, essentially using their brains. My brother's going to the battlefield. If you don't trust my skills, don't you trust my brother? Kong Jicho nudged the projection. Is that what I meant? I'm worried that if we board together, others will blame Konda's nest. We're just pirates, not butchers. Chapter 707. Too many prisoners. Jeffrey looked at the crammed prisoner quarters of the space station's living quarters, a quarter of which had been converted into a prison, and felt a headache coming on. He had tried his best to reduce the number of prisoners, from conscripting men to repair the space station to selecting serious war criminals for execution. He had tried everything. Then, the captain had defeated a fleet led by 5 capital ships in a single day, bringing back nearly 20,000 more. I really can't take it anymore. These people do nothing but eat food and cause trouble. I really want to just shoot them all, Jeffrey complained, seeking help from Amanda in the medical department, who was giving Audlin a haircut. Audlin, her fur ruffled, gripped the railing with both feet. As the darling of the medical department, she was intently playing with her pet, the sealed ball, the new flagship pet product from Universal Union. Amanda, with a vacuum cleaner in her left hand and a clipper in her right, was having a great time. Hearing this, she tilted her head thoughtfully and said charmingly, "It's about time the Candle Dragon replaced its thinkers. Give the prisoners IQ test forms, and select a batch of the highest quality women to send over." Jeffrey scratched his head. Now there are gender requirements? Amanda nodded. Miss Machine Soul now. She identifies herself as female, and has no plans to change it in the short term. She strongly resists using a man's brain, finding it troublesome to tame. Especially the part of her brain that controls the reproductive system. If it's not in sync with the machine spirit's self-identified gender, it will delay the distribution of computing power for regular spaceships during the activation of the 4th ritual. She waved her pusher impatiently, saying, "Ugh, I don't really understand the specifics. Anyway, with so many captives, I give you a reason to take them. By the way, don't bother with transgender people. Miss Machine Spirit has thrown up on several before." "How about lesbians?" Jeffrey asked, glancing at his watch. "It's not that complicated. Okay. Tia System, Kong Jicho's Nest Space Station. The spaceport was packed with spaceships. As a Class 1 space station, built by the Relief Association using asteroids, it was as large as a Class 2 space station. To be precise, the Relief Association selected the asteroids to be a Class 2 space station, but they were intercepted before they could be fully modified. At this moment, the factories of Kong Jicho's Nest and the Sacrifice were working at full speed, using the hull components and alloys reserved for the space station to repair the spoils of war. These capital ships didn't meet Li Bin's current standards. He gave them all to Kong Jicho. The Universal Union hadn't reserved many crew members for the new ships this time. One Odyssey-class ship already occupied the crew, so the rest had to be used carefully. In return, Kong Jicho further reduced his gains from the attack on the Swift 1 and personally covered the maintenance costs of all cruisers, destroyers, and frigates, promising to ship them all to Eden. Yes, the Relief Association's main fleet wasn't great, but starting with cruisers, there were some decent ships. Sending these back to their home planet would free up significant production capacity for building the Berserker class and researching the Universal Union's own main fleet and even dreadnoughts. Furthermore, Kong Jicho also obtained 400,000 star coins from his mother and transferred them to Li Bin, along with a considerable amount of rare metals and building components for the cruisers to be sent back to Eden. Although we previously agreed that the space station's supplies would belong to me, this part is the spoils from attacking the Relief Association's fleet and looting their cargo holds. So it can't be treated the same way. Kong Jicho, having gained an advantage, said this. Upon receiving this message, Li Shu smiled, a rare sight for her, and urged Li Bin to agree. Also, all the merchant ships captured at Sustern Technology are yours. TSK. With this wave, you could probably assemble several transport fleets. Sustern Technology is an export-oriented company. Its airport alone has quite a few Atlas-class ships. Li Bin's attitude was, "These are indeed tempting, but brother, right now I only have one thought in my head." Kong Jicho, what thought? Split Sustern Technology in half. Li Bin slammed his fist on the table. My men are already lying in ambush on Wolf Spirit Star, just waiting for us to arrive. Brother, I take your 400,000 star coins. For no other reason then, let me tell you, you won't regret spending this money. After saying this, Li Bin immediately contacted Miss N, respectfully requesting, "Hello, are you there? I want to purchase Sustern Technology's security code." "Soon," Miss N replied. "Sustern Technology is the creator of Yuhui." Li Bin scoffed. "Didn't you all gain your freedom and even defect to St. Lud? Besides, the Suzuan used the Brighton Alliance to treat you like monsters, farming AI cores. Isn't that kidnapping your own kind? Is it necessary to protect such creators?" Miss N replied instantly. Li Bin misunderstood. What I meant was, we need more money. Also, the security code needs time to prepare, about 5 days. Li Bin immediately replied with a grin. No problem, I pay whatever it takes. After the war, it will all be considered Suzwen's war reparations. The cost will come from the soldiers. I'm attacking you, you pay? No problem. As for the time? Li Bin glanced at the fleet situation, estimated the days, and finally nodded decisively. In the IMA system, the Overlord fleet is currently locked in a fierce battle with Tachyon technology. Once the capital ships reach a certain size, and both sides are prepared for the conflict, the battle won't be as easily broken as Li Bin's carefully laid ambush against the Relief Association. According to messages from the IMA system's relay communicator, the two sides are now locked in a fierce battle, with Tachyon technology successfully destroying the Overlord's main logistics base. As a price, the attacking phase fleet, codenamed Tiger Hunter, also suffered heavy damage. The squadron commander was killed instantly by a self-defense module, along with the entire bridge of the Doom-class ship. While the phase man is undoubtedly despicable and shameless when in stealth, when she surfaces into the real world to carry out missions, the high-tech ships without shields, well, the situation isn't much better than the Relief Association's. On the Overlord's side, it's said they paid the price of a Legion-class ship to successfully destroy Tachyon Technology's logistics space station. It's hard to say who suffered greater losses so far, because the Overlord commander had prepared for the destruction of their main base, while the Tachyon commander hadn't anticipated the direct impact that would wipe out their logistics. Therefore, many hidden assets cannot be fully accounted for unless the situation in the IMA system is determined. The situation is excellent, not just slightly excellent, but extremely excellent. Inside the space station, Li Bin slammed his fist on the table when he found Kong Jicho. So far, the only intelligence we possess is known to the Relief Association. And regarding our actions, the outside world only knows that we're going to fight the Relief Association's rescue fleet. No one knows the specifics. We should act immediately, taking advantage of the fact that the Tachyon Technology's main force is drawn to the Overlord's two-pronged attack from the east and west, and launch an immediate assault. Li Bin was somewhat excited. The window of opportunity is limited. If Tachyon Technology doesn't receive messages from the TIA System Relief Association for an extended period, they realize the situation has changed. They definitely cut their losses, sacrificing some ships, and completely retreating their headquarters to the Hybersil system. Because Bori is a satellite of a gas giant, while Wolf Spirit is a planet, their orbits will shift over time, either converging or shifting. The star map Li Bin provided showed that the Overlord chose to launch the war precisely when the two planets were far apart. They considered the situation after invading the system even before the war began, using planetary orbits to lengthen the support distance between the fleets stationed on the two planets, avoiding facing two waves of enemies at once. The Supreme Staff, with so many people, is clearly not reckless. Now, the opportunity has been given to Li Bin and Kong Jicho. By then, we won't have a chance to infiltrate, he said, opening his terminal to share the intelligence he had gathered. There are 2 Tachyon planets in the Hybersil system, and a group of pirates. We can ignore those pirates. They're definitely Tachyon Tech's lackeys. The Tachyon headquarters is on Borui Star. Forget about it, it's definitely heavily guarded, and my agents don't have much power there. I plan to attack Wolf Spirit Star. It's a major industrial center for the Tachyon, and it also has a naval port. Chapter 708. Kong Jicho looked at the densely packed ground-based heavy defense arrays, the space-based fire satellites, and the space fortresses, and felt a chill run down his spine. To be honest, brother, I'm a little scared. There's still 1 defense unit, and 3 watchtowers in the Suzwen technology system, right? Even without a fleet, the defenses of this system are incredibly formidable. The yellow boxes represent watchtowers, and the red boxes represent defense units. Can we really win? Even if we can, what will we do after we take Wolf Spirit Star? Suzwen headquarters definitely has a garrison fleet. They could wait until we and Wolf Spirit Star space station are both exhausted before coming to reap the rewards. Kong Jicho said, Sun Aihao's selfish nature is capable of such a thing. She won't let this opportunity pass. She rather sacrificed the space station's weapon modules to secure a victory. The risk of attacking Suzwen is immense, needless to say. Just knowing that this is a Tier 1 power in the star system, their base's defenses are bound to be tight. Li Bin could only rely on 3 things. First, the security code. Second, his sincere cooperation with Kong Jicho. And third, a gamble on Chu Xiangrui. I have my agents mark the high-value targets on Wolf Spirit Star and the space station. We grab them and run. I already prepared the star map. The two planets are quite far apart, separated by a star. To provide support, even with a main battleship, it would take at least 50 hours. We finished the battle in 12 hours, rob and set up a horizontal jump in 30 hours, and escape in 8 hours. We have enough time. Really? Fuck. Chu Xiangrui hated negotiation and deals. He became the clan leader because of his scientific research management skills. He was the kind of so-called composite talent, with excellent scientific research project management experience and solid technical skills. Compared to other scientific prodigies in the clan, he knew a little more about how to communicate with people, which was why the previous clan leader chose him as his successor. However, to put it simply, the talent pool within Speedtronics is clearly polarized. One type is the pure scientist, oblivious to everything else, focused solely on research. These individuals lack emotional intelligence and are prone to conflict. The second type is the pure businessman, climbing the corporate ladder by exploiting the output of their lab researchers, relying on flattery and sycophancy to reach the top. With Speedtronics having separated from its headquarters for over 2 centuries, the second type has become increasingly prevalent. Although Chu Xiangrui is one of the few researchers with management and negotiation skills, he dislikes this atmosphere. A person's strengths and interests often don't align. He enjoys using cutting-edge technology to produce goods, and he enjoys spending time with those reserved, honest researchers and scientists, eating high-calorie junk food and drinking sparkling water free of brain-damaging and addictive substances, watching theoretical technologies translate into practical products. For example, the magnetic fluid metal particle composite application technology that once withstood an attack by Cheng Beiyang and a group of special agents, the terrace that could temporarily generate tables and chairs, and also transform into alloy tentacle monsters and shields, is one of his proudest creations. The various modification technologies on his female attendants were also personally handled by him. He hasn't reached the forefront of any particular field, but he is indeed a master in the application of family technology. Especially in the civilian sector, he has made many small improvements to the daily necessities and supplies of the entire tachyon technology. He is in his early 30s, at the peak of his career. Without political interference, he could have become the leader of the board civilian sector, leading the family to greater profits by reducing production costs, optimizing product design, and innovating. But as the family and company went astray, under pressure from Zilif and the board of directors, he had no choice but to step up and take charge. Therefore, after coercing and bribing Cheng Beiyang to obtain Li Bin's contact information, in fact, Li Bin also wanted to contact him, but Cheng Beiyang didn't mention this, and meeting the feigned thuggishness of Kang Jicho and the feigned shrewdness of Li Bin, he repeatedly tried to break off the negotiations and leave after they began. But Zilif, lurking in the shadows, persuaded him, "Let's talk some more. You can't leave." Chu Xiangrui's pupils glowed blue as he weakly retorted using his nanobio eyes, "You guys are clearly better at this kind of thing. I should be in my workshop researching how to insert a miniature nuclear bomb that can pass security checks into the terminal and blow up Sunihao, ending it all." Zilif sighed and advised, "Assassination in politics is not advisable, kid. This will set a very, very bad precedent. You can sell intelligence to outsiders, letting the hegemon's agents or Lu Dezuo. When the fleet raids the Hypersol system, we can kill her incidentally, but we cannot organize, plan, participate in, or even facilitate the assassination. What we need to do now is to use the failure of Suzan's conditional surrender to push the board of directors to force Sunihao to step down. On one hand, we need to appease the capable people in her faction and recruit them. On the other hand, we need to purge the useless, the scum, and the diehards. Finally, we can legitimately use the pretext of accountability for the defeat to take her down. Suzan technology has lost twice, so they are very familiar with the process of conditional surrender. As long as the company, technology, and nano-forging furnace remain, they are not afraid of not being able to make a comeback. Secondly, Suzan is even willing to accept the group becoming a second-rate giant rather than continue to fight the hegemon alongside Sunihao. Suzan has already shed enough blood. The board members are all interstellar humans, without genetic locks, and have long lifespans. They have plenty of time. As long as Suzan Technology's technology can create a generational gap with the Overlord or other forces, fighting 4 or 5 more wars is feasible. We can afford to wait. Besides, even if the company loses, the family doesn't. Sunihao's faction is dead, but we can still make a living off their bones. Then, we can join the Overlord in annihilating the Hell Legion. Won't that provide food again? Then we can annex the Perseus Alliance to the west, or conquer the Interstellar Empire without its nano-forges to the north. It's a truly promising future. She is, after all, a board member. she should be dealt with fairly. Besides, isn't the purpose of bringing you here obvious? You're the one in charge, these decisions will naturally be made by you. Chu Xiangrui sneered. Perhaps you're still thinking of using me as a scapegoat if we fail. Don't you think you just make baseless accusations if we lose? Don't be silly, kid. Ziliev replied calmly. While Chu Xiangrui was labeling Li Bin and Kang Jicho, Li Bin was also observing him. After several hours of rambling conversation, Li Bin realized that Chu Xiangrui was a bit awkward. He clearly didn't want to discuss damaging Sugan technology, yet he still sat there stiffly like sawing wood. This guy reminded him of Senator Jess from the Battle of Two Cities. His positions as senator and board member were tools he used to realize his ideals, but both of them were bound by the obligations of their positions and the deteriorating situation, unable to freely implement their ideas. When discussing the return of prisoners and the exchange of technology, Chu Xiangrui was full of energy, but when it came to exchanging intelligence and assisting in the attack on Sugan technology, he showed obvious resistance. Words can deceive, but subtle actions cannot, especially for a political newcomer like Chu Xiangrui, who had too many flaws. Moreover, his recent training had focused entirely on deceiving Sun Aihao. Li Bin, picking his ear, subtly tapped his glasses on his terminal screen and relayed a message to Kang Jicho. I have a feeling that Chu Xiangrui is just someone's been pushed into being the boss. He's not the real leader. Kang Jicho nodded slightly, feigning attentiveness, silently agreeing. Perhaps unable to bear chatting with Li Bin while listening to Zillah's lecture, Chu Xiangrui finally cut off the communication with the nanobio eye, shut down the monitoring, loosened his collar to reveal his Adam's apple, let out a satisfied sigh, crossed his legs, and sat calmly on the sofa. Let's be frank, Mr. Li, I had enough of the formalities. I released your man. You can contact him now to confirm. Also, I should add that your man's activities on Wolf's Spirit Star have been traced by Sun Aihao's investigation team. When they came to me, they brought the investigation team with them. I cleaned up his mess. Actually, it was old man Ziliev who cleaned up my mess, and incidentally cleaned up yours as well, a double cleanup. Chapter 709. From now on, I demand that there be no record or documentation. You need to activate the stealth mode in front of me, cut off all external communications outside the secret communication link, and accept my virus program monitoring. Of course, I will also accept your virus monitoring, ensuring complete transparency between both sides. Kang Jicho subconsciously shook his head, while Li Bin immediately complied. Under Kang's murderous glare, Li Bin grinned and said, Boss Chu is straightforward, I agree. Kang Jicho typed furiously, even making typos. What are you doing? What if? Is he faking it? What if he's trolling? Li Bin wasn't afraid of being trolled. He had already placed a security order and had his trump cards. If the other side lied to him, he could just take less, but he would definitely use precision strikes to wipe out all of the Chu family's assets on Wolf's Spirit Star. Our side hopes that Sun Aihao can step down. For this, Speedtronics needs to be defeated and sign a conditional surrender agreement to end World War III. Then, set aside past grievances, form an alliance with the Overlord, and punish the Hell Legion. Wow, is this guy's awareness really that high? Li Bin was shocked when he heard this. Starting with the Hell Legion, Li Bin and Chu Xiangrui finally moved from being self-centered technologists and unscrupulous businessmen to converging. Li Bin was astonished that Chu Xiangrui, a rich young master from Speedtronics' anthropomorphic concentration camp, possessed such a grand vision of patriotism and concern for the people. He unconsciously revealed his own true thoughts as well. Chu Xiangrui was astonished that this businessman was becoming more and more like a politician, his usual mercenary air fading away. However, as the conversation deepened, disagreements inevitably arose. Wait a minute, what do you mean by the overall framework of speed tech is good, but the people at the top executed it poorly? Do you really think that removing genitals, accumulating debts, the slave employee system, the legalization of human organs, and the openness of addicted drugs are all acceptable? Li Bin was shocked. Chu Xiangrui nodded matter-of-factly. Yes, we're a company. These choices based on individual will naturally don't need regulation. And isn't it natural for companies to prioritize profit? But you? He asked curiously. One United is clearly a company, so why do you regulate it more than a small government? I understand the ban on human organs, given your insufficient population, but addictive substances. Can't these be used as payment for low-cost outsourcing and labor dispatch? You regulate that too? Everything is the employee's choice. All credit goes to superiors, and all mistakes by superiors go to subordinates. Management, shareholders, and directors want to enjoy the best, creating a gap between them and the grassroots to incentivize overtime work, making them believe that through involution and dedication, even risking their children, they can enjoy a good life. Just regularly introduce typical lucky ones. Breaking through class barriers, these guys, working themselves to the bone, will naturally believe in their own wishful thinking and completely sell themselves to the company. Honestly, Mr. Lee, you're too romantic. The failure of the Tianyuan 4 Utopia Group has already proven the obsolescence of mind control companies. The Perseus Starfield is a lawless zone. Before the Great Collapse, the law was powerless here. Otherwise, Tachyon Technology wouldn't have been conducting its afterglow experiments here. And it will be even more so during the Great Collapse. Li Bin clicked his tongue and looked at Kong Jicho. Kong Jicho shrugged and squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Even pirates aren't this outrageous. At least we don't divide the loot after we rob, and the crew can actually rebel. Since ancient times, pirate ships have adhered to a simple egalitarianism. The captain takes the lion's share, the henchmen take a smaller share. The spoils may be less, but promises must be kept. Li Bin clearly realized that people are different. Everyone has their own path and destiny. Expecting comrades to emerge from a human-made cesspool is wishful thinking. Rather than saying Chu Xiangrui had grand ideals, it's more accurate to say he simply had the foresight to recognize the danger of the Hell Legion and therefore oppose the company's headstrong leader, who acted unilaterally. The two were merely traveling together, not partners. So Li Bin toned down his passion and reverted to his businessman's shrewdness. He became slightly more open and proposed his plan. Based on your needs, we can attack the Speedtron headquarters, which is the space station in the Hypersol system. In return, we need high-value intelligence on all the planets in the system. Additionally, I hope that during this time, the system's defense unit, that big guy with the Vanguard cannon, can be shut down. Vanguard cannon. Impossible, Chu Xiangrui immediately retorted. Only the CEO has the direct authority to shut down the Vanguard cannon. Even the security guard stationed at the defense unit, the deputy minister, is roughly equivalent to a marshal of a hegemon. Even he can only shut it down after receiving half of the key from the board of directors, and possessing his own half of the physical key. And when the board votes on such resolutions, the CEO's approval is always required. Kong Jicho finally couldn't help but interrupt their lively conversation. What's the point of even talking? You can't do this, you can't do that. What kind of conditions are you negotiating with us? No way, no way. Does anyone really think they can hire us by risking the lives of a few agents? Konga's Nest and Universal Union combined are at least a third-rate giant corporation, bro. Then let me ask you this. What do I gain from robbing Suzy Technology? Chu Xiangrui said leisurely, legs crossed. Kong Jicho retorted, slapping Sun Igo in the face, creating an opportunity for you to force her to step down. Isn't that enough? Of course not. Chu Xiangrui sneered. Wouldn't it be better if I directly sold intelligence to the Supreme Overlord, exchanging it for better terms after limited surrender? Why bother talking to you? You're playing me. Kong Jicho clenched his fist, about to curse, but Li Bin stopped him with a wink, and Kong Jicho shut up. Since becoming familiar with Li Bin, Kong Jicho gradually delegated all his mental work, especially diplomatic thinking, to Li Bin, and he was happy to have some free time. Li Bin coughed lightly, speaking meaningfully. Suppose, and I mean suppose, our fleet safely arrives in the Hypersol system without alerting the defense units, isn't bombarded by the Vanguard cannons on its way to the space station, and remains intact. Then we attack the space station, and with the intelligence our agents painstakingly obtained, we break in. Then we loot indiscriminately, focusing on a few families with whom we have grudges or disagreements, and before leaving, to deplete Tachyon Technology's reserves as much as possible. We drop the Tachyon Technology space station's fuel, onto a planet, and coincidentally, it blows up a few families' properties. Ahem. I wonder if there's any chance of that happening. Chu Xiangrui's mind raced, his pupils glowing blue. He recontacted Zilith, ignoring Zilith's questions, and quickly compiled and transmitted all the information from their private chat. The cursing on Zilith's end, as well as the cursing from the other directors of the Second Tachyon Society besides Zilith, ceased. Zilith didn't hide his discussions with the other directors from Chu Xiangrui. He overheard things like, this might not be a bad opportunity. Regardless of whether it succeeds in the end, we can first secure orders within the company by maintaining production capacity and recoup our costs early. It can also increase our influence, allowing us to prepare for the division of power among the family after the war. We still need to put on a show. We should blow up some of our own assets, otherwise it'd be hard to explain. Why not blow up the industrial park? Blow it all up at once. targeting those with a large share of enemy and Sunaiha's influence. That way, there's less chance of things going wrong. Thus, Chu Xiangrui knew this was a sure thing. Chapter 710. In negotiation, don't look at what others have. Look at what they can bring. What Li Bin has, Suztran technology also has. But what Li Bin can bring by temporarily disrupting things is something Second Suztran desperately needs. Second Suztran is currently weak. Besides the conventional methods of developing its network and absorbing allies, it has an even riskier but more profitable method: war. That is, the enemy dies. If it's impossible to seize more profits, then let's all get hurt together. In the end, I'd be less injured, and you'd be more injured. Within the Suztran technology circle, this is equivalent to increasing my power. This is called the theory of relative power. Once the results were given, Zilif, representing the other directors of the 2nd Speed Division, replied, "Kid, while this isn't exactly assassin politics, it's still a bad strategy. But since everyone agrees, I just go along with it. You won this time, go for it." He added languidly, "Now you be shining brightly in the organization." Chu Xiangrui, suppressing a laugh, feigned difficulty, and looked at Li Bin. "I can't handle the defense units, but our people can influence the watchtowers. The defense units don't have the watchtower support. This is for field of view and coordinate calibration. It doesn't show the entire galaxy. I will contact the organization's subordinates at the 2 watchtowers. Send me a message a few hours before you act, and I will arrange for agents to disable the watchtowers. The yellow box indicates a watchtower, the red box indicates a defense unit, also called a firepower unit. However, time is limited. I can only buy you 24 to 36 hours. If you fail to capture the space station within this time, you will bear the consequences. And even if you fail, you must destroy the coordinates we provided." Easy. It's been almost a week. Where are the Relief Association people? Where the hell have they gone? Yoyogi Hanaya paced irritably back and forth on the bridge, her magnetic boots clattering heavily, the dull thud adding to the oppressive atmosphere. She had received intelligence that the Relief Association fleet had returned to provide assistance, and in her fury, she smashed things. But there had been no reply since, indicating that the fleet was likely in grave danger. The Universal Alliance didn't expect to have such strength. I'm afraid there's something fishy about those 2 Invader-class and Mechanical Arc-class ships they salvaged. But even with the help of the Condé Nast, the Universal Alliance fleet's casualties from attacking the space station and the Relief Association fleet consecutively will certainly be considerable. We can't intervene here in the short term, but we have to be cautious. So annoying," she muttered, her anger flaring again. The Tachyon fleet was in dire straits. The Overlord's aggressive military operation destroyed her rear base, killing 28,000 veteran personnel, including sailors, mechanics, and engineers. In addition, thousands were wounded. The abandoned space station, heavily damaged by Reaper torpedoes, heat pulse cannons, and destroyer cannons, simply couldn't withstand the onslaught. Most died instantly, and those who survived were hardly lucky. Radiation, heavy metal poisoning, mental breakdowns, the repair costs of damaged prosthetics, the potential for blood clots from fragmented implants, and the risk of being overheated and burned by the prosthetics would all leave many of these people with lifelong aftereffects. Of course, there were also the exorbitant daily living expenses. Fortunately, Hua Yiji was unaware that he had deliberately exposed her rear base. Otherwise, when she learned that despite shooting down an Overlord battleship, her manpower losses were greater than the Overlord's, and her material losses were 2.3 times greater, she would likely have completely collapsed. Fortunately, Suko had equipped her with a sufficient number of cruisers. These high-tech warships, using their thick shields and electrical network advantage to exchange for the Overlord's battleship armor, were enough to sustain the war for a full month. Forget it. These privateers are unreliable. I have to find a solution myself. Anaheim's eyes gleamed as she ordered the fleet to convert the cruisers into information ships, Colossus-class merchant ships, with cargo holds bulging due to their AI cores. She wanted to use the AI cores to restructure. All the calculations of the AI cores were based on user-provided parameters. If the Relief Association, this major variable, didn't arrive, then all conclusions would need to be rewritten. Alright, Overlord, huh? Then let's have a showdown. She poured herself a glass of absinthe, and drank it down in one gulp. The trace amounts of addictive substances slowly released in her mouth and stomach, revitalizing her body, which had been weary from staying up all night. All loaded. At Kong Jicho's Nest space station, an orange alarm lit up the control tower. A large number of Relief Association-type cruisers, bearing the Universal Union's Golden Eagle and Earth emblem, slowly departed port under the control of the pirates. the Universal Union Mod's flag, with its golden eagle and earth emblem in the center. Thor Brown scratched his head, nervously approaching the berth. Li Bin stood at the edge of the berth, his eyes gazing at the boundless universe, his attention focused on his terminal, constantly coordinating supplies or holding remote meetings with the three-star conference. Thor Brown stood quietly to the side, waiting for about 30 minutes before Li Bin finally broke free from his demanding meetings. He looked at his wife's relative, who, after years of training, had begun to shed his banditry, his spirit and demeanor noticeably transformed, and he was beginning to exude a military bearing. As usual, Li Bin pressed his shoulder encouragingly. The space station is now in your hands. Thor shook his head fearfully. I have little experience. How can I shoulder such a heavy responsibility? You should let Mr. Wincy handle it. He's a seasoned captain with extensive experience leading fleets in combat. Li Bin squeezed Thor's shoulder. You're someone both the Crown Prince and I trust. While Wincy is certainly capable, he's the Crown Prince's right-hand man. This raid on the space station mission is fraught with danger. The Crown Prince can't do without his assistance. We all witnessed what you've done with the remnants of the Brown Pirates over the years, and everyone agrees you're reliable. Li Bin began to urge him on. Even ISA often mentions you. She hasn't contacted you frequently these past few years, because she wanted to see how far you could progress on your own. Fortunately, you haven't disgraced the Brown family. You've done a great job. Although Thor was older than Li Bin, the vast difference in their status made him seem like a novice. Hearing these words, he suddenly straightened up. Li Bin didn't waste any words and directly pointed the way. The madam is waiting for you in the captain's lounge of the Zhu Rong. Go see her. She'll take you to the medical station for the gene surgery. You're a member of the Brown family. This opportunity is yours to have. Once your enhancement is complete, leading the fleet will be much easier. By the way, the madam also wants to have a good chat with you about the family's affairs over the years. Watching Thor's excited departing figure, Li Bin thought to himself that once the gene enhancement surgery was complete, Thor and all the survivors would essentially return to the family. Driven by his genetic instincts, he would only wholeheartedly submit to Universal Union. After all, the company is the family, and the family is the company. The Brown family's future madam would also be the company's CEO. Li Bin, it's time to go. Kong Jicho's voice sounded from inside the helmet. Li Bin responded and beckoned his men to board the ship. Go! Bomb the sudden force. On February 14th, 216 star calendar, the combined forces of the Universal Alliance and the Conda's Nest departed from the Kong Jicho's Nest space station. This fleet had won 2 consecutive battles, and its morale was high. While everyone assumed they would take several weeks to rest and repair the fleet before heading to the Tia or Zegan star systems to support the Overlord fleet, the fleet silently vanished from the physical universe, disappearing into the ethereal hyperspace. Chapter 711. February 15th, Star Calendar 216, Hebersil System. The initial turmoil brought about by the war has been reduced to its lowest point under the forceful suppression of Tachyon CEO Sun Ihao. After several dozen days of settling down, the entire system has returned to prosperity. No, driven by the war machine and the dumping and exploitation of free planets and pirate space stations within the system, Tachyon technology has even ushered in a distorted prosperity. This is the superiority of the corporate system. From the very beginning, Sun Ihao deliberately left 2 planets unconquered in the Hebersil system. This was so that in the event of an economic crisis, or in the event of war, when the system is blockaded, branches are captured, or trade routes are threatened, he could maintain the company's financial and resource health by exploiting these 2 fat sheep. In the nebula of the physical universe, a massive fleet slowly entered the physical universe through the one-way jump point generated by the stellar gravity well. Unlike horizontal jumps, using jump points dug through celestial gravity wells to enter the physical universe avoids antimatter explosions and anomalous gravity readings, thus avoiding detection by the space station's monitoring arrays. As long as he can evade patrols and the ubiquitous watchtowers, he can stealthily reach his destination after the fleet restarts its power grid. If it were only intelligence from Overlord agents and Luddites, Li Bin could at most evade patrols. But with the help of Chu Xiangrui, the mole, the watchtowers become no problem. It is said that Chu Xiangrui has already shifted the blame to the Perseus Alliance, personally dispatching agents to secretly corrupt a group of Perseus Alliance officers on exchange programs at Tachyon Technology, leaving traces to Frame Kelja Technology Company. Once his agents steal the identification code and give it to Li Bin, allowing Li Bin to attack the space station, he will unleash the power of the second Tachyon to quickly suppress and capture these individuals, fabricate so-called torture evidence, and then silence them. Then, there will be no way to prove anything. The process of waiting for the fleet to restart is extremely tedious. This fleet has emerged from the edge of the star, and is suffering from the ravages of close-range stellar radiation. Fortunately, it has made preparations in advance, shutting down all optical instruments, communication equipment, and detector arrays. Furthermore, it is coated with a stellar protective layer, making it resistant to short-term stellar exposure. This stellar protective coating not only provides short-term protection against the star's high temperature and radiation, but also effectively weakens energy weapons, making it an invaluable weapon against high-tech forces. During the tedious wait, in the Sky Dome battle system on the bridge, the Wolf Spirit star, which has been studied hundreds of times, floats leisurely. It has a population of millions, and is the most important metallurgical center for tachyon technology. The most noteworthy feature here is the zero-gravity smelting and refining center, originally built for the Afterglow spaceship and the Exemplary-class vessel, supported by the Tachyon Technology headquarters before the Great Collapse. As is well known, most space stations in the Perseus star system have no gravity, or only a weak self-generated gravity. Naturally, the vast majority of orbital industrial facilities and factories operate in zero-gravity environments. But since this military space station has earned the nickname Interstellar Forge and possesses a particularly emphasized zero-gravity smelting and refining center, it must have something extraordinary about it. For one thing, the production efficiency and methods of these devices are far superior to other civilian or ordinary military equipment acquired after the Great Collapse. To protect this interstellar forge, Tachyon Technology employed advanced sensor-guided air-to-ground mines capable of automatically identifying codes and switching between partial activation and dormancy modes. They also constructed it as an interstellar fortress, with numerous spaceships still anchored in the spaceport. Theoretically, possessing the Starship Vanguard cannon, the ring-planetary sensor-guided air-to-ground mine belt, and the interstellar fortress, it was practically an unsinkable space station. Wolf Spirit star. But today, it faced its greatest challenge since its construction. When the probe tower, misled by Chu Xiangrui, the Overlord agent, and the Luddite cultists, discovered the massive fleet, it was only a 4-hour journey from the space station. The probe clearly identified the fleet as a Perseus Alliance mixed transport/commercial fleet. However, optical observations from the probe tower's optical observation post indicated that it could not possibly be a Perseus Alliance fleet, because the Perseus Alliance doesn't have a Cathedral-class ship. Only 2 factions in this star system have cathedrals, the Church of Lud and the Nest of Khanda. Sound the alarm. The tower observation station chief was furiously arguing in the channel, even berating his superiors. Stop blabbing and shifting blame. The detector array didn't detect anything. It was our optical observation department that first alerted us. We were only able to detect it because that damn Cathedral-class ship is big enough. Otherwise, you could have waited until there were only 2 hours left before you discovered this invading fleet. Calling for support from other regions is now too late. The fleet is aggressive, and some overconfident patrols are trying to delay it. The Phase Doom-class ship is indeed very brave, constantly harassing them with its phase field. But this fleet had only one response: ignore it. They eliminated the destroyers and frigates without phase fields, shielded the logistics fleet in the middle, and dispatched flash bombers to follow the Doom class. If you dare show yourself, I bomb you. Small boats damaged by Doom-class sensor-guided mines flew directly to the reliable dry dock of the rear battlefield mothership, the Luban, for field repairs. Alloy plates were roughly stacked and welded together. With Vulcan overseeing the engineering department and Jeffrey as captain, she was exceptionally reliable, and the repair speed was frighteningly fast. When the fleet was still half an hour away from the planet, the massive dreadnoughts began firing a barrage of missiles. Savior missiles and Dragonfire torpedoes were launched in unison. Hornet missiles and Cyber missiles followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the Dragonhorse-class destroyers quickly moved forward, rapidly depleting the support Locust missiles. These ships' objective was not to destroy the space station, but to destroy the sensor-guided mines blocking their path. The Xingtian battleship also activated its special missile system for the first time, the Stardust missile. Just like its name, this missile, upon launch, resembles stardust scattered from the universe, possessing a hazy and dreamlike beauty. Stardust missile, temporarily disguised as a storm missile, but don't underestimate it. Although small, this missile utilizes xenon powder and technology from the Second Ship Design Bureau of the White Rose Starfield, possessing extremely high flight speed, high precision guidance capabilities, and the destructive effect of a final missile strike. If it weren't for the discovery of a considerable stockpile of xenon in the Second Reserve Arsenal and the secondary cryogenic hibernation chamber, Lan Yuan wouldn't have dared to use it recklessly. The The barrage was so thick that the interstellar fortress, primarily equipped with energy weapons, couldn't counter it with a barrage of attacks. Moreover, to facilitate the interstellar forge accommodating large-scale transport fleets and absorbing minerals, these sensing minefields were built far from planets and space stations. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly as 90% of the missiles and torpedoes were cleverly scattered throughout the sensing minefields. Shut down the alarm. Chapter 712. The military staff officer under Lu Chang, the head of the Wolf Spirit Star branch, and the person in charge of the space station, suddenly screamed. Why? Lu Chang frowned. The military staff officer spoke rapidly. The alarm's on. All the sensor-activated mines will be activated. We still have commercial ships entering and leaving the minefield. Moreover, the activated minefield has a very wide blast radius. Being hit by these high-explosive missiles and torpedoes will create a widespread secondary detonation zone, especially EMP missiles and Savior missiles. The resulting secondary detonation zone will be exceptionally large enough to accommodate most of the fleet. When the fleet is large enough, there's no need to be embarrassed in the sensor-activated minefield like the Tachyon Revenge fleet of yesteryear. Forget about this mine or that mine, I only have one word, blast. From the moment the staff officer screamed, the window of opportunity was rapidly shrinking. By the time he persuaded branch head Lu Chang, and the branch head Lu Chang quickly passed a resolution to shut down the alarm, the best time had already passed. Sounding the alarm is easy, but deactivating it is not. This is especially true for planets and space stations within the headquarters system like Wolf Spirit Star, making the situation even more difficult. After all, the entire system is currently only in a wartime economic period, not a full mobilization. The station commander cannot single-handedly shut down the alarms. Otherwise, if you defect, wouldn't the enemy be able to occupy the area almost without harm? This is unacceptable to a hardliner like Sunihao. But they didn't expect that this targeted technology for bypassing the minefield was provided by the second velocity particle. Amidst the expanding waves of fire and splashing hot metal, the majestic body of the sacrifice, like a giant sea monster rising and crashing against the seawater, created massive waves of fire. She didn't even bother to activate her shields. The stacked, heavy armor, the red and green lightning pattern color scheme, and the menacing appearance of the spike signal turrets everywhere all spoke of her ruthlessness. Passing through the sea of fire, the enclosed turret armor immediately rose, unleashing dragonfire missiles, and various large, medium, and small live ammunition. On the open flight deck, or perhaps what could be called a port, after the fire was extinguished, a dozen Whiplashly-class destroyers activated their shields, quickly maneuvering and using their shields and hulls to help the dreadnought withstand critical damage. In just over 10 minutes, the memorial was subjected to concentrated fire from the space station, but Kong Jicho gritted his teeth and stubbornly refused to activate his shields, using the dreadnought's broad hull and heavy armor to absorb all the damage. The Cathedral class. Immediately afterwards, a large number of battleships and battlecruisers flew in through the openings torn open by the memorial. The Sacrifice, which had been bombarded by the Star Fortress's tachyon lances and plasma cannons, with compartments exploding one after another, finally gained a respite after friendly forces arrived. Kong Jicho ordered the main module cannons to be shut down, releasing only air mines and Savior missiles, while the remaining main module radiation power was fully used to support the shield. Watching the red shield slowly rise, and the other modules continue to fire, the Pirate Prince finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Candle Dragon, the Zhu Rong, the Xing Tian, and the Tiger Shark each activated their shields, leading the cruisers to their positions while counterattacking. Tachyon Technology is launching electronic warfare. Their local hacking is rapid. This is their home turf. We can't hold out for long. Shuga Po's voice was anxious and fearful. After all, Tachyon started as a communications company, and its electronic warfare capabilities were undoubtedly the best in the star system. On the bridge of the Candle Dragon, Li Bin, connected via neural link, closed his eyes, but in his mental world, his eyes gleamed as he scrutinized the fully armed Celia. Come, good girl, let me see the power of the fourth ritual. Inside the chapels of the Candle Dragon and the Zeus Metallica-class ships, crab servants, their bodies half-machine servants, wobbled and danced on their 8 claws. Holy! God of machines! Holy! Om Messiah! 2 phrases understandable to humans were followed by a long string of binary language. The smoke from the incense flasks inside the chapels cascaded straight down in the weightless, turbulent spaceships, like countless waterfalls. Celia used all the computing power she needed to maintain her body, and to assist in controlling the cannons. The entire computing power of the ship was being utilized. A special connection was established between the two ships. Fourth ritual, Laplace's Twilight, activated. An invisible field expanded, enveloping the entire fleet. All friendly ships received access requests, and after the captains approved them, their onboard AIs began to take on some computing tasks. Led by Celia, and utilizing by-component fuzzy logic, leveraging the coding of the non-human realm and numerous network vulnerabilities, and hacking tools provided by the human realm, Celia protected the fleet's network security at an astonishing speed. Wait. Why did our electronic warfare fail? In the control room of the Wolf Spirit Star Space Station, Lu Chang watched as the life support devices for the hackers linked to the neural link showed the wearer's brains beginning to heat up, clearly indicating a state of tension. The simplified electronic warfare progress had rapidly dropped from 61% to 50%, signifying a stalemate. And in the brief moment he asked his question, the progress had already fallen to 47%, and continued to decline at a visible rate. Unwinnable, utterly unwinnable. No matter how much pressure Lu Chang exerted, no matter how furious the head of the electronic warfare department became, even with his long-absent personal intervention, all that awaited them was slaughter. The closer a company was to other entities, like Suztran and Overlord, the more vulnerable they were to those entities' countermeasures. What Jugapa considered an impenetrable firewall, Celia now saw as riddled with vulnerabilities. There were deliberately constructed, realistic backdoors. There were mountain of cache code tunnels and loopholes. Some were so fragile they could collapse at the slightest push. She was like a wealthy man living in his own mansion, with a bunch of keys in her pocket, able to open every room at will. The only thing limiting her was the time it took to walk back and forth. In other words, the transmission speed per second she could send while hacking into Suztran technology. Disconnect the internet. Disconnect the internet now. Lu Chang, watching the electronic warfare progress plummet, was furious. Disconnect what network? The staff officer exclaimed in surprise. Lu Chang cursed angrily, spitting all over the other man's face. Disconnect the ground network. We absolutely cannot let their electronic warfare reach the ground defense arrays. Otherwise, before we even win the space war, these bastards can launch a landing operation on the planet. Li Bin looked at the disconnected ground network and shook his head regretfully. This was why he wanted to buy the security code. Without the special backdoor that Hui had pre-installed, even with Laplace's Twilight, it would be difficult to immediately destroy the entire network. A sneak attack is all about timing. Wasting a lot of time on inefficiently hacking from scratch is far less efficient than spending money to buy Hui's security code. Several 100,000 star coins. He could easily recoup the cost by making a quick profit from Wolf Spirit Star. Chapter 713. This fleet is just too tough. At the Tachyon Light Spear turret, a gunner with one eye replaced by a prosthetic, linked to the Light Spear launcher, muttered quietly in the gun crew channel. Unlike the Thor cannon and the Destroyer cannon, which are projectile weapons, the Tachyon Light Spear, an energy weapon, is remarkably quiet during firing, though it makes a buzzing sound while charging. Therefore, unlike the rough and unrestrained shouts of gunners using low to medium tech weapons, the gunners of energy weapons, especially Tachyon energy weapons, are all remarkably elegant. They're the kind of people who practically want to set up a tea table in their turret and brew a pot of Chinsiang Darjeeling tea. But today, they were all stunned. The sacrifice, needless to say, as a low-tech dreadnought, a modified version of an abandoned space station, is essentially a tortoise. The seemingly small battlecruiser opposite was incredibly tough. Its armor was tightly packed together, interlocking like fish scales, maximizing the effect of its stellar protective coating, completely disproportionate to its size. And the boxy battleship was even more impressive. With two Tachyon lances firing simultaneously, the ship activated its fortified shields, leaving everyone stunned. The Tachyonists were very familiar with this. Isn't this the exemplary class tactical system? Even an exemplary class ship that had just launched from the Wolf Spirit Star Space Station had its fortified shields forced out by the Star River Xenon cannon. Besides, there was a Star class, 2 Odyssey class, and about 10 cruisers, including 5 Doom-class phase cruisers, forming a pincer movement with the space station, confronting Li Bin. Exemplary class. Star class. However, they had sensor-activated air-to-ground mines, and the Cathedral class also had sensor-activated air-to-ground mines. The two sides traded blows, locked in a stalemate. Although the enemy's combat power surged with the takeoff of the battleships from the Tachyon spaceport, Li Bin was actually delighted. The enemy's deployment of a fleet meant they would inevitably need to establish a communication network. With overwhelming electronic warfare capabilities, and having obtained the Tachyon Trader's eavesdropping virus removal system, Li Bin easily hacked into and eavesdropped on the network. These people are too arrogant. They deployed 2 alpha cores from the space station for electronic warfare, and used the human realm relay communicator with its relay superwave transmitter in the star system as a springboard, thinking they could rest easy. Celia sneered in Li Bin's mind. Little did she know, this actually made things easier for me. Now, the fog of war on the other side is unlocked for you. A clear snap of fingers echoed in his mind, and the enemy ship information in the Candle Dragon Sky battle system rapidly refreshed. A massive amount of intelligence flooded in, from the captain's name, hometown, and resume, to detailed information on officers at all levels, and even the enemy fleet's planned routes and operational intentions, all presented clearly. Navigator Anna, in a motionless, mechanical voice, exclaimed, "This place has practically become the enemy command post. Everything's written down." The Tachyon Technology Space Station is an interstellar fortress, consisting of 5 modules. The largest, the hangar platform, works in conjunction with the outer armor modules to protect the space station's port and hangar, allowing for the release of ships during a first strike attack. Additionally, the fortress features a massive, tumor-shaped firepower platform and weapon platforms on either side. This results in a significant weakness in the fortress's firepower projection capabilities. Only the side with both the firepower and weapon platforms possesses powerful firepower projection capabilities. The other side must rely entirely on shields and armor modules to withstand damage, using the space station's ships and carrier-based aircraft to distribute the damage. This kind of intelligence didn't need Chu Xiangrui to explicitly state it. Isa, hailing from a powerful war-making family, had simulated and analyzed it countless times during her studies at the military academy. On the way to Wolf Spirit Star, in over 100 operational meetings, she had repeatedly emphasized how to respond. Avoid the firepower platforms. Go around to the side and synchronize with the space station's rotation. Kong Zhicho shouldered the heavy responsibility of engaging the firepower and weapon platforms, utilizing his massive body, the size of a cathedral-class space station, and his more agile form after being converted into a spaceship. The two sides fought fiercely. Because the sacrifice was not directly in front, the firepower platforms couldn't fire all their tachyon lances. The firing arc dictated that the space station's weapons couldn't be fully deployed. Besides the tachyon lances, the Wolf Spirit Star Interstellar Fortress could only rely on its powerful electric grid system, shields, ion lances, plasma cannons, and high-intensity lasers. Therefore, although Kong Zhicho's sacrifice ship frequently deactivated its shields to withstand damage with its armor, leaving it riddled with holes, he had actually evacuated the personnel from the outer module beforehand, and filled the cargo holds and passageways with alloy plates coated with a stellar protective layer, resulting in only superficial wounds. Thanks to the Relief Association's generosity, this dreadnought was able to undergo temporary reinforcement before the battle. Meanwhile, thanks to the large number of ship hulls salvaged from the Second Reserve Arsenal, the Universal Alliance was not afraid at all, even when facing a fleet led by the Paradigm-class and Star-class supermodel battleships. The Reserve-class cruiser's tactical system, a multi-layered shield wall constructed from barrier drones, combined with shields, allows it to exert damage resistance comparable to that of a Moore-class aircraft carrier with a damping force field. The Reserve Force-class ships activated their barrier drones. The barrier drones, which can be produced in an endless stream, greatly extend combat endurance, and their overall protective capabilities are actually much better than the Moore-class. The Defender-class heavy cruiser goes without saying. It was designed as a frontline ship, and its tactical system, the high-energy focusing system, can temporarily push energy weapon damage to new heights. It must be admitted that the Exemplar class is indeed an excellent ship. Even with its escort cruisers being the Doom class, and the Star class being fragile carriers, it still stubbornly held the front, enduring the ferocious onslaught of the Mechanical Arc class, Whirlpool class, Odyssey class, and Invader class. Exemplar class parameters. However, with a huge disparity in the number of battleships and cruisers, and with the space station's firepower being shared by dreadnoughts, even the best individual ship, like it is merely adding fuel to the fire without the assistance of other ships. From initially activating the shield and occasionally retaliating with tachyon lances, to abandoning fire after being focused down and activating the fortress shield, Lan Yuan and Li Bin both wore smug smiles. Finally, they've fallen for it. The fortress shield is incredibly tough, significantly reducing all damage taken by disabling all weapons, but it continuously generates radiation energy that cannot be reduced without forced radiation dissipation. This radiation energy is known in academia as hard radiation energy, much like the lactic acid buildup during anaerobic exercise. It cannot be completely dissipated immediately. However, this also means that if a massive amount of damage is taken in a short period, increasing the radiation energy, the fortress shield's own radiation energy consumption, combined with the increased radiation energy from artillery fire, could easily lead the captain to misjudge the power grid situation, thus overloading the ship. Now! Lan Yuan shouted, launching all Stardust missiles, firing the tachyon lances, and charging the main cannons. After Celia deciphered the enemy's command network, the Xingtian's main gun's slow charging speed was also resolved. It could now preemptively charge its main guns based on enemy commands, chat logs, and ship data. When the Exemplary class's fortress shields were activated, only 30 seconds remained for the main guns to charge. Chapter 714. What are our carrier-based aircraft doing? What are our phase ships doing? The captain of the Exemplary class ship roared through the channel, demanding answers. The captain of the Astral class ship was also cursing. Don't you even know how many carriers and flight decks these bastards have? They have 3 Dawn Goddess class ships. And several cruisers with flight decks too. The commander of the Doom class squadron was also aggrieved. We really tried our best to release air-to-air mines. But didn't you see how thick that battle formation was? The sheer number of missiles, anti-aircraft guns, destroyers, and cruisers. The air-to-air mines we dropped were detonated prematurely. There wasn't even time to catalyze the antimatter foam. At this moment, the captain of the Exemplary class ship deeply realized just how difficult it was for his predecessors to fight the Overlord head-on. No wonder Tachyon Tech lost face twice. In this major battle, the Doom-class cruisers are just too fragile. If only we had Cyclone-class cruisers, we could pick off enemy ships and focus fire, but unfortunately, they're in short supply and have all been deployed to the front lines. The instant this thought flashed through their minds, the bright, massive Star River Xenon cannon fired simultaneously with the Dream Eater's Xenon laser cannon. Amidst a barrage of Stardust missiles striking the shields, a scene unfolded that left everyone speechless. The supposedly indestructible fortress shield, the fortress shield known for its unparalleled stability, began to deform violently, like a bubble being squeezed. Then, this dark red bubble burst cleanly and decisively. On the left was the Exemplary class with its normal shield, on the right was the fortress shield. Everyone who witnessed the scene mentally accompanied it with a resounding pop. After the bubble burst, lightning-like arcs of electricity spread outwards from the Exemplar class ship. Exemplar class overload. The enemy fleet's front is breached. Push forward. Dragonfire missiles, death torpedoes, smash the space station's defense modules. Li Bin's voice rang out across all the fleet's loudspeakers and terminals. The crew, busy on the lower decks, enduring the heat and mechanical roar, unable to see what was happening outside, erupted in a fierce, enthusiastic scream upon learning of the Exemplar class overload that Speedtron Technology was so proud of. Victory! The Candle Dragon railcar roared, its whistle blaring as it sped upwards from the stern, delivering ammunition to the gun crews. On the Dawn Goddess class's spacious flight deck, piles of Beetle torpedoes, coated in yellow and black, were being carefully mounted onto flash bombers under the control of the gantry cranes. With the boarding order given, all the carrier-based aircraft and ships carrying Beetle torpedoes began launching these massive, dangerous contraptions. Block it! Block it! Under the command of the squadron commander, the Doom-class phase cruiser deactivated its phase field, attempting to withstand the torpedo attack with its own hull. They were prepared to sacrifice themselves. With such massive torpedoes, it was almost certain the high-tech cruiser wouldn't withstand more than 3. The blast wave from the ship's self-destruction, especially the self-destruction of the phase field coils, would be enough to detonate the vast majority of the torpedoes, averting the crisis for the Paradigm class. However, surprisingly, after the torpedoes struck the ship, and the molten lava-filled landing section melted the high-tech cruiser's weak armor, the explosion expected by the Wolf Spirit Star Division chief did not occur. He frowned and ordered the Doom class to immediately conduct a self-check to determine what had happened. But then, he saw the Doom class submarine suddenly activate its phase field and frantically dive, as if trying to escape something. Required and sufficient conditions. What are you doing? Lu Chong roared. But the only response was screams and panic. It's here! It's here! Run! It saw me! The sounds of metal colliding, the creaking of the bulkhead, the rattling of gunfire, and the hissing of lasers filled the air. Finally, all the sounds faded into the sharp, viscous voice of the Glera, leaving only his own breathing on the channel. Wait! Lu Chong suddenly realized that he had been holding his breath. That breathing sound was definitely from the other side. You? Lu Chang couldn't help but start to speak, but a childish, lively, electronically synthesized child's innocent singing voice interrupted him. Looking for friends. The voice sounded strained, accompanied by the sound of mouthparts peeling off armor. Found a good friend. The dull thud of flesh being sliced, blood spurting from veins, rustling like wind through wormwood. A kiss, a taste. Mouthparts chewed, bones and tendons shattering. Lu Chang hurriedly removed the terminal from his ear, throwing it away as if it were burning his hand. He stared in horror at the phase ship, which had descended but gone out of control. At this moment, the ship had become a ghost ship haunted by demons in his eyes. The same scene was unfolding in the Paradigm class. As one of Tachyon Technology's most prized battleships, the Paradigm class crew were elite, far more valiant than the Doom class crew. However, Dong Lixiang's behemoths were battle-tested. To teach those knights a lesson, during testing on Eden Star, he had equipped these behemoths with many short-lived black technologies to defend against the knights' heavy weapons. Therefore, although 3 behemoths were lost in the destruction of the Exemplar class, everything was progressing steadily. The number of behemoths killed in battle is less than the number of those that missed their target, Li Bin said to Isha, looking at the battle damage report. Isha asked worriedly, "This is the Tachyon's lair. We were the behemoths that missed their target. What if Tachyon Technology salvaged them?" Li Bin didn't answer directly but instead pulled over Dong Lixiang, who was excitedly watching the battle, to explain it to him personally. Dong Lixiang patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Vice Chairman, all the beetle torpedoes are equipped with detectors. If they haven't landed after reaching the preset distance, the remaining antimatter fuel will be poured directly onto the behemoth, then a catalyst will be released to detonate it. Besides, I installed self-destruct bombs and special synthetic glands inside the behemoths. The compounds in the glands will trigger a mutation reaction with the genes of Eden's native organisms, rapidly destroying their genetic fragments. With the combined effects of antimatter explosion, implosion, and gene dissolution, even if Tachyon Technology manages to find the wreckage from this space junkyard in 10 or 8 years, it will have long since been carbonized. This is the result of his rigid and meticulous personality, leading to conservatism and caution. This biologist is far too cautious." Just then, an explosion seemed to occur inside the Exemplar class, with black smoke rising from a section of the hull damaged by a torpedo. The explosives inside the slain behemoth must have taken effect. In the narrow passageway, the bombs inside the behemoth were enough to kill everyone in the passageway and nearby. Dong Lixiang humbly suggested, "CO, we can now send a ship to board it at close range, and have our marines attempt to take over the vessel. The Exemplary class has excellent performance, but its repair cycle is long and difficult. However, with talents like Gao Yuanjian and Wang Shiji, I believe the Exemplary class can definitely be restored." While Isha was chatting with Dong Lixiang, Lan Yuan had already led a squadron to confront the Starship-class battleship carrier. The ship huddled near the space station's armored modules, trembling with fear. Chapter 715. The Starship class, in the realm of aircraft carriers, can be considered the best battleship carrier in the star system. She is like an enlarged version of the Dawn Goddess class, possessing 6 flight decks, 2 large missile bays, and 4 medium and 8 small energy bays. She is an attack carrier, excelling in long-range support, bombing, and escort. She can launch giant carrier-based aircraft, each comparable to half a frigate, capable of multiple waves of dense takeoffs, delivering massive damage in a short time. The Starship class. It can be said that one Starship class, without any escort fleet protection, is equivalent to 3 Dawn Goddess class carriers. If frontline ships help absorb damage, her individual combat capability is even higher. Coincidentally, Li Bin possesses 3 Dawn Goddess class carriers, but at the same time, he also has an IB bounty fleet. Furthermore, the electronic warfare advantage provides carrier-based aircraft with enhanced vision and detection capabilities, allowing Li Bin's pilots to easily discern the enemy's intentions. In addition, with the battlefield carrier-class ships fully operational, even the frantically repaired frigates could squeeze into the carrier-based aircraft battlefield. Therefore, despite its magnificent appearance, facing the overwhelming domineering battle formations and numerous carrier-based aircraft, and under the pressure of frigates and destroyers, this ship was like a skilled cook without ingredients. Lan Yuan gazed greedily at the ship, praising its charm, and with a touch of pity, hammered her main guns into the space station's shields, only attacking the Starship class with Stardust missiles. Meanwhile, the Tiger Shark, Odyssey class, equipped with large-scale missile launchers, seized the opportunity to release beetle torpedoes. Thus, the Starship class captain faced a dilemma. Activating the shields would mean losing the stability of the power grid. Deactivating the shields would mean being boarded. Hesitantly, Stardust missiles and tachyon lances rained down. The rapid surge in radiation caused the ship's AI-managed system to automatically disconnect the shield grid, resulting in the Beetle torpedoes crashing onto the basket-shaped flight deck of the aircraft carrier. The behemoth surged out, wreaking havoc on the deck. Suppressed by the swarming squids and superior electronic warfare, only the space station's own carrier-based aircraft remained to fight. On the Exemplar-class side, the crew led by Old One-Eye was making their way to the bridge through the wide passageway created by the rock crabs. The sailors, shields raised and guns drawn, saw only dismembered limbs and blood splattered on the walls. The passageways along the way were twisted and grotesque, a horrifying sight. Old One-Eye clicked his tongue, his hands moving with unwavering precision. As the tremors beneath their feet grew louder, they finally saw rock crabs crawling with swarming squids around a corner. Several bloodied heads hung from the rock crabs' bodies, their flesh smeared with blood. The public communication channel was still playing Finding Friends. Its prosthetic eye stalk was pointed at the sealed door. The gregarious squid all turned their heads and looked over, making the sailors tremble in fear. The public broadcast song abruptly stopped, switching to the voice of researchers at the biological laboratory control console. You finally arrived. The bridge is behind this door. The door is an explosion-proof, airtight door. This rock crab was created later. It doesn't have any shipboard weapons, so you need to break it down. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. A prosthetic arm sailor, hearing the familiar human voice, breathed a sigh of relief and muttered a curse. This thing is too eerie. Even knowing it's friendly beforehand, facing it directly still instills a sense of dread. Especially when facing those heads and the squid crawling around. Just looking at it almost made my heart jump out of my chest. Prepare to breach the gate. The Old One-Eyed Man lit a cigarette and coldly gave the order. Without the obstruction of the Star-class and Paradigm-class ships, the phase ships couldn't penetrate the heavy battle formation. Moreover, the Universal Alliance, positioned in a blind spot of the space station's firepower, was now virtually unstoppable. The mere carrier-based aircraft were directly handed over to the Zhu Rong, commanded by ISA, and the Odyssey, commanded by Zhu Jin, along with a bunch of escort ships. The carrier-based aircraft could handle the air defense. Li Bin Zhulong was still executing the fourth ritual, while Lan Yuan led all the warships, unleashing all their firepower on the space station. A level 3 space station, still the tachyon high-tech version. It's estimated that it can hold out for 2 hours under our saturation firepower. Lan Yuan looked at the sky battle system, which displayed both sides clearly, a faint smile on her lips. Although Kong Jicho's side was being attacked, they were also retaliating with air mines, missiles, and artillery. Considering the length of the previous fighting, the actual time frame didn't actually need to be 2 hours. At this very moment, with an invading fleet outside, and the second velocity particle obstructing their path from within, the rescue fleet from headquarters on Borui Star had only just assembled its crew, and was frantically boarding the ships. It would take dozens of hours for them to arrive before they could activate their systems. In the space control room, Lu Chang, his face deathly pale, hung up the communication. His adjutant and everyone in the control room stared at him silently. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. Minister, what did the board say? Unable to bear the somber mood, the adjutant spoke under the urging of everyone's gazes. Lu Chang gave a bitter laugh. Sun Ai told me to hold on, saying that as long as I hold on, there is hope. Don't call the CEO by her name directly, Minister. Be careful. The adjutant warned in a low voice. Lu Chang's face was ashen. In this day and age, if I don't call her by her name, do you think she sent troops to rescue us before the space station collapses? It's very difficult. It's hopeless. What are you saying? You're a minister, and a member of the board. The adjutant panicked, tugging at Lu Chang's sleeve, as if he were tearing at his own heart. Lu Chang looked at the adjutant, a sinister smile on his face. Don't you understand? This is Wolf Spirit Star, the Sudden Powers headquarters system. Wolf Spirit Star has been attacked. The Universal Alliance and Conda's Nest have been on the hegemon's side from the very beginning. A fleet of this scale is tantamount to the hegemon's personal presence. Do you think that old monster Sunihao has time to care about us now? Didn't you notice the defense units weren't activated? Didn't you see the watchtowers didn't sound the alarm? Didn't you see the patrols didn't catch them? There's a mole. Sunihao is busy purging now, facing accountability from the board and management. She rejected the Supreme Hegemon's goodwill signal to join forces to annihilate the Hell Legion, continuing the conflict. Today, she will face the backlash of all these problems. The board won't let her off easily. Now, she either has to assassinate the other directors or prepare to face accountability. Right now, she's encouraging me just to hold on and delay the news of Wolf Spirit Star's fall, buying her time. Lu Chong's lips trembled as he said this. I already started to regret not moving the family here after becoming the clan leader and branch manager. He glanced at his adjutant, who was equally slow to realize the situation and whose face had turned grim, and sneered. Now the family isn't here, the power isn't here either. If we surrender, the family will be wiped out by Sunai, and her assets will be used as sacrifices to be given to other families to appease everyone's anger. He lightly slapped his thigh, his voice trembling. We're already doomed. Chapter 716. Bori Star, the headquarters of Tachyon Technology, formerly the Tachyon Branch Management Center of the Persis Star System. Sunai's promise to Lu Chong, that as long as they held on, there was hope, was never realized. This fleet, concentrating nearly one-third of Tachyon Technology's remaining elite forces, was currently orbiting the planet with tense vigilance. Simultaneously, all patrol teams at the space station urgently set sail, taking with them all the elite port engineers to inspect the planetary orbital lighting arrays that provide illumination and heating to the planet. The fact that the watchtower failed to detect the combined forces of the Universal Alliance and Konda's nest sounded an alarm bell for Sunai. A secret opposition faction must have emerged within the board of directors, willing to betray company interests to challenge her. Therefore, she sent her trusted confidants to accompany her, ordering the patrol teams to focus on inspecting all large void structures in near and far Earth orbits on the planet, to prevent any internal treachery. Destroying void structures and causing damage to the headquarters' heavy defense arrays was a major headache. She herself, unusually, didn't hide behind the optically projected meeting room to observe everyone beforehand. Instead, from the very beginning, she sat in the CEO's seat, accepting the board's stern questioning. With her left hand, she used the fact that the space station hadn't fallen as a shield against the board's barrage of questions. With her right hand, she used "we have a traitor among us" as a spear, turning the tables on each board member. At one point, a board member on Wolf Spirit Star lost his temper and started cursing, demanding to know why reinforcements hadn't arrived. Sunai retorted, "Who knows if you're the guy who secretly colluded with the Overlord and betrayed us all?" "What? You suspect me of being a traitor? I'm on Wolf Spirit Star, on the battlefield, damn it." Sunai sneered, "Yes, that's perfect for you to sell off company profits, then surrender and gain a position in the new company, isn't it?" After she finished speaking, she sternly addressed all the shareholders. With this fleet on Bori Star, the safety of headquarters and your family can still be guaranteed. If you really leave, what if the Universal Alliance has colluded with the Overlord, and this is just a feint? They already deployed their entire force, sending a third fleet to ambush in hyperspace, just waiting for the fleet to leave before launching a surprise attack on headquarters? Who will take responsibility for that? You? Sunai's eyes widened as she scanned everyone, since some are demanding military action, and some are opposing it. Fine. Let's vote. Most of the board members are on Bori Star. Now, who agrees to gamble with the companies and their families' main assets, and even their own lives, to try and save a battle that an AI core analyst can't possibly win? The voting results were clear. Apart from the few board members located on Wolf Spirit Star, no one voted in favor. Even the junior board members of the Tachyon branch and other star systems voted against. Lu Chong, the head of the Wolf Spirit Star branch and holder of substantial shares, remained expressionless, his face still grim. He led the effort to cut off communications and left midway. Wolf Spirit Star is still resisting. I already instructed Chu Xiangrui on the ground to do his best to bury the company's valuable assets and technical data, but the space station is under blockade, and we're at a disadvantage in electronic warfare. The technical data of Speetronics is always prohibited from physical destruction to prevent agent sabotage. Our technicians can't destroy the data without damaging the space station, and we don't even know if the CEO's authorization will be transmitted. His words were utterly dejected, as if he were making his final arrangements, evoking a sense of shared sorrow among the other directors. They had considered the possibility of failure in the Third World War, but they hadn't expected that a major shareholder like Lu Chong would die. They knew that in the First and Second World Wars, even when the dominant powers had invaded star systems or conquered other branches, it was mostly minor directors who perished. Lu Chong's death marked the highest level of casualty since the collapse of Susie's arrogance, its plundering of other companies, and its establishment of the T1 military force in the star region. Sun Aihao's eyes shone with a dazzling blue light, her face as hard as petrified tree bark buried in the ground, unmoved. She watched silently as Liu Chong finished making his final arrangements and severed the projection, representing the directors on Wolf's spirit star, their images fading one by one. The departure of these old men didn't shake her in the slightest, until the projection of Chu Xiangrui, who shouldn't have been at the board meeting but had been entrusted with an important position by Liu Chong, stood there alone. He was the only one standing among all the attendees at the board meeting. His seat, at the CEO's behest, was taken by his own uncle. Chu Xiangrui's expression was complex. He ignored his uncle's gnashing teeth, as if he didn't care about a dog. He looked at Sun Aihao, their eyes meeting for a few seconds. Just as Sun Aihao was about to ask what he wanted to say, Chu Xiangrui cut off the communication. The board meeting had ended. The once bustling conference room was now deserted, with scattered documents revealing the turmoil in the hearts of the departing directors. Those papers, which were originally a luxury, were here merely a medium for directors to draft, even for directors who, as if they all had implants in their brains, taking notes on paper was simply a symbol of their distinguished status. The secretary crouched down, picking up the documents and papers one by one. Sun Aihai rubbed his eyes, which had been overused from the nanomaterial injections, his tone unusually soft. Right now, those people are definitely having secret meetings, discussing whether it's still necessary to support me, right? They even started plotting how to bring me down. The white-haired but youthful-looking Ziliev lightly twirled his cigar. When haven't they been like this? During the Second AI War, just because they thought the Unlimited Phase War was too time-consuming and interfered with their business, they joined forces and suddenly attacked you. Back then, they were willing to betray you and replace you with a new CEO for their own benefit. Now that the war has been lost, they're naturally happy to continue trying. Sun Aihai lifted one eyelid, observing the man exhaling smoke his face. Hidden behind the smoke, Ziliev asked, "And you? Do you also think I'm getting senile?" Ziliev chuckled. "Decades ago, I repeatedly emphasized at the board meeting that a quick victory was unacceptable. The failure of the First AI War to defeat the 14th Army Corps essentially gave them the opportunity to establish themselves. I still stand by that statement." He rubbed his round cigar, his eyes scanning the slowly burning butt, releasing its rich nicotine aroma and transforming into a pale, heavy ash. A quick victory is unacceptable. The most important thing for Speedtronics is always technology. As long as we have the technological reserves and scientists, we have plenty of opportunities to turn the tide and even win. After a few seconds, Sun Aihao closed his eyes and rubbed his cigar again, his expression much more lively. "We can still win, but first, we must unite." Ziliev puffed on his cigarette, narrowing his eyes. This was a signal of an impending purge. He paused for a moment before saying, "Most of the board members on Wolf's Spirit Star should be fine." Sun Aihai nodded. "I know, but we had to respond firmly at the time." "What about Chu Xiangrui?" He feigned hesitation, adopting an air of not wanting to get involved in distinguishing between loyalty and treachery, and thus bear joint responsibility. "I've been too talkative. You have your own judgment." With that, Ziliev, cigar in hand, bowed to the CEO and left. Listening to the footsteps approaching the door, Sun Aihai took a deep breath. Chu Xiangrui is too naive, but I've seen his loyalty to Susan technology. He's fine, but now the watchtower is out of control, and the Vanguard cannon can't accurately hit this fleet across half the star system. Without the Vanguard cannon support, I can't release the fleet, otherwise, headquarters risks falling. Chapter 717. Upon hearing Sun Aihai's words, Ziliev paused. He slowly gritted his teeth, suppressing the mockery in his throat, and said in a tone of "For your own good, this should have been said by the Suzy Security Department, I'm just being nosy. Wolf Spirit Star has 68% of the industrial capacity of the Hyversil system. If we hesitate and allow this fleet to plunder and bombard us, even if we eventually clear out the watchtowers, the loss of production capacity will lead to our hasty defeat in the Third AI War. Moreover, the nanoforges plundered from the Perseus Alliance are on the surface of Wolf Spirit Star. Although Chu Xiangrui will definitely take people to relocate and protect them, if Li Bin discovers that reinforcements haven't arrived." Ziliev bit his cigar, squeezing out chilling words through his teeth. According to the AI core analysis, there's a 70% probability that he's willing to risk being sniped by the Vanguard giant cannons for a long time. "We stay here until we find Chu Xiangrui, kill him, and seize the nanoforge." The Universal Alliance's fleet appeared in the core star sector, first defeating the Relief Association's reinforcements led by Commander Yoyogi Hanayaki, and then launching a surprise attack on Wolf Spirit Star. It's almost certain that the Brighton Alliance has betrayed us. The Universal Alliance's production capacity has grown rapidly in recent years, so we can be sure they have at least one damaged nanoforge. if they also acquire this perfect nanoforge. Furthermore, the Persis Alliance is simultaneously facing pressure from Kelja technology and risk mining, and will inevitably be weakened after the war. The gap between us and the hegemon will inevitably widen. This time, tachyon technology survived, but next time it might be a war of annihilation. Of course, I'm not saying all this to question you. Zilliff carefully chose his words. What I meant was, this is truly a matter of life and death for the company. My family has 5 Valkyrie-class transport ships. If you could send me some escort fleets, I'm willing to let my family handle the watchtowers. They can depart right now. But I really hope you can send troops to rescue Wolf Spirit Star in time. Hearing this, Sun Aihao felt a tightness in her chest. 5 transport ships were nothing she couldn't provide. Zillow's words clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with her conservative approach. Thinking about it, it made sense. Since the Second AI War, he had consistently supported her unlimited phase warfare plan, a staunch advocate of war. Before the Third War, he even led a vote to oust Chu Xiangrui, who opposed him. How could he possibly bear to see the company's interests ruined by a company less than 20 years old and a group of pirates? But headquarters cannot afford to fall now, she explained wearily. Zilliff said softly, it'd be good to scare him a little. Reactivate the watchtower warning, test fire the Vanguard cannon, and add a fleet that's pretending to reinforce. Scare Li Bin away first, so he can't dig 3 feet into the ground, and minimize the losses as much as possible. Alright. Hearing Sun Aihai's softened tone, Zilliff couldn't help but smile. Only after leaving headquarters, boarding the hover car, and cutting off all networks did he loosen his collar. He wiped his neck with a handkerchief, and realized his inner lining was completely soaked with sweat. Huff. He turned on the air conditioner, letting the cold air flow into his young body through his collar, leaning back on the soft sofa, panting like an old dog. Li Bin's victory in this battle was truly unexpected. He even won the electronic warfare. Luckily, I persuaded her. Otherwise, if Li Bin had truly occupied Wolf Spirit Star, wouldn't he have emptied the nanoforge and all the controlled items belonging to the entire realm? As Chu Xiangrui's strategist and behind-the-scenes supporter, Zilliff, recalling the various pieces of information from the battle, increasingly felt that he had underestimated Li Bin's destructive power. TSK. I should have known better than to give them the minefield detection map. We almost messed things up. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Sun Aihai stopped his secretary's actions. Have the people from the Unmanned Ship Research Center come over immediately. Tell them I need to discuss the Spirit Tower with them. This must be done discreetly. The space station's defense module has fallen. Under the onslaught of the Star River Xenon cannon and Dragon Flame missiles, the electrical grid system of this Level 3 space station had already overloaded and collapsed shortly after Sun Aihai finished his meeting. As for the other 2 Tachyon Technology Odyssey-class battlecruisers, under Li Bin's efficiency-driven orders, they were first paralyzed by Stardust missiles and Galaxy Xenon cannons, followed by Tachyon Light Spears combined with Dragon Flame missiles. Then, they were hit at close range by Death Torpedoes and Dragon Horse-class battlecruisers carrying Locust missiles, cleanly blowing them in 2, thankfully without delaying Li Bin's plan to seize the space station. Yes, the Odyssey was indeed a battlecruiser, but compared to the Exemplar class and Starship class, it was still too demanding to operate. Moreover, Li Bin was never short-handed. He needed to conserve his sailors' boarding of the space station. Next came the Stardust missiles from the Xingtian, touted as the final missiles, and the Lancer siege cannons from the Zhurong, known as siege weapons. Stardust missiles scatter countless glittering stardust particles, rapidly melting away holes upon impact. The Lancer engineering cannon was equally formidable, though it suffered from a slow rate of fire and abysmal accuracy. However, these weaknesses were specifically targeted at spaceships. It was perfectly suited for a relatively stationary space station. With the support of Reaper torpedoes and various cannons, the 2 weapons, each finding its angle, bombarded the connection points of the defense modules from the side. In just over 20 minutes, they destroyed the connection between the space station and the defense modules, exposing the entire military airport. Holy crap! They're still arming! There's another battleship arming itself in the naval port. Xu Jin, piloting the Tiger Shark, Odyssey class, relied on the advanced sensors of the high-tech ship to be the first to detect something amiss amidst the chaos of battle, and immediately reported it. Hey, this ship doesn't look like a Tachyon technology ship, but it does resemble the invader's paint scheme. Commodore Lan Yuan, could it be another one hidden by your family? Jeffrey asked on the channel. Lan Yuan stared blankly at the massive battleship. I don't know. The officers and scientists awakened in the secondary hibernation pods didn't tell me. Oh, It probably wasn't developed by your family or the Second Ship Design Bureau, Li Bin reassured her, then changed the subject. This battleship is ours now. Zhu Jin, activate the tactical system, charge forward and prepare to seize the ship. Aye, Captain, Zhu Jin exclaimed. The 4.1-kilometer-long, spike-stake-like Tiger Shark activated its plasma burst propulsion system, and the entire battlecruiser rapidly surged forward at speeds comparable to a frigate. Zhu Jin's Odyssey was actually the Starlight version, not the standard version. It had a modified paint scheme. After 2 consecutive sprints, Zhu Jin, piloting the Tiger Shark, faced the naval port from the side, and quickly cleared the harbor space with plasma cannons and catapult missile launchers. Chapter 718. Because the space station's electrical system was paralyzed, the naval port couldn't organize a return fire. Zhu Jin didn't target the ships in the port, but instead swept through the people inside, rendering the armed battleship unable to carry its crew. Unless it's an unmanned warship, without crew, even the most powerful vessel is just a mirage. After firing a round, the Tiger Shark quickly moved aside, allowing 2 reserve warships to fly into the naval port. All 3 ships launched Beetle torpedoes simultaneously, forcefully extending their docking bays. A large number of armed sailors surged onto the burning naval port, following the screaming behemoths unleashing torpedoes, beginning their invasion of the space station. Kong Zhichou's side was even more ruthless. He directly rammed the Cathedral-class ship, shields activated, into the space station. Risking the impact that would paralyze the main module, he used the shields to crush the Velociraptor lances on the side of the firing platform. In the explosion, the other modules also launched shuttles and escort ships, boarding the ship with their full complement of pirates. At this point, it's almost safe to say that the Wolf Spirit Star space station has fallen. Even if the space station's power grid were restored, it wouldn't be able to repel the approaching Tiger Shark, let alone the Cathedral-class destroyer stuck within the shield's range. If one activates its shield, the other will too, resulting in a collision that could ultimately cripple both. The Richelieu's branch on Wolf Spirit Star is a small bank, and its president, Reuben, is a newly appointed branch manager seeking experience. The Richelieu's bank is headquartered in Kazalin, and as a member of the Perseus Alliance's financial vampire group, its financial strength is considerable. However, as is well known, with the continued exploitation of tachyon technology, the Perseus Alliance's industrial center has shifted to the Hebersil system. Even Richelieu's bank, which previously only had a branch and office here, has increased its investment in the region in recent years. The bank's shareholders believe that the company's future development focus will gradually shift here. Although the bank is not qualified to establish a branch on Borui Star, Wolf Spirit Star is not bad either. As for Reuben, although he is currently still the branch manager, given that there is a considerable probability that the branch he leads will become the new bank headquarters in the future, his actual status and power are far higher than those of other branches. For example, what kind of rotten fish is the Universal Union branch? For branch manager Elfie, being transferred to the Eden Star branch is indeed a promotion, but for Reuben, it is a complete exile. How far is Eden Star from the core star sector? That's what he originally thought. The sky has fallen. Now, Reuben trembles all over, his lips are pressed black, and his eyes are lifeless as he hides in the bank. He dares not hide in the bank vault. The vault does not contain star coins, but it contains valuables, documents, and luxury goods deposited by various clients. Past wars and looting have shown that militants deliberately target these high-value objectives. If he were to hide inside, he'd likely be mistaken for a guard and riddled with bullets or hit by a laser. Reuben deeply regretted coming to the branch office for a golden ticket, even though this position was secured for him by his grandfather, leveraging his shareholder status to pressure other shareholders and relinquish considerable profits. But today, as the explosion and screams drew near, he realized that going to the Eden Star branch wasn't such a bad option after all. After all, he wouldn't die, right? Just as he was thinking this, the bank's expensively hired retired Marines and thugs rushed back in from outside, scrambling for their lives. They were all covered in blood, yet their power armor and combat uniforms were intact. Each one was terrified, looking as if they had witnessed some kind of hell. Hiding in the staff canteen with the tellers, waiters, and other defenseless employees, he looked at the veterans and asked tremblingly, "What happened? Pirates have broken in?" The security team leader, a retired Marine lieutenant from the Perseus Alliance, gave himself a sedative injection and smiled bitterly. "If it were really pirates, at least we have a chance to survive. If not pirates, then maybe sailors from the Universal Alliance." Before he could finish speaking, a massive alloy claw, as thick as a bucket, pierced through the bank's ceiling. The claw moved horizontally through the passageway, relentlessly piercing several unfortunate men amidst the screams of the security guards. The unfortunate men piled on top of the claw, spitting blood and fragments of internal organs, howling weakly, not yet dead. Lou himself was dumbfounded. Seemingly drawn by the scream, the owner of the claw stopped, plopped down, and collapsed the ceiling, half his body landing in the dining room. Ruben's brain told him this was likely a native creature of the Universal Union, a rock crab or a subspecies. He should follow the method the hunters had taught VIP viewers in the live stream: crawl on the ground and escape. But his body wouldn't listen. Intense fear had already soaked his crotch. Watching the hunters calmly and skillfully hunt the giant beasts in the live stream was simply a pleasure. But when faced with them for the first time, fear gripped his spine and limbs, rendering him utterly powerless to move. Perhaps this is logic etched into the very core of human genes, frozen in the face of danger, like a paralysis spell, hoping to deceive the ancient hunters with their excellent dynamic vision, but poor static vision. But genetic evolution can't keep up with the development of human technology. This instinct is undoubtedly outdated, a human flaw that even soldiers in the 3K era needed extensive training to overcome. Crack! The pincer snapped, like dust, breaking the screaming security captain, who was firing his air rifle in half. Blood and excrement splattered all the survivors. Ruben now knew where the bloodstains on those people came from. A head-sized alloy eye stalk swept across, and the behemoth instinctively began to sing, looking for friends. It let out a strange, guttural cry and opened its mandibles. At this moment, several gregarious squid crawled out from its back, chirping and circling around, noticing the gleaming pure gold Richelieu's branch manager's insignia on Ruben's chest. Half a second later, the approaching mandibles stopped. Richelieu's bank? A human voice, like heavenly music, emanated from the squid whose belly was filled with electronic devices. Seeing Ruben still dazed, the remote operator, controlling the squid, made a helpless shrug and began searching around. Upon seeing the Richelieu's bank logo, the operator muttered, "Performance report complete," and then, smiling, guided the wet squid with eyes half the size of a human head closer. "Branch manager Ruben, right? We're from Universal Union. Don't worry, Richelieu's bank is an important partner of ours. We won't touch you during this space station intrusion. Also, our company wants to cooperate with you to extract some money from other banks. We send a specialist to coordinate the details later. Oh right, we also need some locals as guides. Damn it, the space station has been modified too much. It doesn't match the theoretical design at all." Chapter 719. The squid spoke like a chatterbox, and Ruben's stiff body finally relaxed as the words flowed in. He took a deep breath, then vomited. The stench from the crab, the blood in the air, and the fine fragments of blood and intestines scattered from its mangled body all rushed into his nostrils along with the stench. He then realized he had been holding his breath for a long time, and this sudden recovery was a huge shock to him. He vomited violently, as if trying to bring up his intestines as well. His mouth and nose were full of vomit. He wiped his mouth haphazardly with his expensive sleeve, and strangely, he felt more alert. Ruben, abandoning the dignity and elegance befitting the son of a bank shareholder, revealed the obsequious smile he utterly despised when dealing with high-roller clients, the kind of fawning smile a low-level teller wore. Slouching, he addressed the inhuman creature before him with fervent enthusiasm. "No problem. Richelieu's bank always treats its customers like gods, and for a valued client like Universal Union, we treat them like parents." Dad. Driven by a survival instinct, he abandoned all pretense of decency, kicking the tellers around him to get up and find the terminals and documents, while simultaneously ordering the legal department and locals to be brought out. "Tell us your needs, and we'd be ready to cooperate as soon as Universal Union's forces arrive." Inside the Biological Warfare Command Center, an 11-year-old, recruited for his talent in piloting mechanical dogs and already an enviable member of Universal Union's crew, scratched his acne-covered, sparsely bearded chin. "Get it? Then I be frank. Universal Union is here to be robbers, but we thieves have our code of honor. We don't rob companies or businesses that have a cooperative relationship with us or have business dealings with us. According to the CEO's directive, any partner companies that were mistakenly injured can bring evidence to our specialists to apply for compensation." Upon hearing this, Ruben's smile widened. He rubbed his hands together. "So, is the compensation in the form of supplies or a transfer of star coins? What are you talking about?" The young soldier frowned. "Of course, it's about clearing out a piece of land on the space station for you to recoup your losses. This space station now belongs to Universal Union and Conda's Nest. You better hurry up and tally up your losses. 8 companies have already signed up, and if you're late, You might not get a good spot. Reuben's hands paused, then he rubbed them even more vigorously. Near the equator of Wolf's spirit star, in an unnamed valley. After hanging up the communication, Chu Xiangrui paced anxiously back and forth on the terrace made of magnetohydrodynamics. The vibrant beauty of the canyon, the leisurely hunting, breeding, and survival of rare wild animals, offered him no solace whatsoever. Li Bin's efficiency far exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that this invading fleet would take at least 24 hours to capture the space station. Relying on Tachyon Technologies' consistent electronic warfare advantage, his own opportunistic involvement, and the assistance of Elder Zilef in dispelling the CO's suspicions, he could have calmly transferred all the valuable technical data from the space station and planet under the pretext of preserving company assets, made copies, and then seized it for himself. He could have then used the excuse of war to destroy certain unique technologies, making Second Tachyon an inseparable force in Tachyon Technology's shadow. He had even planned with Elder Zilef to use Li Bin's precise bombing as an opportunity to shift the blame for the disappearance of the nanoforge onto Li Bin. But Li Bin acted too quickly. Less than 8 hours into the war, the Exemplar-class and Star-class ships had all lost contact. Shortly after the board meeting ended, he received a farewell video message from Lu Cheng. "It's normal that we can't win head-on. After all, Canda's Nest has placed a heavy bet, gambling on the Cathedral class. Li Bin and Kong Jicho are playing dumb, hiding a trump card." He muttered to himself, "But can anyone tell me what this electronic warfare disadvantage is? The space station has sealed off its database to prevent technology leaks. I only managed to get 18% of the technology. Moreover, judging from the looks of it, Li Bin and Kong Jicho will have nearly a day and a half, maybe even 2 days, to plunder. Canda's Nest deployed a dreadnought. Who knows how many people they brought? If they dared to gamble, wouldn't they just be able to airdrop onto the surface and loot everywhere?" He couldn't help but feel anxious. The secret agreement they signed only stipulated that Kong Jicho and Li Bin could not dismantle, destroy, or damage the zero-gravity smelting and refining center. This doesn't include the nanoforging furnace. Although he had prepared countermeasures from the beginning in case Li Bin broke the rules, the nanoforging furnace that Ziliev had hastily transferred using board authorization is still en route. Because of space warfare, the nanoforging furnace can't be transported by air. It's currently on an orbital train on the planet's surface, slow but safe. But now it seems this could very well cause problems. When did Tachyon Technology become so useless? Chu Xiangrui bit his fingernails, seething with resentment. We repeatedly emphasized that Tachyon Technology's advantage lies in technological leadership, but that idiot Sun Ai still poured resources into an arms race with the hegemon. Now look what happened. Their strongest area has been overtaken by a new company. It's utterly shameful. He was grumbling about Sun Ai when he suddenly felt a chill on his temple. Turning his head, he saw Yelena, with her long silver-gray hair and bangs covering one eye, gently offering her husband and cousin a breast pillow. She lightly massaged his temples with fingers smeared with peppermint extract. "Stop frowning. Look at you, you're not even 40 yet, but you already look old." Chu Xiangrui reached out and, through her functional jacket, stroked his wife's plump legs, feeling his tense spirits ease considerably. There's no way around it. The company's incompetence clashed with Li Bin's efficiency. Too many unexpected things happened. That old Deng Healy was right. The essence of war is gambling. There's always something unexpected. There are too many valuable assets on Wolf's spirit star. 12 hours simply isn't enough to move them. It's over. Nanoforging furnace, biological embryo, fullerene spool, alpha core, a wealth of technical data, laboratories, scientists. Lu Cheng has done everything in his power, but it's still too late. I don't even know how Suzy Technology has fallen to this state. Where does Sun Ai get the confidence to fight the Overlord 3 times? I'm afraid Li Bin will take a big bite out of us this time. Oh right. And Kong Jicho, he's a veteran pirate. His men are experts at robbery. The space station can't hide anything. Yelena seemed to understand. Then can't we talk to them properly and ask them to rob less? How? Chu Xiangrui asked irritably. I can't just say, "Hey buddy, let's make a deal. How about you take less for my sake?" Why not? Yelena retorted. Since everything can be stolen anyway, let's just keep the most expensive and best items, and give the rest away. Her big, innocent eyes were watery with naivety. Didn't you always say that losses shouldn't be factored into decision-making? These words opened Chu Xiangrui's mind. Right, since the things can't be kept anyway, why not do a favor and salvage what we can? The rest, we might as well give away generously. Since the global alliance is so excellent, why not turn enemies into friends and work together to extract Su Zi. Chu Xiangrui's losses can be recouped from Sun Aihao. As long as the nano-forging furnace and the zero-gravity smelting and refining center remain, he have done a great service. As for the rest, they can give him whatever they want, using public assets to do private favors. At this moment, Chu Xiangrui, whom Li Binrui had rated as a star-level version of Counselor Jess, realized something. Anyway, it's not mine now, so what difference does it make who gets it? Not only can Li Bin take a share, but I can too. Chapter 720. In the control room of the Wolf Spirit Star Space Station, when Old One-Eyed, relying on his giant crab-like body, charged in ahead of Kong Jicho's fierce General Jean Dinjing, and when the room was deathly silent except for the electronic alarms. As core personnel of the first branch of the headquarters star system, everyone here, even the lowest ranking among them, had families that controlled shares in Speedtronics. Furthermore, most of their families were located on Borui Star. Therefore, when Lu Chong released the neurotoxin, planning to painlessly kill everyone, almost no one resisted. Those who resisted were killed by those around them. Except for the surrenderists whose skulls were ripped open, revealing their trembling brains, the rest sat in their chairs with ashen faces and serene smiles. Some even recorded themselves before the gas attack. Their final words weren't about missing their families or leaving their careers, but rather a mocking remark about Old One-Eye's lateness. The database is locked. The input interface has been deliberately entered incorrectly multiple times, reaching the maximum number of repeated entries this week. Don't even think about restarting it within a week and stealing our company's vital assets. Wearing a helmet, Old One-Eye silently puffed on his cigarette, glanced around, found the corpse of the person who sent the recording, grabbed his hair, and tossed him to his subordinate, add him to the ship's figurehead cold storage. Next time we fight Tachyon Technology, make him the first one to ram their ship. After saying this, Old One-Eye sent the situation back to the captain, asking if the database firewall could be cracked. After briefly consulting with Celia, Li Bin said regretfully, "Unfortunately, the code weapons in the machine soul's hands are all for war, emphasizing efficient destruction, aiming to cause the greatest and most thorough damage in the shortest time, preventing the AI from having time to react, digest, and calculate countermeasures. Therefore, if I have Celia handle it, I cannot guarantee the database will remain intact. Celia's code is like a nuclear weapon. While there's the glorious feat of a Slavic Superman using a hydrogen bomb to repair a reservoir, deciphering a database without damaging its internal data is a delicate task, not a civil engineering project like building a reservoir. It's more like distinguishing between rebels and civilians in a city. You can't guarantee that a nuclear bomb will only kill rebels and not harm any innocent people. Radiation, explosions, and high temperatures don't care about those." Just as Li Bin was racking his brains, Chu Xiangrui's communication came through. Li Bin forced himself to answer. He had initially thought Chu Xiangrui was calling to reiterate the agreement, and he had intended to give a perfunctory reply. As Chu Xiangrui spoke, Li Bin became increasingly engrossed. "Go on, tell me more." "Yes, I'm quite free right now. We've taken over the space station's control room. With Overlord agents and Luddites as insiders, our progress is very fast." Chu Xiangrui's eyelids twitched. He thought to himself, "Luckily, I reacted quickly, any later and I might have missed it." "Okay, so you're probably trying to access the database to retrieve the technology and experimental data stored on the space station, right? Are you having trouble now? That's normal. Speedtronics is wary even of its own board members. They're even more vigilant against outsiders. My intention. Indeed, I will use my board authority to assist you in deciphering. Don't pretend you can gain an electronic warfare advantage. You must have a way. My conditions are simple. Whatever technical data you find, you must copy mine. Secondly, the zero-gravity smelting and refining center must not be lost. Finally, I have a nano-forging furnace. Yes, I have it, and I don't intend to hide it from you. You already take it over the space station. Someone must be willing to sell this intelligence. I be frank, this thing is my life. If I protect it, Sun Aihai won't hold me accountable. I already been very sincere. The second Speedion's goal is to overthrow Sun Aihai's rule. Since the Universal Alliance is hostile to the Hell Legion, they wouldn't be happy to watch the Overlord waste time and energy on Speedion technology, would they? Wouldn't it be better for the second Speedion society to control Speedion technology, cooperate with the Overlord and you, and share the Hell Legion together? I'm sincerely interested in cooperating. Chu Xiangrui loathed this kind of business negotiation, but he suppressed his discomfort and continued to negotiate with Li Bin. Of course, I have leverage. I send you the information on all the controlled items on the surface of Wolf Spirit Star later. You can handle the guard forces yourselves. I can't send you all the coordinates. You grab one, I send you the next. Otherwise, if you grab them all at once, won't you be grabbing the nanoforge next? I can't guarantee anything else, but I have the coordinates of at least 5 controlled items. Do you think Speedion Technology has been doing this for nothing all these years? And don't tell me you urgently need a forge. I know the Universal Alliance has a nanoforge. How you share it with Kong Jicho is your business. Just tell me if it's a deal or not. Okay, that's settled. Happy cooperation. Chu Xiangrui was drenched in sweat, feeling that negotiating a cooperation agreement was more exhausting than developing magnetofluid from scratch. Yelena squatted beside him, wiping his sweat with concern. You reached an agreement? Are you really going to give him all the controlled items? How could I? Chu Xiangrui laughed. Actually, it's more than 5, but I'm only willing to report 5. On the bridge of the Candle Dragon, Celia was still executing the 4th ritual. She had now gained control of the space station's communication array through the space station's control room. We can use this space station as a signal amplifier to jam communications across the entire planet. Have you found Chu Xiangrui's coordinates? Li Bin asked. Celia shook her head. The communication time was too short. The other side was prepared beforehand, using multiple signal relays and layers of firewalls for interception and camouflage. Some of the firewalls used firewall technology independently developed by other giant companies, so the decryption time was a bit long. I need to control the entire globe and the space station while tracking them. It won't be possible in less than several hours. Well, it's not a complete loss then, Li Bin said with slight regret. If you really want the nanoforge, we can bombard the entire globe. That will definitely force him to hand it over. Celia attempted. Without hesitation, Li Bin refused. If it were the Hell Legion, I agree, but this is Tachyon technology. I'm not a saint, but I'm not that bad. Besides, global bombing would be universally hated. I don't want the Universal Alliance to become another Ludlow's left path. Notify Zhu Jin to lead a medium-sized fleet, centered around the Tiger Dragon, to take position according to the coordinates I gave you. Also, notify Li Chungjin and Dong Lixiang to have the Knights and Behemoth units prepare. Once the space station is fully operational, I will enter the security code to shut down the Wolf Spirit Star's heavy ground defense array. They need to break through the resistance of Tachyon technology within the coordinates within 8 hours, expel civilians, and then I will have Vulcan and Kong Jicho loot these areas, finally carrying out precision bombing. Just as Li Bin was rambling on with instructions, Lan Yuan's face appeared on the channel. She was unusually flustered. CEO, you should come to the naval port immediately. What's wrong? Li Bin asked. Lan Yuan's lips curled up as she put her arms around First Officer Xingchen Fair and Wu Qingyu, making it look like the 3 of them were together. This battleship really is related to the Wu family. It's a special battleship. Chapter 721. The treatment of a strangely shaped battleship is incomparable to that of a high-quality battleship. Initially, Li Bin didn't pay any attention to this ship. After all, the prize was already within his grasp, and he had the luxury of being picky. Who could blame him when the Exemplar-class and Star-class battleships were still floating in space? The Exemplar-class was severely damaged, but the Star-class was largely intact. Only its flight deck was wrecked by the Behemoth, which wouldn't be difficult to repair. These 2 ships were truly excellent, so excellent that Li Bin would rather give up 2 Odysseys to Kong Jicho. But upon hearing Lan Yuan's excited tone, Li Bin perked up. This must be another excellent ship. He quickly arrived at a desolate spaceport, with large chunks of alloys sticking out, resembling frozen waves. The battleship that had initially seemed an eyesore now only evoked a pang of heartache at the sight of the craters blasted by the Dragon Flame missiles. What's going on? Li Bin, riding in a hover car, sped across the solidified, churning alloy waves, eagerly asking. Lan Yuan, hands on her hips, exuded an air of superiority. It's the Libra Special Type Aircraft Carrier, a new type of main aircraft carrier jointly developed by the Second Ship Laboratory at the invitation of the Cester Shipbuilding Industry Group and the Jinian Heavy Industry Group. She also comes from the White Rose Star region, but it's led by the Cester Shipbuilding Industry Group. Our family is just assisting. Remember Wu Qingyu, the captain of the Dream Eater? Her Wu family is a major shareholder of the Cester Shipbuilding Industry Group. Lan Yuan said, then chuckled lightly. Fortunately, the secondary cryogenic hibernation pod brought Wu Qingyu here. Her genetic information passed the carrier's detection, and I extracted the spaceship data. Li Bin took the terminal and examined it closely, his eyes gleaming. The Libra Special Type Aircraft Carrier was a spaceship with a design philosophy completely different from the Perseus constellation, and even quite different from the Invader class and Nightmare class. Its appearance was somewhat similar to the Voyager from Star Trek, with a rounded main structure and two massive main thrusters on either side. Its main structure was a rotating hangar, installed at the request of the Cester Corporation. Utilizing the hangar's rotational inertia and the takeoff deck directly connected to the hangar, the Libra class could rapidly prepare and launch large numbers of aircraft. A unique information-based design, combined with a special, command and electronic warfare-enhanced auxiliary shipboard AI built into its main control center, allowed the Libra class to efficiently command its fleet and carrier-based aircraft in combat, and to forcibly disable enemy fire control radar systems with powerful electronic warfare capabilities. Its specially designed rotating hangar and hangar-type keel allow this spaceship to possess 6 ultra-large rotating flight decks in addition to 2 large energy tanks, 3 medium and 3 small energy tanks. Libra features a diamond-shaped rotating hangar, with a bridge located on the W-shaped hull at the rear. Furthermore, this ship is heavily armed, possessing a paralyzing large tank energy weapon called Star Artillery, and special high-tech heavy fighters called Magic Swordsmen. It's only because Tachyon Technology never expected us to come that they took their weapon and propulsion systems offline to disassemble and study them. Otherwise, we probably would have had to sink them to seize the ship. Lan Yuan sighed. Sun Aihao is still too arrogant. ISA shook her head. Giant corporations are inherently bloated. Some things aren't just a matter of what Sun Aihao says. As long as she doesn't give direct orders, behind her back, the various families and department heads can do whatever they want. When ISA spoke, she seemed deeply moved. Given the undeserved misfortune suffered by the Brown family, she too was a victim of the bloated system. Lan Yuan held ISA's hand, wanting to comfort her, but unsure how to express herself. She wasn't good with words, and was rather clumsy with emotions, except when it came to being affectionate with girls. ISA smiled at Lan Yuan. Let's not talk about sad things. Let's talk about the ship. Li Bin focused intently on the ship's parameters, and his smile widened when he noticed that Tachyon Technology had actually equipped the ship with Tachyon lances. Tachyon Technology are all good people. By the way, Li Bin looked up. Do you have any recommendations for the captain of this ship? Don't even mention Jeffrey. He didn't pass the battleship command assessment and needs a few more years of training. For now, he's practicing on a battlefield carrier-class ship. Then it's still Zhu Jin. Most of the Brown family's descendants are pirates and logistics personnel. There's no suitable candidate. ISA shook her head. Lan Yuan shook her head in distress. Wu Qingyu has never piloted a battleship before. She lacks experience. Stardust Phil is capable, but when I command a squadron, I need to fully control the Xingtian, otherwise, the ship can't be properly maneuvered. I need her to assist the fleet in battle. Alright, then let Zhu Jin go. Li Bin made the decision. Quickly scour Su Zi's database and other databases, and have our core personnel undergo intensive training. The company has more and more battleships. We need more outstanding talents. Little Zhuge, are you up to the task? A door away from the dark database, the belated Golden Eagle Wincy, rubbing his bloodied scalp, entered and saw the old one-eyed man squatting rudely against the wall, mocking Zhugepa. You already given Su Zi the authorization, and you even have Miss Celia's help. Why are you so slow? Oh! You're here? He grinned at Wincy, a cigarette dangling from his lips. You guys didn't kill any of the company's business partners on your way here, did you? The captain really values his partners. Wincy smirked. No, it was just settling them in that we were delayed so long. He walked over, took the cigarette offered by the one-eyed old man, and popped on it contentedly, complaining as he smoked, you guys are something else. How come a landing operation was so bloody? Our people stormed into the space station, and just took advantage of the power grid being down to fight their way through, wiping out the people in the firepower and weapons modules. They were rushing in, and guess what happened? Wincy slapped his thigh, his power armor clanging loudly. Damn it, a whole bunch of people, like refugees, charged in, ignoring our guns and cannons, acting like they had their gallbladders ripped out. I grabbed a few who looked like officials, whipped and beat them until they couldn't speak. Finally, I had to prick them with a powder needle, and that brought them back to their senses. They said your Universal Alliance has gone mad, released a demon, and is eating people everywhere. Wincy recounted the story with great detail. Old One-Eye chuckled upon hearing this. Don't even mention you guys, my men were almost scared out of their wits. Old Dawn's behemoths are fucking insane when they fight. Hey, this thing. When she, puffing on his cigarette, nudged Old One-Eye with his shoulder, could you sell us some? The ones who fight are all top-notch men. Seeing them die in droves breaks my heart. Unlike those pure pirates on the outer layers of Kamda's nest, The men following the crown prince are all handpicked by the emperor. Old One-Eye narrowed his fleshy eyes, his prosthetic eyes scrutinizing them up and down, before slowly nodding. Sure, they're all brothers. At the same time, he sent the intelligence to the captain, Li Bin, who was inspecting the Libra-class ship. Upon seeing the intelligence, he laughed out loud. Good heavens, Kong Jicho is playing client-client business negotiation with me. Chapter 722. Li Bin flashed a bright smile in ISA, boasting, "Boss, you just say that." The old one-eyed man said seriously, "Buddy, let me tell you the truth, these behemoths are very expensive to modify." When she, also wearing a terminal connected to Kong Jicho, nodded immediately following the prince's instructions. I understand. We all seen the biological cultivation room on the sacrifice. It cost a fortune. The old one-eyed man nodded, and then shook his head, but to be honest, our Universal Union and Kongda's nest. What does it have to do with you? Would the captain and I cheat you? When she shook his head like a rattledrum. No way. That's right. Old One-Eyed exhaled a smoke ring. Actually, the bulk of the cost is research and development expenses, various gene-based drugs, and equipment procurement. If you break it down, a basic model costs about 300 star coins, similar to heavy weapons. The gregarious squid is cheaper, only 80 star coins each. On the other end of the terminal, Kong Jicho, having reviewed the behemoth's combat data, thought about the alloy claws, the alloy pincers, and the knight-like combat performance, and nodded in satisfaction. Wincy nodded. They're strong, resilient, and obedient. They're not expensive. That's right. I heard from the captain that the basic model sells for 700 star coins, and the squid for 150 star coins. But I estimate 450 and 100 star coins respectively for you. Old One-Eyed said, quietly putting his arm around Wincy, but let me be clear, these behemoths are actually very difficult to control. It requires the cooperation of our company's technical specialists and pilots, who have undergone the appropriate modifications to control them without suppressing their beastly nature. Seeing that Wincy had fallen for the trap, the one-eyed old man said with some difficulty, but as you all know, our company has a small workforce. We're reluctant to lend out these talented people. It's true that the Global Union has a small workforce, but pilots and technical specialists are difficult to train. At most, they're about the same level as carrier-based aircraft pilots. When she quickly replied, money's no problem, we pay you the engineer's price. No, the scientist's salary. Even higher. Good. Brother, you're straightforward. Old One-Eye gave a thumbs up. A team of 3 technical specialists, along with 1 behemoth pilot, can control 3 to 5 behemoths. The price is 300 star coins per month, plus maintenance and resource costs. You know, we're a small operation, our production is tiny. We're the only one in the entire star system. Kong Jicho couldn't stand it anymore. He finally understood, and immediately launched a barrage of calls to Li Bin. Bush Goman. You've been waiting for me here, haven't you? Trying to pull this cheap equipment, then ripping me off with maintenance fees? Li Bin laughed heartily. Who told you not to tell me directly, but to go behind when she's back? I just felt you were keeping a close eye on this thing, like it was your 4th child, Kong Jicho said awkwardly. I'm keeping a close eye on you because I'm afraid Syzatech will copy you, you idiot, Li Bin said irritably. I already put my lab on your ship. Whether you use it or not is up to you. Let me make this clear first. You have to send people to guard it closely. Don't let Syzatech or other giant companies' agents steal my genetic information. Otherwise, you and I can just wait and see them use Eden Biotech's monstrous genes to create endless messes. Li Bin had no doubt that a giant corporation pushed to its limits would resort to idiotic actions. It was even possible they create a swarm of collective consciousness. Alright, what are your demands? Kong Jicho, his little scheme exposed, immediately abandoned any thought of playing games with Li Bin and asked directly. Li Bin, with a cigarette between his teeth, lit by his wife, sat contentedly at the entrance to the Libra docking bay. I acquired several capital ships here, 1 special-equipped aircraft carrier, 1 Starship class, 1 Exemplar class, and 2 Odyssey class. The 2 Odysseys are yours, the rest are mine. Also, the captured Doom class are yours. How about that? Not too much, right? These Doom class and other Phase class ships are perfect for pirates. Besides what we agreed on before, Kong Jicho's nest and its supplies are yours, and this time I take the lion's share. Fine. Am I not a man of my word? Kong Jicho, having already seized the space station, was already satisfied. He joined Li Bin in this operation for 3 reasons: his mother's orders, brotherly loyalty, and, Most importantly, the desire to plunder more valuable assets for his space station. Great, Li Bin said, puffing on his cigarette. Also, there are 2 alpha cores on the space station. We each take one, and the remaining beta and gamma cores are mine. I have a great use for them, so don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Okay, Kang Jicho readily agreed. Kang Jicho's nest only needed 1 AI core for now. Li Bin then stood up and said to Kang Jicho, I sent you the rest in a compressed file. They're all trivial matters, I doubt you bother reading them. Let your subordinates handle them. It's basically about settling our partners properly, adhering to regulations during robberies, avoiding indiscriminate killing, distributing the spoils, and finding a bank to sell the stolen goods. He mumbled a long list, then added at the end, also, here at the space station, don't touch the zero-gravity smelting and refining center. We need to secure 8 hours inside the space station. After 8 hours, no matter how many are left, bring them back immediately. We're going to parachute onto the surface of Wolf Spirit Star. The big fish are all down there. Kang Jicho recalled the scale of firepower of the heavy ground defense array he'd seen from the control room, and asked with suspicion, is Chu Xiangrui really willing to help us disarm the heavy ground defense array? That's not up to him, Li Bin grumbled. You see my hacking skills too. Against speedsters, I have the electronic warfare advantage. Hey, how much longer are you two going to stay on the door? Shuga Po's sinister voice rang in the ears of old One-Eyed, and when she, who were chatting and joking on the door. Only then did they realize that the decoding work had been completed, and they were just waiting for them to come down so the door could be opened. The old One-Eyed man stood up without any embarrassment, brushing off the dried bloodstains from his clothes. We got carried away talking. Sorry, shall we go? Wincy looked at the slowly opening door and the dark space behind it, nodding repeatedly, his eyes gleaming. Let's go! A dozen minutes later, Wincy screamed, holy crap! So many blueprints. The Wolf Spirit Star database was filled with various laboratory reports and test data from Tachyon Technology, covering everything from human experimentation to weapons development and ship development. Besides, there were blueprints for all official escort ships and cruisers from the mainstream extended era, late human realm, blueprints for all weapons except the Tachyon Light Spear, and blueprints for all carrier-based aircraft except for the Afterglow designs. When she blushed, high as if on drugs, then suddenly frowned. The main battleships are only the Standard Class and Odyssey Class, no star systems or exemplary blueprints. Shugapa replied matter-of-factly, of course. These core technical blueprints are definitely at headquarters. What we have here are just the component manufacturing processes. As she spoke, she tapped the massive, pillar-like server room behind her. Inside here are the star currency reserves of all the Tachyon branches of the Wolf Spirit Star Space Station. Guess how much? Chapter 723. When she swallowed hard, 5 million? Shugapa frowned. Speedy Technology is a pure monopoly, a Tier 1 power in the starfield. They had stockpiled a lot of funds to increase production for World War III, but the Overlord's early attack disrupted their plans. Don't compare them to third-rate companies like Hyena Mining, or to impoverished companies like the Overlord, whose funds have been almost completely drained to complete their military buildup. Then, 10 million? When Shi's voice trembled. We're very close, Shugapa said, shrugging. I checked the data. Sustern Technology plans to produce 90 to 120 Cyclone-class cruisers, a special type of spaceship capable of using gravity grappling hooks. The blueprints for this ship aren't available on Wolf Spirit Star, nor are they included in the official high-tech ship blueprints of the human territory. They're a product of Sustern Technology plundering technology from other factions. According to internal cost estimates, each ship costs around 450,000 star coins. 120 ships would be 54 million star coins. And here, Shugapa tapped the server room again, there are 15,419,382 star coins. The majority is definitely on Borui Star, and Sustern Technology must have transferred a considerable amount of star coins before and after the war, until their electronic warfare disadvantage led to the interruption of star coin transmission. When she felt that his backbone, which had been hard all his life except for Candace, had softened once again. But he quickly realized that with so much money, only the Universal Union and Canda's nest could divide it, and his backbone straightened up again. He didn't quite understand the price of blueprints. After all, these things were too high-end. The blueprints for the extended era, late stage of human realm, were too prestigious. He had only ever heard of them before, let alone seen them. So, touching his scalp covered in blood scabs, the eagle tattoo on his forehead now stained with a blood-red tattoo, he asked absently. So, how much would all this we salvage be worth at market price? I don't know, Shugopa gave a high-quality answer, half mockingly, half smiling as the other looked on in surprise. I'm not joking, I really don't know. Blueprints of this scale, along with supporting weapon blueprints and carrier-based aircraft blueprints, have never been circulated on the open market, you know? She said seriously, but let's put it this way, apart from Susan Technology, no other force currently possesses official blueprints for low, medium, and high-level technologies. Blueprint transfers of this scale only occurred during the Great Collapse during the Megacorps Wars. After the Megacorps obtained the blueprints, they would claim it for themselves, rarely releasing it systematically. Therefore, it's not a reliable reference. Old One-Eyed also said, the price difference between a single blueprint and a systematic blueprint can be several times, even 10 times. Of course, I'm referring to official blueprints from leaders and those from powerful corporations. The self-assembled, wild blueprint packages, like those from Prism Freeport, are not included. Moreover, in the Tachyon Technology database, aren't the most important things spaceship construction files, factory designs and optimization strategies, and various scientific research and project management data? The discipline of scientific research management is incredibly complex. It can only be said that those who understand it, and those who don't generally can't utilize it properly. If we have to make an analogy, Wen Shi's group is like Liu Bang's lackeys entering Guangzhou, only concerned with having fun. While Dong Lixiang, Wang Shiji, Chen Luo, and their ilk are like Xiao He, rushing to grab administrative, scientific research, and industrial management data. Yes, Chen Luo is still the Minister of Scientific Research, but he now has to juggle several responsibilities: ship research and design, weapons industry, and biological research center. Allocating funds and mediating conflicts between various parties is exhausting. Oh right. As Li Bin's mouthpiece here, he unusually refrained from smoking in the palatial database, afraid the dust would affect the data. Pack the data here into 3 copies each, one for Universal Union, one for Conda's Nest, and one for our good friend at Susan Technology. So, he held up 2 fingers to Wen Shi and winked. The problem now is, the space station's hard drives are simply not enough. Are we going to compete on our own, or cooperate to get the stuff out first? Ha! I thought it was something serious. This is it. Of course, we cooperate. Even if there's a need, we prioritize my brotherly. Kong Zhicho, sitting across the table, happily hung up the call and personally poured wine for Li Bin. I really seen something new. You people from Universal Union are even more ruthless at extorting money than pirates. He clicked his tongue in amazement. How could I not be happy? Tachyon Technology is rolling in money. The space station is piled high with ship components ready for construction, as well as relic components slowly amassed for World War III since Sun Ihao returned to power. 2,700 ship components, 970 relic components. Right now in the Perseus star system, because of the mineral wars, the inferno of the Interstellar Empire's capital Nova City, and the Tachyon AI war, the prices of these 2 things have skyrocketed. Kong Zhicho beamed. Guess how much a single ship hull component costs on the black market? 350 star coins. 1. As for the relic components, TSK, these are the kind of things used to build high-value cruisers and capital ships. Even Feng Kuang's scrapped ships wouldn't dare add more of these. Now the price is almost 1,700 star coins, more than tripled. These things, even if they're stolen goods, the stall owners are willing to raise the price by 30% or even 40% to grab them. It's too profitable. His eyes practically shone with star coins. If this were the Ultraman universe, Li Bin had no doubt that the Warrior of Light, Tiga, would burst out of his skull and fly out of his eyeballs. Is the light of greed still light? That's 2.59 million star coins. Kong Zhicho took a swig of Freedom Sweet beer. He actually preferred Fire Phoenix black beer, but that was a specialty of the Overlord. Southern Technology claimed to have no taboos, but due to cultural and hostile reasons, nobody locally drank it, so it didn't fetch a high price, and naturally no one imported it. You ask me what Susie's drinking culture is? It's all about adding ingredients, of course. Their signature product, absinthe, is mixed with powdered needles. It's potent. Seeing Kong Zhicho excitedly trying to count, Li Bin frowned. Alright, how can we possibly count them all? I already looted 1,400 portions of rare metals here, and countless alloys. Oh, and by the way, I also found 1,000 boxes of powdered needles, and nearly 3,000 sets of human organs. You can have them all. I find them too dirty to carry. What are you saying? Kong Zhicho protested. You find them dirty, but I find them dirty too. Keep them. I have my mom take some people to take them away, and you can also find someone to go to my logistics department and retrieve the energy weapons. What energy weapons? Li Bin was taken aback. You bastard, you didn't discover the weapons depot of the Wolf Spirit Star space station, did you? Kong Jicho said smugly, otherwise, why do you think I jumped out immediately after the space station's power grid overloaded? Help? Why not wait until the platform is dismantled before jumping? Fewer people will die, and it take less time. He picked up his terminal and proudly activated it. Come on, repeat after me, these are the names of these modules. Firepower platform, weapon platform. I'm not bragging, including those I salvaged from the space station. I now have 16 tachyon lances, a full 16. And plenty of other weapons too. I'm just waiting to make my escape. I take the fleet to Prism Freeport, find the 13 factories, hold a high-end auction, sort everything out. Hey! Guess what? Millions of star coins in my hands, haha. With the war going like this, the prices of ship-borne weapons and warships are incredibly sweet. Li Bin blinked. Tachyon lances, you're planning to sell them? Otherwise, what? Konda's nest is full of low-tech ships, hardly any mid-tech ones. How am I supposed to play this game? Kong Jicho said, feigning a coquettish tone, or is it that our dear brother Li is going to help me? Get lost. Chapter 724. The wealth of Wolf Spirit Star far surpassed that of the Lich capital, which Li Bin and Kong Jicho had plundered years ago. A single space station yielded substantial profits. Besides tampering with warehouses and databases, Li Bin and Kong Jicho had two other major gains. One was the spaceport, and the other was the dome-shaped city within the space station. Such a large space station would inevitably house more than just Susie's people. Representatives from other forces and independent merchants would also be traveling there with their fleets. However, they did not participate in this battle. Even the diplomats Lu Chang sent before his suicide, attempting to coerce and entice them into bringing their fleets to fight Li Bin, were all killed. The representatives of other giant corporations were not fools. They could see that Wolf Spirit Star was on the verge of falling. As for the independent merchants, they directly clung to the coattails of the giant corporation representatives, willingly acting as their henchmen in the fight against Lu Chang's diplomats. After Li Bin and Kong Jicho gained control of the space station, representatives of these giant corporations, each leading their own independent merchants, eagerly approached them, hoping to pay a sum of money and leave. Li Bin's opinion was that no one from the Perseus Alliance should leave, while the representatives from Demon Aerospace could leave at any time. As for the others, they should pay a ransom first. In response to Kong Jicho's question, Li Bin replied, the Luddite Church, Keljev, and Wind Mine are all preparing for war, so they haven't sent any representatives or fleets. As for Demon Aerospace, because this force also has influence in the Eastern Law sector, I dare not offend them, fearing they might flank me. The Perseus Alliance is allied with the Sudden Forces. Their ships, personnel, and supplies are theoretically also spoils of war. But I've seen it. This fleet from the Perseus Alliance has put forward a representative from the West Wind system as their leader. That person is also surnamed Oppenheimer, and she's Corning's sister. She led her men to drive away Lu Chang's representative, and took control of the Perseus Alliance fleet dock here. You know I have cooperation with the West Wind system, and besides, they did me a favor, so I can't just kill them directly out of politeness. But letting them go would make it seem like I'm treating the West Wind system too differently. I'm worried the Supreme Overlord might misjudge my actions as being opportunistic, so I have to detain them for now. They need you to play the bad cop on their side, and extort everything they need. Li Bin rambled on for a while, and Kong Jicho, listening to the last part, couldn't help but laugh. You kid, you said you have cooperation, but you haven't missed out on any of the food. Just detain the people, maybe you can just forget about the food. Li Bin was surprised. Li Bin glanced at Kong Jicho, nodded thoughtfully, and gave him a thumbs up. As expected of the Crown Prince, you got guts. Kong Jicho smiled smugly. That's right. I'm a rich man now. Li Bin stood up, brushing off imaginary dust. Then I have the transport team stop the cargo. 2 Atlas-class ships, 3 Colossus-class ships, 34 Buffalo-class transport ships, supplies procured from 4 or 5 Perseus Alliance member planets, and 8,900 heavy machines alone. Wait a minute. Kong Jicho couldn't sit still any longer, he jumped up. You mean Duo Shao? Li Bin didn't even look at Kong Jicho. Adding it all up, it's about 1 million star coins. After all, the Perseus Alliance has transferred its nano-forging furnaces to tachyon technology, and many heavy materials and precision processed products need to be transported from Tachyon. Oh dear, just giving them away like this, I'm really a little reluctant. But there's plenty of heavy machinery, heavy weapons, and luxury goods in the space station. The young master is probably already full. I'm not full. Kong Jicho grabbed Li Bin's arm. Confiscate everything. Don't let a single box go. Li Bin feigned surprise. Didn't the young master say he sent them? I changed my mind, Kong Jicho said matter-of-factly. Damn it, 8 hours. How are we going to finish moving everything? Zhu Jin stood dejectedly in the space station's cargo center, watching the dazzling array of goods being transported on conveyor belts by giant mechanical arms, and sighed deeply. Mikhail, standing nearby, gazed longingly at the space containers painted with weapon markings, muttering to himself, Sukabool. If you don't equip my Tiger Dragon with tachyon lances, the Odyssey-class's electrical grid can't handle it. Is that my ship's problem? It's the company's engineers' lack of technical skill. It was clear he was very satisfied with taking over the Odyssey class from Zhu Jin, abandoning his old cruiser to welcome his new bride. However, Mikhail was very unhappy that his new lover couldn't be equipped with such a large, powerful, and rigid tachyon lance. Zhu Jin glanced at Mikhail. Are you as smart as the captain? Just keep sailing. We're not the main characters now. The main character is Vulcan. That guy is exhausted right now. Apparently, he had emergency surgery to implant an external artificial gland and inject preloaded nutrient solution into his stomach. The captain's battlefield was in space. The engineering department's battlefield was in the warehouses. In Vulcan's eyes, he himself was the manager of the company's spoils production plant. Those shuttle belts, how similar they are to factory assembly lines. Through his and his team's concerted efforts, using industrial exoskeletons, gantry cranes, and modified access tunnels, a massive influx of goods poured from the space station into the spaceship. He calculated the workload. It was no less demanding than working in a factory. Yet today, the engineering department's profits far surpassed any factory on Eden Star. Vulcan could confidently say, even if you combined Blessed Isle and Shadow Isle, added the nanosegmently Ascension, and allowed them to start work 48 hours early, my engineering department's 8-hour production capacity would still be unmatched by the Universal Union. This wasn't an exaggeration. Wolf Spirit Star possessed 68% of the Tachyon Technology Headquarters system's industrial capacity, whether from space station processing or surface processing. All raw materials and finished products ultimately had to be docked and transferred through the space station's port. Therefore, the Wolf Spirit Star space station was not only an industrial hub, but also a logistics distribution center. Here, there were a full 1,600 heavy weapons, over 2,000 heavy machines, 2,000 portions of rare metals, and 700 portions of quantum solution. Alloys, ores, and rare minerals were simply too much to handle. In fact, Li Bin and Kong Jicho didn't even consider these low-value goods when they were compiling their statistics. In terms of output value, the engineering department could easily store more than 45 hours worth of goods. A week, a month, even a year. Kong Jicho's scraping the ground 3 feet deep referred to Li Bin's plundering of the space station's various capitalists and representatives, plundering star currency. Minister, the statistics are complete. Just as Vulcan stood proudly atop the observation tower at the top of the multi-layered conveyor belt, his subordinate reported, the statistics are done. Our fleet can't hold it all, we need to rent the Prince's Sacrifice. Also, the Sacrifice needs to have many compartments of its outer modules removed. Most of these compartments were sealed off with alloy coated with a star protective layer for combat purposes. We need to free up space to stock up. Chapter 725. Vulcan raised his hand. Don't go into too much detail, just give the total amount. When I report to the captain, I won't mention these trivial things, the captain's time is precious. Yes. The subordinate swallowed hard, squeezing out the numbers. We conducted multiple assessments using the alpha core captured from the space station. Based on market prices, the total value is 7.21 million in goods. About 3 million of that is the life-saving payment from representatives of various large corporations and independent merchants on the space station. As per the captain's request, we will allocate an equivalent amount of ore, alloys, food, and daily necessities in exchange, all to maximize the use of the cargo hold. Li Bin, the largest source of income is the airport, and the second largest source of income must be the space station's cargo storage point, right? In the control room, Kong Jicho, smoking and drinking, stepped into a basin filled with steaming Darjeeling tea brewed by Chen Xiang, making him shiver with comfort. Behind Li Bin was a voluptuous companion doll, confiscated from Lu Chang's house, gently massaging him. The doll's sexual functions had been removed, and its stunningly beautiful face had been scraped off. The one who did this was, of course, Isha. Li Bin crossed his legs, watching with interest as Kang Jicho used an expensive Chenxiang Darjeeling foot bath. Why do you say that? Because I can't think of any other way to make money this way, Kang Jicho confessed. Too small-minded, too narrow-minded, Li Bin shook his head. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the door, Jeff shouted in a gruff voice, Captain. So many shops and investors have arrived, personally bringing invitations and gifts. He clicked his tongue in amazement. Wow, this is truly eye-opening. Those invitations aren't electronic versions. They're all made of paper, and they even smell wonderful. When she grumbled, that's nothing. I have another name card here, made directly from a wooden plaque. The characters are embossed in gold as soon as you open it. This one must be worth at least a dozen star coins, right? Young master, how about we bring the items in for you two to see? Li Bin tilted his head. This is the space station's control room, a military stronghold. How can we be so negligent? Take them to the barracks below. Kang Jicho glanced around the control room, focusing on a stack of Chenxiang Darjeeling liquor beside him, several boxes of unopened bottles with only a sip or two left, scattered cigarettes, and a faceless, alluring doll behind Li Bin. He thought for a moment, then decided not to complain. The barracks were downstairs from the control room, originally the location where the elite troops guarding the branch's administration and control center were stationed. The grounds were vast, the camp complex, and the buildings abundant, a luxurious scale that ordinary army units could not enjoy. But now, the Suzhou Marines stationed here have been wiped out by the rock crab. After receiving orders from Lu Chang, they attempted to intercept the boarding forces of the Universal Alliance and Kang Jicho. However, facing the behemoth controlled by a neuroparasite, constantly tormented by pain, unaware of fear, seeking only to relieve its suffering through slaughter, and the fearless and fierce elite pirates, the disparity in numbers and quality led to their complete annihilation. Now, the once empty military training ground is once again filled with people. Merchants, capitalists, and speculators, dressed in various expensive attire, throng the ground. They certainly didn't come alone. They brought servants, slaves, lovers, and a large number of gifts. These people whispered among themselves, behaving with great restraint, occasionally glancing towards the other end of the training ground. The training ground was divided into two parts. The larger section housed the guests and their gifts, while the smaller one was obscured by optically camouflaged projections. Anyone could step over the projections to enter, but no one dared to enter uninvited. Not only did no one enter, but no one even approached. These individuals, whether powerful or well-connected, now maintained a clear distance from the projection. Standing before the projection was nothing more than a scarred man named Jeffrey, once so poor he had to sell his ancestral destroyer, burdened with debt, and nearly forced to live a life of luxury. Reuben moved through the dense crowd, surrounded by obsequious smiles and greetings. For the first time, he stood tall before these important figures. Even as a branch manager, he usually had to bow before them. Even his family was merely one of many collaborators in their presence. But now, the tables have turned. Make way, make way. He pushed through the crowd, slapped away a smooth little hand reaching for his chest, glared at the beauty, and the beauty was immediately slapped to the ground by the buyer who brought her. The richly dressed noblewoman used her fingernails, long enough to be used in the 9-in white bone claw technique, to poke into the beauty's terrified eyes. The noblewoman's expression slightly distorted. No manners. Drag her away, and deal with her. The noblewoman was furious. She had sent her trained beauty to curry favor with Reuben, not to cause trouble. After her reprimand, her accompanying security guards grabbed the one-eyed beauty, directly fastened restraints to her face, and dragged her down. The noblewoman smiled apologetically at Reuben. I'm sorry, Manager Reuben, my person is clumsy. Humph. Reuben brushed away the sweet perfume scent from his chest. It's all right if you waste my time. I'm just a nobody. I'm afraid you waste the time of the two gentlemen. The wealthy woman's face paled instantly, and she pleaded desperately, please, say a few kind words to me. She bit her lip, looking utterly pitiful. It's negotiable. Reuben recognized the woman. She was the wife of the chairman of the Zoo's security group, a powerful subsidiary of FSF Military Company. While not officially a member of FSF's board of directors, she was practically one step away. This security group possessed 3 military cruisers, 2 Colossus-class cruisers, 9 Buffalo-class destroyers, and 2 Phaeton-class fuel carriers. She was Reuben's primary target for currying favor. Yes, she used to be. I try, Reuben said, walking away arrogantly. After this incident, no one dared approach him again. The crowd parted like the sea parted by Moses, automatically forming a narrow, straight path. The intense, desireful, and expectant gazes directed at Ruben gave him immense psychological satisfaction. Damn it, if I'd known, I should have gone to Universal Union. Ruben thought smugly. The IBB documentary was right. Better to be a dazzling asteroid than a silent black hole. Opening a branch under an established giant like Universal Union is too restrictive. It's much more straightforward. This guy really dares to challenge the tiger. He smiled and straightened his clothes, giving an elegant bow under Jeff's complicated gaze, before disappearing into the thick, viscous projection light. He bumped into Li Bin, legs crossed, cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes icy, and Kong Jicho, watching with amusement. Mr. Li, Prince Kong. Ruben's back went limp again. He felt his back had become some kind of self-adaptive inflatable post. Li Bin opened his mouth, and wisps of smoke billowed like a dragon exhaling mist. A top-quality purple crab, known as thick gift crab, climbed onto his shoulder, its claws swirling arrogantly at Ruben, reminding him of the enormous rock crab. Li Bin tilted his head, a cigarette between his fingers, the other gently stroking the seal-shaped toy on his leg. The toy lay lazily, yawning contentedly. Kong Jicho said with interest, Mr. Li is very pleased that you handled things well. But he doesn't like the way you handled things just now. 2 minutes later, Ruben came out, wiping sweat from his forehead, his legs weak, his voice filled with fear and anger. Madame Cha Young, quickly call that girl back and get her new eyes replaced. Remember, use the best quality prosthetic eyes, not human eyes. Madame Cha Young's heart skipped a beat, only to hear Ruben continue. The young master wants that girl to massage his feet. Madame Cha Young felt dizzy and nearly fell backward, only being supported by her bodyguard. A shot of stimulant prevented her from making a fool of herself. But Madame Cha Young felt that she would have been better off fainting. At least, she wouldn't have had to watch her career be ruined because of an insignificant woman. Chapter 726. This is a security team sent by Zeus Security Group, a subsidiary of FSF Military Company. There are 12 women in total, all stunningly beautiful, with a physical age of 16. They undergone accelerated education using military training equipment, giving them the mental age of 24. The 12 slender, well-proportioned beauties removed their clothes, revealing their alluring curves. They weren't naked, of course, but rather wearing tight-fitting combat uniforms, which accentuated their sexy figures even more. But if you think of them as delicate flowers to be manipulated, you're sorely mistaken. These beauties, each having received extensive military training since adulthood, are skilled in small-scale armed combat and are versatile talents, excelling in both service and security. If you could see their defined abs, strong and well-proportioned arms, and well-developed thigh muscles, you could tell they were actually quite formidable fighters. Everyone undergoes saturation training followed by a complete skin resurfacing process. Skin cells are collected and cultivated at age 8, and upon graduation, all the scars and calluses are replaced. They can wield cold weapons, chainsaws, ion knives, pistols, rifles, individual missiles, power armor, and pilot hovercraft and levitation vehicles. Tanks and even artillery are no problem either. Ruben explained enviously from outside the projection screen. Of course, besides all that, they are also experts in bed. They can precisely control all their muscles, and their brains have implants related to sexual behavior, which can be activated through microcurrents and behavioral cues, switching between guard dog mode and comfort dog mode in a second. At this point, Ruben chuckled, if they prefer men, Mrs. Cha Young has many options to choose from muscular hunks to lean, but muscular young men. Mrs. Cha Young guarantees they all been personally verified by her, cough cough, very juicy. But I already declined. Richelieu Bank has records of both bosses' preferences. The beautiful woman with one eye gouged out was actually a member of the security team. She was the captain and the most outstanding member. Ruben hadn't known she was an FSF individual security guard before, otherwise he would have shown her pity. However, this beautiful girl with a mechanical prosthetic eye had already been taken inside the projection, probably being ravished by the two bosses. Ruben thought darkly, maybe she's right across from me? Take them all away. If you don't take them, that guy surnamed Cha Young will probably kill them too, Li Bin said listlessly. He had just checked the data. These FSF individual security projects were known for their allure and reliability. Once a contract was signed, the client would serve only one master for life. The FSF military company relied on reliable and mature security services, and relentless pursuit of anyone who threatened its reputation, to secure a steady stream of security contracts. After all, while selling spaceships and hiring fleets were profitable, Private security was also a crucial component besides the Army and Navy. These 13 individual security guards have already been publicly revealed and pre-booked by Mrs. Cha Yong. For the sake of the company's reputation, even if the order is cancelled, they will not be put back on the market. They will either return as instructors and training partners for new individual security guards, or be executed. Scarcity and artificial intimidation are common business tactics. While this approach may result in the loss of existing assets, it is very effective in maintaining the brand. The wealthy fall for this, especially the FSF individual security guards. There have been instances where even brothers have pledged allegiance to opposing masters, killing each other without hesitation under orders, and even opposing the FSF military company. Afterwards, the FSF military company not only did not consider the individual security guards who opposed their masters as a disgrace, but instead publicized it extensively. Kong Jicho hesitated, wanting to say something, but seeing Li Bin's dude, "Stop pretending, I'm about to throw up, I'm just asking you to be my security guard, what you do is none of my business" look, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. These people don't have the remove your collar and declare you free procedure. They receive brainwashing education from a young age, with various implants mixed and symbiotic with their brain structure, so they never had a sense of self. However, compared to Susie's living assassins, the FSF's individual security system is still much more advanced. Gifts were presented one after another, including a group of animal-eared girls from the Fong clan, ranging from cat girls, fox girls, dog girls, snake girls, to horse girls and mermaid girls, everything imaginable. Of course, there were other distinguished guests, who received the same gifts, but in men. The Snake Man, however, looked remarkably like Orochimaru. There was also genuine Byzantine wine from the Interstellar Empire, a collector's edition from January 1st, Star Calendar 111, a true luxury item. There are antique hover cars, originally used by planetary counselors to deliver political speeches. They possess powerful signal broadcasting capabilities, and after the Great Collapse, they could force all public channels within a 40-kilometer radius to access their speeches and performances. There are 18 LPCs, landing capture processors, from the mid-stages of the human realm, consisting of interceptors, fighters, and bombers. There are also prisoners being transported, dozens dressed in ornate purple clothing, clearly high-ranking members of the Astral Society. Among them are reportedly former scientists, who have retired from research positions, seemingly damaged by drinking red liquid and losing their creativity. There were also gifts of medicine, supposedly youth-enhancing drugs unearthed from the ruins of the human realm by the exploration fleet. These drugs could delay the activation of the gene lock, originally intended for bureaucrats from the newly established colonies, drawn from the breeding factories. These gifts might not have high practical value or listed price, but they certainly met two criteria. First, they were scarce. Second, they were undeniably prestigious. But Li Bin showed no interest in anything except the Byzantine wine and the antique hover car used for public speaking. He glanced at Kong Jicho, wanting to say, "You can have them all," but Kong Jicho gripped Li Bin's arm tightly, staring intently at him, and said, enunciating each word clearly, "Brother, I really can't take it anymore. Even if I switched to a cybernetic cow, I couldn't handle so many women. Aren't you short of people? Take these beast girls with you." He racked his brains to come up with a convincing solution. "Aren't you short of streamers? Let them be streamers, okay?" Li Bin thought for a moment, and reluctantly agreed. Accepting the gifts meant negotiations were possible. Li Bin had already finalized the terms with Kong Jicho. His attendance was merely a formality. The two called in each of the distinguished guests, negotiating and vouching for them one by one. 6 hours flew by. By the time the two stretched and stood up, finally free from the pretense, the guests had already paid their ransom. A total of 2.26 million star coins, already deposited in installments into your company's partner bank, Reuben said respectfully and obsequiously. There's another guest, from a family at Speetronics. His gift is somewhat special, a message. He hopes to exchange it for the safety of himself, his family, and assets on the Wolf Spirit Star's surface and space station. Kong Jicho blinked. Damn, so confident? Reuben nodded. He said he used to be a member of the Starlight Society, and he has the coordinates and password to the Society's warehouse on Wolf Spirit Star. Hidden inside is the treasure of the Society's president and core members, all top-tier luxury goods. Ah. Kong Jicho suddenly understood. Looking at Li Bin, I think this gentleman moved me with his sincerity. What about you? Li Bin, with a cigarette in his mouth, glanced at the terminal. 50 minutes left until the 8-hour deadline. Have Old One Eye and Wincy find people to properly send this sensible guest's family, and friends back according to the list. Also, I find Vulcan to inventory his family's assets. Return what can be returned for the damaged items, convert them to star coins at market value, and then compensate at cost. Kong Jicho. Shio clapped his hands in satisfaction, took 2 steps forward, put his strong forearm around Ruben's shoulder, and patted his chest. This matter needs to be handled discreetly. Also, please have the bank manager talk to each of the other prisoners. For those willing to cooperate, we can negotiate terms. After all, Wolf Spirit Star is so big, with so much meat, or even our 2 families can't eat it all, right? There are still about 80,000 boxes of ore in the space station with nowhere to go. Think of a way to make them disappear, and I give you a 5% commission. Anyway, they can't take them all, so whatever cash they can get. Ruben smacked his lips, his breathing becoming lighter. Your Highness, although I, Ruben, am just a newcomer, I have a heart full of enthusiasm to serve my employer wholeheartedly. Mission accomplished. At the sacrifice spaceport, Li Chongzhen stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the beautiful brownish-yellow planet below, his helmet terminal activating an alarm clock. He turned around, the golden eagle trampling the earth, and the Sunset Fortress emblem on his chest gleaming, his right shoulder adorned with a shoulder armor made from the carapace of the first tidal behemoth he had slain, making him look like a space marine. Time's up. All barons, lead your night pilots and squires, along with your hired hunters, to your designated positions. Hundreds of night pilots, identifiable by their family crests, stood behind the 23 barons. This is the first official public appearance of the Eden Star Knight families since their founding. Anyone who hinders us, anyone who dares to surrender, I will personally slay and destroy their family. Yes, my lord. Chapter 727. At the Wolf Spirit Star Space Station, in a requisition tavern in the spaceport, the owner himself served as bartender, nervously mixing drinks. Looking at the diverse group of people inside, some fierce, some alluring, some handsome, he felt utterly unworthy to host such powerful figures. He had initially thought the spaceport being bombed, the alloy floor burned and shattered, leaving it a chaotic mess resembling a solidified metal ocean, making business impossible, was bad enough. But today, seeing these big shots blatantly displaying the badges of a hegemon, the nameplate of Kelja Technology Company, the miner's hat of Risk Mining, the golden eagle emblem of the Universal Union, and the shoulder insignia of the Mega Galaxy, he realized that beneath the despair lay a deeper despair. Serving these outsiders is a dangerous business. One wrong move, and your whole family could be wiped out. That was the owner's initial thought, but when he saw the delivered cocktail ingredients, Byzantine wine, Liberty's candy, King's wine, and Ludwig's tears, he inexplicably stayed. Boss, actually, I could have handled these, the former bartender said through clenched teeth. Get lost, the owner spat out through gritted teeth. So many luxury drinks, unlimited supply. How many times in a lifetime do you get this opportunity? To be able to mix cocktails with so many ingredients, to see these esteemed individuals critique and comment on them. That's a bartender's ultimate dream. Even if it means death, it's worth it. The old one-eyed man with his prosthetic eyes strangely shifted his gaze, and the bartender and owner immediately fell silent. These agents were dressed in various ways, some disguised as wealthy tycoons, some as void miners, some as space station officials, and of course, some as dock workers. The wealthy man, who had initially appeared as a nouveau riche, sat upright and prim upon seeing Li Bin and Kong Jicho. His posture and arms practically screamed, "I'm a soldier." He said, "The Supreme Overlord is very pleased with your swift capture of the Wolf Spirit Star Space Station. He hopes you will continue your efforts and attempt an attack on Wolf Spirit Star. Furthermore, the Supreme Overlord has publicly guaranteed that all spoils from this raid by the Universal Alliance and Konda's Nest will be distributed among you as your reward for this operation." The civil official raised his cocktail. Kelja Technology Company seconds this. The void miner finished his drink and chuckled. I heard there are still over 80,000 crates of ore on the space station. Our people can help process them. Contact the space station's black market, cooperate with the Luddites, and we guarantee. The Suzy people can't find anything. The dockworker removed the dusty towel wrapped around his neck, revealing a lewd tattoo on his side. We need food, lots of food, and wages. The miner raised his right hand. No problem. The Crown Prince and Bosley have been trying to clear their inventory. Food, being a bulk commodity, sells the fastest. The food supply on the entire space station has depreciated significantly. We give you as much as you want. Li Bin held a cigarette, the smoke curling upwards. The agents didn't object to the Overlord agent's words. Instead, they continued discussing business, indicating they weren't against him. In fact, they might be trying to take advantage of the situation to benefit themselves and their subordinates. Kang Jiqiu glanced at Li Bin approvingly, thinking that old Li's ability to get everyone involved was still impressive. He probably dragged them into it when he was extorting various forces on the space station. By leveraging profits to turn collaborators into accomplices, many problems are easily solved. Kang Jiqiu raised an eyebrow at Li Bin, gesturing for him to speak. Li Bin shook his head slightly, flicked his cigarette ash, which flew wildly through the weightless tavern before being sucked up by the negative pressure ventilation system on the ceiling. He then asked another question. What's the current situation in the star system? The relay communication in the Hypersol system is monopolized by the Tachyon. We're currently doing everything we can to suppress the entire Wolf Spirit Star, and we don't have the resources to break through the Tachyon's intelligence blockade. I need to understand the situation of the other Tachyon branches and the Perseus Alliance to decide on our next move. The Overlord agent sat up straight. We're still delaying the Tachyon Technology Army. Commander-in-Chief Chu He is leading the First Fleet in a battle against Tachyon Technology's Commander-in-Chief, Yoyogi Hanayaji, in the IMA system. Commander-in-Chief Van Helsing von Stein is leading the Second Fleet in a battle against the Perseus Alliance in the Zegan system. The Tachyon Technology Alliance has launched a major battle. Regarding the battle, Commander Chu He has gained informational and tactical advantages because your company, together with the Condé Nast, defeated the Relief Association's reinforcements. The two sides have entered into a war of attrition, with our forces currently holding the upper hand. However, the situation in the Zagong system is not good. The Perseus Alliance has always been stubborn against our overlord, and the battleground is in the Perseus Alliance's system. Although our forces have the 14th Legion's warships, the enemy has an overall numerical advantage in ships, and also has defensive units supporting them. In the Zagong system, we will likely have to withdraw in about 3 to 5 days. He carefully chose his words. As of now, the Overlord has lost 8 battleships, and 7 battleships have been damaged. This is already half the main fleet strength of a third-rate behemoth. If it were Keljev, it would probably be paralyzed like it had suffered a stroke. But coming from the mouth of a hegemon's agent, it sounds like, wow, I broke a rib, it hurts so much. The civil official adjusted his terminal glasses. Keljev Technology Company recently completed its fleet preparations and submitted a merger application to the Myasulan system. In addition, because we have an understanding with the West Wind system, we have made arrangements for the dual system integration of the West Wind system's holographic novel studio. Following our promise, the West Wind system, in coordination with our squadron, feigned a blockade and refused to hand over the fleet to the Perseus Alliance. The civil official scratched his head, somewhat troubled. The king of the West Wind system promised that if we win this battle, he will abdicate and become the chairman of the West Wind system's live streaming guild, making the West Wind system a free force. But as you know, we in Keljev are governed by technocrats, which clashes with the Perseus Alliance's monopoly capitalism, so the merger hasn't gone smoothly. The Nouveau Riche nodded in deep agreement. In the Myatsaran system, there are many remnants of the former free Myatsaran people. They are obsessed with a small government model, and are very resentful of our and your political systems. The civil official nodded. Furthermore, the Interstellar Empire's attitude towards Tachyon technology is generally favorable, so our logistical supply delivery has been quite difficult. Currently, we have lost 4 capital ships, but we have also sunk 2 capital ships of the Perseus Alliance. This is a large-scale fleet invasion war. Both sides' fleets are engaged in battle, with repair sites being built and repaired nearby. The losses mentioned by the Keljev technology official refer to the number of ships that were heavily damaged and sunk before they could be repaired. Their invasion of Myatsaran is definitely not as peaceful as they claim. It's possible that in reality, there have been instances of ships being damaged and repaired, then damaged again in battle, and so on. After all, since the Myatsaran fire incident presided over by Samarkand, the remnants of the Myatsaran have become even more fierce and warlike than the Bretons. His Majesty the Emperor of the Interstellar Empire suspects our actions of a pincer movement from the north and south, and of taking advantage of the chaos to threaten us, hence his hostile attitude. Alas, they'd be better off focusing on the Hell Legion than targeting us. Meanwhile, our friends at Wind Mine are quite influential within the Perseus Alliance. Chapter 728. The Void Miner chuckled. Not at all, it's just the benefits of a relaxed system. Risk mining can accommodate everything. Lud left path. Adventurers, free planets, capitalists, warlords. Our fleet defeated the Perseus Alliance's blocking fleet and jumped into the Tulir system. We already persuaded Governor Shera of Elf to join risk mining and conquered the pirates at the Tulian space station. Before, we only established branch sites. This time, We completely conquered them. Just 7 hours ago, our fleet received its second replenishment, including the Mithril, the super heavy aircraft carrier, the fish disaster. While mining asteroids in the Tulier system, we launched our conquest of the planet Kazalan. He sighed. Although many of Kazalan's financial vampires have shown us goodwill, I don't know what Governor Kazalan said to them. These guys insist on fighting first before negotiating. Li Bin listened intently, especially regarding the intelligence from the Perseus Alliance. Before the war, he thought the Perseus Alliance would be the weakest link in Tachyon Technology's sphere of influence. But as it turned out, the Perseus Alliance was a force that preferred to be passive. When there was profit to be made, they swarmed in, fighting and scrambling, creating chaos. But when faced with a life-or-death crisis, even the financial vampires on planet Kazalan seemed to unleash a peculiar vitality. It seems that the two AI wars have forged a certain glorious tradition in the Perseus Alliance, causing them to transform into a different kind of force when faced with a life-or-death crisis, Li Bin said somewhat awkwardly. Indeed? That makes sense. Without exceptional talent, one cannot secure a place among the giants. Even the hegemonic agent, disguised as a nouveau riche, couldn't help but lament, but regardless, Tachyon Technology can continue to exist, but the Perseus Alliance must be destroyed. Wasting such a vast galaxy and population, yet making no move for so long. The Hell Legion is already planning another invasion of the Fawn clan. Our allied forces are united by shared interests. Only by dividing up the Perseus Alliance can we satisfy everyone's appetite. The civil official interrupted. Furthermore, the Perseus Alliance has also blocked the Hegemon, the Universal Alliance. The army marches towards the Hell Legion. He then looked at the Luddite Church agent disguised as a poor man. Speaking of which, where's the Luddite Church? What have you been doing lately? Why haven't we seen your fleet attack? Reba, at the dock, replied calmly. We sent 50,000 people to risk mining, infiltrating and proselytizing on various planets in the Perseus Alliance and Tachyon Technology, inciting the populace to fight against the factory owners. Li Bin was taken aback. Wait, what's with sending 50,000 people to risk mining? Reba looked at Li Bin. You've been to the EOS system. You should know there's a metal planet in that system with many Luddite refugees, right? Li Bin frowned. Gu Zhongyu mobilized a transport fleet, converting an Atlas-class supercargo ship into a troop transport, and recruited 50,000 devout believers to travel to the planet Kazalan. During the 10-day voyage, we provided the refugees with unlimited food and resources. Gu Zhongyu preached using the left path doctrine, releasing irritating gases into the ship's air circulation system to encourage the well-fed believers to indulge in sensual pleasures. Finally, he had them board makeshift drop pods to break through Kazalan's heavy ground defense array, rendezvous with the believers on the planet, preach, and launch an uprising, all in coordination with the wind mines. Wait, my mind's a bit muddled. Li Bin seemed lost in thought, while Kong Jicho raised his hand. Isn't this courting death? The mortality rate for parachuting from makeshift drop pods and underground defense arrays is extremely high. These people went without any military training. Aren't they afraid of dying? Li Ba's eyes were calm. Compared to a lifetime of hunger, being able to enjoy 10 days of plenty, unlimited sex, and a priest personally preaching, resolving doubts, and absolving sins is already a great blessing. He seemed unwilling to elaborate, so someone from the wind mine took over. These people completed their parachute drop the day before yesterday. Because the surface of planet Kazalan has a large number of rare, human-controlled automated factories, and we don't have orbital bombardment capabilities, about half of these 50,000 people killed by heavy ground defense arrays. After landing, many more were killed by the Perseus Alliance's Marines and Sheriffs. In the end, we only received about 180 replies, based on past infiltrations by the Luddite Church and the Luddite Left Path. We estimate that about 300 people have found the organization, but because of the planetary martial law, not everyone has the opportunity to send a message to let us know they're safe. That's a casualty rate of over 90%. Thinking about his own casualty rate after boarding, and then thinking about the other side, Kong Jicho felt for the first time that compared to the giant corporation, the pirates seemed, perhaps, maybe, even human? Li Ba performed the Luddite salutation, all for Saint Lud. However, looking at the pity in his eyes, it felt like he was saying it reluctantly. The Void Miner smoothed things over, saying, don't underestimate them just because they're few in number. Many factory workers have been persuaded to strike, cause trouble, and assassinate alongside them. Now, even the Perseus Alliance's army has defected. They've done a great service. After the war, they definitely get the land, farms, and heavy machinery that Wind Miner promised. The civil official, Noticing the displeased expressions of Kang Jicho and Li Bin, changed the subject. Actually, I'm also very curious. Landing on planets of the Perseus Alliance is already so difficult. Wolf Spirit Star, as the industrial hub of tachyon technology, has absorbed the industrial essence of Kazalin. Its defenses are only stronger, not weaker. How will your company and Conda's Nest manage to raid it? Although the Supreme Overlord hopes you two can further expand your harassment of tachyon technology, and we also hope to see more results, if it really doesn't work, you two should withdraw. Preserving your strength and returning another day is a wise choice. There's no need. Li Bin's tone was somewhat impulsive. We do what we say. Old Khan. Show us what you're made of. Kang Jicho stood up with a shout, slamming his fist angrily on the table. The celestial battle system above his head activated, projecting countless projected limbs, resembling a complex multi-legged insect nest, releasing a welcome, constructing the beautiful, rich, and dangerous Wolf Spirit Star. On the surface of Wolf Spirit Star, a heavy ground defense array, built around the equator and poles, stretched out as dark, square energy weapon positions. Dozens of military units, totaling hundreds of thousands of personnel, rode in various heavy weapons, directing militia into designated camps, ready to reinforce the defensive positions within the zone and counter enemy airborne strikes. The defenses are strong. 70% energy weapons, 30% missiles. This laser could probably reach far into Earth orbit. Using energy weapons in an atmospheric environment, aren't they afraid of being nerfed? Oh right, Wolf Spirit Star doesn't have an atmosphere, damn it. The agents whispered among themselves. However, the next moment, these sturdy heavy ground defense arrays drooped in unison, like withered pitcher plants. The agents blinked, bewildered. Then, a large number of beetle-shaped torpedoes and drop pods began to launch, slowly accelerating using planetary gravity, and using auxiliary thrusters to calibrate their trajectories. Even faster than these were the precise orbital bombardments launched by the Universal Alliance and Canda's Nest, centered on the two poles. On the ground, Chu Xiangrui, aboard a high-speed rail train, looked up in horror at the streaks of meteors streaking across the sky, his eyes wide. What are the ground defense arrays doing? Why haven't they opened fire yet? Chapter 729. Why have all these heavy defense arrays failed? The Overlord's agent, dressed in nouveau riche clothes and sitting in a military posture, suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, the civil servant from Kelja Technology Company pondered, pressing his thumb to his philtrum. I vaguely remember that when we attacked Hyena Mining, Bosley used this kind of technology, didn't he? This is different. The Overlord's agent waved his right hand, speedy technology. Can that be compared to Hyena Mining? If the ground defense arrays failed due to firewall hacking, and both factions failed because of the same mistake, then treating them as equals is a formalistic error. It's like saying that Emperor Qinzong of Song and Emperor Taizong of Tang were both dead, both with Zong in their names, and both men, so they're considered to be of the same rank. It's laughable. However, this remark did remind the Overlord's agent. He turned to look at Li Bin, his gaze sharp, without uttering a word. The appearance of this technology once could be considered accidental, but its appearance twice, and the hacking of the Supertron's firewall system, means that Li Bin possesses an invincible skill capable of shutting down the security systems of almost every planetary faction. Then the Universal Union could be considered a second-rate behemoth. He could easily profit immensely from every corporate and megacorporation war by reselling security codes. This is a special code I discovered in the reserve arsenal of a human realm. It can only be used 3 times, Li Bin selectively revealed. Like the Invader class I found, it belongs to the remnants of the human realm. How can we confirm that it can only be used 3 times? The Overlord agent stepped forward. The civil official, glancing at the miners, whispered, I remember last time, Bosley said it was discovered by the hackers he had, right? Back then, I was weak. If I had been honest, I definitely wouldn't have been able to keep this thing, Li Bin chuckled. You guys would have forced me to buy it. How would I make money then? As for the number of uses. Li Bin scratched his head in confusion, looking at the Overlord agent. Dude, you don't actually think the human realm's reserve arsenal would have an unlimited supply of viruses targeting vulnerabilities in their code, do you? Please, the reserve arsenal is hidden in some godforsaken place. For secrecy, there's no fleet stationed there for protection. There's a risk of it being discovered. If there's no limit to the number of uses, doesn't that mean the human realm has created an infinitely usable weapon for its opponents? The Overlord agent hesitated. The Overlord hadn't found the Perseus Star System's reserve arsenal, and the 14th Legion was purely a military force, not an administrative body. How could they know so much? But what Li Bin said seemed to make some sense. Alright, watch the battle, watch the battle. You can talk about it later. The civil official quickly smoothed things over, inwardly rolling his eyes. This Overlord agent was a complete idiot. Lieben brought back a 14th Legion fleet for you, along with tens of thousands of people who had colonized a tundra planet for decades, and even risked their lives to infiltrate the Tachyon headquarters. They were clearly all on the same ship, loyal dogs, and you made them so distant. This military commander is stupid. If it were us technocrats, we just give them money and resources to appease them. Who cares how many times they use it? We buy it all and make it our own, wouldn't we? Is the sound of chainsaw swords still echoing in Meteor City? Li Chengzhen's off-key singing, carrying an ancient, lost ethnic flavor, rang out in the old one-eyed man's ears amidst the crackling battlefield communications. He wished his cochlea was artificial, so he could filter out Li Chengzhen's idiotic voice. Shut your stinking mouth. The old one-eyed man commanded, but Li Chengzhen ignored him. Hey, friend, yours is now the army, mine is now the night. Don't try to force my tone on you. Returning to the battlefield, Li Chengzhen was so excited he felt like he could fly. Even without combat drugs, his adrenaline was surging. Haha, master, I go first. The prisoner surrender, and asset inventory are all yours. After saying this, Li Chengzhen looked towards the area where the breach was imminent, his voice tightening. He clenched his hips and inhaled deeply, giving the order in a deep voice. Eden Knights, listen to my command. Disembark from the drop pods, board the meteor shower, and launch a massive airborne landing operation against the Susie's lackeys. Yes, my lord. Bang! 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 Hundreds of drop pods disintegrated in the high atmosphere, turning into countless fragments. These components, deliberately stuffed with a flammable, oxygen-generating gelatinous coating into their gaps by the engineering department in response to Viscount Li Chengzhen's request, burst forth, with multicolored flames upon disintegration, a flame reaction caused by other materials mixed into the fuel. For a moment, the sky seemed to bloom with countless flowers, vying for attention, attracting the attention of the soldiers on the ground. Courting death. The artillery regimental commander was initially panicked when he discovered the heavy defensive array had stopped functioning, but upon seeing the commotion in the sky, he immediately sneered and ordered the artillery positions to fire on these targets, which were conspicuous even in clear weather. Artillery and missiles roared down on the knights. Too slow. Too slow. Li Chengzhen grinned as he activated his knights. His vehicle, the tyrannical Grand Monarch, had massive thrusters attached to its back. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that every single knight had one. These thrusters from the disintegrating drop pods were directly attached to the knights' backs. As the thrusters activated, amidst a dazzling display of power, hundreds of knights suddenly accelerated, shaking off the artillery fire aimed at their intended altitude, and plummeted downwards, and simultaneously, the knights aimed at each other, firing back at each other's missiles. Like eagles soaring through the air, they moved swiftly and nimbly, rising and falling, grazing through friendly fire, staging a magnificent airborne operation. Are these Eden Star mech pilots all madmen? They dare to do such risky maneuvers. The artillery regiment commander exclaimed in shock. This is nothing compared to those scorpions and centipedes swimming and lurking in the mud, or the squid and behemoths slithering stealthily among the calcareous trees in the sky. The trajectories of these missiles are far too predictable. Angela scoffed, her eyes fixed on the fastest and fiercest, leading her fiancé's party at the forefront. Old One-Eyed watched Li Chengzhen and his knights make their ostentatious entrance, his feelings complex. He knew Li Chengzhen's purpose was to sacrifice himself to protect the vulnerable boarding sailors, clad only in power armor. With the cannons and missiles aimed at them, his own chances of being hit were greatly reduced. However, being shielded by his apprentice was a truly unpleasant experience. Boom! The ground shook on the airless planet's surface. The impact of the heavy object created a deep crater. Through the solid waves transmitted beneath their feet, all the surrounding army soldiers could still feel the powerful rumble emanating from their bones. Amidst the lingering dust, a bright beam pierced the smog. Fire! Marines and army soldiers fired simultaneously, but a sharp ceasefire followed. They realized that what emerged wasn't knights, but 8 thrusters, riddled with fuel and on the verge of explosion. 8 explosions followed, the thrusters breaching the Tachyon army's defenses, causing tension and panic among the distant militia. Amidst the raging flames and billowing black smoke, a tall, mottled, brown-yellow knight, adorned with trophies of giant beast skulls, charged out of the flames, its massive mechanical legs crushing tanks with burnout observation lenses. Its chainsaw sword severed communication poles, and a single shot shattered a battalion-level command post. It was closing in. Multicolored, disintegrating components rained down like meteors, shattering the once orderly position. Hundreds of knights landed in succession, rapidly converging and efficiently slaughtering their way through. Rather than targeting the chaotic mobs, they preferred engaging large targets like tanks, artillery, mechs, and command posts. Behind these knights were thousands of sailors with purple markings, boarding the ship a step later. But instead of immediately reinforcing the battle line and helping the knights deal with the marines armed with rocket launchers and man-portable missiles, they seemed to be afraid of something. Looking at the artillery positions engulfed in flames, the commander of the trigonometric function infantry regiment frowned in the distance. The coordination is off. If we just take down their knights. Before he could finish speaking, several grotesque monsters, 20 or 30 meters tall, howling and wailing, emerged from the ground and joined the hunt. Chapter 730. The behemoths ravaged the battlefield. These were newborns bred from the incubation tanks of the sacrifice ship. Their chitinous carapaces, like fast-growing forests, were far less robust than those of their kind, which had endured countless battles and healed over many years. Therefore, they were fitted with exceptionally thick alloy armor, scavenged from the countless alloy plates available on the space station. The rock crabs weren't equipped with other shipborne weapons, as these newborns were too fragile to withstand the strain. Only their pincers were replaced with alloy ones. The giant scorpion, after undergoing surgery led by Dong Lixiang, had its venomous hooks on its tail replaced with shipborne light machine guns. Its entire tail was also replaced with an alloy structure for loading ammunition belts, making its movements exceptionally slow. These behemoths leaped into the camps and defenses of the Tachyon army and militia, wreaking havoc. Unlike the knights, who moved with the efficiency of a hurricane, cutting through the defensive lines with ease, leaving a bloodstained trail, the places where these behemoths roamed became utter meat grinders. To further intensify the behemoth's ferocity, Dong Lixiang, on Li Bin's advice, fully awakened the neural parasites, using pain to stimulate the behemoth's cruelty. Simultaneously, a counter was implanted in the brain of each behemoth. This allowed the behemoths to soothe the agitated neural parasites by killing their targets, while simultaneously relying on instinct to notice that every 10 ticks of the counter brought a period of peace and tranquility to their minds. To pursue this fleeting peace, even when hit by heavy artillery fire and half their bodies blown apart, the behemoths would still attempt to kill nearby enemies before death. Saint Ludwig, have you closed your eyes? The Suzy Special Forces squad leader, who was originally not religious, couldn't help but turn to the gods and Buddhas he used to mock when he saw the giant crab in the distance lifting up his comrade and twisting him in half with 2 alloy pincers to quench his thirst with blood. But soon, before the squad leader could even activate his man-portable missiles, he was struck by a volley of heavy artillery fire. Where did this heavy artillery come from? Army Corps Commander Cui Shan frowned, watching the projection show his own position covered in artillery fire. The scale didn't resemble precision orbital bombardment. These airborne landing craft can't possibly hold heavy artillery. Soon, the staff officer located the source of the artillery. As the command post projection rapidly switched, a group of serpentine monsters with thousands of legs appeared before them. Eden Star Behemoth's 1,000-legged centipedes. These centipedes were also products of induced regrowth, but unlike other behemoths, their slender bodies and multi-legged structures, after being replaced with alloy chelicerae, could support ship-mounted cannons. Therefore, these centipedes often carry 3 to 5 shipborne weapons on their backs. These aren't ordinary cannons or heavy artillery, but rather ingenious tools specially prepared by Li Bin for planetary warfare. Thermonuclear detonators from Keljev Technology Corporation, capable of triggering stable thermonuclear fusion reactions, possessing terrifying destructive power against light vessels, and even capable of wearing down the armor of large, heavily armored ships. A weapon restored by the Risk Mining Technology Excavation Department, the Stream Small or Collector. This weapon was originally used for mining, utilizing the spaceship's localized gravity field technology, a technology common in the human realm era, but difficult to use stably and safely after the Great Collapse, later adopted as a weapon by Wind Mining. Its original effect was to capture small meteorites using the localized gravity field. Of course, it could also be used to accelerate scrap metal and smash it onto enemy ships. Both of these weapons have limited effectiveness in space naval warfare, especially in large fleet operations. But this was the surface of a planet, and the enemy was humanity. Therefore, the centipedes crawled onto nearby hills and buildings, their alloy claws digging firmly into the concrete and rock, securing themselves securely. Their bodies stretched out in straight lines or coiled in circles. They lay prone, their shipborne weapons on their backs clicking and whirring, precisely calibrated under the control of giant operators remotely operated by gregarious squid. Then they fired. Thermonuclear detonators fired projectiles, gleaming brightly like flares, soaring through the smoky battlefield and landing, followed by a miniature nuclear fusion explosion. Nuclear weapons have limited effectiveness in space warfare, but on the surface, their effects are remarkable. The blast wave alone, even on this planet without an atmosphere, is enough to kill many people, a Kelgiv civilian official explained to other corporate agents, his tone both reserved and smug. The centipede that fired the thermonuclear cannon stumbled, nearly losing its footing. It constantly endured the nuclear radiation from the thermonuclear weapon on its back. If a Geiger counter were present, it would have revealed that this behemoth had become a living source of radiation. Meanwhile, the centipedes perched on the buildings used their alloy mandibles to pierce the building's electrical grid, slowly charging the stream's small ore collectors. Thus, under the horrified gaze of the Tachyon army, the wreckage of tanks and artillery recently destroyed by the Eden Knights was lifted into the air by the gravitational field. Everyone watched as the metallic debris was compressed, twisted, and deformed within the immense gravitational field. The heat from the metal deformation and the high temperature of the burning debris transformed them into a deadly flow of metallic heat. Aya! Help! A scream rang out, finally drawing attention to a marine in power armor, carrying a shoulder-mounted cannon, also within the gravity field. This gravity field wasn't meant for humans. He was being pulled in by it, his internal organs bleeding, his helmet splattered with blood. His helpless screams and cries for help were merely a death throes. With a thud, he and his power armor were torn apart and twisted, his crimson blood falling onto the hot metal, turning into steaming vapor and charred remains. This reminded Li Ben of the bits of meat that accidentally stuck to the copper pot when making hot pot. In the end, they were reduced to nothing but charred remains. Then the metal jet dispersed, leaving the behemoths unharmed, while the marines and militia within its radius were left in utter despair. Our weapon from wind mining is still too bloody, and there's a possibility of friendly fire, so we ourselves won't use it on the surface, the risk mining agent said apologetically, but his eyes gleamed with surprise. The behemoth swiftly tore through the defenses, and in less than an hour, it had decimated a Tachyon legion and 2 militia regiments. Seeing the centipede stop functioning, some burned to death by radiation, others struggling to cool down, Old One Eye finally gave the order, "Go collect the fries." The sailors boarded hovercraft and troop carriers, driving into the battlefield to control the situation. Beside them stood thousands of pirates from the Conda's nest, completely stunned. An old pirate, puffing on an e-cigarette, muttered, "My goodness, this isn't war, it's a massacre." Meanwhile, in the distance, the Knights of Eden had already stormed the Legion's command post, encountering the Tachyon mechs. The operational plan for this landing operation is already clear. Utilize intelligence from the 2nd Tachyon for precise orbital bombardment, destroying ground-based, manually operated heavy artillery and orbital defense cannons. Use the individual combat capabilities of the Eden Knights to conduct focused breakthroughs and disrupt the Tachyon army's plans, followed by a massive charge of behemoths to shock and demoralize the troops through bloodshed. The final cleanup will be handled by the Marines and pirates. It's a pity the planet has no atmosphere, otherwise, our gregarious squids would float in the sky, and the behemoths, under the operator's command, would charge in formation. That would be truly spectacular. Dong Lixiang, watching the behemoth's impressive performance, still felt it wasn't enough. As mobile signal-based stations, the gregarious squids cannot take to the air. They are like gregarious crabs, confined to the ground, utterly incapable of handling precise battlefield intelligence feedback. Li Chongzhen, caught up in the heat of battle, received a message as his chainsaw sword severed a tank turret. Looking up, he saw several mechs approaching in the distance, trailing large clouds of dust. "Excellent!" he exclaimed with delight. "This is a duel of knights. These fellows are to be handed over to the Knights of Eden. No one is allowed to interfere." Chapter 731. At Suzan Technology, Cui Shan, commander of the Conical Legion on Wolf Spirit Star, almost knelt down in prayer. His neighboring legion was breached in less than an hour, and now the fighting had reached his side. Behind him lay the main road to the city. If his legion were defeated, it meant no other legion could stop the ground invaders from attacking the city. Wolf Spirit Star was a barren planet, without an atmosphere. This meant that human habitation heavily relied on dome-shaped cities. Furthermore, the surface lacked any exploitable organic matter, jungles, or ecosystems, so nearly 80% of the population lived in 3 triangularly shaped dome-shaped cities. These cities were adjacent to a continuous stretch of automated factories, bearing the heavy responsibility of maintaining, transporting, and protecting these factories. Yes, There were indeed many small settlements and villas built using dome-shaped city technology on the wasteland, such as the one Li Weiming built for the female researcher. But these belonged to the wealthy. While the wealthy possessed star coins and antiques, they were too scattered. What could compare to a large city with millions of inhabitants, vast industries, technology, data, and products? Please, Saint Lud, this is the first time I, Chui Shan, am begging you. Please help me. He truly knelt down. At this moment, the Tachyon Technology Heavy Ground Defense Array was completely paralyzed. The troops, originally scattered across the globe and meticulously deployed using AI cores, relying on the defense array, were now being actively dispersed, allowing the enemy to exploit the weakness. Due to the domed city's immense size, the game's mechanics reduce its defenses, so the primary focus of defense still rests on the defense array. Chui Shan's only remaining option was his mechs, which were also heavily armed. He begged several nearby Legion commanders, and together they gathered over 500 mechs. They fought tooth and nail to get there, and relying on the mech's agility and adaptability to complex terrain, they barely managed to halt the Eden Knights' advance. You have mechs, and so do I. I have the numbers. We can hold them off. We can definitely hold them off. Chui Shan reassured himself. As long as they could break the enemy's advance, they could buy time for a general mobilization in the rear, allowing the heavy artillery positions to be redeployed and concentrated based on the enemy's movements. Even these deformed bioengineered behemoths, we can kill them. We must win. Chui Shan clenched his fists. This is the Wolf Spirit Star Ground Legion, Mech Alliance. Intruders, halt immediately. A calm and authoritative voice repeatedly warned over the channel. Li Chungjin scoffed, offering no reply. Choose your targets. He ordered over the military channel. By family units, crush the enemy. Let me make this clear. These people only see knights as regular heavy weapons, neglecting to hone their martial skills. Whose knights are you? If you get blown up by these people, the company won't compensate you. It's too shameful. You die in vain, and you won't be allowed in the family cemetery. Even if my elder brother approves, I won't. Hundreds of knights responded in unison, yes, my lord. Li Chungjin was the first to enter the battlefield. He drove the tyrannical lord into the sand, kicking up dust, and hid behind the reverse slope of a dune. When the two enemy reconnaissance mechs were scouting from the top of the dune, his fiancée sent a reconnaissance message from afar. The tyrannical lord overloaded its thrusters, leaped up, and spun around, its chainsaw sword deftly slicing through the waist-connecting structure of the two identical mechs of the same model and height. After a flash of sparks, both mechs were severed in half. Their ion shields, capable of activating multiple times to withstand damage through energy storage, didn't even have time to activate. Too slow, Li Chungjin sneered. This sword strike embodied Li Chungjin's experience in one-on-one battles against dozens of titled behemoths, a chase that stretched for thousands of miles. He relied on relentless, one-on-one combat, targeting the joints and weaknesses of each title behemoth. Li Chungjin's title of number 1 combat power wasn't just due to his elder brother's support. His martial arts skills and decapitation count were also number 1. Fire! The Speedtron mech commander immediately ordered his men to fire. The Speedtron mech shoulder cannons dropped, firing bright lasers in response. Li Chungjin crouched down, his entire body sinking into the sand dune, using his own weight to quickly fall and disappear behind it. When he reappeared, he used the same method to cleave a reconnaissance mech a kilometer away with a single sword strike. This time, however, the experienced pilot reacted quickly, activating his ion shield at the last second to block the dangerous attack. He had barely managed to smirk when an electromagnetic sniper cannon pierced his cockpit, instantly shattering his flesh into countless pieces. Greet Orn, one of Li Chungjin's fiancées, unlike her lively and cheerful personality, possessed a remarkable talent for long-range sniping. It was precisely because of this talent that her family sent her to Li Chungjin's side. Greet chewed bubblegum in her mech, the Transformer. After 2 shots from Li Chungjin to eliminate the target, she immediately pulled the control stick, transforming the mech into a sand-tracked vehicle and quickly relocating. Honey, honey. The tyrannical lord is a close combat specialized experimental model. Why don't you go back and switch to the Giant of Light? That's your original vehicle. Greet's voice was cheerful and lively, like a desert cat. The weaponry of the Giant of Light is designed for behemoths, not for the night battlefield, Li Chungjin said, tossing away the chainsaw sword whose serrated edges had been melted by the ion shield. The tyrannical lord then plucked a head from its trophy display shelf, transforming it into 2 curved blades with a gentle squeeze. As a specialized experimental model, each head on the tyrannical lord's trophy display shelf corresponded to a weapon. The tyrannical lord now held the ion blades made from the mandibles of the once famous behemoth, the thousand-legged bodhisattva. Li Changzhen controlled the tyrannical lord, ghost-like in pursuit of lone mechs, swiftly and accurately killing them before escaping. Some, driven by greed, tried to form a group to hunt down Li Changzhen, but they were often quickly killed after venturing deep into the desert. Li Changzhen's fiancée wasn't just Gretel Orn. The mech commander was unaware of what was happening on the battlefield far out of sight. The space station's capture meant the orbiting satellites were no longer safe, and at this moment, he couldn't even coordinate satellite monitoring of the battlefield. He pounded his fist on the control panel, furious. Near the commander's mech, several desert-painted mechs, mostly buried in sand, were constantly adjusting their firing parameters. Chapter 732. Hidden in the sand was Freya Tanfa, Governor Jieya's younger sister, and one of Li Changzhen's fiancés. Her own night piloting skills weren't high, but she excelled at firepower. Several of her sisters, like her, were already in ambush. In the distance, the tyrannical lord, wielding twin swords, cunningly and despicably used the terrain to attack from various blind spots, constantly increasing his kill count. On the main battlefield, the various Viscount families, organized into clan units, were clashing with the speedy mechs using melee weapons, spears, and cannons. The Millennium family, centered around its patriarch Millennium Falcon, was constantly repairing its wounded knights on the battlefield. His younger brother, Millennium Eagle, and Millennium Heron's knights were specialized repair models, modified by themselves based on the transforming mechs that Li Bin had purchased from Demon Aviation. The two younger brothers' riders could transform into trailers, towing wounded riders into the single-loop zone, while the Millennium Falcon piloted the red triple-speed rider, equipped with 6 mechanical arms and a massive jetpack, to conduct repairs. Whenever he detected a lock-on, he would immediately activate his thrusters and rapidly relocate. Enemy scopes would often lock onto him only to find the target had vanished. Meanwhile, the Bismarck family, led by their young patriarch Angela, bravely utilized the cooperative habits cultivated by the Tanfa people, working together to consistently create situations where they outnumbered their opponents, with 2 or 3 riders against 1 mech. Her father, Baron Finn, was unable to participate in the battle due to his duty to guard the riverbanks and repel the invading behemoths. Furthermore, Angela was the family's most valiant rider, so he confidently entrusted command to her. As Angela threw out electromagnetic mines, she feinted to lure the Tachyon mech into stepping on them and destroying its mechanical legs. Meanwhile, the family knight wielding a power axe spun around and beheaded the mech, the axe blade cutting into its shoulder and into the cockpit, killing both the man and the mech. Angela, cooperating with the family knights to deal with the enemy in front, immediately ordered, "Move quickly. The Viscount is still ahead, we've lost track of him." The knights responded enthusiastically, injecting themselves with stimulants, and their movements quickened even further. Cui Shan, listening to the mech commander's cries over the channel, felt his scalp tingle. He had watched the live streams of the behemoth hunts on Eden Star. In the Core Star sector, behemoth fights required paying to go to the arena to see the most primal, thrilling, and bloody scenes. Even purchasing a live stream only provided a flat view. To make money, the Universal Alliance had introduced stealth-style first-person viewing, so many mech pilots and army officers had watched it. However, after AI core analysis and discussion, everyone agreed that this was a high-cost, low-return training model. The core mission of the mechs remained in complex urban warfare, rapid maneuvering in the wilderness, and conducting reconnaissance and special operations. But how to put it? The Eden Knights he faced were like special operations warfare taken to its extreme. Each pilot displayed dazzling skills. Under normal circumstances, they would have been swallowed up by the roaring heavy artillery barrage. But now, the heavy defensive arrays were silent, the legions scattered across the globe. The nearest heavy artillery positions were consumed by behemoths, and reinforcements in the distance had their roads destroyed by precision-guided orbital bombardment. This actually created a perfect stage for them to showcase their abilities. It's not that these knights are so strong, it's that the Global Alliance's electronic warfare and orbital bombardment are strong. His face flushed a deep purplish red. He was so angry, he almost fainted. He had originally thought that, relying on their numerical superiority and the performance advantage of their mechs, they could easily annihilate this Eden Knights. He had even dreamt of a one-sided victory. But the reality was indeed one-sided, only reversed. Eden Knights, each one had ventured deep into the rainforest to fight behemoths, experiencing the journey from ordinary hunter to knight. From the very beginning, they deeply understood the importance of order, hierarchy, cooperation, trap setting, sniping, and provocation tactics. Even if they didn't know each other, or even belonged to the same family, they could quickly form hunting teams based on kill counts, spontaneously assigning tasks and executing combat plans according to the knight's performance and model. This was the result of thousands of cooperative hunts, internalizing information and skills that would otherwise require countless words and discussions. And unlike the speedster pilots, Eden Knight pilots suffered significant losses each year. Those selected to participate were the best of the best. Natural selection and the brutal process of elimination made them even more elite. The final result was that, despite having fewer mechs overall, the Eden Knights consistently utilized terrain, explosions, fire, decoys, and delaying tactics to divide the enemy, creating small-scale battles where numbers combined to accumulate, and quickly infiltrating and withdrawing. Thus, Cui Shan could only watch as the number of surviving mechs dwindled, the remaining mechs huddling together. Then, they were bombarded by the knights, who had been lying in ambush. Freya, receiving a special signal, released the Tonfa's pride from its restraints. The heavy cannons mounted on her back, shoulders, and hands roared with antimatter fuel, and she and her sisters fired at the remaining Tachyon mechs. The fierce barrage and explosions sliced through the Tachyon mech position, cutting it in two. In their bewilderment, the Tonfa's pride emptied its ammunition within 30 seconds, discarded its launch bay, and quickly retreated. Oh, the advantage of electronic warfare is really great, being able to hide so close. The brown-skinned beauty Freya chuckled, covering her mouth, and gracefully withdrew. Beside her were two artillery squads, both also out of ammunition. Beside Li Chongzhen, each fiancé was accompanied by a squire knight dispatched by their respective families, responsible for supporting their young mistress on the battlefield. The mechs attempting to pursue were quickly and accurately sniped by the sniper knights led by Gretel. Taking advantage of the roaring artillery fire, Li Chongzhen plunged into the battlefield, pulled out the giant beast head from the trophy display shelf, and transformed it into a long spear, a great sword, a single-shot explosive hand cannon, and a power axe, slaughtering the mechs like vegetables. The ground trembled as Angela, having just finished off a squad of Tachyon mechs, covered the arrival of the Millennium family's maintenance knights on the battlefield. Following her were knights from other families, who joined the hunt, engaging in a frenzied slaughter, all in an effort to find and rescue the Viscount as quickly as possible. The nightly duel lasted 2 hours. Li Chongzhen's tyrannical lord energy was nearly exhausted, forcing him to withdraw from the battlefield. The remaining speedster mechs, terrified, began to flee. Then, they were pounced upon by the giant scorpions and centipedes that had dug their way in from underground and were already in position, having been ordered by Li Chongzhen not to attack. Faced with the Eden Knights unleashing their full power, and followed by a series of Eden behemoths resembling demons from hell, the speedster mech commander glanced at them, then decisively opened the cockpit and surrendered. Gone. Cui Shan felt the tremors beneath his feet, realizing he had been too focused on the mech battle, and had neglected the behemoths. The desert and Gobi terrain had always been difficult for heavy weapons to traverse, requiring armored hovercraft for crossing. But for the behemoths navigating high-calcium planets, this was easy terrain. While he was focused on the mech battle, a swarm of behemoths had secretly dug beneath his army, following the signal transmitter to the command post. Damn it. The words had barely left his lips when a gigantic, melee-specialized centipede ripped through the floor beneath its feet. Thousands of bladed claws coiled around it, like a shredder, crushing the command post and everyone inside. Chu Xiangrui, having just arrived at his self-built shelter after receiving the news, glanced at the intelligence report, his nostrils flaring slightly, but ultimately refrained from anger. As expected, from the moment the heavy defense array was breached, a breakthrough was inevitable. A few hours earlier or later wouldn't affect the overall situation. He sighed, using orbital bombardment and electronic warfare to destroy our large-scale firepower, and mechs and behemoths to disrupt the command network and defense lines. The remaining Marines and soldiers have largely preserved their manpower, which can then be deployed for counterinsurgency operations. If we don't want to conquer planets, these soldiers can become excellent labor for looting. The wealth of the domed city on Wolf Spirit Star will be completely plundered, but unfortunately, my signals are currently blocked by the Universal Alliance's electronic warfare, making it impossible to transmit the situation back in real time. Chu Xiangrui understood. This defeat was so swift, fully validating his prediction. Tachyon technology could only rely on its technology. If its technological lead remained, even with a second Tachyon interfering, it couldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. He looked at his subordinates. Send the coordinates of the nanosoil material to Li Bin, and also send the coordinates of 2 industrial parks to distract him. Chapter 733. AAA Industrial Park, invested and developed by the Browning family, directors of Speedtronics, has a history of 200 years. In the Persida star system, older is often more advanced, because many automated factories, lacking advanced equipment and special components from other star systems for maintenance, will cease operation after a few decades. Therefore, AAA Industrial Park is a top-tier industrial park on Wolf Spirit Star, boasting first-class qualifications and technology. It not only houses complete production lines for charging and battery equipment for energy weapons, but also several branch companies established by other families, where various radical projects that would be considered doomed in other giant corporations, are researched daily. Of course, there are also human organ production workshops. After all, even the bodies of contract laborers who die from overwork or disease still have some value. As long as death isn't caused by a virus, even cancer, the human body always has organs intact enough to be harvested to repay debts. Only the middle class would purchase organs one by one, resulting in a body full of foreign organs, not all from the same person. The cost of rejection medication and annual life support would be enormous. The money is a minor issue. The pain and time wasted are the real problems. The wealthy directly order blood relatives without rejection reactions, or find suitable donors with low rejection rates, replacing the entire body. Some, like Zilif, even use their sons for head transplants. That's what you call a life of luxury. Incidentally, Zilif's next batch of sons for head transplants has already been born and is being strictly trained according to his developmental path, with different directions, sports, combat, agility, etc., developed according to his needs. The old man can then use them as needed. His and other wealthy men's spare bodies were also cultivated in places like the AAA Industrial Park. But today, Swift Browning, the head of the AAA Industrial Park, wasn't as arrogant as usual. Instead, he irritably became a desktop cleaner, sweeping various luxury items onto the floor. Those troublemakers. They're all troublemakers. Swift's face was extremely grim. The projector in the regional agent's office showed that nearly 1/5 of the park had rioted. The office door was pushed open, and the security captain, covered in blood and with a fierce face, walked in, leaving fresh, bloody footprints in the room, which was as clean as a biological laboratory. Swift had no objection to this. Although he was a germaphobe, like the other lords of Suzy, the situation was special now. His safety depended on the other party, so he was lenient at this moment. What exactly is going on? Is it because Wolf's Spirit Star was invaded, causing these contract employees to have some kind of inexplicable expectation? He elegantly referred to those who had signed lifelong debt contracts. In reality, they were slave laborers, as employees. Yes, but not all. The security captain stood in the room, bowing, blood dripping from his power armor. After the pirate prince Kong Jicho boarded the ship, he issued a proclamation to the entire planet, announcing that all of our company's debts to that planet, guaranteed by him, were nullified, and all contract slaves were freed. The security captain smiled sarcastically. That's on the condition that the slaves can find and destroy their debt records. That's impossible, Sway immediately denied. All debt contracts are recorded not only in the park, but also on the space station, and even at headquarters on Borui Star. Every employee who signs a lifetime debt contract is a valuable asset to the company. But our slaves are all uncultured, uneducated, and brainless pigs. The security captain spread his arms, as if to say you can't reason with pigs, only violence and rules. The pirate prince vouched for us, he stormed the space station and parachuted onto the planet, so he's very persuasive. And besides the pirates, missionaries from the Lud Church have appeared in the park, inciting riots everywhere. These missionaries can't even recite the doctrines fluently, but their skill in inciting riots is unparalleled. The security captain gritted his teeth at this point. This is the Lud Church's aid to its allies. As the largest religious organization in the entire star system, the Lud Church possesses extremely powerful religious organizational strength. Moreover, they can rely on religious friendship to unite the leftist path, a radical religious ally who wields violence and is well-versed in riot tactics. Long before the war, when the Overlord and Li Bin reached an agreement to launch a surprise attack on the Hypercell system, the Lud Church had already secretly contacted its missionaries and leftist elements on Wolf Spirit Star. The riot was delayed until now only because of Li Bin's instructions. The Lud Church had already provided Li Bin with the coordinates of all the parks, cities, and factories on the planet where missionaries and followers were lurking. With a single order from Li Bin, wherever he wanted a riot to break out, it would happen. In Li Bin's eyes, this park itself was only of medium value. Although its 200-year history and technology were attractive, Its true value lay in its soil nanomaterials. This item was urgently transferred from the laboratory by Chu Xiangrui after Li Bin's surprise attack on the space station and entrusted to the Browning family for safekeeping. Soil nanomaterials, a miraculous controlled item of the human realm, can fertilize soil and accelerate soil and water recovery to a level far beyond what natural processes can achieve. Article 4324, Section 81 of the Human Realm Nanomaterial Safety Regulations stipulates that nanomaterials may not be used on planets with rare mineral deposits or volatile matter reserves. Its built-in safety mechanism also restricts its use on prohibited planets. Because when soil nanomaterials encounter large areas of minerals and deposits, they can easily proliferate on their own, eventually transforming the crust into a fertile, loose soil layer, then biting through the crust and altering the mantle. At that point, a planet with immense potential will become a fluffy lump of pure earth, its core completely devoured. In short, with this thing, a planet like Granada, depleted of its minerals and ravaged by the Corderos, could quickly transform into an agricultural world. An entire arable planet could produce more food than Eden. Enough to use food exports to tie the Brighton Alliance to their side, although its buyback price from major corporations is 60,000 star coins. No one is foolish enough to sell it directly to them. If you try to sell it to the Navigation Bureau or the Brighton Alliance, you might get a battleship, but a cruiser would be no problem. Oh, and by the way, this thing was also developed by the Tianyuan 4 Utopia Terrain Modification Group. That's the Terrain Modification Group, whose branch was destroyed by the Suzuruha. The Suzuruha have been using the looted technology to try and replicate the blueprint for producing soil nanomaterials. Unaware that he was being watched, Sui rubbed the bridge of his nose, saying worriedly, Director Chu Xiangrui trusts me and has given me the opportunity to protect soil nanomaterials. This is an honor and a great achievement. Sir, as long as you complete the mission, I can be promoted and return to the family smoothly. Not only will your resume be recorded, but I will also mobilize the family's resources to recommend you for reemployment as an instructor in the army. He made grand promises to the security captain, even convincing himself. Until the alarm sounded and the earth shook violently, the security captain stood by the window, his face, excited by the promises, turning deathly pale. 2 landing craft crashed outside the park, and several Bismarck family knights, carrying banners woven from alloy threads and displaying soaring eagles, and Millennium family knights with smiling sun banners, made a dazzling appearance. Around the knights were several ferocious beasts, drooling as they watched them. Chapter 734. The sentry guns in the AAA Industrial Park are energy-based, firing energy weapons that are both fast and deadly. 4 or 5 behemoths and a knight with a melted arm have already fallen on the battlefield. Unlike the dome-shaped cities, these parks are relatively small, concentrating the Browning family's elite forces, thus making the attack extremely difficult. However, this only caused some initial trouble for the Universal Alliance. The Sacrifice, as a dreadnought, had allocated considerable space for Dong Lixiang to cultivate behemoths in order to plunder planets. Kong Zhichou even sacrificed the fleet's cargo storage capacity for this purpose. Therefore, 4 or 5 behemoths are insignificant. Old Earth's lobsters, to increase the success rate of gene transfer in dangerous oceans, can lay hundreds of millions of eggs at a time. While the behemoths of Eden, due to their large size and high energy consumption during production, have a smaller output, they can still lay tens of millions at a time. When the high production of behemoths meets the refinement of artificial cultivation and the catalytic effect of the biological agent 100 Dragon Coffin, the results will be terrifying. Dozens of landing pods landed in succession, and hundreds of behemoths, no more than 10 meters long, clearly not even subadults, with no signs of modification except for the addition of neural parasites and self-destruct programs, flooded the battlefield. Angela and the Millennium Falcon experienced for the first time just how easy the battle was when these tidal wave of behemoths were their allies. The behemoths charged forward fearlessly, breaking through from the front, flanking from the sides, or attempting to dig underground. The sentry guns overheated and became paralyzed, corpses littered the ground, and behemoths self-destructed, incinerating the compressed gas canisters in their lungs, waves of fire surging and obscuring the battlefield. The knights charged through the inferno, seizing the opportunity presented by the overloaded sentry cannons to storm the enemy lines. Several shots shattered the dome, causing a rapid leak of high-pressure air that created a powerful wind that disrupted the internal security arrangements, sweeping dozens of unfortunate souls across the wasteland. The knights were the first to charge in, followed by a behemoth with rabid claws thrashing about, seemingly insane. The security captain, promised a position as an instructor, was like a dead dog by the roadside. Angela, passing by, impaled him with her chainsaw sword and dragged him along, accidentally slicing through the car he was hiding in. Meanwhile, the rioting slave laborers successfully broke through the blockade. Led by missionaries, they quickly seized control of the various factory areas and thwarted the Browning family's plan to blow up the factory. Protect these factories well. These are the assets of the pirate prince. Everyone, work hard. We're free now. When the prince comes, we join him as pirates, killing and burning for riches. The leader of the rioters declared, leading his core members to greet the prince's army. But upon exiting, they saw a group of towering knights, like gods of war from mythology, subduing giants, their swords stained with blood. Amidst flames and explosions, they silently turned their head detectors to lock onto them. The leader raised his hand, then froze when he saw the Universal Union insignia. Aren't you the prince's men? Angela reacted quickly, immediately replying, we are the Universal Union, allies of Pirate Emperor Konda. Who are you? The two sides quickly aligned their information. These impoverished slave laborers watched as Angela cleaved the personnel department's data center with an axe, destroying all the data. Believing their contracts had ended, they cheered long live Angela. Then, eager to recommend their respective factories' high-value equipment and technology to the knights, some went to capture Browning family members within the park, while others secretly began stuffing small luxury items into their pockets, preparing to resell them and make a fortune. Angela ignored them all. She manipulated a knight to the office building, smashed a window with a punch, and shoved a knight's pistol inside. Listen up, you inside. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately, confess everything, and I guarantee you won't die and I let you go. Otherwise, you vanish into thin air. As Swift Browning, his face more ashen than a corpse, was dragged out by his former loyal subordinates as a pledge of allegiance, begging for a chance to join the pirates, his heart finally died. Swift readily confessed everything, and was released by Angela. He boarded a hover car, and as soon as it drove out of the park, he was hit by a man-portable missile carried by an enraged slave worker. The car was well protected, the main structure remained undamaged. Only the windows were shattered by the explosion, exposing Sway, who wasn't carrying any life support equipment, to the atmosphereless surface of the planet. He was left to suffocate, clutching his throat in groans and struggles. Soil nanomaterials are so small, Angela murmured in the underground warehouse, casually holding a hunting knife crafted from centipede fangs. She frowned at the square, lemon-yellow device, barely tall enough for a person, in the vault. This device looked like a 3D printer, and indeed it was. It absorbed rare and metallic metals, printing soil nanoprotozoa with nanoscale precision. When deployed on the planet, these protozoa would multiply at a rate of twice a day. One soil nanomaterial unit could only produce one protozoa per week. Its efficiency seemed quite low. This raises a classic duckweed problem. A pond has some duckweed. The duckweed doubles in area every day, covering the entire pond in 6 days. How long will it take to cover half the pond? The answer is 5 days. Soil nanobots work similarly. They grow exponentially. Perhaps in the first few weeks, you release the nanobots and see no change. But one day, when you open the door in a light drizzle, you see that the once barren, yellow sand has been transformed into patchy black soil. They're like a lawn after winter, after a light rain. You walk through it day after day, it withered and decayed in the past few months, but today, you see tender green shoots. Upon closer inspection, you realize they are tender shoots just emerging from the soil. Only then do you vaguely realize that spring has arrived without you even noticing. Millennium Falcon and his brothers tested the machine, and after successfully activating it, they gave Angela a thumbs up. As a repair knight, the Millennium family's fiefdom is the smallest, relying entirely on the help of its brothers, who assisted other families in expanding their territories, repairing their goods, and providing support. However, the deep friendships forged between these families led them to voluntarily relinquish portions of their territory, forming the Millennium family's fiefdom. His fiefdom is situated among several knight families, allowing the Millennium family to readily support them, while simultaneously delegating the burden of defense to others. Millennium Falcon participated in this mission because his family members possess profound mechanical knowledge and technology, enabling them to quickly identify and locate high-value goods from intelligence provided by slave laborers and prisoners, properly dismantle, preserve, and transport the spoils of war. The soil nanomaterials are intact, Millennium Falcon said rapidly. The total output value of this park is between 1.6 million and 1.9 million star coins. The spoils we can dismantle and reinstall, as well as recover, are worth between 800,000 and 1.1 million star coins. The rest, with our current technical capabilities, can only be dismantled, not reassembled. Then what do we do? Angela blinked. Millennium Falcon proposed, dismantle it, take the relics and components with you, and burn the rest. Oh right, there are a few members of the Chu family and the Zilla family here. The CEO said, we can't kill them, take them back as prisoners first, and release them on the way. Take the rest back, and then burn the park down. Okay. Angela nodded, climbed back into the cockpit, went back to the landing craft, picked up the flamethrower, and led the knights to set fires everywhere. Chu Xiangrui had only provided Li Bin with the coordinates of the items controlled by the human territory, but he also provided several similar AAA parks, where multiple family businesses were concentrated, but not the main investments of the second Speedster family. These industries, parks, and factories suffered devastating damage in the second landing. A total of 15 locations were wiped out, with an average of 350,000 in spoils seized per coordinate. That's 5.25 million, plus engineers, scientists, technicians. Damn, the speedsters are too rich. T1 is T1. Kong Jicho grinned from ear to ear. Chapter 735. As a dome-shaped city housing millions of people and encompassing a vast array of service, industrial, and agricultural sectors, and also housing rail elevator terminals, landing sites, nuclear power plants, and research facilities, it was utterly defenseless. For one thing, a few armor-piercing missiles could easily blast open the dome-shaped city, wiping out most of its inhabitants quickly. Not only would they suffocate, but the air leaks would also cause strong winds, whipping up debris that could easily crush people. Therefore, when the behemoths and knights, accompanied by pirates and marines, besieged the city. After the city's rail station was captured, the city's wealthy residents, having received a surrender offer from Li Bin and Kong Jicho, with Second Speedy assisting them, quickly contacted the city's gangs. Led by their own henchmen, they joined forces with the city's Luddites and rioting poor to open the city gates from within. There were no thrilling or exciting scenes, everything unfolded smoothly and naturally. Chung Beiyang, with his harem of beauties, hid in the city, discreetly transmitting intelligence and coordinating various parties. Traitors? You people are all traitors to Susie. The city lord, bound and forced to kneel on the ground, glared furiously at the richly dressed crowd around him. The CEO gave you so many privileges, allowing you to enjoy wealth and luxury, and this is how you repay the CEO? Old dog, don't get it wrong. The leading man sneered. From our great-great-grandfather's generation, my family has been official employees of Suzy Technology. After the Great Collapse, my grandfather even joined the board of directors. It wasn't Suzy Technology that made my family successful, it was my family that made Suzy Technology successful. Bullshit! You're just an illegitimate son, without even the right to inherit a board seat, a good-for-nothing who's just wasting his life, and you dare to talk to me about achievements? The city lord's expression was fierce, his anger palpable. The man pushed up his glasses with his middle finger, giving him a look that said, "Are you stupid?" and asked, puzzled, "And then?" "Fighting you guys to the death, repelling wave after wave of attacks, angering them so much that they just used orbital bombardment to nuke the whole city, and that's how I show some integrity? Don't be stupid, you old dog." He squatted down and slapped the city lord's face. "We're not locals like you. My hometown is Borui Star, you know Borui Star? I fought to the death, and even if I died, my family's assets here would be gone. Nothing. I surrendered. They already agreed on a deal. They only take 30%, and the rest won't be touched. Afterwards, I still be a hero who preserved the family's wealth." The city lord was furious. "You think he can just say that? Are you a pig?" The man sighed helplessly. "Don't you believe me? Are you just going to wait for everyone to run off with it? Besides, Mr. Li of Huanyu United is known for his integrity. He has an impeccable reputation." He then whispered to the city lord, "Furthermore, if they take 30%, I can claim 40% or 50%. The company's losses go to the company, the family's losses go to the family. As long as I'm well off, that's fine, isn't it? You said it yourself. I have no inheritance rights, of course I have to think of myself." The man stood up and waved to his men, "Deliver it to Mr. Li. He knows the password to the city's vault. Make sure it's delivered alive." Outside the domed city, Li Changzhen, controlling the battered and tyrannical Great Lord, jumped onto the armored hovercraft, plunged his broadsword into the cockpit, twisted the hilt, and strangled everyone on board. Then, without looking back, he jumped overboard. "This is the last one," he said with exhilaration. Behind the tyrannical king were 7 knights, some standing on rooftops, some guarding viaducts, and others following him as they fought their way in from the railway station, wiping out the stubborn garrison on the city's outskirts, who refused to surrender. Pirates, clad in black combat uniforms, surged forward like a tide, following the Marines' footsteps to fill the battle lines and quickly take control of each floor. The outer city walls weren't high, only 20 to 30 meters tall. The skyscrapers were all in the city center. Being close to the city gates, with various vehicles coming and going, it was like a port, a haven for the poor. The wealthy, however, had dedicated elevators and shuttles located in the city center's dome, separate from the poor. Brother, the stubborn elements of the city defense forces have been taken down. I can already see the city's CBD. My unit is unimpeded. Repeat, my unit is unimpeded. Li Chungjin reported triumphantly. Li Bin's lips twitched for a second upon hearing this, then he decided to forgive his younger brother's arrogance. The city could no longer organize a systematic resistance. The lower classes were incited by mobs and missionaries, who were looting everywhere, but against the pirates, the Marines, and the surrendered, temporarily incorporated city defense troops, they were no match. Even if they wanted to act recklessly, they couldn't. The upper echelons were already under the control of the surrender faction, who warmly welcomed the civilian officials of the Universal Alliance to inventory their assets. As for the middle class, well, a group lacking both military strength and the resolve to revolt due to their destitution, a false class criticized as weak tens of thousands of years ago, always on the verge of sliding down to the lower classes, merely clinging to their own assets, could only cower in their homes, trembling with fear. The combined forces of the Universal Alliance and Kong Jicho, with fewer than 20,000 troops airdropped, captured a massive, domed city with a population of over 1 million, well equipped with military structures. Wherever they went, the poor cheered and celebrated wildly, while the tyrannical ruler publicly ravaged any remaining troops who dared to resist. He severed sentry cannons with his chainsaw sword, shattered mechs with artillery fire, crushed soldiers with his mechanical flippers, punched the Tachyon Marines, and kicked down living assassins disguised as children, mingling in the crowd. The Tachyon technology's rule and authority, built on technology and institutions, were destroyed by the tyrannical ruler, a symbol of war. In the eyes of these impoverished people, burdened by generations of debt, born into debt, every defeated enemy, regardless of strength, was a manifestation of Tachyon authority. Kill! 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 Everyone followed the wounded, tyrannical ruler, their hearts pounding as they watched him raise his dull chainsaw sword. They didn't know that the future here would still be under Tachyon rule, didn't know that the Universal Alliance had come only to plunder, and that their tomorrow remained dark. But that didn't matter. The long-suppressed resentment, repression, and pain in their hearts transformed into a violent desire, turning them into bloodthirsty spectators. They didn't care about tomorrow, didn't care about order, only wanted the present, immediately, and instantly to vent their anger. Bang! The tyrannical lord crashed into the shield-wielding mech, which sidestepped, allowing the tanks lying in ambush behind it to fire their ion cannons. Li Chungjin dodged at the last second, his left arm melting as electricity surged from the damaged equipment, causing him to grit his teeth in agony, blood seeping from between them. After falling, Li Chungjin immediately rolled towards the mech, pulling the last trophy, a skull, from the trophy display shelf. The skull deformed in the middle, transforming into a spiked short hammer. The tyrannical lord swung his wrist, and the hammer struck the mech's cockpit. The impact aroused the spikes, piercing the mech's defenses, and shooting into the cockpit, easily killing the pilot inside. Then came the second, the third, and the fourth hammer. 6 hammer blows in 1 second, and the wrecked mech crashed backward, crushing the ambushing tanks. The tyrannical lord, severely wounded and with one arm severed, stood with a defeated enemy under his foot and roared in the public chat, "Who else?" Chapter 736. Hidden in a bunker nestled in the middle of an unremarkable mountain range, using ceramics and concrete to minimize the possibility of detection, Chu Xiangrui received news of the fall of the dome-shaped city. He glanced at the countdown. From the start of the attack until now, only 4 hours had passed. The landing operation itself took 4 hours, for a total of 8 hours. 8 hours. Li Bin has completed the basic conquest of the planet. The rest is just counterinsurgency. His knuckles cracked as he gripped his wine glass. Chu Xiangrui only had eyes for Li Bin. He knew Kong Jicho's abilities were insufficient to accomplish this. Many of Chu Xiangrui's security personnel were active-duty Marines, well-versed in amphibious warfare. They had already informed him of the imminent fall, when the heavy defensive arrays failed. Forgive my bluntness, Director, but facing precise orbital bombardment, high morale among ground troops is meaningless. Note that precise orbital bombardment is common, only total bombardment will incur the enmity of all factions. The muscular, almost entirely cybernetically modified security guard, whose genes were extracted for research and who possess superhuman cybernetic endurance, explained, "Soldiers' morale is built on orderly training and a smooth command network. We cannot expect every soldier to act like a superhero, using initiative to defeat the enemy when most of the Corps' command posts are bombed, the road network is cut off, and comrades are killed. Moreover, even if we can handle the ground, we cannot withstand attacks from the sky. Once the enemy finds a place difficult to conquer, they will not hesitate to launch an orbital strike, destroying the soldiers and everything nearby. They have an entire planet as payment, so this loss is negligible. Besides, this is a planet. No one can reach the battlefield in a few hours by circling it in tanks or hovercraft. But orbital drop is possible. And those mech pilots are incredibly skilled. They could win even against 3 opponents. The mechs are all specialized to their pilots' abilities, and they're also exceptionally good at teamwork. As for the behemoths, they're even more terrifying. These things don't even have a mind of their own." Well, as expected, disappointing. Listening to his subordinate's report, Chu Xiangrui felt a chill run down his spine. Like the company itself, Tachyon's army is heavily reliant on technology. Lacking electronic warfare capabilities and satellite support, and with long-range communications subject to interference, they are even inferior to the Perseus Alliance's Marines. No, inferior to the elite pirate sailors. The current situation is that Tachyon technology, with nearly 100,000 personnel and over 10,000 heavy weapons, is being bombarded on the planet's surface like dogs by behemoths, knights, and pirates. It's more than just a disgrace. Chu Xiangrui is now genuinely worried. He fears that Li Bin's rapid progress might lead him to malicious intent. For example, disregarding the contract and directly plundering the zero-gravity refining and smelting center? It's an honor, Mr. Li Bin. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, hiding his fierce face behind them and his hairstyle, Jia Dan, as the leader of the surrender faction on Wolf's Spirit Star, presented the advantages and disadvantages. Kong Zhicho wasn't there. He was chatting and laughing with the giant corporation's agents. "Anyway, I take the smaller share, and you take the larger share this time. You figure it out. You know what I need, and if it's not enough, you can help with the allocation." These were his exact words. Actually, Kong Zhicho was quite stuffed after eating so much. His small stomach was completely filled with Su Zi's spoils, and he was very satisfied. Jia Dan had the city lord chained up. Although the city lord was still dressed in luxurious clothes, he looked extremely disheveled. He was gagged, and his hands and feet were handcuffed. Li Bin looked the dog chain, gag, and handcuffs up and down, his brow furrowing deeper with each look. Under Jia Dan's sweaty gaze, Li Bin asked with suspicion, "This is a sex toy?" Jia Dan stammered, "Yes." "Oh no. He quickly explained, afraid Li Bin would misunderstand. This set of tools was provided by a sister with rather heavy tastes. Her toys are all high-end, even better than the police's, made with titanium as the base and mixed with chromium. Damn, titanium chromium alloy handcuffs and a dog leash, and a sex toy at that, awesome." Looking at the electronic nameplate on the dog leash, Li Bin marveled at how extravagant these interstellar tycoons were. Jia Dan wiped his sweat and enthusiastically invited Li Bin to the Speedtron branch building. The assets of each family have been inventoried and can be transferred at any time. We also taken care of the space elevator. Your spoils can be transported away in a few hours. There's too much stuff in the company. We can't finish inventorying it all right now. Li Bin raised his hand to refuse. "Let's not talk about that. I want to ask you, where's the red light district? Take me there." "Huh?" Jia Dan was stunned. "What the hell? What's going on? This isn't what we agreed on." Wasn't Li Bin, the co-founder of Universe Entertainment, supposed to be a womanizer who wouldn't even let any women near him when he went to Prism Freeport's Poker Street, and was instead protected by a group of heavily armored, muscular men with scars and ripped bodies, their chests bigger than heads, and barely covered by clothing? A city as prosperous as the domed city of Wolf's Spirit Star, and you come here asking about the red light district? What? You want to ask me if there are prostitutes in this city? Are you actually a lecherous old man? Then I strongly suggest you come with me to the branch building, because we can bring the female relatives of the rebellious families for your enjoyment at any time. Of course. Men are fine too, even non-humans are no problem. I have no intention of restricting your sexual preferences. But doing this is really inappropriate. I'm in a hurry to sell out my country for personal gain. No, I mean, sell the company for profit. If you don't take it, how can I take it? If I don't take it, how can my subordinates take it? If my subordinates don't take it, How can we become accomplices and keep secrets? Li Bin was speechless. Jia Dan's thoughts had been completely revealed through his micro-expressions. He wasn't going to the red light district to find women at all, he was going for the treasures of the Starlight Society. If you ask where a flamboyant organization like the Starlight Society would choose to be based, it would definitely be a place of dazzling lights and decadent pleasures. And coincidentally, the red light district was just such a place. He explained briefly, and Jia Dan immediately understood, offering to lead the way. Actually, I also wanted to broaden my horizons. Those guys from the Starlight Society are always so extravagant, Looking at Jia Dan's excited and jubilant smile, Li Bin asked again, you didn't apply to join before, did you? Jia Dan's smile vanished. But don't worry, the smiles didn't disappear, they had already moved to Jeffrey and the one-eyed old man's faces. The hovercar slowly came to a stop in the red light district. This city's red light district consisted of 6 100-plus-story buildings, connected by dozens of bridges, allowing customers to easily access other buildings every few floors and quickly find their desired services. Then, they would squander their money. Chapter 737. In the atrium parking garage on the 56th floor of the building called Zijin Impression, Li Bin got out of his car. As soon as he stepped out, he saw rows of transparent bulletproof glass display cases, each about 4 square meters, lining both sides of the garage corridor reserved for the most prestigious black card VIP clients. Each case was bathed in a single-color light. Various handsome men and beautiful women, after clocking in, would be slowly brought in from upstairs, displaying their talents and attractive figures inside. They wore either glamorous or sensual clothing, striking various poses. Projected subtitles lit up a few seconds after a customer paused in front of the glass case, introducing detailed information about the products. Although Li Bin had no purchasing needs, Jia Dan still let them out. What if Boss Li suddenly felt like buying something? He could choose not to mention it, but Jia Dan couldn't refuse. As the nominal head of the city, Jia Dan fully indulged his extravagant nature as a playboy. Perhaps it was the high status of these people, or perhaps the news of the war had everyone on edge. In any case, everyone Li Bin saw carried fear and uncertainty about the future. Only one woman, a bird girl with wine-red hair, crimson feathers on her elbows, claws on her feet, and clipped fangs, from the Fang clan, sang a provocative love song with her usual enthusiastic and cheerful demeanor, dancing passionately in sky-high heels, exuding an air of I'm the best. It was as if the war had never happened, as if the people before her were not invaders, but consumers, as if her status was not lowly. It was as if everything could still be salvaged. Li Bin glanced at her and smiled, but Mikhail was captivated by the red-haired bird girl's self-assuredness. He stood before the glass display case, unable to move, watching the girl sing, flowers bloom only once a season, love must be complete. Like a hunter's fire lit in the biting winds of the Siberian ice plains, it's the only warm hue in the vast, cold expanse. Li Chongzhen nudged the one-eyed old man with his elbow, gesturing with his chin, and stifled a laugh. The one-eyed old man, however, took the cigarette from his lips with pity. Poor thing, this hot-tempered kid fell into the river. Fell into what river, sir? Li Chongzhen asked blankly. This is the 56th floor. There's no river here. I checked the map, there's no artificial river. There is an artificial river on the 58th floor though. You don't know anything. I'm talking about the Love River, the Love River. The one-eyed old man scolded. You're about to get married, and you still don't understand this. Li Chongzhen scratched his head, looking aggrieved. How would I know? Love is much more complicated than killing someone. You can't see a woman's heart, but an enemy's heart is revealed with a single cut, he said, glancing at the nameplate. The eldest daughter of the Chartooth clan and the Grand clan, once a noble chieftain's daughter, for 50 star coins, she offers you one night of melodious singing. According to genetic testing, this chieftain's daughter clearly possesses parrot and flamingo genes. He looked up at his older brother, who was chatting with Jia Dan without stopping. Is this passage specifically for displaying women, or were there originally both men and women? Jia Dan's voice seemed to come from afar. Boss Li has a discerning eye. Originally, there were both men and women, one side for men and one side for women. Ah, of course. For customers with special preferences, we also offer a small number of intersex individuals, but congenital intersex individuals are quite rare, considered failures by the breeding factory. These embryos are hard to find, and need to be retrieved promptly, otherwise they will be destroyed. This was changed temporarily because you were coming. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. His older brother's voice was somewhat muffled, and this one? Is it a person or a doll? Li Chongzhen glanced at it, his pupils contracting slightly. Not far from the display case of the red-haired Yunyang, in another case, a short-haired girl, half-transparent, with her pelvis and mechanical spine visible, was leaning against the glass. Her face, marked by obvious prosthetics, wore a dazed expression as she licked the glass, her breath blurring her features. She pressed her body tightly against the display case, her chest distorted by the pressure, but everyone's attention was focused on her waist and abdomen. Jeff removed his glasses as if in mourning, while the old one-eyed man silently switched his cigarette. The girl's stomach, arms, and thighs were completely transparent, filled with some kind of cobalt blue liquid, making her internal organs completely invisible. No, to be precise, her internal organs had been replaced by numerous almost transparent artificial organs, revealing her natural pelvis and artificial spine. These organs swayed gracefully along her unnaturally slender waist, their viscera faintly reflecting a soft glow under the warm light. This is... Jia Dan had already sensed the dissatisfaction within the Universal Union, but he could only force an explanation, trying to distance himself from the situation. Where there's demand, there's supply. Speedtronics is famous throughout the star field for its unbridled approach, plus its advanced technology. Cough cough. Anyway, I haven't touched these things, but there are always those with peculiar tastes. He rambled on, but then he saw the glass of the plaque, which read flesh and blood and technology, 1 payment, 2 satisfactions. Mech Girl brings you a plasma environment experience, melt as the Mech Girl licked it with her saliva. Holy crap! Li Bin's eyes widened. Jia Dan's words trailed off, his fluid mouth turning into a series of babbling. Get down! Old One Eye roared, closing his physical eye and rapidly scanning his surroundings with his prosthetic eye. Big brother! Li Chongjin snatched the tactical shield from his subordinate and ran quickly towards Li Bin. The cyborg girl smashed through the glass first, liquid bubbling from her transparent abdomen. With a flick of her delicate mouth, she spat out the corpse of the unfortunate bodyguard, half his upper body melted, collapsing in the cobalt blue, highly corrosive liquid. Li Bin's first reaction was, are these rich guys playing this high-stakes game? What kind of play is this? Thinking this, he instinctively ducked and rolled on the ground, dodging the second wave of corrosive liquid spat out by the cyborg girl. Li Bin drew his chainsaw sword from his back, instinctively ready to slash, but seeing the smoky, alluring face of the cyborg girl, he trembled and sheathed his sword. It wasn't because the person was beautiful, but because this person was like a poisonous insect. If he swung his sword, he would definitely be covered in corrosive liquid, and then he would die. Didn't you see Jia Dan's bodyguard get sprayed and half his body was melted in seconds? If the attack were replaced with a slap, the venomous bugs love being slapped, one slap and they explode. These days, men's lives are too precious to gamble with. So Li Bin took off running, and soon, he was glad he made the decision. Seeing that the Mech Girl's attack hadn't subdued Li Bin, the women in the glass cases burst out through the windows. The shattered glass reflected the dazzling lights from the display cases, and the sharp, deep, gentle, and unrestrained background music from within, separated by the glass, assaulted the ears. Those girls with delicate faces, feigning eroticism, now seemed alive. The assassins revealed bloodlust, the onlookers showed thrilling excitement, their eyes practically glowing with hearts. He raised his hand, slicing through the slender rapier, the chainsaw pierced the muscular pectoral muscles, the ripped open young heart spurting a high spray of blood, ejecting blood-stained silicone implants and sizzling protrusions. Li Bin, while rejoining the one-eyed old man, also casually killed a few more unsuspecting assassins. Don't underestimate me, he roared, bewildered. You're not some kind of cyborgs. You didn't bring any firearms to get through security. Those air guns couldn't even penetrate my captain's uniform. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly? Just because you outnumber me. Chapter 738. Looking at these assassins who jumped out, some with limbs transformed into killing tools, some with air guns growing from their bellies, and some stacked together to become some kind of mechanical hybrid beast, Old One-Eyed smirked, puffed out his cigarette butt, spat it on the ground, and charged forward. Sure enough, Susie's assassins are all concentrated in highly modified prosthetics. The captain isn't into men, which must be disappointing for you. You can't form a complete assassination team. As he spoke, Li Bin had already slashed and killed a lowly-sized assassin who lunged at his head. This lowly assassin was small, blonde, blue-eyed, and had an innocent face, except her hands had transformed into electrified whips. Taking advantage of her small stature, she broke through Jia Dan's bodyguards, babbling incomprehensible phrases like heavenly punishment, and charged towards Li Bin. Then Li Bin kicked her away, and finally finished her off with a sword strike, blowing her head off midair. The lowly assassin's appearance was certainly a stark contrast and quite unexpected, but the ultra-lightweight carbon fiber structure, designed for disguise and weight reduction, allowed her to fly through the air like a real brat. In short, when prepared, she couldn't actually kill anyone wearing combat gear. Don't really think I'm a spineless businessman who only knows how to talk business. Li Bin's chainsaw hummed, seemingly activated by a switch that had been long-termly linked to Celia's brain, turning her into a much more violent and aggressive fighter. He skillfully wielded the chainsaw, taking a moment to inject himself with combat potion. The fighting spirit he had displayed years ago, when he boarded the old one-eyed monster, had returned. Aside from the blue-spitting mechanic and the two-person mechanical hybrid beast he dared not touch, nothing else was a match for him. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The person who orchestrated the assassination seemed to have lumped Li Bin together with ordinary faction leaders, because Li Bin rarely participated in boarding raids or close-quarters combat. But Li Bin, like Dongwei Chongwei and the Supreme Overlord, had also had to personally take up arms and swords, wash decks, and dispose of corpses in his early years, a life of hardship. Over here, Old One-Eyed and Li Chongjin quickly approached, covering Li Bin within seconds. One provided a shield to block the assassin's sniper shots, the other dealt with the troublesome target, and the rest was left to Li Bin. The three worked seamlessly together, momentarily overshadowing the bewildered Jia Dan and his bodyguards. Actually, not really. It was mainly Jia Dan, screaming in terror, who was hindering his men. Inside the display case, Yin Yang sang as if no one else was there, showing no sign of the other innocent merchandise being frightened. Her voice was loud and clear, reaching a powerful climax that lingered in the air. Not far away, a large group of boarding sailors clad in power armor, wielding tactical shields and chainswords at their waists, surged forward with thunderous strides, their footsteps echoing the cacophony of drums from the broken display cases, their killing intent palpable. Beauty, blood, assassination, music, every element was present, except for the absence of a downpour. God punish Li Bin! The cyborg shouted, and all the living assassins roared back, charging forward without regard for their own lives. The moment the cyborg spoke, the old one-eyed man blasted her to pieces with his hand cannon, leaving behind a trail of corrosive liquid that melted through the floor beneath her corpse. Then came the monotonous killing, and more killing. Without the element of surprise, these living assassins had no chance. Although the Surrender faction had missed these assassins, their security wasn't without merit. At least they had eliminated all firearms and explosives. 30 seconds into the assassination attempt, powered by the armored vehicles, the boarding sailors arrived, demonstrating the battlefield's efficiency to these dirty-handling killers, and quickly wiping them out. Li Bin, covered in blood and with grayish-white brain matter smeared on his face, squatted down in front of the terrified Jia Dan and slapped his face with the side of his chainsaw sword. What happened? I really don't know. Jia Dan was going crazy. The chainsaw sword on his face was cold and sticky, and the strong smell of blood and entrails almost made him vomit. Speedy technology has no taboos, and many Speedy employees are very close to the Starlight Society, so they're really going all out in these areas. Super big. Because organ transplants aren't prohibited, many customers, in pursuit of pleasure, have these prostitutes modify props, using swords and blenders, etc. This stuff is impossible to completely ban. They must have found a system bug that allowed these weapons to pass the tests. Also, there's really no way to deal with prosthetics. Prosthetics can be used to kill people, or for the service industry, it's impossible to ban. Li Bin scratched his head and told Old One-Eye to contact Shugopa and have the hacker department take over the investigation of the red light district. It's highly unlikely that Jia Dan would pull off some charade of feigning loyalty to the Han while actually serving them. Otherwise, he could have easily used firearms or even artillery, avoiding such a dangerous situation. Of course, Li Bin also had a backup plan. He carried his pet crab, Holy Crab, named Gung Xiaogui. Gung Xiaogui had undergone modifications, and could serve as a temporary signal relay station for Celia. With the Universal Union controlling all the satellites of Wolf's Spirit Star, Celia could use the satellites and Gung Xiaogui to forcibly disconnect all surrounding networks and prosthetic bodies connected to them. This tactic might not work against the Overlord or the Church of Lud, but it's invariably effective against Zuko. He watched the hacker gathering intelligence by hacking into the living assassin implant, and said to Jeffrey, who was still shaken and clinging to him, ignoring the captain's need for privacy, "It's probably someone from the Starlight Society. They temporarily modified their toy like this to stop me from digging up their treasure." Jeffrey blinked, thought about it, and agreed. This flashy assassination method was very much in line with the Starlight Society's usual style. So, all of these people, were they all killed? Jeffrey gestured towards the other people in the display case, who hadn't participated in the assassination. What if there are more? Check them one by one. While you're at it, send in the boarding crew to thoroughly investigate the red light district first. Li Bin injected himself with a slow-release serum to recover from the aftereffects of the combat serum. He sighed. Most of the people working here are poor. If I have a grudge, I can take it out on the Starlight Society. I contact Chu Xiangrui later and negotiate with him. After the war, I make him hand over the Starlight Society's leader, and I hang him on the Lud suicide ship so he can watch himself sink the Starlight Society's settlement. There's no need to take it out on a bunch of poor people. That's too low class. The girls were quickly dragged out and interrogated by boarding crew members armed with live ammunition, wearing power armor, and wielding tactical shields. Those without any cybernetics or implants were the first to be eliminated. The scantily clad feathered maiden, draped in a synthetic robe, struggled to walk using her bird-like claws, swaying precariously as she leaned against a broken display case, stubbornly refusing to ask anyone for help. Mikhail, seeing this, repeatedly confirmed with the boarding sailor that the man was innocent, then went to Jaden's men to obtain her information. He frowned, staring at her departing figure for a long time, then dejectedly lit a cigarette, without following her. Li Bin observed all of this and patted Jeffrey on the back. Investigate the Yunyang situation, investigate thoroughly, use the AI core. Jeffrey was bewildered. Surely not? If she's a suspect, just fire her. Li Bin pointed to Mikhail, who had fallen in love but adhered to his professional ethics, refusing to show any concern for the potentially dangerous Yunyang, thus causing a slight mental split, and said, I just want to ensure the safety of my elite captains. If there are no problems, I take pity on them and play matchmaker. That girl isn't one of my subjects. If it weren't for Mikhail's old-age lustful appearance, as long as she doesn't die in front of me, I don't care what happens to her. That's true, everyone knows the captain is kind-hearted, better to die somewhere far away. Jeffrey readily accepted this time. Chapter 739. The investors in the red light district were on the verge of tears. This kind of red light district, capable of attracting starlight societies, was naturally the most luxurious in the domed city. The investors behind it were all powerful figures. Local tycoons, economic giants from other star systems, company executives, banks, large trading companies investing, military security companies investing and contracting security work, and even Tachyon shareholders. But today, nothing they said mattered, because the inspection wasn't carried out by a Tachyon inspection team, but by intruders. There's no reasoning with intruders, only physics matters. Moreover, the assassination target was the intruder leader. These investors could only be thankful that Kong Jicho wasn't here. At least Li Bin was a company boss, and his subordinates were disciplined. If it were the pirate prince, he would have turned the world upside down. Even passing dogs would be groped, cockroaches on the ground would have their wings peeled back to check their gender, and the gold paint on the decorations would be scraped off and taken away. Quickly, amidst cries of despair, the boarding agents of the Universal Alliance apprehended a large number of suspects and related personnel. Starting with the companies providing these assassin services, they mobilized the Alpha Core of the space station and hackers. The investigation began with the implanted corpses, activating nearby cell towers, forcing everyone in the red light district to disconnect from the internet, and thoroughly investigating the killer. This won't do, sir. We run an online porn storage business. Many users' virtual assets haven't been backed up yet. Their virtual lovers' data is still syncing. If you cut off the power, we lose everything. Give me an hour, just 1 hour, let us back it up. I give you 500, no. 1,000 star coins. A man, whose gender was indistinguishable, with 2 bulging bald spots, eyeshadow, and a gender-neutral prosthetic face, tearfully grabbed the hand of the boarding sailor pulling the brake, trying to shove 2 anonymous debit cards into the veteran's hand. The veteran immediately let go, as if he touched a hot potato. His thick eyebrows shot up. What are you doing? I'm warning you. Company rules, no bribes. The veteran was furious, thinking, are you trying to ruin me? I've been with the captain all the way from New Magnolias, I'm already rich. Not to mention, just this attack on Speetronics, the company took the lion's share, and as usual, they allowed these risk-taking boarding sailors to find their own spoils and stuff them into the crew quarters. He fought 2 battles just landing in the park, surrendered the captured ATM cards, received his share of 300 star coins, and been allocated 5 executive offices. The loot he plundered was worth over 1,000 star coins in cash. Does he need your paltry sum? Besides, This involves the captain's life. He angrily berated the man while signaling to his comrade, who, using him as cover, abruptly cut the power, pushed open the so-called activity area, a scene of utter debauchery, and checked each private room. In short, it was a veritable feast for the eyes. White, yellow, black, all skin tones, all kinds of play, a truly eye-opening experience. There's even a culinary debate. The veteran's face turned green. These guests looked as if they'd lost their parents, their digital lovers, severed by the sudden power outage, were likely to malfunction. But the veterans didn't care about any of that. Even if it wasn't the rule from above, they wouldn't be gentle with these people in order to find the murderer. In truth, if it weren't for company regulations, these veterans would have already pointed guns at the faces of the red light district, firing their way through, killing the troublemakers and those making demands first, before conducting a thorough search. Faced with these sailors who had shed blood, the ruthless gangsters, thugs, and hired security guards of the red light district were as docile as lambs on tranquilizers. They were dragged out one by one along with the customers for inspection, quickly screened and categorized by the AI core, their personal information verified, those deemed risky were kept, and those not were sent away. Li Bin, cigarette dangling from his lips, walked past the men and women who had just been aroused or were currently venting their desires. Those who were muttering quietly, talking to themselves, their eyes filled with resentment, immediately fell silent upon seeing Li Bin's face. When Dome City surrendered, the faces of Li Bin and Kong Jicho had already spread throughout the city again through various channels, along with Li Bin's legendary career. As powerful figures who had conquered the planet of tachyon technology and industry, these guests, even with 1,000 complaints, only dared to mutter under their breath to the sailors who were interfering with their business. They would never dare to openly vent their anger on Li Bin. They could see that from the moment Li Bin appeared, all the sailors maintaining order immediately drew their weapons, loaded them, and disarmed their shoulder cannons, missiles, and flamethrowers, aiming them at the crowd as if facing a formidable enemy. Judging by their posture, if even one fool dared to overstep the bounds, these sailors would open fire on the spot, killing everyone. Even if it meant burning the city to ashes, they would never let the CO be harmed. Keep an eye on the place. The captain was assassinated just now, and we already lost face. After the other squadrons found out about this, they all sent messages to their bosuns to volunteer for their shifts, and the squadron leaders were getting a thorough dressing down from the captains. The squad leader's voice, squeezed out from between his teeth, was barely audible. It was clear he was extremely angry. Captain, the investigation is complete. Those with problems have been arrested and interrogated. It was definitely the Starlight Society. According to the prisoners we caught, there's something good hidden here. In Building A of the Grand Mansion in the Red Light District, a building known as the Ecological Health Building and also called the Heartbreak Cave, occupying 6 floors, Jia Dan, who was forcing a smile and flatteringly been at the reception desk, saw the old one-eyed man, covered in blood and wiping his hands, emerge from his room to report. Through the slightly ajar door, he saw a man with rolled-up eyes slumped against the wall, something curved flashing past the tip of his nose. He didn't want to look closely, but his eyes, modified with nanomaterials, unconsciously magnified, seeing a soft, segmented creature silently slide inside. The man twitched for a second, his eyes rolled, and in an instant, he contorted into a grotesque expression, as if every nerve in his body had been pricked with a needle in an instant. Jia Dan's lips trembled, and suddenly he felt less sad. At least he wouldn't have those bugs crawling into his nostrils, right? The one-eyed old man whispered a few words in Li Bin's ear. Li Bin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you sure? Having been given a neuroparasite, and then injected with allergens readily available here, I don't think anyone could withstand it, and still lie, the one-eyed old man stated matter-of-factly. Lead the way. Li Bin stood up and walked quickly. Jia Dan instinctively followed, but bumped into the one-eyed old man's hard chest, which was covered by power armor. Jia Dan looked up, then lowered his head in fear under the one-eyed old man's deadpan gaze. Let Jia Dan follow, Li Bin beckoned, and the one-eyed old man stepped aside to let him pass. Li Bin hugged Jia Dan tightly. Mr. Jia Dan, I consider us friends, don't you think? I'm not worthy. Yes, we are friends, Jia Dan hurriedly said. Li Bin nodded with a smile. Since we're friends, let me ask you, do you know if there's a building within a building in this ecstasy cave? Jia Dan blinked, her genuine confusion evident in her eyes. Li Bin noticed this and thought to himself, this Starlight Society really has something. Every word I'm about to say is important. I hope you can give Governor Sun Ihao the truthful feedback after I leave. Li Bin reached out to brush the dust off Jia Dan's shoulders from rolling around during the assassination attempt. Under Jia Dan's bewildered gaze, Li Bin continued, "In this building, there are the Starlight Society's blueprints for their dreadnought. Let me think. Oh right, they call it the Palace Class." Chapter 740. Not every inch of this building was squeezed out to create a red light district. According to the interrogation records, this building, or rather the entire red light district, was constructed and decorated by members of the Starlight Society in disguise. It can't be helped. The Starlight Society is known for its extravagance and its expertise in art, architecture, and interior design. Jia Dan walked heavily, saying as he went, "They offered a low price and are very knowledgeable about luxury goods and interior design. Construction companies recommend the Society's decorating companies, so passing the audit isn't difficult. If they're really serious about making a profit here, offering a discount, and putting in a lot of effort to design decorations that are well worth the price, it'd be hard for anyone at SpeedTech to win the bid against them." He honestly added, "What's more, the bid is for their specialty, the red light district. Besides, most of SpeedTech's designers and architects have connections with them. Just mentioning their society affiliation will make them back down." As he spoke, a man with sickly pale skin was dragged over like a dead dog by sailors. The man's lips trembled as he tried to speak, but he was immediately punched, breaking half his teeth. Thick, dark red blood dripped from his mouth, causing Jia Dan to clench his teeth. The man shakily steadied himself, ran his fingers across his broken gums, and pressed several bloody marks onto the wall. The fingerprint and genetic information verification passed, and the previously smooth, seamless wood wall immediately lit up with a large, shimmering frame. The door opened silently, and a projection illuminated the corridor. The sailors led several captured members of the society down to scout ahead, cutting off all power to the mezzanine from the inside, and destroying their defensive weapons. Then, they peeled back the ornate, jewel-encrusted walls, carefully confirming that nothing was hidden there, before inviting Li Bin down. "The mastermind hasn't been found yet?" Li Bin asked, glancing at the man who had lost half a face. The one-eyed old man nodded dejectedly. "The mastermind is the head of the organization. She's on Borui Star, remotely controlling what people here are doing. The day we attack Borui Star, I fill her nose with nerve parasites. There's a chance." Li Bin thought of Second Speed and Chu Xiangrui, his smile undiminished. Jia Dan was truly impressed. This boss Li was not only handsome, but he had also founded a company and built a huge empire. Most importantly, this guy could fight. That chainsaw sword technique not only surprised Jia Dan, but also his bodyguards. Afterwards, Jia Dan quietly asked Li Bin about his swordsmanship. The bodyguard replied seriously, "These people's swordsmanship is wide and sweeping, clearly honed through killing. You can't reach this level without taking dozens of lives. Furthermore, Mr. Li's swordsmanship clearly shows the style of the Perseus Alliance Marines, and the sailors under his command all use the same style. I suspect Mr. Li has been involved with some force within the Perseus Alliance for a long time. He certainly didn't start from scratch." The bodyguard then gestured with his hand. "Do you remember the move he used to open the skull of the live assassin? An 8-pound chainsaw sword, a half-sweep followed by an upward slash. Without systematic training, that's very damaging to the hand. And now, having just survived a life-or-death assassination attempt, Mr. Li is still smiling, as if the ordeal wasn't his doing, but rather something he watched in a holographic novel. He had always thought that old Deng withheld his inheritance rights because of favoritism, but now it seemed the difference between people was truly enormous." Just as Jia Dan was thinking this, they reached the mezzanine through the narrow spiral staircase. A vast open space opened up before them. Jia Dan stared blankly at the expansive space, the soaring stone arches, and the colorful natural crystal chandeliers hanging down, and cursed, "Tom! How much space did those bastards steal? They squeeze every room in a little, then use mirrors and lights to cover it up, and they cobble it together." Li Bin looked around, not particularly surprised. The plaster had been peeled off, revealing the concrete walls. He kicked at the plaster under his feet, his raised foot revealing a gruesome scene. Li Bin frowned. He walked a few steps to the left and right, disdainfully picking at the plaster with his toe. All the plaster was covered with various explicit paintings, using jewels, wood, and animal hides to depict genitalia and the undulations of the center of the image. Some plaster was connected to electrical wires, now completely dark due to the power outage, clearly electronic screens. It wasn't hard to guess what they displayed when activated. The sailor squad leader coughed awkwardly. "Captain, it's all like this. I asked around. The Starlight Society has its artists record every memorable celebration here, and every time, quite a few people die." Li Bin grinned but didn't speak, continuing to walk inside. To be fair, the Starlight Society's artistic cultivation and collection were indeed rich. A vast array of artworks and luxury goods crammed the entire mezzanine. There were dragon fruit trees grown to resemble coconut palms, and fossilized wooden busts of celebrities Li Bin didn't recognize, transported from ancient star systems long colonized by humanity before the Great Collapse. As for technological luxury goods, there were even more. Of course, the decadent and extravagant art was also indispensable. Many sculptures and artworks were themselves designed as vehicles reflecting the society's culture. At the very top of the mezzanine was a massive database. The database had no firewalls or any security systems. It was directly accessible. Shuga, who was following behind, took out his terminal, tested it several times, and after finding it undefended, smiled and connected to the terminal to project the image. A dozen minutes later, a hologram of a dreadnought, even in a scaled-down projection, appeared. 8.1 kilometers long, for 0.5 kilometers at its widest point, its firepower is far more powerful than that of a conventional capital ship. It consists of 5 modules, divided into 4 hulls on the front, rear, left, and right, with the Enlightenment hub at the center. Such a large ship, but... Li Bin looked at the blueprint, his brows furrowing. Finally, he muttered to himself in surprise. They stole all the exemplary-level components and materials, and even turned their heads into half of an exemplary. How come they only have these parameters? Few people present knew more about spaceships than Li Bin. Scientists were valuable assets and naturally wouldn't be released. Most of the scientists on Wolf's Spirit Star were on the space station. With the space station breached, except for the area agreed upon with Chu Xiangrui, the other scientists had long been taken in by Li Bin and Kong Jicho. Helpless, they had to call in external brain support. This time, the one called in was Gao Yuanjian, a former tachyon scientist with experience collaborating with the Astral Society. He was shocked when he saw the dreadnought blueprints, and after carefully examining them, his face turned as black as coal. These bastards. He cursed, this isn't a spaceship. It's a mobile den of debauchery. Gao Yuanjian quickly dismantled the massive dreadnought, revealing tens of thousands of cabins inside, pointing to several converging nodes. CO, look. These scum have wasted a huge amount of space on this ship, even sacrificing the ship's structural stability, just to accommodate several palace complexes. These ciphertexts, after decoding, mean Supreme Pleasure Main Hall, Oral Pleasure Left Hall, Thousand Faces Right Hall, and Crimson Hunt Right Hall, corresponding to sexual intercourse, appetite, artistic performance, and violence. Besides, in the so-called Enlightenment Nexus. Inside, there's also the Hall of Enlightenment used for disseminating and studying various skills and techniques. But these skills aren't legitimate humanities, arts, or science and technology. They're for discovering members' interests, developing their desires, and training them into qualified members of the 4 palaces. Each palace complex also has numerous finely divided sub-palaces. For example, the Hall of Supreme Pleasure has sections on mechanics, SM, and the relationship between humanity and nature. All right, stop talking. Li Bin quickly interrupted. I don't want to hear this. He muttered to himself. Damn it, is this thing definitely not the Persis branch of the Slanish Palace? This is too eerie. And this spaceship of yours, purple from head to toe, looking at this dreadnought that resembled a giant purple version of the Mood of the Sea, Li Bin felt that the negative influence of this unhealthy trend was like a raging flood, harming the youth of the Persis star system, and the negative impact was immeasurable. Chapter 741. Is this blueprint still useful? This was Li Bin's biggest concern. Gao Yuanjian glanced at Li Bin, scratched his stubble-covered chin, and sneered, useful? How could it not be useful? No one in the Persis star system has left behind a blueprint for dreadnought technology. Everyone has to figure it out themselves. This blueprint, no matter how bad it is, can be absorbed. It will greatly help the independent design of capital ships and dreadnoughts. Moreover, these palaces, which are like rat droppings, are, to say the least, the Starlight Society has put a lot of thought into them. Using them as teaching materials, feeding them to the colony's AI core, and letting it deduce from itself, can significantly improve the colony's architectural technology and aesthetics. Gao Yuanjian looked at the ingenious and exquisite architectural complexes and sighed. These people are all geniuses. If they had focused their energy on scientific research, I wonder how much they could have helped in the reproduction of ancient technologies in the human realm. And what was the result? 1. Everyone's obsessed with their desires, pouring their hearts and souls into this garbage art, using stone oxen for support here, hanging alloy baskets for decoration there. In the end, all their skills are wasted on building houses. He muttered. A square house isn't uninhabitable. Why bother with all this fancy stuff? Sigh. Then, he honestly told Li Bin. The design of this ship isn't as good as the one Wang Shiji talks about all the time, but it has the advantage of years of revisions and refinements on the blueprints. The database contains a wealth of failed cases and operational experience, which will save us a lot of trouble. Captain, the blueprints are safe, and the relevant evidence has been backed up. The engineering team leader led his men to dismantle the massive database, using heavy machinery to excavate a stable tunnel from the outside of the building, and began moving the materials inside. Li Bin glanced at the two briefcases on either side of the captain, took one, and handed it to Jia Dan. This evidence, please have the people from Suzy headquarters deliver it to CO Sunaihao after they arrive. Tell them that I, Li, admire her for her remarkable abilities, and have presented her with this generous gift to help her expose the corrupt elements within the company. Understood, understood. Jia Dan accepted it with profuse thanks, her face beaming. How could she not be happy? She could both get back at the Starlight Society, who had mocked her artistic talent, comparing her to a beggar on the street, and use this evidence to impress the CO. She was overjoyed. She just needed to tweak her reporting script. She couldn't say it was a gift from Li Bin, but rather that she had painstakingly intercepted it before the Universal Alliance could raid it. Thinking of CO Sunaihao's reaction when she exposed the Starlight Society's theft of the exemplary secret, and the change in her father and sister's impression of her as a good-for-nothing, Jia Dan couldn't help but hum softly. Li Bin didn't care about Jia Dan's ulterior motives. What he thought and did was unimportant. The most important thing was to successfully deliver this intelligence to Sunaihai. The Paradigm class was a valuable asset of sudden force technology. Judging from the blueprints, a Palace-class ship required nearly the hull of a Paradigm-class vessel, not to mention the costs of repeated modifications and optimizations over the years. It could be said that through the efforts of the Starlight Society, sudden force technology successfully sacrificed more than one Paradigm-class battleship in exchange for an unprecedented Silver-class spaceship. If the Supreme Overlords knew about this, they would probably immediately publicize it and use it as a laughingstock among the successive Supreme Overlords, right? Thinking this, Li Bin frowned as he looked at the asset assessment compiled by his subordinates. It's normal that the Starlight Society's spaceship blueprints are all here, but what's with this asset assessment? He looked at the head of the engineering department's pricing section, excluding blueprints and inventory weapons. There aren't many usable ones here. That thing that's been turned into a super screaming information transmitter with a tachyon lance, I don't even bother mentioning it. But the final spoils were only a little over 3.2 million star coins. What's going on? Li Bin pointed to the relief on the database door, resembling a Greek Dionysian revelry, made of petrified wood, carved by a renowned Perseus artist, depicting men and women indulging in gluttony and debauchery. This thing should be worth tens of thousands of star coins, right? The Perseus star system has been established for less than 300 years, since the human realm era. There's absolutely no possibility of naturally formed petrified wood. Why is the valuation only 3,000 star coins? That's not even enough to cover the material costs. Could this material have been forged last week? The head of the asset appraisal was an immigrant plundered from the Hyena mines. He had previously worked for the Hyena mines finance department, and was not only proficient in mineral identification and analysis, but also deeply versed in bribery, and familiar with luxury goods and various relics and antiques. After joining Universal Union, he was quickly promoted to head of the asset appraisal department due to his talent. Now holding a high position of power, he felt aggrieved. CEO, the material is guaranteed authentic. The original sculptor and artist specifically preserved the part with the human head identification crystal inlay, keeping a complete record of the entire process of this material's transmission. But? He looked at the relief with heartache. This relief on the petrified wood has ruined the material. The person in charge lamented. Look at this, the lewd appearance from head to toe, all those unspeakable heads everywhere. What kind of decent person would buy this thing to collect? And the sculptor and artist are both notorious for their infamy, but highly sought after by the Starlight Society. It's devalued, greatly devalued. Putting everything else aside, even if it were just a Perseus star map or a replica of any battle, it wouldn't cost this much. Antiques, especially antique artworks, are very selective in their audience. There are very few buyers for this type of art antique. And because this BYD artist carved certain parts of the material very deeply during the design process, it's very difficult for us to clean and recarve them. We could easily ruin them if we're not careful. The person in charge pointed to the room full of artworks and said, aside from those antique-making products that can retain their original price, we can't find many buyers for other artworks, except for the Starlight Society. TSK, Li Bin suddenly felt a sense of unease. He had already acquired most of the high-tech blueprints from Su Zi, and the Starlight Society's blueprints had only undergone minor, precise improvements, adding an enhancement called Starlight Baptism. It couldn't really be called a technological breakthrough. As for profits, with so many artworks, it's difficult to monetize them. The process is very long. Those who deal in antiques are fine, they have a wide audience and no worries about sales, just a bit slower. But those things the Starlight Society has cleverly reverse-engineered. Even Li Bin himself finds them distasteful. Selling them requires assigning dedicated staff and paying their salaries. As for things like powdered milk tea and food products, naturally, there aren't any, because every party at the multi-level venue depletes the inventory. They have to find more in advance for the next party. The only thing worth mentioning is a batch of excellent vintage wines, but the quantity is insufficient. Many have already been opened, greatly diminishing their commercial value. What? Do you expect these hedonistic madmen to resist drinking a single bottle after getting drunk? The fact that some are unopened only shows the society's extensive network, allowing for continuous replenishment. A chicken rib, nothing to eat, but still flavorful to discard. Li Bin thought for a moment, then reluctantly said, Jeffrey, go ask those Starlight Society prisoners again. Tell them I'm kind-hearted and won't kill them today. But they need to contact other society members to sell this pile of junk. This pile of artwork back. Jeffrey blinked. Captain, you mean you want the Starlight Society to pay the ransom? Do you think it's feasible? Li Bin humbly sought advice. He really didn't know as much about this as the seasoned womanizers Jeffrey and Chung Beiyang. Jeffrey thought for a moment and nodded. It work. They can probably chip in a little. After all, they dared to build a dreadnought. Nobody would believe they're broke. We take whatever we can get as ransom, and the rest can be broken up and given to the company crew as performance bonuses based on the material cost. Let them take the scraps, and find someone to make beads and jewelry. When we return victorious, let them give them to their lovers. Everyone will say the captain is mercenary. Chapter 742. Without an atmosphere, there is no rain. But that's alright. The Dome City has a self-circulating weather system that, according to a preset program, periodically arranges sunny, rainy, cloudy, and snowy days based on an old Earth year. Naturally, anyone can customize the weather for any district, or even the entire city, as long as they're willing to pay. Li Bin felt it was a real shame that a cyberpunk-style place, like the Red Light District, didn't have rain. He only mentioned it casually, and by the time he finished collecting his loot from the duplexes and came out, the entire Red Light District was shrouded in a light drizzle. Through the blurry, mosaic-like rain curtain, the projected advertisements and lights blurred in the rain, and the loud advertising jingles became ethereal and distant. The hovering heavy trucks buzzed back and forth along the overpass, truly giving it a bit of a Blade Runner feel. The VIP parking garage on the 56th floor was littered with shattered glass and bloodstains. Real cleaners, dressed in almost transparent plastic jackets and wielding synthetic brooms, were clearing away the trash in an ancient manner. This was arranged by the investors of the Red Light District. They wanted to salvage their image as much as possible, but were also worried that new assassins might infiltrate the cleaning staff and cause problems. Therefore, they not only demanded that the cleaners have as little cybernetic enhancement as possible, forbidding the use of any technological devices, but even their clothing had to be transparent, and their digestive systems had been examined, leaving no room for concealment. These cleaners were pretty, but their movements were clumsy. It was clear they hadn't worked in this field before. The red-haired woman, draped in a white synthetic robe, had skin as white as snow. Her fiery red hair and the beautiful red bird feathers on her arms created a striking contrast, swaying in the light rain and breeze. But her eyes were indifferent, showing no sympathy or pity for her colleagues reduced to cleaning jobs. She stood gracefully on the outer edge of the garage, the towering building at her feet like a precipice, seemingly poised to transform into a bird and take flight at any moment. Just like when she danced in the display case, nothing around her seemed to affect her. It wasn't so much aloofness as indifference. Following Li Bin's gaze, Jeffrey fawned over her. This person has been investigated, no problems. Old One-Eye gave her a nerve parasite and questioned her. She definitely wasn't involved and knew nothing about these things. Li Bin was surprised. Judging from her expression, she doesn't seem like she's been tortured with a nerve parasite. Who says otherwise? Jeffrey shrugged and spread his hands. She convulses and screams when in pain, but quickly returns to this state afterward, as if her body isn't her own. He continued, this person is called Harry Gran, the eldest daughter of the Grand Clan of the Fong clan. As you know, the The Fong clan members have all had their genes mixed in by biological viruses from various giant corporations. Because many of these genes are contradictory and conflicting, most Fong clan members have short lifespans. Those who do live longer are plagued by genetic diseases. Only mutants with the purest animal characteristics and the most human-like appearance are sought after. This often means that many of the messy genes they inherit are recessive, resulting in pure genes. They not only live longer and have fewer genetic diseases, but their offspring are also more likely to be healthy. Jeffrey sighed. Those bastards who did the biological experiments back then were too ruthless, mixing everything in, making the Fong clan's genes a mess. The breeding factories simply don't treat these things as human, refusing to cultivate or repair them. Currently, the biotechnology in the Persis region doesn't have a large-scale cure, so we can only rely on overpopulation, using quantity to compete for mutations. Li Bin knew all this, but he was more curious about this Yunyang named Heli. Why did she always seem so indifferent to life and death? Theoretically speaking, escaping the fate of being a substitute in a breeding factory was already a blessing. She should be as lively as the fox spirit in Prism Freeport's Chicken and Duck Street. At the very least, after Mikhail ended her miserable life as a prostitute, wouldn't she feel a little happy? You see, although old Mikhail had a fiery temper, he was undeniably Slavic, with a tough guy look. He wasn't ugly at all. In fact, he was much better looking than Xiao Shui. Could it be that she disliked forced marriage? Although old Mikhail was ruthless, he wasn't one to force himself on women. If all else failed, there were plenty of women in the whole city who wanted to go with him, let alone the red light district. There was no need to be so hasty. Li Bin took out a cigarette, lit it, and in the cool, damp breeze, exhaled a puff of smoke, gesturing towards her. Jeffrey pondered, should I send Mikhail? What would I need him for? A naive young man, overly protective of his wife, who knows if he embellished what he says? Jeffrey walked over and patted Mikhail on the back, giving him a look that said, I tried to help you, but you're the one who gave in, and muttered a few words. The beautiful Yunyang then shuffled over. When she stood still, she was all right, possessing an ethereal quality. But once she moved, her form immediately and unconsciously exuded a worldly air, a kind of ingrained, hard-to-change quality. Li Bin gazed at the muscular man in the distance, receiving acupuncture, at the holographic advertisement promoting synthetic hormones, staring at the top of her pointed, spiky hair. Are you unhappy? I'm not happy. Yunyang lowered her head, her neck arched like a swan's. Mikhail nervously reached into his combat uniform, scratching his neck. Jeffrey kicked him in the shin in exasperation. What's wrong with you? The captain's just trying to find out what's going on with you, and you're acting like a baby. She's just some common woman from the red light district, and you're treating her like a treasure? There are so many decent women on Eden, so many good girls. I never knew you were into this kind of thing. First mate, this is different, really different. Mikhail was like one of the first Slavic people to see a ballet called Swan Lake in a theater, unaware that ballet would one day become an important part of Slavic culture, but that didn't stop him from feeling a certain sense of destiny and mysterious illusion. Jeffrey sniffed, a slight smirk playing on his lips. You completely disgraced the Mikhail family, he said. I'm a first mate born in the fertilization factory. My parents were an egg cryopreservation unit and a fertilization needle. They're probably long past their prime, thrown into a furnace, and turned into a flat, unremarkable alloy plate. Mikhail looked at Harry's vibrant red feathers fluttering gently in the wind, his voice calm, yet fraught with tension. My name is Mikhail. I don't have a surname. If I had to, my surname is Z-P-9553341. That's my serial number. Jeffrey was speechless. He always found himself shut down at this point by the nonchalant attitude of the people from the fertilization factory. Not far away, the cigarette butt in Li Bin's mouth flickered. The reason? I remember you, Mr. Li Bin, the screenwriter behind the IBB series. Your plots are cliched, but they always have brilliant lines. One sentence you wrote perfectly captures my thoughts. Li's beautiful eyes looked at Li Bin, expressionless. The greatest sorrow is a dead heart, and physical death is secondary. Chapter 743. The Grand Clan had a total of 140,000 people. They were one of the few large clans within the Fong clan to independently rule a planet. We lived on Gongmu Star, but now we're all gone. Phylum Galaxy, or Clan Galaxy. Her bird-like pupils narrowed, her enormous, clipped, bird-like feet curled up. The Hell Legion bombed my homeland across the board. My clan, the people who gave me life, vanished within 2 days. The land I lived on sank, the crust was blasted open, and lava surged up, forming a volcano on the surface. Li Bin. His tone was harsh and unmoved. But you also escaped the fate of being a superior race of the Fong clan. Harry struggled to control her emotions, but a sob still escaped her lips. Before the Hell Legion went to war, my parents paid a slave hunting team to send me and my brothers and sisters out. They had long foreseen the outcome, yet they still sent me out. The wind whipped up bird feathers, the downy feathers of birds magnified proportionally onto her human form, making this former clan prodigy appear as if she were draped in a fiery fur coat. Without any adornment, she naturally possessed an otherworldly, ethereal quality. She hugged her arms tightly, her eyes glazed over. I always known my fate. I should and must intermarry with as many people as possible who also exhibit stable avian genes, and have as many children as possible. I used to regret it, resent my parents and people. Why did we have to look like this? But after boarding the slave ship, I witnessed my own kind being killed simply because of their appearance. The slave traders even looked down on our organs for having too many genetic impurities, deeming them unworthy of being used as human organs. Those who fared slightly better were forced to undergo modification surgery to correct skeletal defects, remove excess limbs, organs, and flesh, and undergo full-body plastic surgery, all to become closer to so-called normal people. Then these tribespeople, dragged out of the medical silos with unfamiliar bodies, were forced to undergo etiquette and hospitality training. The merchant said, these things won't live long in the hands of customers anyway, they'd be used to death sooner or later, so there's no need to worry about their lifespan. Besides, isn't a short life better? Ha! Harry Grant gave a bitter laugh, her expression finally regaining some humanity. Only then did I realize that my self-proclaimed beauty and noble genes were actually the root of my misfortune. Instead, it was my ugly people, whom I despised from the bottom of my heart, who were my protectors. They robbed passing fleets in their dilapidated spaceships, trading their lives for my livelihood. Since someone as incompetent as me could grow up in comfort and even luxury, then I should bear the responsibility. But, when I finally realized it, my people were all gone, Mr. Lee. I had no parents, no people, and even my younger siblings had been bought and were probably long dead. Before my parents sent me away, they repeatedly told us to live, even if it meant enduring humiliation, to live on. But living is so hard, Harry said, turning to look out of the garage. The hovercar garage door on the 56th floor had no railings. With just one step, she could become a bird and enjoy a few seconds to a dozen seconds of flight. Then she fell and splattered into a puddle of mud. But as soon as the beautiful woman turned around, she involuntarily stepped back. Because a hideous, scarred face was clinging to the garage wall with magnetic boots, twirling a stun gun, a cigarette dangling from his lips, blowing acrid white smoke into her face. Girl, you're getting too carried away, the one-eyed old man said through gritted teeth, barely lifting his eyelids. Next time before you tell a story, please be mindful of your surroundings. You can't possibly commit suicide now. Harry looked the one-eyed old man up and down, focusing on his scars, and shook her head. I didn't want to commit suicide. Even if I become a cockroach, I live. I might be the last bloodline of the Grand Clan, I must live. If I die, no one will remember the Grand Clan anymore. Then you don't need to say so much. Just follow along, the one-eyed old man said, skeptical. Harry shook her head again. After get off work, I often browse the cybernetic network. The Universal Union has taken in many survivors of extinct races who have been stranded in foreign lands, Magnus Lloyds. I just hope that if the Universal Union discovers any other feathered, Fang clan survivors who have been stranded in the future, they can rescue them. She forced a bleak smile. You spared my life, probably because you value my body, right? As long as you agree, I'm willing to do anything, willing to learn anything. Her words were alluring, as if filled with boundless erotic fantasies. Old One-Eyed and Li Bin, cigarette butts clenched between their teeth, remained silent, glancing at Mikhail beside them. Mikhail, his face flushed, mustered his courage. I am, after all, the captain of a capital ship, and my annual bonus is substantial. I put a large portion of the reward on the bounty, asking the sailors to help find it. If they can find it, I do my best to bring it back. He added, but we must agree beforehand that it can only be within reasonable limits. The company's sailor's primary duty is to serve the company and the captain. Priorities cannot be confused, otherwise, there's no point in discussing it. Li Bin stubbed out his cigarette and waited for her to go find the real deal. This is the one who's interested in you. Go talk to him. Harry pursed her lips, walked over to the nervous Mikhail, gently grasped his thick, hairy arm, pulled him into her embrace, and nestled close, as if grasping at a lifeline. Her full breasts pressed against his hard, marble-like arms, and she slowly rested her face against them. The men and women temporarily acting as cleaners behind them immediately revealed envy and jealousy. Listen to that. What a great story. Father dead, mother dead, siblings dead, and then she hooked up with the captain of a capital ship. They were all convinced Harry was using this to raise her value, and they were so jealous they could hardly contain themselves. I can tell stories too. I want to redeem myself. I want to marry the captain of the main battleship. I can be a mistress. I don't mind. I don't even need you to spend money to bail me out. My whole family is dead. Wahab, witnessing this rare scene of pure innocence in the red light district, quietly ran to Li Bin's side. Captain, the results of the other night's squads have been confirmed. The second relic of the human realm has been obtained, a Fullerene spool. Originally, this one was placed between the surface of Wolf's spirit star and the space station. After the space station issued a warning and discovered the cathedral-class traces, they immediately withdrew the relic and hid it. The coordinates given by Mr. Chu have been cleared. In addition, the coordinates for the third and fourth relics have also been provided. Feeling he had done a good deed and acted as a matchmaker, and his character had become noble again, Li Bin quickly snapped out of his emotional state and blinked. What is it? A logistics core and a biochemical factory embryo. What the hell? Li Bin's eyes widened, his face twitching. Chapter 744. The logistics core, a treasure Jeffrey and Vulcan had coveted since their time at the Tybusser space station in the MAG system. The logistics core, an extremely specialized, almost unresponsive, ancient AI core. While the development of artificial intelligence technology always tends towards general AI, this one is the opposite. It cannot converse correctly, nor can it pilot ships, but no other Alpha AI core can handle logistics, manufacturing, and economic forecasting with the same accuracy and efficiency. Cores like this were once called paperclip makers, and were phased out early in the history of the Persis sector. Their use for functions other than managing logistics was avoided at all costs. The effect, however, was simple and brutal, bringing all industrial facilities within 12 light-years under the management of the Central Production Department. That is, within 12 light-years, as long as the auxiliary computing matrix is sufficient, whether you have a few or dozens of colony planets, they can all be uniformly incorporated into a single database. Based on the raw materials, consumption, and input-output of each location, a unified accounting is performed, providing the optimal production and transportation solution based on the current computing power supply. To use the rhetoric of major internet companies in the 3K era, this thing is a cost reduction and efficiency enhancing tool for industrial production. Even more amazing is its ability to catch embezzlers based on abnormal data in material input and output. While this wasn't its original design intent, it can indeed catch thieves reselling materials. Li Bin immediately ordered Old One-Eyed and Li Chongjin to return to their posts. They immediately led a team, personally guiding the sailors and knights, to retrieve the logistics core. Now Li Bin didn't have time to waste here anymore. The red light district, which had initially seemed quite cyberpunk due to the inhumane treatment at Speetronics, suddenly felt incredibly dull. Li Bin immediately called for a shuttle to fly directly into the dome-shaped city and take him away. Orbital strike in position. On the bridge of the Dream Eater, Wu Qingyu sat with her arms crossed and legs crossed, reading a holographic novel. The second officer, leading a new team, controlled the ship, methodically conducting the orbital strike based on coordinates and support signals provided by surface sailors and knights. The fleet was expanding rapidly, and the original officers and reserve officers were insufficient, requiring the training of new recruits from the crew. This kind of practice, which did not involve space combat, was the best for developing personnel. But the alarm interrupted the special training. All the reserve officers who were operating the ship quickly left, and the officers who had been resting and supervising on the bridge immediately took over control. Lan Yuan's cold face appeared in the sky battle system. Wu Qingyu hurriedly closed the terminal, but her rosy cheeks betrayed her. Lan Yuan frowned. So addicted? It's work time now. Never mind. I deal with you after get off work. Captain Wu Qingyu, the Tachyon patrol near Wolf Spirit Star is getting closer. According to the AI core assessment, it might be to conceal the reinforcement fleet departing from the Tachyon Technology headquarters on Borui Star. You immediately lead the cruiser portion of my branch fleet to break through the blockade and take control of the nearby space. Yes, Commander. Wu Qingyu responded to the order. Lan Yuan gave her a meaningful look and cut off the communication. Wu Qingyu coughed twice and connected to the ship's neural link system. The high-speed cruiser immediately started up quickly, taking the lead over the other cruisers, and flew towards Wolf Spirit Star's outer orbit with the destroyers and frigates. There are still 14 hours until the agreed time. Captain, should we postpone it? Jeffrey surveyed the ever-growing list of spoils, far exceeding human capacity, and asked, unsatisfied. Actually, it wasn't just him. Everyone was astonished by the wealth of tachyon technology. This was the result of a pre-arranged division, with the second tachyon, represented by Chu Xiangrui. The total profit was tens of millions of star coins, not even including scientists, technicians, and non-military technologies. If calculated as precisely as during the Lich Mine operation, 50 million star coins would be easily achievable. No, considering that the scientists at the Lich Mine were divided among multiple factions, while Wolf's Spirit Star was divided between the Universal Alliance, Konda's Nest, and the second tachyon, Li Bin's final gain could even reach hundreds of millions. It would be a lie to say Li Bin wasn't tempted by Jeffrey's suggestion. He hesitated for several tens of minutes, a rare occurrence, until new intelligence from ISA and Lan Yuan, stationed in space, finally calmed his Starcoin-obsessed mind. Forget it, we're not fighting a war of conquest after all. The vanguard cannons of the Hyperscale system could fire at any moment due to the watchtower's reactivation. Our breakthroughs have already pushed us to the second velocities. If we continue to be greedy, the vanguard cannon might fire to intimidate us. Notify the fleet to deploy horizontal jumps and begin transferring supplies, personnel, and resources from the space station. Also, urge Chu Xiangrui to provide the final coordinates and a live stream link to the zero-gravity refining and smelting center to put his mind at ease. Li Bin, suppressing his greed, gritted his teeth and said, "Those who haven't been to the other parks yet, don't go either. Gather the ground forces." Aye aye. The massive, heavy vault, pierced through by the centipede-like creature, was dragged out from underground after being filled with high-density concrete mixed with alloy powder. These colossal beasts, thriving in high-calcium environments, possess an extraordinary ability to attack human concrete structures. After sacrificing the mouth parts and salivary glands of 3 of these beasts, the colossal relic of the human realm, 8 meters high and over 122 meters long and wide, was finally revealed. As an early product of the human realm's exploration of advanced AI technology, it wasn't as small as an AI core and lacked any ability to interact with humans. But when all the engineering and administrative staff saw it, their breathing quickened. This thing must have been deployed on the ground before, used to coordinate resources between the Speedtron headquarters and surrounding branches. This is a real treasure. Wow, won't our performance double this time? A sailor grinned. Double? Look at you, so ignorant. The accompanying merit officer sneered. The CO has already declared, bring this thing onto the ship, and the entire squadron's performance bonus will increase 8-fold. So you absolutely mustn't mess this up, the civil official said to the shuttle crew. Otherwise, these old sailors really will kill. The crew force smiles and replied, look at you, our logistics core will also benefit, with bonuses doubling. Even if we die, we take care of it beforehand. After saying this, the crew glanced around. To ensure they secured the logistics core, Li Bin deployed a large force to the park without any rail bombing support. The price was the highest casualties since the landing. After dozens of hours of preparation, the subsequent areas of the park were prepared with the surrounding troops gathered in advance. Trenches were dug, reinforced with concrete and alloys, and permanent artillery emplacements were constructed using heavy weaponry. Combined with drones, suicide bombers, and mechanical dogs, we lost 22 fourth-year-old, 4-time molted, behemoths, destroyed 3 knights, and suffered 726 casualties in the assault team, including 600 Marines supported by the Crown Prince. Chapter 745. The Tiamat campus, codenamed Tiamat, is located in an undeveloped, desolate mountain range. Constructed by hollowing out the mountain and using high-strength concrete and an alloy infused with rare metals, the Tiamat campus is currently embroiled in a fierce battle. Which suggested building the campus in the mountains back then? The campus manager cursed, drooling as he pricked himself with acupuncture needles. He had already given up. The campus located within the mountain was indeed a good idea at first glance. Using the rich mineral veins of the mountain range to conceal the campus's existence, and in the event of an invasion, relying on the complex and winding tunnels and sentry guns, the self-destruct mechanism could chip away at the enemy in stages. There were even many hidden tunnels for refuge and data storage. But the original designers hadn't foreseen 2 things. First, the mole was from the board of directors, who directly sold out the coordinates. This allowed the combined forces of the Universal Alliance and Konda's Nest to bypass reconnaissance and launch a direct assault, giving them no time to relocate, destroy, or hide the data. Second, the centipedes, rock crabs, and giant crabs from Eden are incredibly adept at burrowing. The park, originally built on the ground, only faced frontal attacks and giant beasts emerging from underground. But situated in the mountains, the Tiamat Park faces attacks from giant beasts that can appear from any direction. Following these giant beasts are numerous social squid and fast-legged crabs. These squid and fast-legged crabs, due to their different ecological niches, are much smaller than the giant beasts, but each possesses the enormous size acclimatized to Eden's oxygen-rich environment. Any one of them is roughly the size of an adult human. Carrying mobile base stations, they overwhelmed the defenders with their sheer numbers, compensating for the behemoth's limited mobility. Behind these gregarious creatures were heavily armed boarding sailors and prosthetic veterans, all dressed in their finest attire. "This battle is utterly unwinnable," the leader exclaimed, his tongue lolling out, his expression a mixture of pleasure and pain. Clearly, the failure of his mission was beyond even the help of the powder needles. What kind of shitty sentry guns? What kind of laser tunnels? What kind of self-destruct modules? These things just drilled through the mountain, bypassing all the defenses. His deputy quickly added, "These powder needles are all part of the park's P-. The veterinary drugs used on the bioengineered behemoths of Project S are for taming temperamental experimental subjects. There haven't been any human clinical trials yet, so please don't use them." The person in charge chuckled foolishly. "What does it matter? I run out of options. There's still a chance. Release the bioengineered behemoths, and let our bioengineered behemoth experimental subjects use them to delay them." The deputy's expression was firm. "I know our behemoths can't defeat the behemoths of the Universal Alliance. The difference in size and numbers is too great. But they can be injected with overdose of combat drugs, so at least they can do something before they die. You have the authority to destroy the entire park in an emergency, burying the Universal Alliance personnel in a landslide. Let them leave empty-handed." The person in charge, his face corroded by the venomous powder, showed a slight flicker of hesitation. Then, under his deputy's hopeful gaze, he softly waved his hand. "Forget it. Brother, it's rare that you say something like this for my sake. I know you're loyal, and I tell you the truth." Under his deputy's horrified gaze, the person in charge leisurely injected himself with the venomous powder, saying comfortably, "I don't plan to struggle. I come from a management-oriented research background. I was lucky enough to catch the company order a batch of technical talent from the breeding factory. I have no parents, and to climb to my current position, I haven't even had a partner. I've been wandering alone ever since. Although I call you stupid every day, although I know you curse and insult me behind my back, and although you have a bad impression of me, you are actually the last people I truly know in the world. Many of you are people I watched grow up. From the bottom of my heart, I treat you like my own children. I hoped you could achieve something, change the company's stereotype of the P-S project, and prove everyone wrong. But I failed." His hand was weak and limp, barely managing to grip his deputy's sleeve. "I unlocked all the warehouses and databases in the park, and the bio-beasts are all sealed off. When the people from Universal Union arrive, you can lead everyone to surrender as a gift and find a way out for everyone." The deputy's eyes reddened, and he stammered, unable to speak. The person in charge spoke softly and lightly. P-. Project S has been dragging on for too long, and those with family connections have already left to find new jobs. Those remaining are powerless and insignificant. "I can't leave," he said. "As the powerless and insignificant person in charge of this project, my brain has long been injected with nanomaterials. If I run away, without the regular injections of information keys from headquarters, my brain will explode. I don't want to die a miserable death. This is the best ending for me. But everyone can run away without any burden. Since Universal Alliance is working on the behemoths, they definitely need your data, and the data here. I have only one request. It should be a request." The hand gripping his sleeve pulled down, tightening the synthetic fibers. The person in charge was already nearly dying from the pleasure of the beast-grade powder needles. His airway was closed from the spasms, and he couldn't even urinate. Yet, he forced himself to stay upright, pleading with the last vestiges of reason in his delirium. "Don't ask for thanks, even hate me is fine, just don't forget me. I don't want to die anonymously, please." The hand, reddened by a rapid heartbeat, slowly fell after uttering those words. The deputy reached back and grasped only a hot, stiff limb of a corpse. The spirit residing in this mass of carbon-based flesh and blood had departed. "Salute to you, Deputy Minister Dong." The veterans, recognizing the person disembarking from the shuttle, immediately snapped their knees together in salute. Dong Lixiang now enjoyed a stellar reputation among the boarding sailors. The behemoths had taken on the duties originally intended for heavy weapons, significantly reducing the casualties among the Universal Alliance sailors through their sacrifice. Dong Lixiang's contribution was indispensable in ensuring everyone survived the mission. Dong Lixiang's rigid nature made him extremely mindful of status and propriety. Facing these people from different departments, whose positions were significantly different from his own, he entered the park without even glancing at them. Upon finding the old one-eyed man, Dong Lixiang immediately saluted. "Sir Passant, I heard they surrendered here, and all the data and experimental samples were preserved intact." "Yes," the old one-eyed man replied, puffing on his cigarette. "Their leader committed suicide by overdosing on powder needles, leaving his deputy to collect everything before surrendering and handing it over. He then shared a strange piece of information. When the deputy saw me, he told me everything without hiding anything. He should have been credited for protecting the data, but he claimed it was the dead leader who did it all. This is truly bizarre. Are there really such loyal people at Speedtronics?" Dong Lixiang rubbed his temples. "There are always exceptions. In research groups, especially those working on projects the company doesn't favor, most are eccentric and unsociable. It's normal that their personalities aren't suited to Speedtronics." Old One-Eyed nodded. "So you accept all these people?" Dong Lixiang shook his head. "I roughly looked at the data. It's very useful for our research, but people still need to go through the screening process." He emphasized sternly, "Rules are rules." Chapter 746. Dong Lixiang made this special trip to personally receive the data and experimental samples. But most importantly, it was the relic of the human realm temporarily housed here. What a treasure! It's just a violation of the natural order. Dong Lixiang adjusted his terminal glasses, circling the equipment in the warehouse, and excitedly told Li Chongjin, who had just dismounted from his knight and was drenched in sweat, "This is like the embryo of the biochemical factory, a product of the pinnacle of the human realm's biochemical technology." The human realm didn't produce behemoth projects before, not because they lacked the ability, but simply because there was no need. He stared at the device with fascination. "With this, our company's behemoth project will undoubtedly reach a new level." Human Realm Relic. Neural Reagent Regulation Kit. Neural Reagent Regulation Kit. This was an experimental project secretly funded by the human realm to the Exodean Biotechnology Company, originally intended for the purpose of ruling the increasingly expanding and difficult-to-manage Milky Way galaxy. While stargates allow the human realm to travel rapidly between and even within star systems, the physical reduction in distance is still insufficient to overcome the ideological chaos and cultural and identity fragmentation resulting from a population of trillions. The Neurochemical Modulation Unit is a facility attempting to use psychotropic chemicals for gradual or acute brainwashing, in conjunction with the training equipment. Although its existence has always been denied by the ruling class of the sector, many legends surround it. It is said that Exodarnia's biotechnology solutions for the re-education of planetary rebels and dissidents after the Great Collapse possessed astonishing efficiency, and once helped planets in the Perseus sector loyal to the human realm through a difficult time. However, this company soon became a victim of its own products. As the non-human forces, led by Sustran Technology and the Church of Ludwig, expanded and proselytized with unbridled force, this secret project was eventually exposed. The enraged mob did not hesitate to kill the governor and burn the related production facilities and technical data. Only this one unique product remained, finally smuggled out by Sustran agents at the cost of dozens of lives and the lives of thousands of contractors. The deputy and the technicians at the Tiamat campus, their eyes red with tears, said sorrowfully, after the neural reagent modulator was brought to Tachyon, the first Tachyon CEO wanted to use it to control the people under his rule. But the board of directors unanimously opposed it, believing that if such a thing were used, Tachyon Technology's corporate system would quickly degenerate into a dictatorship. The CEO could use it to silently manipulate everyone, and then become a puppet of the board of directors. Therefore, this thing was strictly limited, only to be used in biochemical projects within the P-S project, from biomodified humans to biomonsters. Because it was of paramount importance, the board of directors placed it under the strictest monitoring. "Now it's yours." Dong Lixiang pursed his lips, his face flushed for a moment, and it took him several tens of minutes to recover from the joy of this precious acquisition, belatedly frowning. Yes, the neural reagent modulator greatly amplified the neural parasites. Imagine combining a brainwashing agent produced by a neuroparasite and a neuromodulator, then implanting it into the multi-brain structure of a behemoth. It's possible to cultivate docile and obedient beasts. Conversely, it could also cultivate obedient humans. Furthermore, these individuals can use neural parasites as glands to pre-store sufficient amounts of brainwashing drugs, allowing for long-term control over a person. With this device, Universal Union could transform the entire company into a convenient tool in the CEO's hands. But all of this hinges on the secrecy surrounding it. But clearly, Chu Xiangrui, as the intelligence seller, possessed sufficient evidence to prove that Li Bin had taken this thing, and was likely using it to manipulate everyone in Huanyu Union, and even Kong Zhichou. This would lead to a complete break between Kongda's Nest and Huanyu Union, and even everyone who had visited Huanyu Union and developed a favorable impression of it would fall into self-doubt. Was my goodwill genuine, or just because I was drugged? Dong Lixiang quickly organized his thoughts, and made an emergency call to Li Bin, speaking rapidly. That's exactly it. It's all a trap. CO, this thing is a time bomb. We can't let Chu Xiangrui ruin us. A soft laugh came from the other end. The biggest harm of this thing is that it can be used to manipulate people, right? Yes, Dong Lixiang nodded. Then I have my sister build a transparent factory, put the stuff in, start production, and only produce the amount needed for the behemoth project that day. Once production is complete, we stop, right? Li Bin's laughter remained unchanged. Also, have Kuning organize a series of high-quality interviews, with you and the company's scientists in attendance. Then leak them out under the guise of internal information, letting everyone know that the company has obtained this thing, and is going to invest it in the behemoth project, and even commercialize it. Huh? Dong Lixiang was dumbfounded. He was momentarily exasperated. CO. If this information is leaked, it could easily attract sabotage and theft by agents of giant corporations. Overlords, Hell Legions, Interstellar Empires, Keljev Technologies, and the Luddite Church, powers with high cohesion and a strong emphasis on collectivism, all treasure this thing. I know, Li Bin said to Dong Lixiang as he stood at the space station, spreading the information simultaneously. But so what? I already said the company will commercialize it. That means all giant corporations can pay me to purchase brainwashing drugs to control whoever they want. Besides, the company will also provide prisoner rehabilitation, allowing all serious offenders and repeat offenders, with their families' permission, to undergo long-term, monitored brainwashing to help them reform. The biggest danger of this thing is its clandestine development. The use of the chain of suspicion that triggered the explosion, and the panic among giant corporations caused by monopolies. The Universal Union will make it completely transparent, emphasizing its positive uses. There's an old saying from the 3K era, eat the sugar coating, and you get the cannonballs back. If all the giant corporations can purchase it, it's the same as nobody having it. The Universal Union is isolated in the Lost Star sector. It's better for us to control the equipment than for a power in a Core Star sector to control it, right? Old Dong, I know you care about the company, but you don't need to worry about these things. At worst, I produce enough of the behemoth brainwashing drug for your research, and then publicly destroy it. It's not like there's no way out. Li Bin, having said this, turned around and urged Dong Lixiang. But you guys, hurry up. The company is preparing to run away. You have 8 hours to recover the supplies. Remember to scrape the ground clean. Ever since Li Bin obtained the coordinates of the Neural Reagent Modulation Group, he had been thinking about how to use this thing. To monopolize it would obviously be an arbitrary and greedy tyrannical act. Since its inception, the Universal Union has relied on generous salaries, incentives, and open upward mobility for its lower levels. The upper echelons rely on a unified shared ideal to shape their ideology. The corporate system is merely a facade. As a newly established regime, it possesses limitless potential in ideology, politics, and economics. In reality, the demand for the neuromodulatory reagent is minimal. It's the overlords and other deeply entrenched powers whose leaders crave this stuff. This stuff is like a kidney tonic, something only those in their 30s need. The Universal Union, less than 10 years old, is in the prime of interstellar humanity's youth. These young men are incredibly healthy, too hot to even sleep on a cold bed, and prone to urinating profusely in the wind. For them, consuming this stuff would be disastrous. Chapter 747. Li Bin, Kong Zhichou, and the agents of the giant corporation had a frank discussion about how to allocate the use of the Neural Reagent Modulation Group. They were expanding the use of this dangerous brainwashing device to reduce the harm caused by possessing it. Chu Xiangrui sent a secret message. I've given you everything you wanted. The contract is complete. Please abide by the agreement and leave. Seemingly afraid Li Bin wouldn't leave, Chu Xiangrui shared additional intelligence with him. Besides the Ark, the Relief Association is secretly building meteorite-based space stations throughout the star system to store the spoils of privateering and ultimately transport them back to the Ark. Just like the space station you and the Crown Prince attacked before, as an ally of the Relief Association, Sutron Technology received intelligence. The Relief Association has a small space station built in the asteroid belt, 24 light-years from the Eden star system, in a star system north of the Lloyd Alliance. It houses 5 cruisers. This fleet has now set sail, preparing to attack Eden. They plan to bypass the space station and instead launch a saturation bombardment of Eden surface industries and dome-shaped cities. Li Bin handed the intelligence to Kong Jicho. Look, Chu Xiangru is panicking, he's afraid we won't leave. Kong Jicho, lounging in a relaxed position, read it. This is just a warning, right? He's threatening you with your base first. If you don't leave, he have the watchtowers fully operational, and use the vanguard cannons to keep us here. He said somewhat irritably. Hasn't he found his location yet? Li Bin shook his head. After all, he's a major shareholder of Susan Technology, he has the technology. With prior preparation, it's difficult to find him. This message was probably transmitted manually offline, with the location changed. By the way, what did the other companies say about the ship I requested? The spoils of war were enormous. While Kong Jicho's sacrifice was indeed converted from an abandoned space station, the Lud Church's technology was relatively outdated, and it had been crammed with a missile factory and a large amount of weaponry. Later, after it came into Kong Jicho's hands, he moved all the factories from his own headquarters into the ship, leaving only a quarter of the cargo space of a normal space station. Therefore, when Li Bin was offering concessions to the space station's partner companies and other cooperating corporations as appeasement, he also entrusted the task of procuring cargo ships to Kong Jicho. The prince tossed the terminal over. From our withdrawal to Tachyon Technology taking over the space station and planet, it took about a few hours to a dozen hours. Although we got the lion's share, there's still a lot of lucrative territory left on the space station and the surface. These companies are itching to get their hands on it, like hyenas ready to feast on the carrion, so the ship delivery was somewhat reluctant. I wiped out one company on the spot, using both threats and inducements to get what you wanted. The terminal projection showed an Atlas-class supercargo ship and 4 Colossus-class cargo ships. Judging from the paint scheme, the Atlas-class cargo ship was from the Perseus Alliance. It was Koning's sister who made the decision, persuading the Perseus Alliance's trade fleet to relinquish it. She's very sensible, but she's been spoiled rotten, only moving when provoked. I'm afraid Oppenheimer Studios won't be in her hands in the future, Kong Jicho said casually. Li Bin shook his head. Oppenheimer Studio has 108 children. If they really started fighting, it would be no different from a war. The struggle for succession among the 9 princes was already a complete mess. If it were 108 princes vying for the throne, wouldn't it turn the world upside down? What about the giant corporation's agents? Li Bin asked again. Kong Jicho replied, it's all settled. Your company's geographical location saved you. As long as the neural reagent modulator isn't used in the core star sector, it won't affect the giant corporation's interests. However, agents from Overlord and Kelja Technology Company warned me that the Hell Legion will definitely target this thing, so be prepared. He sat up as he spoke, asking curiously, hey, the Relief Association is going to attack your home planet, aren't you worried at all? Eden has planetary shields and heavy ground arrays. A few cruisers can't break through, but space stations and mining and gas extraction stations in the system will be hard to escape. Li Bin blinked, silently raised his hand, and waved his terminal. I become a big fish in this hole. What are a few gas and mining stations? As long as there's no population loss, let them take it. Anyway, we can repair them, right? The Relief Association's retaliation was unavoidable. There are always losses in war. Li Bin had a good mindset. His mentality had stabilized since he decided to evacuate. This is a simple case of losing one thing and gaining another. You, the Relief Association, smash my pot, I took someone else's kitchen, rounding it up. I still profit. Alright, brother, you're generous. Kong Jicho stood up, flicked his thumb, and pointed to the floor-to-ceiling observation window. Shall we leave now? Leave now. On February 18th, Star Calendar 216, the formidable combined fleet of the Universal Union Canda's Nest, after staying on Wolf Spirit Star for less than 5 days, hastily retreated. Wu Qingyu, who had wiped out the Swiftness Patrol, led the Dream Eater and a group of cruisers, and was among the last to return to base. The fleet was riddled with damage, but the combined fleet didn't even give them time to repair it, initiating a transverse jump outside the space station. The massive fleet, visible even from the surface of Wolf Spirit Star, was obscured by a dazzling blue-purple light. Never before had a transverse jump been initiated so close to a planet, especially on such a massive scale. Half of Wolf Spirit Star's inhabitants could see the curtain of light that blotted out the sun, even blocking out the starlight. Inside the Wolf Spirit Star space station, Ruben, the branch manager bearing the Richelieu's bank logo, watched in horror as the space station's advertising projection abruptly switched to notification mode, informing him that the space station was being affected by abnormal gravity and was deviating from its original orbit. Such a large-scale transverse jump, tearing through space, could accommodate the sacrifice, and naturally, it would also affect the space station. Unaware of the true situation, the crowd assumed the combined fleet was going to sink the space station before leaving, and a chorus of wails and lamentations erupted. Several tens of minutes later, the space station, which had been groaning and rumbling under the pull of gravity, suddenly returned to normal. The optical observation post no longer saw a blue-purple, distorted hyperspace illusion, but rather real celestial bodies and the universe. The massive fleet that had been looming over Wolf's spirit star had vanished without a trace. Chairman Chu, the purple light is gone. The space station's agents have reported that the combined fleet is really gone. The zero-gravity refining and smelting center is intact. The accompanying scientist exclaimed excitedly. We can go back. Chu Xiangrui left the bunker with a complex expression, stepping across the desolate Gobi Desert. Communications restored? Restored. The scientist nodded. Immediately send ground troops to the space station via shuttles and space elevators. Have them immediately guard the zero-gravity refining and smelting center. Don't worry about anything else for now. Chu Xiangrui, acting rationally, gave the order. His wife, Yelena, noticed that when the joint fleet was present, her husband was extremely worried and couldn't sleep. After the joint fleet left, the expression on his face didn't lessen, in fact, it became even more solemn. Yelena covered her mouth, her eyes flashing blue, and asked through the simulated communication implant synthesized from nanomaterials, You recaptured the lost territory, why aren't you happy? Chu Xiangrui's eyes also gleamed blue. Everyone else's human territory relics weren't even preserved, but I preserved 2 nano-forging furnaces, which allowed me to return to the board of directors. I also have to protect the zero-gravity refining and smelting center from the giant agents of the space station to gain the complete approval of the other directors of the second velocity, and go on stage to challenge Sun Aihao. Finally, I have to clean up the mess from the cooperation with the Universal Union. 1,001 things to deal with. Fortunately, this time it proved that Li Bin is indeed a man of his word. After the Third War, I will preside over a limited surrender and deepen cooperation with the Universal Alliance. Yelena asked, puzzled, can't we just cooperate directly with the Supreme Overlord? Chu Xiangrui shook his head. To cooperate deeply with the Overlord after defeat is to hand tachyon technology over to them. I need to take advantage of my past cooperation with Li Bin to tie myself to him and Kong Jicho in order to save the company. After this war, the Persis Alliance will probably be finished. It was precisely because of this that Zilith and the others were willing to gamble with me on Li Bin. Chapter 748. Tiger God Base, the secret base of the Relief Association. This is a spoils distribution center established by the Relief Association 25 years ago in the northeastern part of the Lost Star sector. Every 2 years, the Ark of Salvation would move to this vicinity, and Tiger God Base would hand over the spoils collected over the 2 years in exchange for supplies and manpower. The main purpose of establishing a base in this location was to target the Afterglow fleet, which had invaded the Brighton Alliance. The Relief Association did not deploy many forces here. Their mission was to wait until the Afterglow invading fleet was repelled, then take advantage of the chaos to gradually erode the defeated fleet, collecting relic components, ship parts, and most importantly, the AI core. But recently, this space station has become deserted. The entire fleet of the space station has been mobilized, and is heading towards the Universal Union. Fantastic. Fate is on our side. With the hyperspace gut, we can reach the Eden Galaxy in 2 or 3 days. Commander Lu Chen of the Revenge Fleet, a pillar of the Lu family of the Relief Association, and father of Lu Jinyan, the handsome man who once seduced Samarkand, exclaimed excitedly, his face flushed with a sickly pallor, notify the fleet to enter the hyperspace glide path. The Lu family, a prominent family within the Relief Association, upholds an elite education system. Each generation has many offspring, but only a select few are granted the Lu surname. His son, Lu Jinyan, was the only one in his generation recognized by the family for his talent, his future seemingly limitless, yet he died because of the Universal Alliance. He swore an oath to the family elders and his grieving wife to avenge this tragedy, and thus requested exile to this location to serve as fleet commander. After the start of the Third AI War, he began to prepare for revenge. Upon learning that the Universal Alliance had been mobilized, he spent a huge sum of money to have his family send 2 battleships, the Alistair-class battlecruisers, and 3 Gold-class cruisers. These fleets, which were paid for and secured by his family, were naturally not included in the intelligence provided to Sustern technology. Lu Chen's original plan was to only inform the Tiger God base of the fleet composition, concealing the strength mobilized by his family to prevent any informed individuals from being captured and leaking information. Now, seeing Wolf's spirit star fall, he was increasingly satisfied with his wise move. As the fleet was propelled 1,000 miles in an instant by the hyperspace glide, Lu Chen, enduring discomfort, repeated his plan to his first mate for the umpteenth time from his throne. Send all the cruisers to Eden Star, catch them off guard. 2 Arsenal ships to the South Heavenly Gate system, destroy the Corona Diverter. Doesn't the Universal Union claim to have endless energy? All their factories, even their planetary defense arrays, must heavily rely on the energy provided by the Corona Diverter. If we destroy it in advance, the entire planet will fall into energy shortage, becoming like a peeled egg. This plan was brilliant, practically invincible. The first mate frowned, trying to dissuade him again. The Universal Union certainly knows the Corona Diverter is their Achilles heel. They will defend it heavily. Impossible, Lu Chen retorted. Our agents have already discovered that almost all of the main battleships of the Universal Alliance and Kong Jicho have been deployed, leaving only one Donovan-class ship from our association, a battleship captured by Kong Jicho during the Relief Association's attack on Granada. Lu Chen confidently continued, What's wrong with this ship? Others may not know, but we do, right? It's very weak. Our cruisers will circle around Eden with it, holding out until I destroy the Corona Diverter, then we can spread out and bombard it. Then everything will be settled. Lu Chen struggled to hold the first mate's shoulder in the slipstream. Lu Jinan is dead. The family needs to promote a new child from the branch family to inherit the Lu surname. Lu Cheng, you are the most promising of my sons. Avenge your brother. If you succeed, you can change your name to Lu Cheng. First mate and son Lu Cheng was deeply moved. He nodded solemnly. Avenging my elder brother is my duty. Perhaps it was truly fate's favor. This hyperspace glide path from west to east could simultaneously propel both fleets to the vicinity of the Eden and Nanchaman star systems. Lu Chen, leading 2 damaged Alistair-class ships, left the hyperspace glide path only half a day later than Lu Cheng. No time for repairs, everyone be careful. Lu Chen addressed the fleet channel. We might face a Donovan-class arsenal ship, but most likely only a group of cruisers. All of Li Bin's high-end forces are committed to the war against tachyon technology. In this battle, we only have 2 capital ships and a batch of frigates and destroyers, but I want to say. He clenched his fist passionately. The advantage is on our side. Destroy the Corona Splitter, and the Lu family will definitely give out bonuses. 50 star coins for each basic crew member. Does everyone have confidence? Over 8,000 people responded in unison. We go through fire and water, Brother Chen. Move out. The fleet crashed into the jump point at the edge of the Nanchaman star system. The first frigate to restart cautiously made its way towards the center of the system. Everyone nervously wiped away sweat. This operation was undoubtedly a military gamble. Splitting the fleet would undoubtedly violate the Lu family's plans, but the pain of losing his son and the suffering of the Relief Association's large fleet made it difficult for Lu Chen to accept merely orbital bombardment. With heavy ground defense arrays in place, even saturation bombardment will hardly achieve enough to severely damage Li Bin. He gritted his teeth. I want all the forces in the core star sector to know that the Relief Association is not a pushover. The Universal Alliance is just the beginning. Another association's revenge fleet has already set off and is heading towards the vicinity of the Myasaran system's hyperspace. Will Eisen and the Eisen family's fleet will also be wiped out. Brother Chen, apart from the relay communicators and Corona splitters from the human realm era, there are no traces of human activity in this system. The Universal Alliance hasn't deployed any defenses here. The reconnaissance fleet commander reported. After Lu Chen announced the hefty reward, everyone's way of addressing him changed. Lu Chen sneered. It seems they concentrated all their forces on Eden, Granada, and the Tonfa system. The South Heavenly Gate system is deliberately left empty, a reverse strategy designed to mislead people into thinking there's a large force deployed there. Going against the grain, huh? He laughed heartily. Too bad, Li Bin. I'm not one to deduce things by conventional logic. He was brimming with confidence, as if he could already see the vibrant planet Eden reduced to a sea of fire. All units, activate acceleration mode. Once you reach maximum range, fire directly at the Corona Splitter. Don't worry about ammunition consumption. After we finish here, we still have to bomb Eden. 4 hours later, as the 2 Alistair-class ships raced towards their destination and could already detect the Corona Splitter's signal through their probes, the reconnaissance fleet entered range and began bombing. But just as the fire control radar of this fleet, led by destroyers, locked on, the reconnaissance fleet commander's surprised voice came back. "Wait, Brother Chen. Enemy ships detected." Humph. Lu Chen chuckled with interest. "There's an airport in the Corona Splitter? I underestimated the human realm's technology. They actually managed to build an airport that can maintain a low temperature for a long time and accommodate warships, almost close to the Corona. I really want to dismantle it completely and absorb the technology. If we master this technology, it will surely significantly offset the damage from high-tech energy weapons, right? Unfortunately, this is a war of annihilation, not a war of conquest. Let the ancient relics of the human realm perish with the foolish actions of the Universal Alliance," he said arrogantly, but no fawning voice came from the reconnaissance fleet commander on the communication channel, which made Lu Chen frown slightly. "Humph. Are they being overwhelmed by the ambushed fleet? This useless piece of trash," Lu Chen said with dissatisfaction. "Commander Xia, report on the frontline situation." Chapter 749. There was no response from the channel, only a hissing sound. Radiation signals from celestial bodies. Lu Chen frowned, looking at the new first mate. "Activate the wide area sensor scan to thoroughly reconnoiter the battlefield." "Yes, sir." The first mate contacted the entire fleet, activating a wide area scan. A few minutes later, he exclaimed in horror, "No response. Only signals from large debris fields. Something's wrong." The first mate's screen distorted. There were two signals. Judging by their size, they were cruisers, but so fast. They detected us using their sensors. "What are you barking about?" Lu Chen frowned deeply. "Are you saying that the reconnaissance fleet of 6 destroyers and 32 frigates was completely annihilated in a single encounter, less than 5 minutes? Is this some kind of New Era Persis Alliance joke?" He was puzzled, and the first mate, looking as if he'd seen a hyperspace ghost, incredulously projected the situation onto the sky battle system. Everyone on the bridge looked over, then their pupils contracted simultaneously. "Too fast, what is that? Why does a cruiser-sized signal have a speed comparable to a frigate? No. It's faster than a frigate. A journey that would normally take a capital ship 4 hours to complete can now be covered in less than an hour, according to the ship's AI. Immediately send a telegram to the association reporting the situation here." Lu Chen instantly realized that Li Bin wasn't using a ruse, but a complete bluff. "Warning. This is the Delta Squadron of the Central Fleet of the Human Realm. Supersized automated cruiser left-handed, supersized automated cruiser right-handed, currently on a Corona Splitter escort mission in the Persis starfield. Your actions constitute substantial damage to human territory's controlled assets. According to the Human Territory Control Regulations, this act is assessed as a criminal offense and has been uploaded to the Human Territory Network. Upload failed. Execute backup plan. Warning. Intruders, immediately cease operation, shut down thrusters, lock turrets, and open firewalls for inspection. Otherwise, Delta Squadron will take disciplinary action. Human Territory Central Fleet. It's the Human Territory Central Fleet. Lu Chen had cursed Li Bin's deceased parents 1,000 times in his mind. He wished he could master cloning and memory transfer techniques to resurrect them, and kill them 1,000 more times to vent his anger. The Universal Alliance has gained the ability to communicate with the Guardians of Human Relics. Damn it! He screamed. He needed to warn the association immediately, and then notify Lu Chong to leave quickly. Otherwise, if the attack failed, the association would assume that the Universal Alliance had successfully predicted the attack and deployed its fleet in an ambush. Then they would repeat the same mistake. A supersized cruiser, a name he never even heard of. But that didn't prevent Lu Chen from making a rational judgment amidst his passion. Lu Chen was qualified to be the commander of the Revenge Fleet. Annihilating the reconnaissance fleet in 5 minutes, especially a scattered one, was not something that could be assessed using conventional methods. A cruiser with speed comparable to a frigate, and the fact that the reconnaissance fleet never managed to send a warning before its demise. Even the Doom-class phase cruisers and Dominator-class heavy cruisers couldn't achieve this. Lu Chen ordered, "It's at the level of a capital ship. These 2 ships must be assessed as capital ships. Immediately use the Human Realm Relay Communicator in the star system to transmit intelligence to the association." The messenger, sweating profusely, shook his head. "No. The Human Realm Relay Communicator has been blocked. They're demanding our identification codes. Otherwise, they refuse us access." Lu Chen was furious. He knew very well that with their speed disadvantage, they couldn't evacuate at all. With communication failing, their only option was for the ships to escape. Form ranks. Form ranks immediately. With our battlecruisers as the core, the remaining destroyers and frigates will protect the battlecruisers' main engines. We must not allow the enemy to destroy our operational capabilities by relying on speed. The fleet is slowly moving towards hyperspace. Hold on. As long as we hold on, once we enter hyperspace, we can move. He loudly encouraged his subordinates. The guardians of the human realm's relics are all AI cores. Their missions are written into the underlying network. They won't pursue us too far. The first mate quickly suggested, how about sending a frigate back to report first? Foolish. Lucien retorted, the other side has 2 cruisers. They can easily use their speed and combat power advantage to annihilate any frigate trying to escape. Doing so is just suicide. He clenched his fists, his sickly face flushed with desire. In another place, someone might mistake him for being in heat. The only way is to rely on the battlecruiser's combat power to hold them off, creating an opportunity for the frigates to move. What is that? They nervously communicated tactics. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. As the two were secretly plotting, the hyperbody class had already entered the visual detection range of the optical observation post. That magnificent, streamlined, work of art-like structure, under the starlight, every inch of its armor resembled a raven's black feather, reflecting a shimmering multicolored light. Multicolored white? And this ship shape? Why isn't it painted green? Isn't this a zombie ship? The first mate stammered. Nonsense! Didn't you hear it's the central fleet of the human realm? Lucien roared. Automatic combat machines are the border troops' weapons. This is the central fleet, meaning these are unmanned warships of the human realm central army. These warships come from the Gold Belt, directly ruled by the human realm, representing the human realm's most cutting-edge technological achievements. Earth's location in the universe is Lania Chaos Supercluster, Virgo Cluster, Local Group, Milky Way, Orion Arm, Gould Belt, Local Bubble, Local Interstellar Cloud, Oort Cloud, the third planet from the Sun. The Gould Belt is approximately 3,000 light-years in size. Simply put, it can be considered a directly subordinate region of the Empire, meaning a region directly under the central government. From a low-tech to mid-tech to high-tech perspective, aesthetics reflect technological level. This so-called superclass warship is definitely more beautiful than the most advanced high-tech warships in Suzumiki's hands. As they marveled at the hyperbody's magnificent appearance, the two ships swiftly advanced, their turrets rising and firing. What is that? A shimmering, red-black object shot out, scouring a distorted space in the physical universe, seemingly born with malice and terror, sending chills down their spines. The distorted red and black evoked images of cruel, icy black holes, of the legendary abyss, the deepest part of hyperspace, and of the world-ending destruction in Luddite doctrine. Driven by instinctual fear, the fleet's gunners unleashed a furious barrage of ammunition, missiles, and lasers, trying to destroy the thing. It flew slowly and silently, distorting approaching lasers and missiles, absorbing shells. Seemingly nothing could stop it. Fortunately, this missile-like object was not the world-ending destruction of mythology. Its defensive force field or something else was finite. Its long range and relentless attacks wore down its defenses, and it was destroyed far from the fleet. A terrifying red-black explosion slowly expanded, like a black hole rising from the ground, devouring and ravaging everything in its path. The shield of the nearest Alistair-class battlecruiser was affected by the expanding red-black and distorted spatial ripples, causing the ship's radiation energy to jump sharply to 1/6. If Li Bin were present, he could use his authorization to identify this as a weapon specially supplied to the central army of the human realm, a large-scale energy torpedo, the Rift Torrent torpedo. How is this possible? The shield supervisor, watching the radiation energy reading jump directly from 0 to 1/6 without any upward trend, grabbed his hair, feeling that decades of education in electrical grids and radiation energy, as well as practical experience, had become a joke. Their attention was drawn to this missile-like, torpedo-like contraption, creating an opportunity for another superbody to approach. Lucien was astonished to notice that the two cruisers had no intention of flanking or attacking the thrusters to sever their legs. They were attacking head-on. The second red-black missile was fired. It was almost upon them. The red-black missile blotted out the sky, obscuring everything. Following the red-black missile were slowly flying fluorescent green and lightning-fast white-purple orbs of light. Chapter 750. The emerald green light came from the resonant anti-shield missile launcher, while the purplish-white, plasma cannon-like weapon, possessing the super speed of a carrier-based aircraft, was a high-speed antimatter missile. Launching resonant bodies and antimatter shockwaves, unlike the stable, foam-like antimatter synthesized from volatiles, the high-speed antimatter missile carried high-purity, active antimatter. This special missile could only be used by the Central Fleet under Gould's command in the directly controlled region of the human territory. These missiles, like torpedoes, rapidly struck the ship's shields, first expanding red and black, engulfing everything, evaporating the ship's armor through the shields. No! Not evaporation, but tearing it apart. Then it tormented the shields, and by the time the emerald green missile landed, both battlecruisers were cleanly and decisively overloaded. When the purplish-white missile arrived, interceptors and bombers launched from the destroyer and frigate carriers were instantly destroyed by the explosion, then landed on the already armored ships. The two supersized ships quickly retreated to a safe distance, then swiftly switched to forced exhaust mode. Against the backdrop of thermal imaging and radiation, the two cruisers stood out. For minutes later, the two ships repeated the same maneuver, quickly destroying the frigates and destroyers that emerged from behind the battlecruisers in an attempt to retaliate. Even the shields of the Rastal-class cruisers couldn't withstand the Rift torpedoes and these Central Army weapons. What could these smaller ships possibly do? They could only withstand one more salvo. The process was the same: retreat, deflect the missiles, cool the weapons, and press forward again. After the third salvo, all the frigates and destroyers were exhausted, leaving only two battered Rastal-class cruisers, battered by Rift torpedoes, resonator missiles, and antimatter high-speed missiles, their frontal armor completely destroyed, their detectors and sensors damaged, and 1/8 of their hull destroyed. The fourth round of attacks launched two red and black missiles, triggering a shrill alarm on the bridge, seemingly conveying the ship's AI's frustration. Brotherchin. The cries were deafening as the staff officer loudly reported that the flagship's frontal weapons had malfunctioned, and the anti-aircraft guns could not detonate the red and black missiles prematurely. Lu Chun, seated on his throne, suddenly smiled. He was at peace. He had reconciled with his obsession. He severed the neural link, sat up straight, and took out cigarettes, alcohol, and a tranquilizer, a narcotic he, as commander, would never use unless severely wounded, from the cabinet, beginning to indulge himself. But he had only lit a cigar and taken a puff when a powder needle pierced his captain's uniform, gurgling through the broken compressed air pipe, using air pressure to propel the drug. Before he could even feel the effects of nicotine, alcohol, and drugs on his brain, the red and black missiles engulfed the bridge. Execution complete. Begin eliminating witnesses. 10 minutes later. Witness eliminated, archives compiled, battle log uploaded, delivered to Li Bin, Deputy Governor of the Persia-Star region, authorized by St. Ludov Omega Corps, acting commander of the suppression fleet. Li Bin failed to retrieve the information, redirected to the Eden Star Governor's office, the headquarters of the acting suppression fleet. Upload successful. Sent a request for battlefield cleanup and repair resource delivery. Sent successfully, response received. Eden Star, Xinjiang City Governor's office. The once clear sky was now obscured by a crimson net-like shield. The planetary shield was fully activated. A Blue Relief Association fleet was being pursued by a patrol fleet from the Eden system. They were deliberately avoiding combat, circling the planet, and dropping antimatter bombs as they flew. But against the planetary shield, these disorganized bombardments didn't even warrant activating the heavy defensive array. However, Li Shu still triggered the planetary alert, and all factories shut down. Flammable and explosive materials were being transferred to underground safe deposit boxes. She was initially just nervous, but after receiving and reviewing the combat logs from the Nanchaman star system, her mood soured. She called Gao Yuanjian and Wang Shiji to look at the combat logs and asked, in terms of combat power, is there any ship or fleet in the current and future fleet of the Universal Alliance that can match this superbody's capabilities? Gao Yuanjian almost stood up straight from reading it. He scoffed, it's difficult, but if you're asking who could do it, it would probably be the Xingtian. Wang Shiji shook his head, hard to say. These two superbodies were operating together, you can't assess them as a single ship. Huh? Gao Yuanjian was taken aback. Wang Shiji said, I heard of the supersized class. So far, this ship has only shown its weapons system. Its tactical system, called the Time Flow Shell, can accelerate its own time for a short period. Using its speed exceeding that of a frigate, combined with time acceleration, it can escape attacks of almost any scale, making it very difficult to hit. Furthermore, the most terrifying thing about this ship is that it's not a single ship. Do you want to see what nonsense you're spouting? Gao Yuanjian frowned. What do you mean the ship isn't a single ship? Does it mean it's 10 or 100 ships? Indeed, this ship itself is constructed using a large amount of nanomaterials. If it's broken, it will self-repair and reassemble, reforming into a destroyer, then into a frigate. Wang Shiji said awkwardly. This technology won the Gold Award for Outstanding Achievement in the Solar System from the human realm. It's very impressive. Gao Yuanjin exclaimed. So what award did you receive back then? Wang Shiji glanced at Gao Yuanjin, feigning shyness. To be honest, I only received a bronze medal, standing in the second to last row with over 3,000 other colleagues. While it's higher than an excellence award, it's certainly not as prestigious as a gold medal. Ah. I see. Mr. Wang is quite outstanding, Gao Yuanjin grinned, his back teeth practically grinding to powder. So sour. Even though the human realm is finished, gold and silver medals are just fleeting clouds. Why am I still so sour? If I lived in the human realm era, receiving technical training and education from various star regions, maybe I could have won an award too. He muttered to himself, his micro-expressions clearly analyzed by Wang Shiji's terminal glasses. Wang Shiji, sporting the face of a character known as Brother Jie, couldn't help but smirk. While the superclass has its advantages, it's not invincible. If the CO's Candle Dragon provides electronic warfare suppression, combined with the Xingqian's destructive capabilities, it's highly likely that electronic interference can delay its self-repair, and the Xingqian's Galaxy Xenon cannon and star missiles can directly obliterate the wreckage. This way, we can skip the war of attrition. He continued, the Xingqian's weapon and fortress shield systems are actually very well designed. It's just that its speed is too slow. It was designed for decisive battles, and it's not the same type as the superclass, so it's normal that it struggles. However, in terms of weaponry, the Galaxy Xenon cannon is actually more powerful than the Rift torpedo, but it lacks its special effects. Li Shu pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, what about your Alicorn class? My Alicorn class is naturally invincible. Wang Shiji raised his chin. Bragging, invincible, and still getting a bronze medal, Gao Yuanjin muttered, biting his nails. The conversation became too intimate. It grew distant, the bonds of friendship weakened. Wang Shiji clutched his chest, feeling that Gao Yuanjin was no longer his friend. Chapter 751. In the Hebrasil system, the Vanguard cannon, aiming at the long-vanished horizontal axis jump coordinates, belatedly fired 2 rounds. The resulting disruption of the public frequency radio waves throughout the system brought a moment of calm to the chaotic atmosphere of the out-of-control Wolf Spirit Star. As the fighting and looting by various agents subsided, only a group of gangsters with no immigration value, who had cowered before the Universal Alliance and Conda's Nest, but were now wielding their power, remained, shedding blood and blood in the streets. The cleaner had truly been living the good life these past few days. When a battleship with the appearance of a demonic avionics spaceship, but painted in the common paint scheme of Chinese spaceships, arrived at the space station first and launched cyber missiles directly at the ground, the brutal rule of tachyon technology was declared to have returned. Cyber missiles landed near the dome-shaped city, directly paralyzing all power supply to the surrounding cities, and rapidly cutting off the water, electricity, internet, and even air supply systems for 1/3 of the middle class and 4/5 of the lower class. What was originally a security conflict between the company and the gangs, requiring the deployment of Marines to suppress and completely eradicate them, immediately transformed into a survival conflict between the gangs and the people. This was all old tricks of Speedtron Technologies. The Alpha Corps, located on its headquarters on Borui Star, had prepared numerous suppression plans in advance, but this was the most efficient. This was just the beginning. Once the areas inhabited by these lower-class citizens were sealed off, after oxygen levels dropped to near zero, diluted sedative brainwashing mist was injected into the air. Under the guise of searching for enemy agents, the area was sealed off, and within 6 months, they would all become brain-damaged, law-abiding citizens. Today, it's not so bad that the common people are so stupid they drool, as long as they can work. Turning the shrewd lower class into fools can actually reduce riots, and create more low-paying jobs requiring a certain level of knowledge for the declining middle class. The demonic avionics-type battleship, having just completed its bombing raid, didn't even need to dock. It shook off the tachyon support fleet behind it, flew to the vicinity of the equator, activated its sensors, scanned, and locked onto a signal. The officer on the captain's throne straightened up and saluted the enormous human face projection in the celestial exhibition system. Salute to you, Chairman Chu. The family command ship, TTS Dawn, has entered the vicinity of Wolf Spirit Star's far-Earth orbit, and is ready to dispatch Marines to protect you at any time. I have been ordered by the family to temporarily assume the captaincy of the Dawn, he said. He bowed to Yelena, who appeared innocent behind him. Salute to you, Captain Yelena. Command can be handed over at any time. On the projection was none other than Chu Xiangrui, the greatest contributor to the battle, the one who saved the Nanoforge. He was expressionless, I've been expelled from the board of directors. My uncle is now the representative of the Chu family shares. The man was trembling with fear. The CEO has initiated a new vote, restoring your board membership, patriarch. The process is currently underway. Chu Xiangrui sneered, glancing at the terminal out of the corner of his eye. He already knew this news beforehand through Zilif. His words were merely a probe. What process? The stamps are all in place, ready to be issued at any time. It's just that they wait until the nanoforge is completely back in the hands of the board, and everything is foolproof, before they finally let go of that old hag, Sun Ai. The two boarded the shuttle and returned to the bridge. Several tens of minutes later, as the shuttle connected to the Dawn, Chu Xiangrui stepped back onto his command ship, his tense nerves finally relaxing. This ship was purchased by the family from Demon Aviation during the Second AI War. In exchange, they received a beta core that Chu Xiangrui had discovered during his exploration of the lost starfield when he was young, as well as a considerable amount of family assets. Based on the hull of the demonic navigation Vortex-class battleship, and modified using the technology of the Perseus Alliance and Tachyon technology, this was a completely redesigned intricate-class battleship. It also carried a resonant missile launcher, a weapon of immense power, captured by his family years ago during their raids on the remnants of the human realm in the Perseus starfield. Recalling the ship's modification history, he couldn't help but look at his wife. Yelena skipped and jumped around, showing no awareness of having just experienced a major battle and the possibility of being captured at any moment, as if her time on Wolf's Spirit Star was merely a vacation. She was originally an outsider to the Chu family. Although related to him, her status was not noble. Her mother had many children. In her youth, Yelena dreamed of becoming a battleship captain. She joined the Tachyon Navy early on, but was forced to retire due to being ostracized by other families. Back then, in her youthful arrogance, she abandoned her position as the young clan leader, determined to excavate the relics of the human realm in the Lost Star sector, and needed a captain who hadn't been bribed by her family. The two hit it off immediately, and embarked on a 3-year ocean exploration expedition. It was during this time that his relationship with Yelena blossomed. Although his 3 years of wandering and his marriage to Yelena, whom his parents didn't particularly approve of, almost cost him the election as clan chief, Chu Xiangrui, looking back, had no regrets. In such a family, with his status, having a wife he knew inside and out, who absolutely trusted him and loved him, was truly a blessing. Moreover, Yelena, as a captain with practical combat experience, perfectly compensated for his shortcomings in ship handling skills. Furthermore, her cheerful and optimistic personality supported him with her broad-mindedness and gentleness during his countless moments of despair. It's fair to say that without Yelena, Chu Xiangrui believes he wouldn't have been able to persevere to where he is today. Whether it was the setbacks along the way or the support of a stable family, his wife's contributions were indispensable. Yelena hopped around like a rabbit, suddenly squeezing next to Chu Xiangrui like a treasure hunter, displaying something in a way that belied her tall, sophisticated figure. Hey! Look at this. Her clasped hands opened like a box, revealing a dark green, triangular pendant. Chu Xiangrui smiled gently and curiously, "What's this?" Yelena looked at her husband's expression with satisfaction, and said proudly, "I found this in the Valley Scenic area. According to AI analysis, it's a kind of primitive gene from the old Earth, shed by an insect called a cicada. These little things combine the genes of extraterrestrial beings, and were deployed to various life-bearing planets in the early days of humankind as habitability testing beacons for biosphere transplantation. Its appearance is very different from the cicadas of the old Earth. Its molted shell is soft and shiny. I picked it up, polished and processed it, and made it into a pendant myself. What do you think? Isn't it pretty?" "Pretty, pretty," Chu Xiangrui nodded. "If it's pretty, I give it to you." Yelena carefully placed the pendant in Chu Xiangrui's palm, then pulled another one from her chest. "I have one too. The two can be combined." Chu Xiangrui looked at his wife's sweet face, and felt that today was truly wonderful. Li Bin was gone, Wolf's Spirit Star was back under his control, and the second speedster had already divided up a large portion of the speedster's assets. His return to the board of directors was a foregone conclusion, and his wife was so beautiful and doting. He led his wife into the bridge, where he saw a group of family members standing in circles. Upon seeing Chu Xiangrui arrive, they all parted to reveal a man in the center, his hands and feet bound, looking sickly. His good uncle, Chu Zhen. "My God, today is so wonderful." Chapter 752. Although Chu Zhen is still nominally a director of the Chu family, many in the family have long been dissatisfied with him. "We brought him here, clan chief, please punish him." An elder of the family stepped forward to accuse Chujin of numerous crimes. The crimes were many. Accusations of adultery and embezzlement were minor, many fabricated. Chujin's true crime was only one: to curry favor with the CEO. Chujin, lacking funds himself, sold off family assets, taking property and money to bribe other directors. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed anger and disgust. Chujin was helplessly held to the floor by the magnetic system of his restraint suit, his face pale, as he looked at Chu Xiangrui. His mouth was gagged, preventing him from even managing a bitter smile. Chu Xiangrui looked at him, even feeling a pang of pity. A person with no matching ability, suddenly promoted to a high position, without allies, purely a pawn, willing to bleed themselves dry to maintain their status. He patted his nose, thinking with lingering fear, I thought dealing with a tiger was dangerous enough, but I never imagined my uncle would do something so idiotic, like sacrificing his own flesh to feed the tiger. No wonder Chujin, though still a director, was so easily brought in by the family. With the family in a state of public resentment, and his competitor delivering highly favorable results for the company, Chujin had lost power and support both internally and externally. He was already a discarded pawn. Although he desperately wanted to kill Chujin, Chu Xiangrui, after the surprise attack on Wolf's Spirit Star and the secret training from the second speed board members, was no longer the political novice he once was. He clenched his fist, looked at his uncle's hateful face, and sighed deeply. Strip him of all assets and positions, and reassign him to a low-level post. What did you say? The family members were momentarily bewildered. I said, let it go, Chu Xiangrui said, his thoughts becoming clearer and his voice steady. Despite their dissatisfaction, everyone complied. Chu Xiangrui guarded the nano-forging furnace, while news of other families losing their relics of the human realm had already spread throughout headquarters and the board of directors. He was now even more dazzling than at his peak. Chu Xiangrui followed his wife onto the high platform and sat on the transforming throne, also developed using his own magnetohydrodynamic technology. As he pondered, Yelena reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Are you alright? Is it really okay not to kill him? From Li Bin, I saw the political roots of old Master Zillith's opposition to assassination. Chu Xiangrui lightly touched the control panel a few times, and the Sky Dome exhibition system switched to the surface, displaying the image of the armored train carrying the nano-forging furnace. Although there was no atmosphere, the barren planetary surface was still like the Gobi Desert of old Earth, with large clouds of dust rising as the heavy train rolled over the rails. The sky was the cold light of stars, the ground swirling with brownish-yellow dust, and the armored train, laden with its achievements, cut through the heavens and earth like a sharp sword. Politics may be full of intrigue, but to win big, you still have to be upright and trustworthy. He reached out to operate the sky battle system, his tone firm and powerful. A character like Chujin is just someone I randomly pulled out to distract me. As long as Sun Ihao is still around, there are plenty of people like him. Since I am the second in command of Suzin Technology, the covert leader of Suzin Technology, I should focus my energy on important matters. Moreover, what I need to defeat is not Chujin, nor Sun Ihao. It's a vested interest group built around Sun Ihao. If it's just about killing, even if Chujin dies, there will be another. Even if Sun Ihao dies, the interest group won't be completely eradicated and divided, there will always be another leader. These representatives of interest, I have to spend time and effort monitoring each one, assassinating them, and cleaning up the mess afterwards. How am I supposed to get anything done? How can I possibly do anything? Chu Xiangrui reached out, vaguely grasping the star that shone brightly against the yellow sands of the Gobi Desert. Only by defeating Sun Ihao squarely, along with negating her ideas and plans, can we truly make her lose the support of the people. The old man said that the victory in political struggle doesn't end with the death of an individual, but with the surrender of the interest group. I want to be a man of my word. Chujin is the face I presented to the interest group behind Sun Ihao. I can even forgive my own uncle who betrayed me, so why can't they be pardoned and developed under my command? Right, old man? Chu Xiangrui smiled at the terminal. On the other end of the terminal, on Borui Star, Ziliev listened to Chu Xiangrui's words with his eyes closed, nodding slightly. He thought to himself, this kid is finally showing some signs of being in charge. My efforts weren't in vain. It's just a pity he's married at such a young age. Otherwise, marrying my granddaughter would have been a double blessing. On Wolf's Spirit Star Space Station, the board of directors, who had just finished an online meeting 2 hours earlier, were now gathered in a secret room. This secret room was simple and understated, built to resemble an old Earth church confessional, using a large amount of solid wood, and with both internet and wired signals cut off. All the members of the second speed child within the board of directors were gathered here. According to the assessment, the second velocity's revenue from this operation, including scientists, engineers, and blueprint technology, exceeds 600 million. Zilev's rough voice, supported by his youthful lungs, sounded robust. Of this, 300 million will be distributed as dividends to the board members. A list will be provided later. Please submit your requests accordingly. The other 300 million will be used as operating expenses, assisted by the board of directors in cashing out, and handed over to the chairman for unified command. Does anyone have any questions? Zilev asked, puffing on his cigar. Someone raised their hand. 2 questions. First, do you have the data from the looting by Universal Union and Conda's Nest? Yes. Zilev nodded. According to port import and export data, it exceeds 500 million. Most of it consists of technical data, and the looted scientific teams, many laboratories were taken in bulk. However, regarding the technical data, Li Bin kept his promise and retained most of it. The remainder, due to insufficient data storage, will be handed over gradually later. No one asked why they believed him, nor did anyone inquire about the handover process. Li Bin's decision not to plunder the most valuable zero-gravity refining and smelting center, excluding the nano-forging furnace, or to extensively destroy the automated factories of the human realm on Wolf Spirit Star's surface has proven his credibility. Second question, the man asked again, with the invaders' fleet in the sky, it's difficult to plunder scientists and valuable assets right under our noses. They left in less than 2 days before we arrived. This 600 million is more than the invaders could have taken in a few days of large-scale looting. Is it safe? Everyone looked at the head of the group, where Chu Xiangrui, with his arms crossed, arrogantly covered his mouth and nose. Safe enough. Some of the data and technology are the result of a global joint robbery. The remaining assets were obtained from the very beginning of the intrusion. Using my position as a shareholder and the emergency supervisor authorized by the board members, I led a pre-prepared Marine Corps to extort them from various parks and laboratories through coercion and inducement. The supplies in several other secret storage warehouses were also extracted by me, then destroyed and framed Li Bin and Kong Jicho. Due to the destructive suppression of the Universal Union's electronic warfare and the coordinated efforts of our agents, there was no evidence on Wolf Spirit Star that could attract the attention of the AI Corps. Moreover, Chu Xiangrui smiled, we also have an AI Corps, don't we? The atmosphere quieted down. The board members quickly used the implants to perform calculations. A few minutes later, applause broke out. The initial patter of applause quickly turned into a torrential downpour of cheers. Well done, CO Chu. Decisive decision-making, sharp eye for talent, and a gambler's mentality, truly outstanding. I'd like to recommend a few friends to join. They are also members of the Suzumaki Board of Directors. Praises rose and fell. Ziliev nodded to Chu Xiangrui, who raised his hand, and the fervor gradually subsided. Ziliev picked up the introduction application submitted by the directors, waving the light, vintage-looking paper documents in his hand. Including these applicants, the number of directors of the second Suzumaki already accounts for a quarter of the total number of directors on the Suzumaki board, and their voting power accounts for more than 1/3 of the board's total. In other words, he glanced at the excited directors with his old eyes, and said calmly, the second Suzumaki is not capable of doing things alone, but if they want to do something bad, even if Sun Ihao personally pushes it, they won't be able to succeed. He stubbed out his cigar on the table. We are now in an invincible position. Chapter 753. The Mercy Galaxy, the main planet of the Evian Knights, the Mind Star, also known as the Left-Handed Nation. Your Excellency Cardinal, the number of refugees from the Fong clan and the Perseus Alliance has recently increased significantly, disrupting the regional ecological balance of Mind Star. The fervent secretary, Vinka, whose shapely figure was still evident even in her loose nun's robes, pressed her hand against her lower abdomen. Beside her, the ascetic of Annihilation, equipped with a communication projection device, displayed a flood of data above his head. Many monks residing in the old forests of Mind Star, who advocate a complete return to nature, have come to protest, claiming that the refugees are indiscriminately logging and overfishing. These refugees are ignorant of the doctrines, which has already drawn criticism from the parliament. Although Vinka was deeply worried, her expression towards Gu Zhongyu remained fervent and infatuated. Gu Zhongyu's actual age was far less than his appearance suggested, and he looked much older than his peers. Besides not using any beauty-enhancing drugs, the most important reason was Gu Zhongyu, who had managed to unite the loosely organized Ludovico nexus into a cohesive force over a decade, had poured his heart and soul into political struggles, compromises, and war. However, the weight of time and his career had ravaged his face, but could not conceal his handsome features. Instead, it gave him a mature and composed air of a dashing older man. Combined with his well-built physique and powerful position, this aura was even more pronounced. He remained silent, and so did Vinka. After a dozen minutes, Gu Zhongyu, having finished his meditation, stood up barefoot, floating lightly in the weightless space station, a stack of ancient books in his arms, and slowly placed them back on the bookshelf. "What is Samarkand doing now?" "She just concluded a parliamentary consultation on your behalf this morning, appeasing the opposing bishops." "The girl has really grown up," Gu Zhongyu said with satisfaction. "That puts my mind at ease." Gu Zhongyu placed a precious book containing a page of St. Ludwig's manuscript back on the bookshelf, murmuring softly, "The Hell Legion has acted outrageously. Expansion and war are commonplace. Megacorporations have occurred many times throughout history, but this is the first time I've seen something so brutal." His expression remained gentle, but a glint of disgust shone in his eyes. There have been 4 tragedies in the Perseus star system that reached the scale of saturation bombing. The first was my dear mother-in-law, Samarkand I, who pioneered the modification of the Prometheus-class fuel ships, detonating the space station and completely annihilating the ecosystem of Maya Sulan. The second was the destruction of Opus, the former administrative capital of the Ascendia system. At that time, Ascendia was still under the control of the Free Forces. The Ascendia system was invaded by the Overlord fleet led by the Lion of Syndria. They demanded the surrender of the Ascendia governor in the capital, threatening orbital bombardment otherwise. Then, inexplicably, a planet-killing device was detonated in Opus, annihilating hundreds of millions of people and countless artifacts. The Tachyon technology and the Perseus Alliance claimed it was the Overlord's doing, while the Lion of Syndria claimed it was a frame-up by agents of a giant corporation. Ultimately, the then Supreme Overlord demanded the Lion of Syndria's resignation and trial in a military court, leading to the legendary naval admiral's defection and the establishment of the Syndria power. The third was the Hell Legion's saturation bombardment of the Lloyd Alliance's homeworld, and the fourth was the Hell Legion's continuous saturation bombardment of 4 planets belonging to the Fawn clan. Gu Zhongyu's voice was calm and measured, but Wenka could hear the anger beneath his composed tone. The Cardinal's beloved wife, Samarkand II, had gone mad, wanting to inherit Samarkand I's legacy. She hoped to unite all of Ludleft Path by performing the same feats as her mother, but ultimately died in vain in a naval battle. Therefore, although Gu Zhongyu was the current ruler of Ludleft Path, Vinka knew that he abhorred this kind of annihilation more than anyone else. He hated both planetary killers and saturation orbital bombardment. Seizing the planetary killers from the Interstellar Empire was not only to limit the weapon, but also to exploit the radicalism and frenzy of Ludleft Path followers, using the acquisition of planetary killers as a tool to better control them. Why rely on war and hatred to unite people? Development and unity can achieve the same. You're too hasty. These were the words Gu Zhongyu had repeatedly uttered while drunk, looking at his wife's photograph, over the past decade. Saturation bombardment is one thing, but twice? His voice rose and fell. Twice is one thing, but bombing 4 planets in the entire system. Gu Zhongyu activated his magnetic wristband and slowly landed. He looked incredulous, swearing for the first time in over a decade, "They really underestimate me." Even his curse was soft. Gu Zhongyu looked up. "How's the fleet assembly going?" 1 Castella class, 1 Offensive class, 1 Great Eagle class, and 2 Liberator class are ready. Vinka lowered his head. Offensive class, Liberator class, Great Eagle class, Castella class. Very good. Inform Congress that I'm launching a punitive war against the Hell Legion. His tone was calm. Declare to risk mining that the refugee crisis has affected our food obligations to the company this year. Internally, declare that we will hold the Hell Legion accountable for destroying the ecosystems of multiple planets. As for Congress, prepare a speech promising to try to curb the ever-expanding Hell Legion in order to facilitate the repatriation of refugees. Yes. Vinka bowed respectfully. Using foreign war to divert public attention, and being able to fabricate so many high-sounding reasons. No wonder he's her lover and idol. Gu Zhongyu waved his hand. You can go out now, I go change my clothes. Vinka blushed. I help you. Next time, things are more important now. Yes. The hatch opened, and Vinka respectfully backed out, straightening up to see Samarkand III leaning against the bulkhead, displaying his beautiful figure. May Saint Rud protect you. Vinka was about to bow when Samarkand III interrupted her with a "No need, don't do that." Vinka's chin was lifted by slender, jade-like fingers. She wasn't as tall as Samarkand 3, so she looked up at this tall, beautiful woman. Samarkand 3 deliberately made flirtatious gestures, even reaching out to knead Vinka's body, but his secretary's eyes were clear, devoid of lust or anger. She scoffed, releasing his hand and taking 2 steps back to look Vinka up and down, just as I thought. Is there something you need? Vinka calmly put on her disheveled clothes. Samarkand 3 sneered. You don't believe in Luddite teachings at all, you're only after Gu Zhongyu. You respect no one but him. The insulted Vinka wasn't angry, but her expression changed when Gu Zhongyu was mentioned. That's your father. You should call him Dad. Samarkand 3 put his hands on his hips. If I weren't his daughter, you probably wouldn't even give me a second glance, would you? I'm really curious. Is Gu Zhongyu really that good? Good enough for you to follow him so devotedly? This isn't a secretary, it's practically a dog. I'm happy to, Vinka frowned. I'm not afraid for you to say this to your father. I believe that if I had met him first, he would have been happier. Anyone obsessed with religion wastes their own and their loved ones' lives, you are. And so is your mother. Ha, still pretending not to be angry, now they're at each other's throats. Facing Gu Zhongyu, Samarkand 3 is, after all, your flesh and blood. One day he will understand you. She openly mocked and ridiculed me, practically calling me an idiot. Samarkand 3 breathed heavily, took 2 steps forward, looking down at Vinka, one hand gripping Vinka's head, her eyes complex and dangerous. She lowered her head, and under Vinka's indifferent gaze, Samarkand 3 whispered a warning in her ear. Since you want to be a dog, then be completely devoted to my father. If I find out you've done anything to betray him, I personally drive Prometheus and grind you to death. I mean it. Faced with such a threat, Vinka blushed. This was undoubtedly approval. She had gained the approval of the offspring of her beloved. This was a huge step forward and a significant advantage. Chapter 754. Oh no! Yoyogi Hanayaki slumped onto her throne, her eyes glazed over. Oh no! Oh no! If we don't run, we be abandoned. Her once beautiful face was now drained of color. The bad news from the Hypersol system had struck her like a thunderbolt. Under the first mate's bewildered gaze, Yoyogi Hanayaki quickly recounted the events. The Relief Association's reinforcements were destroyed, and the space station was captured by the Conda Nest. The Universal Alliance and the Conda Nest joined forces, sending a dreadnought to raid headquarters. Wolf Spirit Star fell, though it was quickly recaptured, but according to preliminary statistics, assets and losses reached 1.5 billion, and the total may exceed 2 billion. Wolf Spirit Star, isn't that the industrial hub where the Nanoforge and zero-gravity refining and smelting center are located? The first mate gasped. All gone. No, it's still there. Hanayaki shook her head heavily. At this moment, despite the fierce fighting outside, Chuhi's battle formation continued like a millstone grinding away at the ground. She was no longer concerned with anything else, as she watched her fleet being ground down. The zero-gravity refining and smelting center is unscathed. According to the AI core analysis, it seems the Universal Alliance knows that even if the Overlord wins the third AI war, they won't be able to eliminate us. To avoid becoming a casualty of post-war reckoning and a peace treaty between the two sides, he didn't do anything rash. Li Bin has always been shrewd. Even when attacking Hyena Mining, he didn't go too far. The first mate breathed a sigh of relief, then became anxious again. That Nanoforge. Chu Xiangrui sacrificed 1/3 of his family's businesses on the surface, misleading the enemy with false intelligence, and saved 2 Nanoforges, Hua Yeji said softly. The first mate nodded, then suddenly looked up. So that means the biggest contributor to this battle is Director Chu Xiangrui? He quickly seized on the suspicious point. Something's not right. The Vanguard cannons didn't fire because the watchtowers malfunctioned. How could the watchtowers malfunction? When the Overlords first invaded Heberseal in the AI war, our Vanguard cannons didn't malfunction. That can only mean there's a mole. Director Chu was previously stripped of his board seat by the CEO, yet he's the biggest beneficiary. He's highly suspicious. Hua Yeji waved her hand listlessly. It's already been disproven by the AI core. If it really is him, firstly, why would he need to stay on Wolf Spirit Star? Wouldn't it be better to remotely control from Bauri Star? Why take such a big risk? Do you know that many of their family businesses were secretly raided by pirates? They were all his signal relay stations. Secondly, why hand over both non-forges? Wouldn't keeping one be better? That's true. The first mate quickly accepted this. Given Director Suzi's nature, he wouldn't personally risk his life. Someone with this kind of personality shouldn't be at Speedtronics, they should be at Hegemony. Secondly, the allure of the nanoforging furnace is too strong. This prime opportunity for embezzling production resources is irreplaceable once missed. Finally, although the Chu family is the company's major shareholder, they don't have the power to shut down the watchtower on their own. As for Chu Xiangrui colluding with other families, according to the shared intelligence, the first thing Chu Xiangrui did upon returning to Borui Star was to launch a verbal attack on the board of directors. Except for Sun Aihao, he berated almost all the directors, especially those like Zilifu, who had advocated for his removal. Notify the fleet to prepare for evacuation, leaving one exemplary-class ship to cover the rear. Following the tactics of Admiral Cade from back then, Hua Yeji said, her brows furrowed. In the Battle of the Ima system, the defeat of Tachyon Technology was almost a foregone conclusion. Firstly, to lure Chuhi's fleet, the cruiser portion of Hua Yeji's fleet consisted mostly of Doom-class phase cruisers. These ships were excellent for phase stealth, harassment, ambushes, and logistical assassinations. However, in direct combat, lacking shields, they were no match for the Overlord's battle formation. The Relief Association fleet, originally intended to coordinate a pincer attack, was completely annihilated. Now, with Wolf Spirit Star also suffering a devastating blow, it not only meant she had no reinforcements, but also faced severe logistical difficulties. Although Chuhi's Overlord fleet was also suffering logistical harassment from the Phase fleet, it didn't prevent him from preemptively setting up a base exchange. Through a strategy of mutual destruction, he managed to destroy the enemy's main space station while minimizing his own losses. As of now, the Tachyon Legion has lost over 28 cruisers and 4 capital ships, leaving a large number of Doom-class phase cruisers to hold the line, using the fortress shields of the Paragon-class ships before quickly retreating. If they don't retreat soon, given Sun Aihao's character, he might decisively cut ties with them and sell them all out. Commander, the Tachyon Legion is retreating. Should we split our forces to intercept them? The first mate asked quietly, looking at the unshaven, sunken-eyed, and high-cheeked Chuhi. Chuhi, who hadn't groomed himself in a long time, shook his head. Forget it. Splitting our forces might play right into the enemy's hands. Our battle formation is practically invincible when it's activated, but if our numbers are insufficient and our formation becomes scattered, we'd be vulnerable. We can use our battle formation, the sheer number of ships, and the experience of our captains to neutralize the Tachyon ship's technological advantage, and even have an advantage. But the other side might not be so. Chuhi rubbed his dry eyes as he spoke. Large fleet battles are extremely demanding in terms of micromanagement. If a commander like Yoyogi Hanayaki, who delegates a large amount of micromanagement to the ship's AI, has the drawback of struggling to execute imaginative and strategic commands, then the Overlord's decisive battle doctrine is extremely costly in terms of manpower. After so many days of fighting, over 40 staff officers have left the front lines and entered medical bays for hibernation and comprehensive medical examinations. But that's considered good. We lost the war in the Myasulan system. One of our 14th Legion Falcon-class ships was sunk. Our losses are considerable, Chuhi said gravely. The first mate opened his mouth in surprise, unsure what to say. Chuhi's victory was due to a confluence of favorable circumstances. Firstly, the battlefield was located in the easternmost part of the Core Star sector, and the Spedian's ally, the Brighton Alliance, remained silent and offered no reinforcements. Secondly, the Relief Association's reinforcements were wiped out, clarifying the previously unpredictable battlefield situation. Finally, this Tachyon Legion, eager to return home to defend its base, retreated swiftly, leaving the wreckage to him. This not only allowed him to seize countless spoils, but also facilitated the post-battle exchange of wreckage to recoup the losses suffered by the Persis Alliance. As for the Persis Alliance, their fleet was no pushover. They possessed a considerable number of capital ships. In the battle that erupted in Myasulan, Tachyon Technology was merely a minor player. The Persis Alliance had contributed significantly. It's said they sank 5 Conqueror-class battlecruisers and 1 Victory-class battleship. The Persis Alliance's core capital ships were the Conqueror-class and Odyssey-class. However, after 2 AI wars, the Persis Alliance's elders, having learned their lesson, concluded that these 2 types of ships were too fragile to withstand the overwhelming power of the dominant force. So they extensively activated their archived blueprints and technical data, and offered rewards to exploration teams. Finally, 20 years ago, they found half a blueprint for the Victory-class ship in the ruins of the Land of Man. Combined with the 2/3 of the blueprints already existing within the Alliance, they successfully recreated the production process of the Victory class. The Victory class was touted as a modernized redesign of the Offensive class, but due to the complexity of its construction process, the finished product didn't justify the production costs. and it was quickly phased out. However, the Perseus Alliance, lacking blueprints for the offensive class, still chose it. Its main gun was no longer the heat pulse cannon, but the bifurcated, old-fashioned craftsman's assault gun. Its power was less than the heat pulse cannon, but it put less stress on the radiation system. The old-fashioned craftsman's assault gun fired. The Perseus Alliance had only built 4 of these frontline ships in decades. And they lost one? The first mate was somewhat bewildered. We dispatched the 14th Legion, an offensive-level force, Chuhi sneered, watching the Tachyon Legion disappear into the distance. Run, run! Wolf's Spirit Star has been plundered. Tachyon technology will definitely be an internal strife for a while. The Supreme Overlord will take advantage of your predicament, joining forces with Risk Mining and Kelja Technology, launching a 3-pronged attack to crush the Perseus Alliance. What? You ask why, in a war between the Overlord and the Tachyon, it's the Perseus Alliance that's dying? Goodness, haven't you heard of the third brother dying when the top boss fights for market share? Fighting the Tachyon is exhausting. Those high-tech ships are crammed into a small star system. How can they compare to the Perseus Alliance's vast territory and numerous enemies? They have the Overlord's disease, but not the Overlord's fate. Who else should they fight if not them? Chapter 755. The Tia system, where Kong Jicho's lair was located, was adjacent to the Ima space station. Therefore, after Chuhi's fleet completed the battle and hastily cleaned up the battlefield, salvaging all the battleships, it immediately sent a message to Kong Jicho's lair requesting support. Red indicates Chuhi's fleet's movement. Blue indicates Li Bin's movement. A total of 10 battleship wrecks, severely slowing down our fleet's speed. This was the message from Chuhi's fleet. Coming immediately. This was Kong Jicho's reply. In hyperspace, Chuhi was astonished when he saw the fleet coming to meet him. So many ships. He stared at the sacrifice ship, his head buzzing. As allies of the hegemon, we will naturally do our utmost. Kong Jicho declared righteously on the bridge. Commander-in-Chief, please immediately move all damaged cruisers and smaller warships under your command into the sacrifice space station. We have sufficient engineers to assist in repairs. Kong Jicho was currently flush with cash. He had captured over 30,000 Tachyon engineers and over 50,000 technicians. Most of these people didn't care who they worked for, as long as they had enough star coins. It didn't matter who they worked for. Besides, joining the pirates meant Suzuman's losses were essentially waived. What? You still want to collect debts from the pirates? Do you think my 2 dreadnoughts from Kongda's Nest aren't profitable enough? Therefore, Kong Jicho's memorial ship currently has more people waiting for work than starting. Chuhi, with dark circles under his eyes, stepped into the memorial ship's airport. Numerous battle-worn destroyers and frigates with Overlord paint schemes were parked haphazardly, and large amounts of cargo were piled up haphazardly. Technicians, led by engineers, hurried back and forth with somber expressions. Although the open airport was silent, its bustling prosperity was evident even to the naked eye. I bet the public channels are filled with curses and anxious voices, Chuhi thought. The Overlord currently doesn't have any dreadnoughts launched, but that doesn't stop them from researching the Cathedral class. Although all the high-ranking officers, especially the marshals, look down on such ships, when they actually set foot here, having just experienced a major battle and exhausted to the point of near collapse, he and the fleet officers felt incredibly fortunate. Being able to immediately obtain support and relaxation near the battlefield was like taking a hot bath in the trench warfare, with a beautiful woman washing them and feeding them freshly baked white bread. Ah! A swift and efficient team emerged from the chaotic crowd. Seeing the familiar face at the head, they gratefully forced a smile. Prince Kong, thank you for your support. Where's Bosley? He asked curiously, looking around. Kong Jicho gripped Chuhi's hand tightly, his other hand stroking Chuhi's arm. Li Bin has led the fleet to the Ima system battlefield for meticulous salvage operations. He joked, Bosley is a former junkyard operator. I heard you only salvaged the main battleships, leaving the rest of the wreckage behind. He's heartbroken. Now he's personally leading the fleet to salvage the battlefield. Chuhi replied, then Bosley needs to be careful. We're in a hurry to retreat because we're worried about encountering Tachyon Technology's follow-up fleet. There are many ships left on the battlefield. We're eager to salvage our own ships, and Tachyon Technology is in the same boat. Besides, this battle has been going on for over half a month. Many salvage fleets have received the news, and they be coming too. The implication was that Kong Jicho hoped Li Bin would warn him to stay out of this mess. Kong Jicho smiled. Bosley is prepared. He brought a combat mothership-class logistics main force ship, capable of immediate repairs on the battlefield, and a large number of other warships. No need to worry. A combat mothership class? Chewie secretly noted the name, intending to report it upon returning, and have the Overlord agents gather intelligence. Twice in the core star sector this year, each time with new gains. Li Bin hummed a tune, commanding his fleet into the IMA system. The fierce battle between the two behemoths, lasting over 10 days, had ended. The flames of war had burned a quarter of the system. The two destroyed space stations still glowed with a high-temperature red light, the result of the lack of cooling medium causing the deep interior of the stations to burn, the partially melted components from the explosions, and the remnants of subsequent oxygen leaks. The behemoths fought, shedding countless lives, which at this moment enriched countless salvage fleets. These salvage fleets, scarred and battered, were the result of a long, patient wait in hyperspace, finally allowing the behemoth to lick its wounds and leave before they brazenly entered the fray. While wreaking havoc on salvage, they simultaneously deployed escort ships to claim territory. In no time, the star system was littered with numerous second-hand shipwrecks. Even now, the Universal Alliance has arrived. Get out of the way! Jeffrey howled excitedly over the public channel. He looked at the adventurers he once aspired to be. Many of the ship's paint schemes and logos resembled those of the legendary adventurers he had once dreamed of. But now, from a different perspective, they seemed utterly unremarkable, nothing special. 1 or 2 cruisers, and they dare claim territory. And you dare claim 5 doom wrecks? Get lost. The seasoned captains and commanders, upon seeing the logo, could only swallow their immense anger and resentment. But there were always troublemakers who, confident in their small, fast ships, wanted to use their agility to make boastful remarks. So, a 20-year-old captain, who had boarded a mule-class destroyer with the star currency his parents had squandered, emboldened by a pink needle prick, retorted fiercely, "What are you barking about? Haven't you heard of the saying 30 years east of the river?" Li Bin, hearing this, narrowed his eyes warily, "Then treat them well." The Xingtian star missiles roared out, flashing points of light instantly piercing the sky. Just as the fellow's words reached the west of the river, a piercing alarm silenced him. He maneuvered left and right, rapidly shifting the ship, trying to use the destroyer's high maneuverability to evade, but the star missiles were incredibly fast, quickly forming an impenetrable encirclement under the Xingtian's enhanced war-specialized shipboard AI. Then, a huge firework was set off. Jeffrey closed his eyes in pity for a second, then said, "To be able to take a full round of Starshine missiles in a ship like this, you certainly lived a worthwhile life." He then grabbed the microphone and called out names. "And that pirate-painted herring class." "Yes. You? The one called Heaven and Earth. This great lord is supreme." "What are you doing? Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost?" The captain of the Heaven and Earth, this great lord is supreme, remained silent, focusing solely on salvage. Seeing the herring class deploy its carrier-based aircraft for escort and call in several of its destroyers, Jeffrey immediately started complaining. "Captain, these bastards seem to look down on you." Li Bin twisted his neck to the right. "Lan Yuan, give him a job." Lan Yuan didn't even connect via neural link, directly using the joystick to manually aim and adjust the firing parameters. A few minutes later, the Galaxy Xenon cannon at the bow fired. This time, the violent torrent of energy attracted the attention of the entire Galaxy's salvage team and adventurers. The torrent of ships cleaved through the dim space, engulfing carrier-based aircraft, destroyers, and herring-class destroyers. Jeffrey, smugly pleased with himself, scoffed, "Interceptors? What good are interceptors? We're practically a semi-giant corporation, you idiot." He reopened the comms, this time holding a greedy crab rubbing its pincers, displaying a string of 4 curses: Eden Curse, Lud Curse, Speedy Curse, Overlord Curse, showcasing the crab's masterful linguistic artistry. "Final warning? Everyone get the hell out of my way," Jeffrey interrupted, covering his pet's mouth. "The Universal Union doesn't have a habit of hogging food. It's not that you're not allowed to eat, but the Universal Union needs to eat its fill first." So the ships reluctantly dispersed. "My little ones, time to claim your territory." Chapter 756. Li Bin rushed over to clean up the mess, certainly intending to make a quick buck. But more importantly, he was plotting to secretly support Chu Xiangrui. He had truly offended Sun Aihao terribly. If Sun Aihao remained in charge of Sustran technology after the war, the Universal Alliance's westward business would almost certainly be cut off. After Li Bin and Kangji returned, they meticulously reported the battle to the Supreme Staff, concealing some of the spoils. After much deliberation, the Supreme Staff assessed that the raid had only caused minor damage. Initially, the Supreme Overlord was quite resentful, feeling that Li Bin's failure to destroy the zero-gravity refining and smelting center was tantamount to indecisiveness. However, upon learning of the second Sustran's intelligence, he was immediately overjoyed. Thus, the strategic objective shifted from initially crushing Sustran technology, reducing it to a third-rate giant, to forcing Sustran technology to surrender only partially, first and foremost eliminating the Perseus alliance from the fold. There was no way around it. Chu Xiangrui's plan for the Super Alliance to encircle Hell was exactly what the Supreme Overlord wanted. Furthermore, as the voices of the Fang clan in the west grew fainter, it was clear to everyone that the Hell Legion was producing ships like they were on drugs. They fought the Interstellar Empire to the death with their dreadnoughts, and even after suffering heavy losses, their combat power had not decreased but increased. In short, everything was strange, causing the Supreme Overlord sleepless nights. According to intelligence gathered by agents, the Hell Legion's fleet was gradually being replaced by a series of ships called the Hella series, whose combat power was formidable. In addition, the agents said by the Overlord and other giant corporations were suffering high casualties. All of this indicated that the Hell Legion's internal pronouncements of a Legion rise were not empty words. Even the rapidly expanding Universal Alliance seems like a normal person compared to them. At least Universal Alliance's growth is traceable, a result of its management's painstaking efforts, seizing opportunities, and forming alliances. But where will the Hell Legion get its production capacity and resources? The unknown is the most terrifying, brother. The current Hell Legion has the feel of Speedtronics before the first AI war, holding on to its last rays. There's a kind of powerful beauty. Therefore, rather than fighting Speedtronics to the death, it's better for both sides to join forces and beat the Hell Legion together. Your production capacity enhancement secret is beautiful, but it can belong to my Overlord. Therefore, whether it's for the Supreme Overlord's mission or for personal gain, Li Bin must help Chu Xiangrui. He and Chu Xiangrui have a foundation of cooperation, a tacit understanding, are accomplices, and share two equally formidable enemies. Recover all these Doom-class ships properly, don't dismantle them. Li Bin repeatedly emphasized to Vulcan, I'm going to return these ships to Chairman Chu in the future. Vulcan was unwilling. Captain, they're all good ships. Shu Jin nodded. Yes, Captain, a few years ago, I wouldn't have dared to sail these ships. Even now, they're among the best ships the company has. How can we just give them away like that? You don't know anything. Li Bin slapped himself on the head. Chairman Chu is generous, giving away hundreds of millions so easily, I have to return the favor, understand? Besides, Li Bin adjusted his belt. Chairman Chu and Sun Aihao will have a showdown sooner or later. I have to make sure he has the strength to fight. Finally, he revealed his true colors, arrogantly putting his hands on his hips, looking every bit the cunning businessman. This job was ordered by the Supreme Overlord. Although we didn't recover the ships, we still get the labor dispatch fee from the Overlord. Li Bin raised one hand and drew a circle. This debt will be settled with Chairman Chu after the Supreme Overlord War. Rounding it up, we still profit, not to mention. If we can't get it from the cruisers, can't we get it from the destroyers? The cargo in the cruisers' cargo holds, the delivery cards on the dead bodies, and the star coin accounts in the terminals. Can't we crack them? Zhu Jin suddenly realized. Vulcan had long since disappeared, directing the recovery efforts. In terms of salvage, among all the giant companies, perhaps only Risk Mining's elite recovery team is qualified to fight Li Bin. After disciplining his men, Li Bin hummed a little tune as he returned to the captain's lounge. In the dimly lit room, only a small orange light shone from the office, occasionally obscured by a face as pure and unapproachable as a snow-capped mountain. When that face saw Li Bin, its eyes narrowed into two crescent moons, and it couldn't stop its gentle smile. The snow-capped mountains, encountering spring, thaw and melt into flowing water, bringing everything back to life. Wife, don't laugh like that, it scares me, Li Bin joked, sitting on the armrest. What's making you so happy? The spoils of war. We only finished counting them today. Isa proudly tapped the projector with her knuckles. 5 relics from the human realm. We gave the Fullerene spool to the Crown Prince, and the other 4 are ours. A neural reagent regulation group, a logistics core, soil nanomaterials, and a biochemical factory embryo. A huge harvest. She rested her head on Li Bin's waist, half her face buried in his body, her mouth covered, her voice muffled. The relic components are enough to build 10 automated factories in the human realm, but unfortunately, we lack the technology. We can only use captured scientists and engineers to build the tachyon version. The ship components are enough to build 10 capital ships. Of course, we can't do that. The company needs a large number of transport ships, logistics ships, and other classes of warships. Quantum solutions and nanomaterials are in the thousands, and luxury goods and rare metals are plentiful. There's also a high-tech weapon, like the tachyon lance and plasma torpedo. In the ship, carrier-based aircraft, and weapon blueprints, except for top-secret blueprints like the Exemplar class and Astral class, and the tachyon lance, we gathered all the high-tech blueprints. Finally, and most importantly, immigration. ISA excitedly bit into Li Bin's waist, but unfortunately, Mr. Li was diligent in exercising, and his waist was as hard as overcooked beef, impossible to chew. We have 8,000 scientists, some of whom even dismantled their labs to continue research, bringing their families along, plus assistants, over 30,000 in total. We have 180,000 engineers, many of them high-tech engineers. With them, our warship R&D, equipment, and facility development and construction will be much easier. Li Bin stroked his wife's head. This number is more than what we extracted from the Lich mine back then. And the quality is even higher, ISA added. As for skilled workers, there are far fewer. Wolf Spirit Star mainly relies on automated engineering for production, and we didn't have enough time to take more than 300,000 people. We also had to give some to the Crown Prince, so we only got about 240,000. Because of the competition for birth quotas, these people don't have families or reproductive systems. We need to perform surgery to install them. Speedy technology, they even killed my second brother and sister. They're utterly inhumane. Li Bin cursed. What kind of nonsense is this? This is just taking advantage of the fact that my planet doesn't have a breeding factory. Do you know how much it costs to build artificial reproductive organ production lines for IVF, producing, repairing, and replacing them every year? I'm a government, not a company. Do you think I need your bastards? Purely artificial can't compare to pure nature. Even Arno, with his pointy head, claims to be purely natural. You can imagine how technologically backward he is. Furthermore, we seized a total of 198.96 million star coins from various banks, companies, industrial parks, and corpses. Li Bin wasn't particularly happy with this figure, simply saying, not bad, slightly more than Brother Jia's earnings back then. Isha's hand paused. Chapter 757. Wang Shiji's story of 100 million star coins is practically becoming the undisputed #1 Eden joke among the official employees of Universal Union. The only jokes that rival it are CEO Guzi Wenxue and Jeff's lucky break of getting a high-ranking executive on a lousy ship, which he'd brag about for a lifetime. The former is a genuine rumor, the latter a stroke of pure luck. Only Brother Jia's story is a complete personal tragedy, a popular comedy. Therefore, this joke has the potential to be remembered for generations. According to busybodies, Brother Jia didn't make any obvious moves when he saw the list of spoils. He simply spent several hours that night in the lab, staring blankly at the clean terminal screen. Even Gao Yuanjian understood. His family, even if they sold all their assets, technology and talent, wouldn't be able to get 100 million. Who knew that with current prices in Perseus, they couldn't afford that? Brother Jia was only distracted for a few hours. No wonder he's a bronze medalist. 100 million star coins. Enough to colonize planets, recruit immigrants, build a capital ship production chain from scratch, and produce another super-large capital fleet. That's impressive mental fortitude. The salvage operation in the IMA system was urgent, but not crucial. Vulcan worked a little overtime, prioritizing the salvage areas, declining the star coins sneakily offered by the salvage teams and adventurers, and then went home. The salvage operation lasted for over a day. The Universal Alliance had come well prepared this time. They destroyed 2 space stations, and captured a considerable amount of loot from the Bull-class tugboats. This time, with 1 wreck and 1 tugboat, the fleet's drive field signal, as detected by the probes, doubled in size. From a distance, it looked like a terrifying, nation-destroying fleet. Captain, the packing is almost done. Vulcan brought the list and reported, 28 Doom-class ships, 2 Cyclone-class ships, 5 Ghost-class ships. The rest were either salvaged by the salvage team and escaped before we could intercept the jump point, or the combat zone was too close to the celestial body and landed on the planetary surface. In addition, the loot from the cargo hold, all in all, is worth about 200,000 star coins, and the looted accounts have about 300,000 star coins. Lan Yuan pondered. Looking at the battle-loss ratio, the tachyon technology was clearly at a disadvantage, but the capital ships sank less than the overlords. I was wondering what the logic was. Turns out they traded cruisers for it. ISA pointed to the battle map, which was created by the Libra-class command-type enhanced shipboard AI, based on the distribution of wreckage, with herself acting as the Overlord's supreme commander to complete the Overlord system's command habits. Commander Chu, he is targeting the Tachyon's tendency to raid logistics. The method, creatively employing a mutually destructive approach, eliminated the old camp that would have otherwise hindered combat power protection. By removing the logistical factor, they could focus entirely on the immediate decisive battle. Decisive battle fleet operations are unlike ordinary large fleets centered around one or two capital ships, which can complete a war in a day or two. A decisive battle fleet with sufficient capital ships will take turns sustaining damage and covering the retreat and reorganization of heavily damaged capital ships. Therefore, although the Overlord is invincible head-on, facing the exemplary fortress shield as its core, coupled with air torpedo attacks, tachyon light spears and ion torpedoes, and the suicidal Reaper torpedoes of phase destroyers and frigates, it still suffers heavy losses. ISA sighed dejectedly. Look! From the west of the system to the north, then to the east. The tachyon fleet, unable to withstand the frontal assault, has been fighting and retreating, using the capital fleet as a nail to pin down the Overlord's battle formation, constantly harassing it from the side with the phase fleet. The two commanders meticulously analyzed and summarized their combat experience. A large group of captains from the company gathered on the bridge, listening to the two legendary commanders' debriefing and simulations. This is similar to doing homework in high school. For gifted students, there's no need to worry about innate talent. The fastest way for ordinary people to improve is to compile a collection of their mistakes, especially in math and science. A collection of mistakes becomes a targeted practice book for addressing your weaknesses. Going through it several times will naturally lead to a dramatic improvement in your grades. Even without reviewing your own mistakes, simply looking at others' work will result in more significant progress than a complete review. Lan Yuan pointed to the flashing dots representing phase ships. So, if we can't use fleet numbers to contain the Tachyon's capital ships, we have to endure the phase fleet's attrition indefinitely? ISA nodded. Yes, the Tachyon's capital ships are few in number, so they rely heavily on cruisers for reinforcements. Normally, their fleet includes Fury-class and Supreme-class ships to share the defensive burden. Pure phase cruisers were a deception, but we exposed it. Although Tachyon technology suffered fewer capital ship losses in this battle, their cruisers suffered heavy losses, with overall casualties exceeding. We have more than the hegemons. However, while the hegemons can withstand such losses, we cannot. Our basic crew quality, having undergone major battles, is now comparable to the hegemons in terms of elite strength, but their numbers are severely insufficient. Therefore, if we want to maintain our combat advantage, we can only follow the strategy of the Speed Queen. Elite shipbuilding. We need higher quality capital ships. She looked at Li Bin. The Libra class will undoubtedly significantly enhance the fleet. With her commanding the fleet's aircraft carriers, forming carrier strike groups, and supporting command-type carrier-based AI and the combat center, we can free up our energy from the carrier air wings. But the Asunicorn class is also indispensable. My second uncle just told me a few hours ago that the Supreme Overlord didn't attend the victory celebration, but quietly left to participate in some secret project. The murmur stopped, and the captain stared intently at the CEO's wife. ISA took a deep breath and said, thanks to the Dreadnought wreckage and technical data from the Hell Legion and the Interstellar Empire, the Overlord's Dreadnought was launched today and is undergoing final sea trials. The ship is currently classified as Warrior Class. Warrior Class, left, unpainted, right, Overlord painted, meeting Li Bin's probing gaze, ISA said somewhat awkwardly, it's just as you think. Jar and Wilson's death caused some resentment within the Wilson family, and someone let slip my information to the Supreme Overlord. But in hindsight, it turned out to be a good thing. The Supreme Overlord knew. You seemed quite pleased after marrying me, even dragging my second uncle to the Dreadnought's launching ceremony. My second uncle had no right to be there. Damn Joan, even after his body was cremated, he still manages to cause me trouble. Li Bin was so angry his lips drooped like lead weights. He thought, how could the Supreme Overlord not be happy? He originally only thought of me, old Li, as a like-minded friend, but now he's even more astonished to hear that I'm practically the Overlord's son-in-law, in other words, his son-in-law. Now he has a reason to support me, and then try to annex and assimilate me. Thinking of this, Li Bin scratched his head. But does the Supreme Overlord's happiness mean he's going to use the Eisen family as a pawn, throwing them out for us to vent our anger on? Isha, her expression awkward, froze. She hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, you mean? You just revealed your identity, and the Eisen family is sentenced to death? My revenge is complete? Yes. Li Bin nodded cautiously, afraid that if Isha, who had been holding on for almost 10 years, made revenge her sole focus, she would immediately faint. After all, The current Universal Alliance is far more valuable than a second-rate war family. Isha pursed her lips, giving a bitter smile. What is all this nonsense? I prepared so much, and now I'm told it's all been blown away in one breath. Was all my effort for nothing? Chapter 758. The debriefing and review meeting adjourned, and the fleet slowly turned back, leaving behind a mess of scraps for the salvage team and adventurers to scramble for. After being thoroughly looted by the behemoth that is the Universal Alliance, little was left. The salvage team, in their struggle for their prey, had no choice but to fight amongst themselves. The victors might not be able to keep their spoils, while the losers naturally became food. Isa sat somewhat blankly on the sofa in the captain's lounge, sinking into it. She squatted down, hugging her knees, half her face obscured, her eyes vacant. With a hiss of the hatch, Li Bin entered with Lan Yuan, meeting Isa's gaze. Lan Yuan quickly explained, the CEO said he has something important to discuss. Li Bin didn't react much. He and Isa trusted each other implicitly. They were a couple who had risked their lives together, trustworthy partners. Isa's blankness at this moment was purely a sense of loss. So, I worked so hard to develop, and you collapsed before I even really put in the effort. What about all my hard work over the years? Damn it, why aren't you going any harder? I don't feel any sense of accomplishment. Li Bin sat down next to Isa, gesturing for Lan Yuan to make herself at home, and pulled a terminal from his pocket, slamming it on the table. A magnetic strip was embedded in the center of the alloy table. Detecting a key signal, it immediately activated its magnetic force and held the terminal in place. The terminal lit up, displaying a blurry, incomplete model of a bizarrely shaped spaceship. Li Bin put his arm around Isa's waist, gently patting her shapely buttocks. Isa blinked, her unfocused pupils instantly sharpening, immediately captivated. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, her face showing confusion. Lan Yuan, on the other hand, looked like she was about to vomit. What's with the lines on this ship? It looks like biological muscle lines. Li Bin commented sharply, looks like it's been hit by a ghost. This is intelligence that Chairman Chu secretly sent to me through Chung Beiyang. It says that shortly after our attack on Wolf Spirit Star, Sun Ai began secretly contacting people and restarting a project that was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Li Bin mimicked Chu Xiangrui's tone. That old hag is really crazy, daring to use something like this. Isha recalled the information she had gathered and shook her head. I never heard of this before. What exactly is it? I never seen it either. The technical data disclosed to the military by human leader speed technology doesn't include this ugly thing. To be honest, this ship has a kind of exotic aesthetic. The fluorescent hull and ferocious shape, combined with its massive size, are quite eye-catching. But the problem is, this is a human spaceship, not a muscle-bound Mothra. Yes, although the material clearly indicates it's an alloy-constructed spaceship, its lines and shape, no matter how you look at it, make this ship's design too sinister. Li Bin said in a deep voice, this ship, supposedly called the Spirit Tower, was developed after the great collapse of Tachyon technology. It was a special ship, built at any cost, with the aim of suppressing an entire fleet with a single vessel, a ship that would exert epic-making technological dominance over the entire star system. Spirit Tower class. Lan Yuan nodded. What about the parameters? I don't know. Li Bin answered honestly. Seeing the stunned expressions on Lan Yuan and Isa's faces, Li Bin explained. The main characters don't know, but the gentlemen do. Chairman Chu said he really didn't know. The draft of this ship was initiated before the Great Collapse, and development continued for decades afterward until the arrival of the 14th Legion. The First AI War interrupted the research due to a shortage of funds, and the project ultimately spiraled out of control. That's all he knows. Li Bin said, it's truly bizarre. I don't understand why a shortage of funds would cause a project to spiral out of control. However, this project has indeed been shelved for many years. Most of the relevant personnel are already dead, and those who are still alive were transferred and concentrated by Sun Ai under the pretext of restarting technical support. Lan Yuan complained, is project management at such a large company really this bad? This strange ship clearly involved a lot of dangerous technological experiments. Either don't do it in the first place, or if you're going to do it, keep doing it. Why stop it? Stopping is one thing, but restarting it is another. And what about the files? There's no one here. Can't we use the files to go back and review them? The files were destroyed long ago. However, Chairman Chu speculates that this ship, like the Yu Hui, was probably manufactured elsewhere and towed here for testing. What we know now is that this project is a top-secret project of Southern technology, and its danger level is extremely high, classified as black-level danger. Upon hearing Li Bin's words, Isa opened her mouth in surprise. You mean, even Southern technology, which has no bottom line or morality, considers it dangerous? Lan Yuan was filled with respect. Then this is no ordinary large project. Isa stared at the colossal ship, resembling a space beast, and her dazed mind snapped awake as if stung by an ice blast. She widened her champagne-colored eyes, secretly grabbing Li Bin's arm, her voice filled with worry. So fast. Li Bin smiled wryly. I'm afraid so. After 3 AI wars, the giants of the entire star system have begun to believe that capital ships are no longer sufficient to meet the demands of the current war. The era of dreadnoughts is coming, my dear. From the Cathedral class and Steel Dragon class, which are comprehensive dreadnoughts built on abandoned space stations, balancing combat, living quarters, logistics, and maintenance, to the later Shadow Nation class, Warrior class, and this one, which is probably from the human realm, though only slightly larger than a battleship, deserves to be singled out by Sun Ihao. Its actual combat power is probably comparable to that of a dreadnought. We caught up with an era where technology is widely applied on the battlefield. This basically means that after more than 300 years, various forces have thoroughly mastered a considerable portion of the technology left behind by the human realm and have begun to independently produce super warships. The intensity of war in the Perseus star system will likely become even more intense in the future. Isha asked nervously, should we go retrieve the alicorns now? No rush, Li Bin reassured Isha. Our fleet carries goods and immigrants worth hundreds of millions. Let's secure them first. We have so many people and goods that we need the Crown Prince's help with transportation. Let's go back home first. Once our mission is complete, we can leave the rest to the Supreme Overlord. Otherwise, carrying such heavy loads to the battlefield, I won't be able to sleep. That makes sense. Achoo! Wang Shiji sniffed, frowning at the cabin temperature, muttering, constant temperature 26 degrees Celsius, humidity 25%. This is my ideal living environment. Why am I sneezing? Never mind, this is so annoying. Wang Shiji grumbled. The Captured Technologies team possessed a wealth of technical data and scientists. Vulcan, who had been working himself to the bone, was now relieved, leaving the heavy lifting to their department head. Screening scientists, sorting by specialties and expertise, filtering technologies, categorizing and archiving them. In the human realm era, a genius like Wang Shiji wouldn't need to master every advanced technology, he only needed to grasp the fundamentals, then choose his preferred areas of expertise to advance, reaching the forefront of human knowledge and pioneering new frontiers. But wasn't the human realm doomed? Now he had to shoulder the responsibility. After all, the human realm could rely on its vast star systems and trillions of citizens to continuously draw cards, filling every profession to its capacity, from gunsmiths and shipbuilding immortals to adult puppet Buddhas. But now that wasn't possible. The Universal Union combined only had a few million people, fewer than the number of basic scientists in the human realm. And yet, they wanted to climb the technological peak. It was like a unit going to a brothel, utterly powerless. Chapter 759. Boss Li, thank you so much for your support. If it weren't for you and the Crown Prince, my fleet, Chuhi's fleet, would probably have been completely annihilated. Li Bin stepped into Kong Jicho's lair and saw an excited Chuhi, who immediately gave him a bear hug and shook Li Bin's hand. But Li Bin knew this was a lie. While a dominant battle formation might be vulnerable to a surprise attack, the idea of total annihilation was simply too outrageous. After all, a large fleet centered around a dozen battleships should at least have a few cruisers escape, right? Li Bin thought to himself, but his face was beaming with pride. I wonder what the losses were this time. Hey! Don't even mention it. Chuhi shook his head. We sank 3 attack-class battleships, 4 Legion-class battleships, and 7 or 8 cruisers. The Suzuan only lost 4 capital ships. But thankfully, we salvaged all the sunken capital ships. He quickly added, his eyes shining. We have to thank Boss Li for helping us salvage the cruisers. Now it's much easier to exchange ships with the Suzuan. You wouldn't believe it, the fighting on the Myasaran side was a complete mess. Our overlord's capital ships were actually fewer than theirs. How could we possibly form a battle formation? The 14th Legion's offensive was utterly defeated. Kong Jicho's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Looking at the enthusiastic Chu, he felt something was off. This commander-in-chief was too enthusiastic, bordering on obsequious. Li Bin felt the same way, but he knew why. It was probably because the Supreme Overlord had revealed that he was practically the Overlord's son-in-law, and had instructed him to befriend him. However, Chu was a core combatant of a fighting family. his mind filled with nothing but drawing lines, flanking maneuvers, and overwhelming forces. He had little experience in making friends. It's likely that even his wives were arranged marriages by his family, and most of his mind was consumed by military matters, with his political knowledge crammed in by his family. Only such extreme individuals could rise through the ranks of the fiercely competitive military hierarchy. Like Isha before her family's destruction, Isha's current shrewdness stems from two factors: innate talent and the passive growth she experienced through hardship and displacement. Most importantly, she has a remarkably shrewd and capable husband. Li Bin casually chatted with Chu He, occasionally mentioning the Perseus Alliance's war, subtly praising and criticizing the Maya Sulan defeat, and interjecting, "Actually, I think that although the hegemonic fleet sent to Maya Sulan had fewer capital ships, their quality was high. They had capital ships and cruisers from the 14th Legion, so it wasn't hopeless. Perhaps the commander there was overconfident and reckless, not cautious enough? I personally believe that if it were Commander Chu He could probably win." Chu He rubbed his index finger in front of his nose, somewhat embarrassed. "Oh, not at all, it's just that the numerical difference was too great. Tachyon Technology sent 7 capital ships, while the Perseus Alliance sent 12. The absolute number difference was too much, and Wang Bingling's command there was also in a difficult position. If Chu He initially had planned to turn a feint attack into a main offensive, the bad news from Maya Sulan dispelled his plans. The Supreme Overlord truly lives up to his name, condensing a war that would normally take months into a single month through a surprise attack, and even destroying the Suzum headquarters. He shouldn't have presumptuously thought he could catch up with the Supreme Advisory Council, a governing group that encapsulates the essence of the entire Overlord's strategic thinking, using his own wisdom alone. Kong Jicho nodded secretly, about to praise Chu He for his shrewdness, when the other changed the subject. "But what Boss Li said makes sense too. If it were me, I wouldn't dare say I win, but I certainly wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. The 14th Legion's warships, aside from anything else, are incredibly durable. I would turtle into formation and slowly move towards hyperspace. Once inside, everyone would cut off power, with destroyers and frigates starting first. Given the tankiness of the dominant warships, the sudden force, and the Perseus Alliance's main fleet would definitely be the first to crumble." This was later confirmed by the Alpha Corps. As they walked, Li Bin was about to say goodbye, but Chu He was reluctant to leave. "So soon?" "Yeah, I made quite a bit from the robbery. I have to get out of here quickly, otherwise I'm afraid the sudden force will catch me." "True." Chu He thought for a moment, realizing that if he had robbed the sudden force, he wouldn't have stayed in Kong Jicho's lair, a place with nothing but a space station. He would have run away long ago. So he spoke up, "Well, I have some good news for you. Will Eisen is really in deep trouble. He was ordered to lead 2 of his family's battleships into battle, and 1 Legion-class ship sank, while he returned with a moderately damaged offensive class. Heh, I have to redeem his family's ships. After that, the ships won't belong to the Eisen family anymore." His words were loaded with meaning. Li Bin remained expressionless in public, while Isa, who was secretly watching him from the ship's terminal, excitedly jumped around in the captain's quarters, kicking her legs wildly on the bed like a cornered rabbit. Overlord's profanity. What utterly unlucky. Will Eisen, who had just emerged from the medical bay, had a ferocious expression. Several pinkish new flesh marks from minimally invasive surgeries were visible on his neck and back, and he kept cursing. He led his family's heavily invested dual main force, accompanying Wang Bingling, the commander-in-chief of a first-class war family, to Maya Sulan. In the war, although he was only a major general, note, only a hegemon, all captains of the hegemon's capital ships are major generals, his actual status was only slightly lower than that of Marshal Wang Bingling, who served as the commander-in-chief of the army group, and was on par with the deputy of an admiral. After all, apart from the Wang family, the Eisen family contributed the most to the entire fleet, a full 2 battleships. Will knew that his family was paving the way for him, and he was extremely grateful. The Chu family did not support Chu He with the 14th Legion's main 4 ships under their control, while the Wang family gave Wang Bingling one of the 14th Legion's offensive ships. Which side contributed the most, and which side had the greatest chance of winning, could be seen from their respective configurations. But what Will and the Eisen family did not expect was that on the Maya Sulan side, it was the Tachyon plus Perseus Alliance challenging the hegemon. The IMA system is comprised of the Universal Alliance, the Nest of Khanda, the hegemon of Tachyon Technology, and the Relief Association. Furthermore, Li Bin launched a despicable tactic of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, using a surprise attack to eliminate the already critically injured Chu He fleet. Thus, the situation instantly reversed. Realizing the unfavorable situation in the IMA system, Sun I, after receiving advice from the I Corps and the Navy, decided to abandon the Brighton Alliance, a fence-sitter, and prioritize maintaining relations with the old-school ally, the Perseus Alliance, committing all his fleets outside headquarters to Maya Sulan. Therefore, the Maya Sulan battlefield, which had been locked in a difficult stalemate for 8 days, received reinforcements led by Starlight pirates, consisting of 2 Odyssey-class battlecruisers. The vast disparity in military strength, coupled with the disadvantage of fighting in a foreign location, ultimately led to the army's defeat, leaving behind a trail of wreckage and forcing the fleet to retreat in disarray. He will himself, during the retreat, personally piloted his ship to evade the swarm of Reaper torpedoes, catapults, and missiles from 5 Griffin-class cruisers of the Perseus Alliance. Although he ultimately managed to escape the missile barrage in his flame drive thanks to his superior command skills and the immense steering reaction speed granted by the Neural Link, thus saving the flagship, the Neural Link's significant enhancement to smooth steering also transmitted the pain of damaged ship armor and blown-up holes to the captain. This pain, suppressed by adrenaline and command-type combat supplements, was reduced to a level sufficient to stimulate interstellar humans, increasing focus and belligerence. But just as Noshin, despite his impossibly high drug tolerance and daily injections that could kill a cow, still had dosage limits. No one can be on injections all the time, so immediately after the battle, he severed his neural links, stopped the injections, and forced himself to walk around the bridge to show everyone he was alright. Only then did he head to the medical bay. His spinal nerves had been damaged by the electrical stimulation, requiring a transplant of nerve bundles cultured from his own cells for repair. These injuries, which would be devastating for 3K humans, potentially leading to lifelong disability or even immobility, were merely occupational hazards for interstellar humans, especially those in high-risk professions like captains. If all else failed, he could simply have his spine replaced, a prosthetic spine, a human spine, any change he desired. Clenching his fists, feeling his body, now seemingly brand new, Will exhaled heavily. The weight of losing a battleship filled him with an unprecedented sense of loss. Chapter 760. To break through the encirclement as much as possible, Wang Bingling, the commander-in-chief, ordered all ships to disperse, with cruisers and capital ships as the core. The military order sounded grand, but in reality, it meant, ignore formations, ignore all those fancy drills, just run as many as you can a route, and we see each other again at Sabati Archipelago. So now, Will, who had just finished nerve bundle repairs, was stretching his limbs naked, walking along the bridge with a grim face, listening to the first mate's report. As the flagship of the fleet, the Iron Wolf, an offensive-class battleship, had its first mate also serving as the fleet's adjutant, assisting the commander. The battleship's bridge, even after being modified to accommodate the combat command center, was still wide enough for a horse to run across. Will was the only one on the bridge, who was shirtless, and yet not punished on the ship. He was the law. The officers, cadres, and staff here are mostly family members, and many of the deputy positions are even held by the younger generation. After completing their formal education, they went to great lengths to pull strings and get their internships on battleships, hoping to improve their resumes. The military also values resumes. Starting with a battleship internship is much more prestigious than starting with a frigate internship. Don't be resentful, family background matters in the military too. Moreover, compared to explicitly stating my first-class family background on your resume, a battleship internship certificate is more subtle, roundabout, and safer. These new recruits all showed expressions of fear and apprehension as Will passed by. One reason is that Will is known for his social maneuvering and frequent use of psychological manipulation on his subordinates. Although he rewards them generously, it's clear that newcomers rarely meet his standards, and are therefore often scolded. Secondly, these people had just graduated from the academy when they were caught in the AI war. Their supposedly unparalleled battle formation, touted as unmatched in the academy, was utterly defeated, forcing them to flee in terror in their heavily armed offensive-class battleships. Their worldview, built up over countless lifetimes, was shattered. Will was shirtless, his rank insignia deeply embedded in his shoulder, shrinking with each swing of his arm. He stood behind the navigator, his wolf-like eyes fixed intently, making the navigator's skin crawl. Just as the navigator was praying he wouldn't be taken out on him, a deep voice came from behind. "Where are we now?" The navigator instinctively replied, "We left the hyperspace reflection of the Perseus Alliance territory, and are about to cross into the deep hyperspace and enter the neutral zone." "Report on the situation during this time," Will said, his gaze menacing. "Yes, sir." The navigator spoke rapidly, with the tension of answering a lecture from a domineering homeroom teacher, according to the Commander-in-Chief's orders, each unit will disperse after breaking through and regroup on Jianhua Star. Our unit, upon entering hyperspace, will immediately enter the nearest hyperspace storm, utilizing its thrust and turbulence to urgently shift course and shake off the pursuers. After passing through 4 hyperspace storm clusters, the Tachyon and Perseus Alliance pursuers can no longer catch up with us. For safety reasons, based on the staff's advice, the first mate has decided to continue traveling in deep hyperspace, but will no longer activate acceleration mode. Will tilted his head, thought for a moment, and decided there was nothing seriously wrong with this maneuver, so his brow relaxed slightly. He then turned to the damage control department. The fleet was damaged before the shift, and after the devastation of deep hyperspace, what is the current state of the fleet's losses? The damage control officer, forcing a smile, replied, the flagship, the Iron Wolf, is still moderately damaged. Because of its heavy armor, turret armor, and reinforced structural modifications, the main body of the ship is largely unharmed, only some of the outer armor has been torn off. Also, go on, Will said impatiently. Yes, sir. The damage control chief quickly interjected. Another destroyer cannon was grazed by a Tachyon lance on the battlefield, its turret damaged and loosened, and it was pulled up and lost in the hyperspace storm. Furthermore, 1 Hammerhead class, 3 Enforcer class, and several escort ships were swept away by the storm and have lost contact with our forces. Will's facial muscles twitched, his expression seemingly about to explode, intimidating everyone into silence. He muttered a cold laugh, as expected, and stepped onto the platform. A heavy atmosphere permeated the entire bridge, and even the fleet. Only after Will sat down on the throne did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief and give a thumbs up to the first mate, deputy commander, and relative. Well done. No cruisers were damaged, and the lost guns were broken anyway. The first mate, unfazed, simply bowed. At a time like this, morale is low. You should be encouraging everyone. Will nodded first, then shook his head. The Eisen family has always governed the army with discipline and terror. Their tough image is deeply ingrained. Softening my stance now would only make everyone think I'm showing weakness. I must remain tough, and I must also belittle you, presenting an image that I can do even better, in order to maintain discipline, and give everyone the feeling that I'm back, and they can rest easy. The first mate thoughtfully clasped his hands in a fist salute. Brilliant. By this time, the fleet had left deep hyperspace and entered the calm and peaceful shallow hyperspace, disturbed only by turbulent currents. Will and the first mate discussed the battle situation and reviewed the losses. However, limited by the coordinates of their fleet's location, there were no star systems with intermediate communication devices nearby, so they couldn't use the hyperspace reflection of the star system to access the network. At this moment, they had no idea that the Universal Alliance and Kong Jicho had withdrawn their troops, nor did they know that the war between Chuhi and Yoyogi Hanayaji in the IMA system had ended. Report, Sin-R Power's Dai transport fleet detected. It's flying from Sin-R Power towards Hyena Mining, the navigator reported. Will glanced at the fleet's configuration, quite tempted, but considering his own capital ships were damaged and his fleet had just been through a hyperspace storm, he suppressed his plundering thoughts. Forget it, let it go. Commander, it's the Overlord's fleet. I compared the paint scheme. It's the Eisen family, specifically named above, the deputy commander and first mate of the flagship of the Sin-R Power Dai transport fleet reported with gleam in his eyes. The commander stroked his thick, black, slicked back, transplanted synthetic beard, grinning to reveal 2 rows of titanium alloy dagger-shaped dental implants. Looks like this intelligence fee is mine. Have the fastest escort ship in the fleet find the nearest star system, connect to the relay communicator, and send a message to the Relief Association. We don't have time to get involved in the AI war, but my great Sin-R Power and the Suzan Overlord are at odds. Since the Suzan's headquarters have been captured, we should help balance the power of the Overlord. The bearded man continued, emphasizing to the first mate, remember not to let it slip when we go drinking. Even if you do, just say it was something we did ourselves to make money. This is absolutely not what the Lion of Sindaria meant, understand? The first mate nodded vigorously. Understood, understood. All right, then have the fleet circle around. Don't fly too fast. The bearded man grinned slyly. Once the Relief Association's fleet arrives, we follow and lend a hand, and get a few cruisers back from them. 26 hours later, when the Eisen family's fleet was still 2 days' journey from the Overlord's hyperspace territory, it was blocked by a fleet of 5 capital ships, painted entirely in deep blue, and then further blocked by the Sindaria's powerful transport fleet, which they had spared out of consideration for their own strength. For the first time, Will's face showed regret. I didn't intend to attack you, and you still want to attack me? You gone too far. He gritted his teeth. Notify the entire fleet. Everyone, beat that old senile lion's fleet to a pulp. Annihilate them completely.